Good morning. I'm State Senator Marilyn Moore, co-chair of Human Services. We're now going to open the public hearing for today, Thursday, March 10th. My co-chair, Representative Abercrombie, would you like to say something?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone, and welcome, everyone. Just a couple of little bit of housekeeping. So most of us are on multiple Zooms. So I just want the public and the speakers to understand if we're not looking directly at you, we're really trying to multitask here. So don't be offended that we're not paying attention. We're really trying to do the best we can with multiple Zooms. I would also like to take this opportunity to say thank you and to wish Heather Ferguson Hull, our clerk and my aide, the best of luck. Today is her last day with us. Tomorrow she will be venturing, as I like to call, the dark side of going to OPM. But I just really want to say thank you to you, Heather, for all of your work, not only as a clerk, but as my aide. You've been amazing to work with. You're an amazing woman. And I think I speak for all of us when I say we wish you all the best. I know we'll still be in communications because you'll be doing human services. But I really just want you to know how much we all appreciate you. We love you, and we're truly going to miss you. So best of luck to you.
Thank you, Representative Abercrombie. You're making me a little verklempt here. So thank you for your words. And I couldn't ask for a more amazing committee to have been a part of. The best chairs, the best members, the best staff. It's really hard for me. But as you all know, Cass is fantastic. You're in great hands. And as you said, I won't be far away. So thank you for your kind words, Representative.
You're welcome. And then before we get the committee meeting, the public hearing starting, just for the public portion of it, we really have to adhere to the 3 minutes unless you have an interpreter, and then we're going to give you 4 minutes. And it's not because we don't want to hear your statements. It's because we have over 230 people that are testifying, which means if you're at the beginning, you're lucky because you'll be on soon. But if you're at the end, it'll be as late as 10, 11, 12 o'clock tonight. So we just want to respect everyone's time and make sure that when we cut you off, we're not trying to be disrespectful. We're really trying to be more respectful for everyone that signed up. So don't take it personally. With that, I'll turn it over to Madam Chair, and thank you very much.
Representative Case, would you like to say something?
Yeah, real quickly. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to echo what Chair Abercrombie said. Heather, you've been great, always keeping us informed. I just don't know what your schedule is. It's I ran into you coming into the office this morning. Does she have to stay on until this is over? So does she go past midnight tonight? That would be my question. But with that, Heather, thank you for everything. And Cass, we're looking forward to working with you.
Thanks, Representative Case. And yes, I'll be here as long as Cass is here. It'll be fun.
I got coffee. I'm right down the hall.
I don't see Senator Berthel.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just real quick, Heather, someone darkened my screen. I can't get it.
Yes, that was my mistake, Representative. I was removing your spotlight and turned off your video, so I'll re-enable your video.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She disabled your video on her last day?
That's what she gets for calling OPM the dark side. Karma. They're my friends, so I'm not going there. As the co-chair of bonding, I'm gonna stay in line. So I don't see Senator Berthel, but I also want to echo the statements of my co-chairs in the ranking. You've been a phenomenal aide. I don't really believe in my heart that you all as clerks get the praise that you should, because your job is really difficult, complex, requires detailed work. And I gotta say, Heather, I'm beginning to wonder, are you human, or did they drop you from Mars? Because you've done an outstanding job with no errors were made. So I appreciate you, and you've been very, very helpful even to my aide, Dorothy. So I wish you all the best, but I'll be seeing you again, and I'm glad to have a friend over at OPM.
Thank you, Senator Moore. It has been truly an honor to work with you as well. And Dorothy is the best. I can't ask for a better person to work with in your office. So thank you.
And I feel like I got a double blessing there. So thank you. So we'll begin. So first person up is our commissioner, Commissioner Deidre Gifford. Commissioner Gifford, good morning. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, Senator Moore. Thank you for having me. Good morning, Representative Abercrombie, Representative Case, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Deidre Gifford, the Commissioner of the Department of Social Services. If I might digress very briefly from my prepared testimony, I'd like to add the thanks of the Department of Social Services to Heather for her work with us over my tenure here. And I'll note, in addition to echoing everything that Rep. Abercrombie, Rep. Case, and Senator Moore have said, I would note Heather's good cheer and kindness. It's often tense in working with the departments, and there's a lot going on back and forth, and Heather has been unfailingly both kind and upbeat. So thank you, Heather, and I'm glad we're going to continue to work with you in your new role.
Thank you, Commissioner.
At OPM. You're very welcome. All right, so getting into my testimony, and Senator, I will do my best to be brief. I'm going to assume that you'd like me to run through all of the bills that are on the agenda relevant to DSS and then take questions at the end.
Yes, please.
Okay.
There won't be questions. You're just giving testimony. Well, there could be questions, but you could do them all at once.
All right, here we go. Beginning with Senate Bill 280, an act concerning naturopaths. This bill would require DSS to amend the Medicaid state plan to add naturopathic services for adults. I would note for the committee that DSS currently pays enrolled naturopaths who are licensed for services provided to children under the age of 21. And this bill would require us to expand those services. I would note for the committee that there are very few states Medicaid programs that cover naturopathic services to any extent. Vermont, Oregon, and Washington were the only 3 states we were able to identify that currently cover these services at all, and some have some restrictions. We do not have funding for this provision in the governor's budget. We also would want to look carefully at the medical literature regarding these services. So for these reasons, the department does not support this bill. SB 282 is an act concerning medical assistance for bariatric surgery and prescription drug treatment of obesity. This bill would require DSS to provide medical assistance for bariatric surgery in Husky and for Husky members with severe obesity, as well as prescription drugs to treat that condition. We do support the overall intent of this bill. And in our written testimony, Madam Chair, we have provided some suggested substitute language that would align the proposal with current practice. For members of the committee who may not be aware, DSS does currently cover both of these services, both medication and bariatric surgery, but there are some boundaries or caveats to our coverage. What our proposed language, as does your proposed bill, would modify that language. We believe that essentially everyone who is currently requesting the service meets those requirements, so that this bill would align with current practice. I would note that we would like to do some further research to know whether there would be any increased costs to the extent that we're already covering the majority of these services. Obviously, it wouldn't increase the budget, but we would like to look at claims denials, et cetera, with our partners at CHN to see if there would be any increased cost to this bill. Senate Bill 284 is an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for income eligible persons to obtain medical assistance, regardless of immigration status. So we, of course, appreciate the intent of this legislation to provide further Medicaid coverage to children without a qualifying immigration status. I would note for the committee's information that, of course, Medicaid and CHIP currently covers all lawfully residing income eligible immigrant adults and children This includes not only citizens, but qualified non-citizens, such as legal permanent residents or green card holders. Also, asylees and refugees are covered. Federal law subjects most qualified non-citizens to a 5-year waiting period. However, Connecticut is also one of a number of states that have opted to implement part of the Children's Health Insurance Program that does allow coverage to be extended to lawfully residing immigrant children and pregnant women who've been in the country for less than 5 years. So that's another provision in our current eligibility. Also for the committee's information, and I'm sure you're aware, but federal matching funds are only available for emergency life-threatening treatment for immigrants without a qualifying immigration status. Husky currently does cover emergency services for individuals in that category. But if coverage were to be extended to all children otherwise eligible, the state would be unable to claim federal reimbursement, federal financial participation for those services, and the cost of the program would be covered entirely by the state. We estimate, and this is in our written testimony, that the cost for this expansion would be approximately $10 million annually. I would note that there's some uncertainty in those financial projections, as it's difficult to know what the level of enrollment would be if this bill were to pass. We'd also like to just note that there is some language in the proposed bill that refers to the coverage being within available appropriations. That poses some challenges for a health insurance program because, as you all know, the costs and enrollment can fluctuate from month to month. So if the department were to be held to a particular appropriation for this population, we would either need to limit benefits or limit enrollment at a certain level in order to stay within the available appropriation. So that is also a concern to us. We would finally note, of course, that in last year's session, you did authorize and the governor signed state-funded medical assistance for any child 8 years of age or younger, regardless of immigration status. That provision is set to go into effect in January of 2023. In addition, the act also required the Office of Health Strategy, DSS, OPM, and the Connecticut Insurance Department, along with Access Health, to do a feasibility study of expanding access to this additional population. That study is due to the legislature on July 1 of this year. Our view is that it would be prudent to begin the program that was created in last year's legislation in January of next year, and to complete the feasibility study before embarking on any further expansion to this population. So for those reasons, the department does not support the bill at this time. SB 287 is an act concerning Medicaid. This bill would require the department to study and report by January 1 on the efficacy of Medicaid programs and determine whether the state can expand healthcare services to low-income individuals through additional Medicaid waiver programs. Both this bill and HB 5334 request studies from the department. We would respectfully let the committee know that we believe that these bills are not necessary because of existing statutes requiring the department to do studies on long-term services and support. In our written testimony, you'll see reference to 2 studies, one carried out by the Long-Term Planning Committee to address long-term care issues, policy development, and establish a long-term care plan for all persons in need. There's a link to that study in our written testimony. The last plan was submitted to you all in December of 2021. In addition, there is the strategic plan to rebalance long-term services and supports. That plan was last updated in 2020 and covers our strategic plan, which is referenced frequently in the department's activities for long-term care. So with respect, we would request that the committee have a look at those existing statutes and existing reports before requesting an additional level of study from the department. HB 5335, an act requiring long-term care facilities to conduct sex offender background checks on staff and residents. Section 2 of this bill would require our department to alert the administrative head of any nursing home facility if a Medicaid beneficiary seeking admission to that facility is listed on the registry established on the National Sex Offender Public website. I would note for the committee, first of all, that the department does not routinely perform this type of check on our beneficiaries. The majority of admissions to nursing facilities come from hospitals, and it's not part of the department's routine to do any sort of background check or assessment of a criminal history on any of our members, including those that are being admitted to a long-term care facility. We do not have a process, therefore, to inform nursing homes of this information as envisioned under the proposal. I would also note that we currently have about 18,400 residents of long-term care facilities in Connecticut. So it would be quite an administrative burden to perform a routine check on everyone being admitted to a nursing facility. For those reasons, the department does not support this bill. HB 5337, an act concerning food as medicine task force and healthy eating incentives. The department very much supports the intent of this legislation. I would note that we, along with many of our state partners at Department of Agriculture, the Office of Healthcare Strategies, and others, are already working on initiatives to provide fresh fruits and vegetables to low-income individuals using locally grown products. We would welcome a larger task force to continue work on this important topic. A couple of suggestions, if we could. We did have some concern with the language that might prematurely make recommendations around the strategies for providing such fruits and vegetables to low-income individuals. Therefore, we would suggest that the task force actually be allowed to produce the recommendations on which strategies would be the best to achieve this goal. We would also note that the timeframes in the proposed bill are fairly aggressive. I think it requires us to make a report on the task force and the implementation of the recommendations by January of next year. We would respectfully suggest that if a report is required by January of next year, that it summarize the recommendations, but leave a report on the implementation to a further date after the implementation has been carried out. HB 5339 would expand access to the Connecticut Home Care Program for the elderly. And this bill, as you know, requires DSS to change the calculation of assets for the state-funded portion of the Connecticut Home Care Program for elders. I would note that in our testimony here and on HB 5338, the department has provided some background explanation on the various categories in the Connecticut Home Care Program for the elderly. There are multiple categories, some of which are state and federally funded, some of which are state funded only. This bill pertains to the asset test for the state funded only portions and would increase by 9% the allowable assets for individuals and by 18% the allowable assets for a married couple. The bill also changes the contribution rate for the cost of care down to 3.5% from 4.5% for individual contributions. We anticipate, although it's not possible to know exactly, but we anticipate an approximately 25% increase in enrollment in this program were these changes to be implemented. We estimate a cost of around $6 million which is reflected in our written testimony for this increase in enrollment, since this is strictly a state-funded benefit. I would also note that in July of last year, the cost share was reduced from 9% to 4.5%, which is the current cost share level. So for the reasons articulated, because this funding is not included in the governor's budget, the department does not support this bill. HB 5340, an act concerning equitable Medicaid payments and eligibility determinations for applicants, recipients, and family caregivers. Section 1 of this bill would require DSS to set equal payment rates for family caregivers authorized to receive compensation from DSS as the rates set for non-family caregivers. I would note that, under our current programs, some family members can be authorized as personal care attendants, and those payment rates do not differ from those who are not family members. Those are allowable under certain circumstances. Outside the parameters in those federally approved programs, we don't have the capacity to pay family members through Medicaid funds. Section 2 of this bill would also require us to provide home and community-based services for a 3-month retroactive period. This is not allowed by federal regulations for home and community-based services. We do have a retroactive payment for standard medical services, state plan services in Medicaid, but for a number of reasons that are articulated in our written testimony, this is not allowed by CMS. So we would not be able to implement this section. Finally, Section 3 of this bill would change the way we look at liquid assets in our eligibility determinations. For reasons that we outline in our written testimony, DSS does not believe it's prudent to implement these changes. If we require, as under federal regulation, that if an individual has the right, authority, and power to liquidate an asset, it is countable toward the Medicaid limit. We are concerned that individuals that have assets in excess of the Medicaid asset limit would still qualify for assistance, and therefore this would remove any incentive for individuals or their representatives to reduce their assets in a timely manner by paying nursing facilities, and would increase Medicaid expenditures. For the reasons that I just described, the department does not support this bill. And finally, Senator HB 5338, an act concerning increasing the rate of Medicaid reimbursement for home care. There are a number of concerns the department has with this bill and that we believe require further explanation and clarification. The bill amends the Home Health Agency fee schedule statute to require the department to increase the fee schedule for home health services provided under the Connecticut Home Care Program for elders by amount equal to the Consumer Price Index for Urban Consumers, or CPIU. I would note that although the bill directs us to only provide these increases for services provided under the Connecticut Home Care Program for elders, we have a standard fee schedule for many of these services that apply across the Husky program. So we typically don't segregate our payment strategies only for the Connecticut Home Care Program for the elders. We've provided you with some estimates in our written testimony for the potential costs. We estimate that for only to change these services for the home care program for the elders would be approximately $1.9 million annually, or based on the current CPIU increase, or approximately $800,000 in state share. However, as noted, we would not typically have the administrative ability to increase the fee schedule only for a portion of our services. If we were to increase the fee schedule for the entire program, would cost approximately $15.4 million, the state share of which would be around $6.6 million. So happy to discuss this legislation with the committee further. to get more clarification about the intent and the scope of the requested changes, but as currently drafted, the department does not support this bill. With that, I will conclude my testimony. Senator Moore, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll take questions now. I see Senator Lesser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the Commissioner for her testimony. It's good to see her, and apologies, I can't be on the video right now, but I really appreciate specifically your testimony on the undocumented children bill. And I've had a good, productive back and forth with DSS and OPM about this issue in the past, and I understand that DSS has implementation issues about making sure that since things have to be done manually, that we don't flood the system as we're working to stand up a new program of providing care to this important and vulnerable group. But I just wanted to as we sort of flesh out options going forward, last year with bipartisan support, the legislature voted to cover children up until age 8. Obviously, if you're an 8-year-old turning 9, you could lose care, and wanted to see if as we work to scale up this program and work with DSS to find ways to implement it, if the Commissioner was interested in making sure that that children, at the very minimum, I'd like to go further, but at the very minimum, don't lose care when they turn 9 or 10. I don't know what their options would be at that point.
Thank you, Senator. I think that's an important issue that we can include in the feasibility study that I referred to in my testimony. Obviously, anytime that there's a cliff like this, it presents clinical challenges. So we'd be happy to work with you going forward. I appreciate you pointing out the logistical challenges and would note, as we testified last year, and in speaking to California, who did undertake an expansion analogous to this, their strong recommendation to us was that the state implement this in phases over time. That a big bang implementation was actually quite challenging and may not have provided as many benefits as it might have had the state done it in a series. So we will be happy to continue to work with the legislature on this issue.
But I appreciate that, and you shared with me the California feedback before, but just it seems like the biggest challenge for you is on initial enrollment, and once that enrollment has taken place, I imagine that the administrative burden on DSS will drop significantly. So that's why I'm hopeful that working with you and other stakeholders in the administration, that at a minimum that that an 8-year-old who is covered doesn't lose coverage at age 9, because I think it seems like that would maximize paperwork and not necessarily reduce your administrative burden. But obviously this is going to be an iterative process going forward. But do you agree with that assessment, or am I misreading the feasibility of this?
I think, Senator, this is new territory for us administratively. So I think it's probably best for me not to characterize the administrative burden one way or the other of either terminating or continuing coverage for those children. Obviously, we'd also want to look at the costs and work with OPM on that issue. So happy to continue to explore that as the session continues.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I really appreciate it. And I will take you up on that and continue to have our productive dialogue. I just wanted to thank you, though, with the Covered Connecticut program, with prenatal care, with and with coverage to age 8 last year. I think you were a wonderful partner, and I just want to say thank you to all of your dedicated staff at DSS for working with us and this committee, and making sure that we made a strong start last year. So I want to thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll try to be quick on this because I know I'll have a lot of testimony on it today. But Commissioner, I'd like to speak, work with you on it, and possibly the chairs too, on 5338. In working with one of our home care agencies in Torrington, you know, the latest increase, it took over 14 years to get an increase, and they're looking at you know, the approximately 6% increase over those 14 years, and they're trying to just be a competitive player out there. There'll be a lot of agencies testifying on that today. And I just think, you know, 14 years to get an increase, and then where we're at today, maybe we just need to work on it and see where we can go. I know that there's money issues, and we want to work through that stuff, but you know, these are taken care of. Some people that are most vulnerable that are at home, and we'd like to keep people in their home if they want to be there. So it's just to have that conversation and see where we could go with it. So I appreciate the conversation that we can have. You know, you're always available for us, so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Happy to continue to talk.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Mastro-Fonseca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, once again for your testimony today. Just a couple, just one question really on the background check for nursing homes for their residents. Is there anything in a statute right now prohibiting a nursing home from just doing that on their own?
When you say doing that, what are you referring to, Representative?
I apologize for doing a background check on their residents. Is there anything prohibiting them in law that they could just not do that on their own?
I don't know the answer to that question, Representative, and I don't know if I was remiss in announcing that several of the DSS team are on with me this morning. I don't know if anybody from the team has an answer to that question. I do know that the nursing homes would face the same volume issues that I articulated in my testimony, but I don't know what the law is in this specific instance. Bill or anybody else know the answer?
No.
I do not. We can research that if others don't know as well.
Okay. And then the other question I have is, I believe it was last year, the bill was passed that erased criminal records for many people. Have you looked into what the impact on that would be? I mean, if certain criminal records were erased, how would they do a background check?
Representative, without knowing specifically the legislation that you're referring to, I would hesitate to speculate on an answer, but we'd be happy to follow up with you on that if you have a specific statute.
Okay. It was just concerning to me that if they do a criminal background check on their residents, where would they go? I think you said there was over 18,000 residents in nursing homes now. So I'm concerned that should that be the case, I mean, most of them are seniors, and they couldn't go into a nursing home. Where would they go if they needed care?
We would, and I would in part defer to the Department of Public Health here, but we would typically not deny services to an individual because of a criminal background. That's not something that we're permitted to do in Medicaid. If they qualify for the benefit, they qualify for the benefit.
So they would not be denied services in a nursing home. So I guess that would just bring to the point that what's the purpose of doing the background check? Maybe just for knowledge for the staff, or maybe for other residents. I don't know. It's concerning to me that they would be doing this. I'm concerned that where they would go. And I think that a nursing home, obviously, if they wanted to do that on their own, they can certainly do that. And I was just curious. Yeah, if you have any information, or I guess I can do some research to find out if there's any law prohibiting a nursing home independently just making those decisions and doing it on their own without the state mandating it or interfering would be helpful. But as always, thank you so much for your thorough testimony. I truly appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may add add something? This is Fatmata Williams from the Department of Social Services, and I'm here to support Commissioner Gifford. Just to add something to your nursing home question, I know that there's a federal law that requires nursing homes to check and just do a mental illness or developmental disability. It's a federal law, and that is just to ensure that they can adequately provide for those members within the nursing homes. However, I'm not aware that there is a law that prohibits nursing homes from checking the criminal backgrounds. Most nursing homes will accept members that they can adequately care for based on the condition that they present with. But having a criminal background per se, if it's not going to interfere with that person in that nursing home or impact the members that are already in that nursing home, care will not be denied on that basis. But we can research further and get back to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for clarification. It's confusing because I see pieces of legislation that come through that want to say that if you want to, like in a rental apartment and you're looking for a tenant, you can't do a background check or use that as a reason. And now we have a bill in here that mandating that nursing homes do criminal background checks on their potential residents. So it was just concerning to me. Well, thank you so much for that answer. I truly appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Representative, any other questions? Thank you, Commissioner. I don't see any other questions.
Great.
Thank you and your staff for their time today.
Likewise, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm not sure about this because I have William Halsey, but he's with the commissioner, so we'll move on.
Madam
Next.
Chair?
Yes,
Madam Chair, I think you need to go down to Amy Porter, Commissioner of Aging and Disabilities.
thank you. Amy Porter,
Yep, I'm here. Thank you so much.
thank you, dear.
Great. Thank you, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, Senator Berthel, Representative Case, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Amy Porter. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Aging and Disability Services, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 198, House Bill 5230, and House Bill 5334. And before I start, I want to echo the praise for Heather. And Heather, I look forward to working with you in your new role. So let me jump into the bills. We support Senate Bill 198, and we thank the committee for raising this proposal. The bill makes some needed changes to our advisory board for persons who are deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind. Particularly, it changes the number and role of the board's co-chairs. It removes my role, the role of the Commissioner of Department of Aging and Disability Services, as one of the chairpersons. I just want to say this is an incredibly strong advocacy group, and it has been my privilege to serve in the role of co-chair for the group, along with Barbara Casson. But we strongly believe that this group should be chaired by members of the community, and this bill achieves that. I fully support this change. It allows for more control and input from individuals who are affected by the issues that are discussed by the board. We also support House Bill 5230, which aims to improve interpreting services in Connecticut for individuals who are deaf, deafblind, and need those services. The bill updates the language of the statute to be inclusive of persons who are deafblind. It also expands the ability to use interpreters who are accredited by our neighboring state of Massachusetts by allowing their interpreters that have legal and medical credentials to work in these settings here in Connecticut. This is really going to provide greater access to specialized training, specialized interpreting services, and really help us address some of the workforce gaps that we're seeing in these areas. In addition, the bill seeks to expand access to information for the community. Our agency has already begun the process of providing resources on our website, and we look forward to working with the community and this committee to expand the information that's available. I know a lot of information and requests came out of the working group, and we stand ready to respond to that and create a page on our website that really provides those resources. We also support the bill's intention to maintain strict standards for interpreters and ensure that they hold all of the appropriate credentials that are required by our statutes. Our agency doesn't really have expertise in criminal law and law enforcement, so we'll defer to the legislature to determine the most appropriate level of infraction for that. I also want to point out that our agency doesn't have any law enforcement function or capability, so we wouldn't be the ones serving in the role of enforcing this provision, but we're happy to work with the committee on, trying to think that through moving forward. And finally, House Bill 5334 asks the Department of Social Services to perform a study of long-term care needs in Connecticut in consultation with our agency and deliver recommendations to the legislature by next July. This is certainly a very important matter. However, we respectfully oppose the bill because similar work is already being done by DSS on an ongoing basis. As Commissioner Gifford just referenced in her testimony, both the DSS strategic plan to rebalance long-term services and supports and the Connecticut Long-Term Care Planning Committee address these same subject areas. So given this work, we believe that passage of Senate Bill 174 would be duplicative. In closing, I want to thank the committee for your attention to these important topics. I'm happy to answer any questions that members have, and I look forward to continuing our work together.
Thank you, Commissioner Porter. I want to point out today we have several interpreters with us to help us through the day. I don't see any questions for you. So I'm just going to thank you for your testimony.
Great. Thank you so much.
Next is Margie Garundo Marquette, aging.
Actually, Senator Moore. She's
Yeah.
part of the ADS team along with Andrew Norton. So the next person on the list is Senator Kelly, and I don't know that he's here yet.
All right, so then do you see Senator Austin?
I don't see her either. I think the first legislator I see here is Representative Foster, and we can go back to the other legislators as they join. I'll keep you posted as they join.
Thank you.
Senator Kelly is in another meeting.
So then we'll go to Representative Jamie Foster. Good morning.
Good morning, colleagues on Human Services. It's an honor to be before you all today. I'm here to voice my strong, enthusiastic support for an act creating a Food as Medicine task force. For those of you who don't know, in my life outside the legislature, I am a research scientist and a registered dietitian. We know that nutrition-related chronic diseases are amongst the leading causes of death for all Americans, and that COVID, which is now one of the leading causes of death in the country, is a nutrition-related chronic disease, and nutrition outcomes significantly mitigate how likely you are to experience chronic concerns related to COVID. That being said, even in the COVID pandemic and the height of everything that we were seeing, we saw food insecurity and chronic nutrition-related diseases and food insecurity rise during the COVID pandemic. And there's a lot more work that can be done. Our neighbors to the north in Massachusetts have enacted a Food as Medicine state plan, which allows for Medicaid reimbursement of fruit and vegetable prescriptions to buy fresh produce, and also allows for medically tailored food meals to be prepared and delivered to Medicaid beneficiaries. There's a lot that a Food as Medicine plan can do, and there's a lot of really great work that the state of Connecticut, DSS, and DPH are already doing, but there's still more work to be done to ensure that those most vulnerable among us and those with nutrition-related chronic diseases have access to all the food that they need to make them healthy. Things like Medicaid coverage for registered dietitian nutritionists being able to provide medical nutrition therapy, for example. A Food as Medicine state plan, or convening a task force to create a Food as Medicine state plan, is an important step in helping us achieve the best health status that we can as a state. Connecticut is one of the healthier states in the nation, but our health disparities are abhorrent, and we should do more to address these. And a Food as Medicine state plan is a key way to address the social determinants of health. I hope a lot of my colleagues will support. While I'm here, I also would like to voice support with minor revisions to SB 282 about obesity treatment and bariatric weight loss options. As a registered dietitian, I think it's important to note that if we are going to cover surgical and medical treatment for obesity, for people with obesity, that we should also be giving them the best tools available to manage their disease before they choose these more extreme options, so surgery or a prescription drug. Although I know that there is a place for bariatric surgery in the treatment of obesity, I think it's important to acknowledge that for many folks, counseling with a registered dietitian, working with a behavioral psychologist, or entering in a diabetes prevention program are really effective ways that are lower risk to manage their obesity. And so I'd hope that we would consider including in SB 282 Medicaid coverage for certified dietitian nutritionists. That is my testimony for today, and I hope that many of my colleagues would consider asking questions if there's anything that I could answer as an expert in nutrition-related chronic disease management.
Thank you, Representative. I don't see any questions for you, but I'd like to say I want to be a part of this. I'm really interested in this food piece. I understand how it plays out every day in the health of all the residents of Connecticut and the importance of food. So I'm there with you. You have my support. So I just want to say that this is a really important issue, and I'm so happy to have you in the legislature to champion some of this. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Moore. I would be honored to work with you.
Any
Take
other
care,
questions
everybody.
or comments? Seeing none. Thank you, Jamie. Next is Heather. Is there any other legislator that you say?
Representative Sims is here.
Thank you. Representative Sims, good morning.
Good morning, Senator Moore. Good morning, Chairman Abercrombie, ranking members Case, and distinguished members of the Human Service Committee. I'm State Representative Travis Sims. I'm testifying today in support of SB 282, an act concerning medical assistance for bariatric surgery and prescription drugs treatment of obesity. The purpose of this legislation is to provide those suffering with obesity with medical options to treat this disease. Bariatric and metabolic surgery. Obesity is the health crisis that is prevalent in our nation and state, and the surgery has a proven track record of improving many conditions that are associated with the individuals being overweight. These health-related conditions include type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and high blood pressure. Currently, most insurance plans in the state do not cover for diseases and high blood pressure currently. Most insurance plans in the state do not provide coverage for bariatric or metabolic surgery. The coverage is currently available to Connecticut residents who are covered by our state's Husky plan. As many of you may or may not know, this bill is very near and dear to me, as I lost 3 siblings over the past 4 years as a result of genetic-related obesity disease. Unfortunately, at the time, insurance would not cover the treatment they desperately needed. Sadly, I know many individuals who have experienced the same fate and many who suffer with obesity disease daily. This bill will attempt to change current health and stigmas as it relates to obesity and will give everyone access to a better quality of life. In closing, I would like to thank all of my colleagues of the Human Service Committee for your support and consideration in moving this bill forward to help save the precious lives of Connecticut residents. And I am available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you, Senator Moore.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Sims. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Heather. Who's next?
Michael Werner is the next one who's here.
Good morning, Mr. Werner.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, Senator Berthel, Representative Case, and other distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Michael Werner, and I am the lead aging policy analyst for the Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity. Our commission wishes to express support for the following bills before you: SB 280, HB 5334, 5337, and 5339. SB 280 expands Medicaid accessibility to licensed naturopaths as a service covered by DSS. Naturopathy is a form of healthcare that combines modern treatment with traditional methods. It includes alternative natural therapies, which are typically less invasive than most traditional methods, such as expensive surgeries or prescription medications. Connecticut already governs the licensing and practice regulations of naturopathy, ensuring quality in this field. The last 2 years of COVID-19 and its associated restrictions in schools and throughout society have had an impact on health, obesity, and nutrition for families and older adults. The Commission believes that expanding access to existing innovative services such as naturopathy could help address nutrition and dietary education concerns for a wider population by these health interventions, which are otherwise typically expensive and only available out of pocket. HB 5337 calls for our commission to collaborate with the Department of Agriculture and Office of Health Strategy to administer a Connecticut Food is Medicine Task Force to study ways to improve health outcomes for needy individuals and families through nutritional assistance. The task force will study, but not be limited to, exploring ways to incentivize SNAP recipients to purchase more fresh fruits and vegetables, while encouraging more farmers markets to participate in nutritional assistance programs. This will have a double benefit of encouraging better increased nutritional consumption of healthy foods and economically supporting local farmers bringing their products to market. HB 5334 calls for a study by the Department of Social Services and Aging and Disability Services to help project the anticipated needs in years to come for adequate resources which impact long-term services and supports recipients aged 60 years and older, as well as those under 60 with disabilities. The study will report on recommendations for addressing identified gaps in the provision of long-term care and collecting important demographic data needed for the future. The study could also lead to innovative new ways to deliver services among the various LTSS program initiatives for our booming older adult population. And lastly, HB 5339 calls for expanding eligibility to the Connecticut Home Care Program for the elderly by increasing the maximum allowable applicant assets. This program is important as it helps older adults avoid the risk of premature placement into institutions, which would otherwise ultimately cost the taxpayers triple the expense for care. We appreciate the leadership of the Human Services Committee and thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you, Mr. Werner. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to go to Karen Owens if there's.
Actually, Senator Moore, she's one of the interpreters. So the next person to testify on the list will be Harvey Corson.
Thank you. Mr. Corson? Mr. Corson?
Do you have him?
You need to unmute.
Hi, good morning.
Oh, okay, he's going to use an interpreter.
Yes. Good morning, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and members of the Human Services Committee. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak before you today in regards to the raised bill number 5230. I am Dr. Harvey Corson, the chairperson of the Connecticut Association of the Deaf. It is a legislative and educational committee. Thank you for, again, giving me the opportunity to speak with you today in regards to this raised bill. We are pleased to see that the recommendations that have currently been updated and the improvements that are being added to present law in this bill are what we are hoping for. We are pleased with the current situation. However, we have noticed that there is a portion missing within this bill that we were expecting to see, and that portion is in regards to community interpreting. Those interpreters who interpret in a community setting, which is a very integral setting and does need to be mentioned within the bill. This is a very large majority of interpreting services that is impacted by interpreters on a daily basis. For example, the best example I can provide with you today is a person who is interpreting right now as we are using this meeting. This is a person who would be considered a community interpreter in this setting. This interpreter could not be called an educational interpreter for this setting, a legal interpreter, or a medical interpreter. If they are not included if we don't include that community interpreter portion, that means the required qualifications that we currently have in the bill will not apply to those interpreters in those settings, which is dangerous. It's imperative that we have qualified people working in all varieties of community settings. Our proposal would be that we could amend this bill and have the amendment state clear on page 2, starting with line 20. We would propose that we amend an addition where community setting means any setting other than those specifically identified as educational, legal, or medical, including, but not limited to, everyday life activities, such as information sharing, employment, social services, entertainment, and civic and community engagements. Then we would be able to possibly renumber the remaining items from that point forward on that page and also on page 3. This would be on page 3, the suggested language to be added to line 67, where after the words appropriate in Connecticut, we can add that line and state may begin with community interpreting settings and have met at least one of the following qualifications. This way, we'd be able to include those additional items while also making sure that the current items have been included and making sure those community interpreters are important, because these really are all integral parts of effective and the effectiveness of applying current interpreting standards in all varieties of situations throughout the state. This will also help Connecticut to be in compliance with the federal and state laws that are currently established, such as Section 504, the ADA, and the IDEA, along with Connecticut Public Act 12173. In regards to access and provision of qualified interpreting services for the deaf, blind, and hard of hearing children.
Excuse me, Harvey has 3 minutes is finished, so if he could please summarize. Thank you so much.
Sure, yes, that is fine. Therefore, I would just be asking for your consideration on this proposal and the idea that we just discussed with you in hopes that it would be supported by the Connecticut Association of the Deaf. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. Actually, we would give him 4. Is there anything else he wanted to say?
Nope, I am complete. That completes my proposal for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Senator Moore, Representative Cook is here.
Thank you. Representative Cook, did you have a question?
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to say hello to Harvey and thank him for his continued years of advocacy for all of the folks that cannot advocate for themselves. He's a breath of fresh air, and it's been a pleasure to work with him over the last many, many years.
Thank you, Representative Cook.
Thank you, Representative Cook.
Next is Robin Comey, Representative Comey.
Thank you, Senator Moore, Chairwoman Moore, and also hello to Chairman Abercrombie and ranking members, Senator Berthel and Representative Case. been an honor to actually follow Harvey Corson, who is an incredible advocate. So I would just want to start my comments by saying thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 198, an act concerning the advisory board for persons who are deaf, hard of hearing, or deaf-blind, and HB 5230, an act concerning standards for interpreters for the deaf, deaf-blind, and hard of hearing persons. This past fall, I had the pleasure of serving as a co-chair on the work group concerning issues affecting the deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind persons, alongside Representative Abercrombie and Representative Fusco. And while we began the work group with a seemingly large body of work to tackle, we really focused on the three main goals, which were to discuss interpreter standards, to discuss higher education, workforce development, and mental health. The legislation that we are hearing today is presented to revise Connecticut's policies specific to these areas. As I mentioned earlier, we met with Harvey and other stakeholders across the state who were able to provide a tremendous amount of background while sharing their personal experiences of trying to navigate our systems here in Connecticut that have become a bit fragmented over years of neglect. And I believe that by having these voices at the table with us, we made improvements to the resources and knowledge base of our agencies that serve the deaf, deaf-blind, and hard of hearing community almost immediately. It is really critical to note that we have seen a decline in the number of certified interpreters in the state. We learned from the Yukon Linguistics Department that there are fewer programs in Connecticut that are offering ASL interpretation, as well as a shortage of students who are approaching the profession as a career choice. Massachusetts continues to be a leader in turning out ASL career professionals, and making this policy change to accept the credentials will no doubtedly support the lack of providers in the current environment. Another important issue we heard was that there are interpreters that specialize in certain settings, as Harvey mentioned. For instance, medical appointments, mental health settings, and emergency room visits would need interpreters that were more knowledgeable about those areas. In a legal or judicial setting would need interpreters that understood about the court systems. And this legislation makes those distinctions. And finally, it was evident that there was a level of frustration with the deaf, deaf-blind, hard of hearing community about the fragmented sort of services with regards to where people were directed to for information and where to look. So the solution offered through this legislation is to keep a website maintained where all the information can be disseminated to residents throughout the state. So I'd just like to support this legislation here today. I'd like to thank Representative Abercrombie for the opportunity to participate in this work group. It was really a true pleasure to get to know the members. They were hardworking. We all showed up to our meetings with a sincere commitment to making our state better for the deaf, deaf-blind, and hard of hearing residents of this state. I know that there is more to do in the future, and I recognize that, and I would be happy to be a part of anything going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Coney. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Sandra Nzinga, and then it'll be followed by the Hartford delegation. Sandra, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Can you see me? An interpreter, can you see me? Okay, great. All right, thank you so much, Senator Moore and Representative Abercrombie. Thank you so much for this morning. And I do appreciate Representative Comey for the support that she has provided. It has definitely touched our community. Being able to roll up our sleeves and get this going. Again, my name is Sandra Nzinga, and I know you have seen me. I've been around for a while. I am the president of the Connecticut Council of Organized Services for the Deaf, CSSD. Also, I'm one of the original members of the council for the Board for Deaf and Hard of Hearing. That was set up in 1917, and we have set up the advisory board. And one of the issues that has come up quite frequently is about the interpreter law. And we've really focused on this for several years, trying to get this accurate, get it detailed, and we would like to move forward with it. So 5230, I think, is one of the best steps to bring us up to date. And so we appreciate your support in including this bill. I feel that we're almost there. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. I can see it, which is great. But what is great is carrying forward our message. And as Harvey stated, putting in that portion about community interpreters. It doesn't mention anything there. I don't know if you recall what happened in Florida. They had the interpreter for the governor, and the interpreter did not know the language. It was not an appropriate interpreter. And even more years ago, we had the interpreter for Nelson Mandela's funeral, and there was an interpreter up there waving his hands. He was not using sign language. So we need to make sure that when people are representing, interpreting, and providing those services, that they are qualified. And we need to include that crucial part of community interpreting. There's an important part where interpreters can increase their skills, but it is very important. We see that our field of interpreters is dwindling, but we need to have a way for people to access the field and work. But I do feel that that would be an important part to include in the language of the law about community interpreters. Another concern we have for many years, but we are willing to compromise. This law has so many details. Speaking of qualifications written into the law, it does cause quite a risk for us. There are certification standards that go through the Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, or the BEI, or the National Association of the Deaf. They're going through changes. And then we would have to go through legislative process to change ours with the qualifications. So we do want to be careful about the level of detail in the law. But other than that, we are satisfied with the bill 5230 for interpreters. And thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, I appreciate you. Thank you. Next, I have Senator Slapp, Representative Farrar, and Representative Gilchrist. Are you all here? Are you giving joint testimony? How are we doing this? Senator
We're going to
Slapp?
each do about a minute, if that's okay, Senator Moore.
Whatever
Yeah.
you like, as much time as you like.
Oh boy. Thanks, Senator. I'm it to start. And as you noted, I'm joined by my colleagues in the West Hartford delegation, Representative Gilchrist, Senator Slapp, and we are here sharing our words on behalf of Representative Exum as well, who's unable to join. And it's an honor to be with you all as chairs and the ranking members and the entire committee to submit testimony as a delegation in support of Senate Bill 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance, regardless of immigration status. And I would just like to say that it really was pretty much a year ago, we probably joined you as a delegation in Human Services to testify on a very similar bill. And many of us worked together last year to give access to healthcare to children ages 0 to 8, regardless of status. And we are back because as a delegation today, we will acknowledge that that was a step in the right direction, but far from enough. And not only is access to healthcare a fundamental human right, but no one in our state should be denied access to coverage because of their immigration status. I think all of us can acknowledge that in the past 2 years, the COVID pandemic has laid bare how every child's health matters for our community and our public health. And personally, I know for many of us, as we've faced images across the world of mothers and family members sheltering children from war, I would hope that no parent here in Connecticut in our own backyard should have to worry about how they're going to pay for healthcare should their child become sick. And what we've been able to do thus far in the state is in Connecticut, again, these children 0 to 8 will have Husky coverage, guaranteeing their comprehensive health services, most especially their well care checkups and preventative care. But again, as they reach the age of 9, they will no longer have access to benefits. And this means there are approximately 13,000 undocumented children in our state living without health insurance. I would love to pass it to my colleague, Representative Gilchrist, to illuminate why this bill can help our children.
Thank you so much, Representative Farrar, and hello to the committee. I think most of us can agree that age 8 seems very arbitrary. And if we want to promote children receiving primary care year in and year out, to cut them off at age 8 just doesn't make sense. So I can't help but think of my own children. My daughter is 9 and my son is 12. Knowing my daughter at age 8 and now at age 9, it makes absolutely no sense why all of a sudden she would lose health insurance. And so for our neighbors and our friends who happen to be undocumented, they shouldn't lose that coverage either. So in addition to primary care, if these children are getting primary care, we know it's preventative. Why wouldn't we want to be promoting preventative care and emergency care as well? We've heard from families who avoid getting their children the healthcare they need because they know they don't have the coverage or just question how they will be received in a hospital setting. And so we certainly don't want to be promoting in the state of Connecticut families not seeking the healthcare they need for their children. And so we'd be making the recommendation to age 18. And with that, I'll turn it over to my good colleague, Senator Slapp.
Thank you, Representative Gilchrist, and really want to thank the leadership of this committee for the great progress that was made last legislative session. I wish that there was something in the bill that passed that prohibited 9-year-olds from becoming sick. But alas, that would be a magic trick that none of us could pull off. So, we all believe, certainly in the West Hartford delegation here, that morally it's the right thing to do. That every child in the state of Connecticut should have access to health care, regardless of their immigration status. But I just wanted to focus very briefly on why financially this makes sense for the state of Connecticut and for taxpayers as well. We know that uncompensated care, the cost of that for hospitals is significant. I have just a few numbers to share with you. In 2012, that was about $233 million. In 2020, it was $774 million that hospitals paid in uncompensated care. And to put that in perspective, that was more than their profits of $682 million. So, I mean, it's a lot of money for our hospitals. And as we know, like that puts a lot of strain on our hospitals in terms of employment, in terms of the services they can provide. So we all suffer because of that. And also, of course, you know, we pay it in our taxes and our premiums. So it's short-sighted policy financially, let alone, you know, speaking, of course, about just the morality of it and the suffering that we put on children to not make this investment. And investing in children's healthcare, I think, has a really good ROI, right? Because it's not that expensive to you know, insure children, and they don't get sick nearly as much as older folks, and it saves, you know, taxpayers, it saves us on premiums, right, all around. And I guess the last thing I would say is it's also an issue of fairness. I mean, we do know that, contrary to what some people may think, but that folks who are undocumented as families, they do pay taxes. You know, some estimates recently that it paid $125 million in local and state taxes, you know, in one of the more recent years. So anyways, we do know they pay taxes. We do know that this would save folks money as well. Lots of reasons to do it. You know, I'll just kind of conclude there and saying that I really do appreciate the leadership of this committee and folks who are, you know, are on it, who are instrumental in making this really significant improvement last year. But we obviously have more work to do, and looking forward to working with all of you and my colleagues to get it done. Thanks so much, and I'll leave it there and, you know, turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I do want to say the Commissioner Deidre Gifford was on earlier, and Senator Lesser did speak to the cliff of going from 8 to 9, that it needed to be addressed. But I see Senator Lesser has his hand up. I'll let him speak for himself. Senator Lesser.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just, you know, I don't know that I have a question. I just wanted to thank the Representative Farrar, Representative Gilchrist, and Senator Slapp. You know, the West Hartford delegation and Representative Exum, who's not here today, were incredible partners with us last year as we worked to do this. And I don't think we would have gotten to age 8 without their incredible leadership. So I want to thank them for that. And I did appreciate Commissioner Gifford's comments earlier about working with this committee and with advocates on the cliff. I know that there's some implementation issues, but I also just want to underscore a point that I heard Senator Slapp made a second ago, which is about the fact that, you know, without this legislation, the costs don't go away; they get just handled differently. And so kids do present at hospitals; they'll just come in later, and that gets passed on to all of us in terms of uncompensated care. And I think the reason you saw bipartisan support for the legislation in the House and the Senate is because of the advocacy of hospitals, knowing that you know, the costs don't disappear; they just get passed on to folks in uncompensated care and sicker kids, sadly.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions, comments? Seeing none, I thank you all for your testimony. Have a great day.
You too.
Next, James Acabellas.
Thank you, Senator Moore. Good morning, distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Jim Acabellas. I'm the Senior Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs here at the Connecticut Hospital Association. And I'm pleased to be here this morning to testify in support of House Bill 5230, an act concerning standards for interpreters for the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing individuals. Since late last summer, CHA has been a part of the working group organized by this Human Services Committee on issues related to the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing community. This was led by Representative Abercrombie, Representative Comey, and Representative Fusco, and we thank them. It was a group of individuals that got together every month and rolled up their sleeves and dealt with significant issues affecting the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing community. This bill and a similar one in the Human Services, in the General Law Committee, addresses these issues that we discussed. It makes clear that the definition of a medical setting includes both physical and mental health, extraordinarily important. I was very pleased this morning to see Commissioner Porter speak favorably in creating a web page that can provide services, information about services for the community, and then have this same web page be on the Department of Social Services, DEMIS, DCF websites. So no matter where you're looking, you have the same information, and we can almost find one web page all across state agencies. And then it expands the number of interpreters by accepting those individuals credited and credentialed by the Massachusetts Commission on the Deaf. We are very supportive of this bill. I'm also supportive of Harvey Corson, as well as Sandy Nzinga's testimony about adding and talking about another category of community interpreters. And what this bill calls for is when the Department of Aging and Disability Services puts up on its website a list of interpreters, it breaks them down by category, meaning medical interpreters with expertise there, community interpreters, legal interpreters. That way, if say you're coming from the city of Hartford and you want to have an interpreter come to at an event, you have more of an ability to know which of the interpreters provide the community setting, as opposed to those that really function in the legal or medical setting. So that's very important. Finally, while I'm here, I want to thank the committee for raising, and we've submitted testimony on Senate Bill 284, an act increasing the age from age 8 to 18 for income eligible persons to be obtained for medical assistance, regardless of immigration status. And a thank you to Senator Slapp, as well as Senator Lesser, discussing the impact that this does have on hospitals. We are supportive of providing coverage in a variety of different ways. So I didn't want to not mention our support for that. Thank you very much.
Oh, I was just going to say 3 minutes is up.
I saw you coming, Cassandra.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm looking for, I don't see any hands up, so thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Marissa Rivera.
Hello, good evening or good afternoon, everybody. Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and other distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. I have to give a heads up. I'm going to speak quite fast for the interpreters. My name is Marissa Rivera, and I'm an advocate from Disability Rights Connecticut. I have significant experience with issues related to the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing community, both through my role at DRCT and in my personal life. I use American Sign Language in my daily life. I'm here to testify about the impact of 2 bills, Senate Bill 198 and House Bill 5230, on people with disabilities. For the first bill, Senate Bill 198, the act concerning the advisory board for persons who are deaf, hard of hearing, or deafblind. The proposed revision seems to remove the liaison from the governor's office. And I feel like this is detrimental to the goal of this advisory board and serving people who are part of the deaf and hard of hearing and deafblind community. To improve the state's accessibility of services for these individuals, it would be beneficial to appoint or reappoint a person from the governor's office, or at least a statewide ADA coordinator, to be on the advisory board. Now, for House Bill 5230, an act concerning standards for the interpreters for the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing persons, my first point is saying that the definition section of updating the mental health definition is extremely helpful to include mental health. Why? Because this is going to ensure that interpreters interpreting in a full range of medical settings have a properly certified interpreter for the deaf, hard of hearing, and deafblind community. My second point is the state registry. The state registry adds a designation for the misdemeanor of people who misrepresent themselves to be a registered sign language interpreter. However, adds the
the Department of Aging and Disability Services, lacks the teeth to remove interpreters from this list for any sort of reason. Members of the deaf community would be significantly benefited if interpreters on the list needed to be in good standing with the state, so that, for example, if there are interpreters found guilty of a Class C misdemeanor under this new designation, they cannot continue to be on this list. Also, if this registry were inclusive of interpreting agencies as well that provide sign language interpreting services, not just individual interpreters, this would be beneficial for the deaf community as well, as many people who are deaf use interpreting services and agencies and facilities as well, rather than contracting directly with interpreters. So if agencies could also be included on this registry list and required to be in good standing, then this would also benefit people with hearing disabilities. My next point, third point, is the ADS website. I'm extremely excited about this creation, and I'm looking forward to having centralized information. However, my concerns are that this is a population that generally has a low English proficiency. I know from experience, and having the information solely in English will be not as helpful. And I recommend that the information also be in ASL and also other accessible formats upon request. This would be more beneficial, as well as if the information included information for people from birth who are deaf to senior citizens. Therefore, it would encompass the whole lifespan of people in the community. My fourth
Thank you so much. I just wanted to interrupt to let you know that your time is up. If you could summarize. Thank you.
Yes. Summarizing, basically in my written testimony that I have submitted, it pushes for more teeth in this bill, and I hope that you guys, all of you, consider this proposal or testimony. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions or comments. Thank you. Next is Gladys Adrovo, followed by Esther Alcantara. Gladys.
Gladys, ¿está ahí para dar su testimonio?
Is there any, is Gladys here?
No, Gladys isn't here, I don't think. I think the next is Esther, and I believe she will be using a Spanish language interpreter.
Thank you. Esther, are you here?
Esther está aquí para dar su testimonio.
¿Escuchan?
Le escuchamos. Si puede, por favor, decir una oración y yo le traduzco, así traduzco todo bien.
Lo haré poco a poco. Buenos días. Esta mañana agradezco a los miembros del Comité de Servicio Humano aquí presente.
Good morning. I thank all the members of the committee that are present today.
Mi nombre es Esther Alcántara, vivo en Hartford, Connecticut. Soy miembro líder del Comité de Lucha de Se Hace Camino, Connecticut.
I am Esther Alcántara, and I am in Hartford, and I am a member of the Fight Back Committee, Make the Road, Connecticut.
Y estoy a favor del SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de niños, sin importar su condición migratoria.
And I am in favor of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years from an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Necesitamos que los niños tengan seguro médico para garantizar que no sufran las mismas experiencias que sufren los adultos por no tener seguro médico.
We need access to health insurance for our children in the immigrant community so that they don't suffer the same experiences that us adults suffer.
Llegué a este país hace 5 años atrás, el mismo tiempo que recuerdo haber tenido la alegría de saber que tenía mi primer hijo y al mismo tiempo el dolor de tener que despedirme de él.
I have been in this country for 5 years, and at that same time, I had just had a baby, and it was very sad to have to leave him behind.
Sumado a esto, junto a 3 cuentas de hospitales sin beneficio alguno por ser indocumentada.
And adding to this experience, I have many medical bills because I don't have access to health insurance because I'm undocumented.
Recuerdo haber llegado a mi cita de rutina cuando el doctor me dijo, lo sentimos, pero su bebé ya no presenta latidos. Seguido a ello me indicaron que visite otro hospital debido a que no tenía un seguro médico.
At one of my checkups, the doctor notified me that my baby did not have a heartbeat, and this was because I wasn't able to get checkups before.
Eso tuve que escuchar 2 veces más, pues en mi ignorancia y desesperación buscaba otra respuesta.
I had to hear that from 2 other doctors because I kept getting second opinions to get a different answer.
Finalmente tuve que esperar cerca de 3 largas semanas más para que una persona me recomendara ir a un centro de aborto.
Finally, I had to wait for 3 more weeks, and a person was able to refer me to a clinic to get an abortion.
Fue ahí para que me extraigan el cuerpo sin vida de mi hijo, ya que ningún hospital que visité podía hacerlo, debido a que no presentaba una emergencia médica y no tenía seguro.
That was the only place where they could take the baby's body out of mine because when I went to the hospital, it didn't present an emergency enough, so I wasn't covered by emergency insurance.
Afortunadamente en todo este tiempo no tuve ninguna emergencia médica.
Fortunately, all of this time I have not had another medical emergency.
Pero en mi mente quedó el hecho de tener en mí un cuerpo muerto y dentro de mí también morían mis sueños y creencias.
But in my mind was left the experience of having a dead body inside mine, and with that, my dead dreams.
Pues bien, que sigue después, pagar los biles, y así tuve que trabajar por más de 1 año para pagar mi deuda.
And afterwards, I had bills that I had to pay, and I had to work for over a year to be able to pay that debt.
Pues en esos momentos no quería tener ningún inconveniente con mi estatus inmigratorio.
And at that time, I didn't want that debt to impact or have any issues with my immigration status.
I'm so sorry I have to interrupt. Your time is over. If you could please summarize. Thank you so much.
Sure. Como ven, el no tener seguro médico es un asunto muy serio en nuestra comunidad.
And not having health insurance is a very serious issue in our community.
Nuestros niños y sus padres, tíos y abuelos necesitan también seguro médico.
Our children need health insurance, but also their parents and their grandparents.
Esperamos que la conversación continúe y todos tengamos seguro médico.
We hope that the conversation will continue and that we can all get access to healthcare.
Apoyo el proyecto de ley SB 284 y espero que la comisión lo apoye también y vote a favor. Gracias por su tiempo.
I support Bill SB 284 and I ask the committee to do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. And I feel regrets for your loss and you going through that. Did you give testimony last year on this bill?
Gracias por su testimonio y nuestro sentido pésame por su pérdida. ¿Usted dio testimonio el año pasado?
No.
Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Next is Gladys here?
Gladys está ahí.
Oh, okay. I'm going on to Samantha Milligan. Is Samantha here?
I lost, can you highlight Christopher? Cass, can you highlight Christopher? Oh, sorry.
So I'm going to go to Christopher. I don't see Samantha. Christopher Gallagher?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
I'm Christopher Gallagher. I am the Federal and State Affairs Consultant for the Obesity Action Coalition. On behalf of the more than 78,000 national members and 1,100 Connecticut-based members of the OAC, we urge you to support Senate Bill 282, which would require broader health insurance coverage for bariatric and metabolic surgery and FDA-approved anti-obesity medications. Throughout the past decades, the prevalence of obesity has skyrocketed across our country, with now nearly 30% of Connecticut citizens affected by obesity. Despite this fact, many policymakers continue to view obesity as a lifestyle choice or personal failing. These perceptions and attitudes have allowed health insurance plans to take vastly different approaches in determining treatment coverage, even after growing data demonstrating a clear link between obesity and poor outcomes associated with COVID-19. It's time for a paradigm change and for health plans to adopt a comprehensive benefit approach toward treating obesity. Since 2013, when the AMA adopted policy declaring obesity a disease and supporting patient access to treatment, numerous federal and state policy organizations have followed suit. For example, in 2014, the Office of Personnel Management that governs the Federal Employee Health Plan stated that it is no longer allowed to exclude obesity treatment coverage on the basis that obesity is a lifestyle condition or that treatment is cosmetic. In 2015, the National Council of Insurance Legislators adopted its first ever disease-specific policy statement, urging Medicaid, state employee, and state health exchange plans to update their benefit structures to improve access to and coverage of obesity treatments, such as pharmacotherapy and bariatric surgery. 2018, the National Lieutenant Governors Association also chimed in for increasing access to obesity treatment. And in 2020, the national organizations representing the Black and Hispanic caucuses of state legislatures also voiced their support for expanding patient access to treatment in Medicaid. Our country must acknowledge obesity for the chronic disease that it is and take steps to treat it in the same serious fashion as other chronic disease states, such as diabetes and hypertension. We urge you and your colleagues on the committee to support SB 282 to stand up for coverage of all medically necessary obesity treatment avenues, including bariatric surgery and FDA-approved anti-obesity medications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Senator Berthel has a question for you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. Chris, thank you for being here today and for your testimony in support of the bill. This is an important measure. I think you know that I have been an advocate for including this type of coverage in our healthcare services and healthcare insurance in Connecticut. So I don't have a question for you. And Madam Chair, I want to be respectful of the many people that are waiting behind us just to express my appreciation for Mr. Gallagher joining us and sharing his support of the bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Senator. Senator Lesser.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just want to associate myself with the remarks of Senator Berthel. He and I have worked together on this issue for many years in the Insurance Committee, and I'm just glad to see it moving forward in the Human Services Committee as well. Want to echo the point that Mr. Gallagher made about support of the Black and Hispanic caucuses nationally. I know it's a priority for many members of the BPRC in Connecticut. So just wanted to thank him for his testimony. And I don't always agree with Senator Berthel, but I think we do on this one, and hoping we can move it forward this year.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir. Is Samantha here? Milligan? All right, so I'm going to move on to Siang M. Hong. Siang? S-E-O-N-G. Okay, I move on to Francisco Aaron Gonzalez.
Hello.
Hi,
Hi.
Francisco. I see you.
My name is Francisco Aron Gonzalez Villatoro, and I am a member of the Semilla Collective and a resident of New Haven. I am an immigrant. I stand in support of SB 204, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigrant status, expanding access to Husky up to age 18, regardless of immigrant status, is an important step in ensuring our immigrant community has access to the healthcare we need. Our work doesn't end with expanding access up to age 18. We need to open Husky for all ages, including parents. So me and my siblings came to the US 6 years ago from Mexico in order to escape from the present struggles people go through in the country. We came here to meet my mother after we haven't met each other in 7 years. And through that time, we have worked for a while. I have worked for a while. Through all the time, we have never had access to healthcare. And it was times in which we will follow work and we had no access to it. There was times which my mother would work all night and she'll come home and her hands hurt, she got burned. And there was no ways for her to be treated because we had no access to healthcare at all. And there was no way for us to take her to the hospital because we already struggled to pay our bills while working long shifts and struggle to those long shifts with pain as to work even longer shifts just to be able to pay the medical bills that we will get if we were to go to the hospital. And that is my case now. The same after years have passed, I started working even more in order to pay my own bills. And now I have problems with my joints, I have problems with my knees, I have problems with my hands, and I work making pizza. And that means constant pounding on the dough and constant opening and closing the doors and constant bending down and standing up. And it's long shifts of simply standing up. And at the end of the day, I come home and have back pain, I have knee pain, I have hand problems, arthritis, and it just does not make sense that I'm not capable of simply going to the hospital because I can't do anything about it. I already struggled to pay my bills, and now I have to struggle even more simply to go to the hospital and pay my medical bills. And then it doesn't stop there. It starts with my family, with my dad not being able to see enough. He doesn't drive at night anymore. He can't see at night. He needs glasses, but he doesn't have the money to go to the hospital or to go to the optician to get glasses. Same with my mother. She struggles to read. She closes her eyes really, really tiny in order to see the tiny font on the letters. And she struggles. She doesn't read as much as she used to because she can't afford to. And if Husky were allowed into our lives, many things will change. I'll be happier. I'll be able to walk more. I'll be able to run. I will be able to write more. I'm an artist. I can write and I can draw as much as I used to because my hands hurt. Same with my mother. She can't read as much as she used to because she can't afford to. Same with my dad. He doesn't drive as much as he used to. And many things will change if Husky were brought into all the other people.
Excuse me, sorry, your time is up. If you could please summarize. Thank you so much.
And I stand in support of SB 204, and I ask the community to support and pass this legislation. Looking forward, I ask the community to work towards opening access to all immigrants regardless of age. Thank you for your time. My name is Francisco Aron Gonzalez Villatoro.
Thank you for your testimony, Francisco. Representative Hughes has a question for you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Francisco, and thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me. I just wanted, I love that how comprehensive you talked about the whole family, and you talked about your own mental health impact of not accessing healthcare, or how it would change if you all had access to healthcare. I just wanted to ask a question. Does your parents pay taxes to the state of Connecticut? Do your parents? Yes. And then also, would access to healthcare impact their economic stability and viability if they had access to healthcare?
I'm sorry, couldn't you? What was it?
Would access to primary healthcare impact their economic stability?
I think, well, it would, yes. it wouldn't in a positive way. It will help them to be able to access more things and to have more things in general.
And to be able to work, right?
Yes.
To continue to work at their full capacity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Francisco, for your testimony today.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. I don't see any other questions. I'm going to move on to, it's not Samantha Milligan. Hi, Samantha, I see you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Samantha Milligan, and I'm a resident of Greenwich, Connecticut. I am currently pursuing my master's degree in social work at the University of Connecticut. I am a US citizen. I stand in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. It is my privilege to be able to speak in front of you today and explain the importance of passing this bill. I am originally from Tucson, Arizona, and lived there until I was 18 years old. I then moved to Chile and lived there for 13 years with my Chilean husband and 2 children. My children are currently 14 and 11 years old and have dual US Chilean citizenship. My husband just recently became a nationalized citizen. I have worked as a translator and English as a second language teacher for over 20 years, and I'm now pursuing my career in social work where I hope to advocate marginalized populations. I have been interning the last year at a Department of Human Services, and a large portion of our clientele are Latinx and many are undocumented. It is my duty as a professional and a US citizen to stand for the importance of passing this legislation. My family and I are the lucky ones. We have access to healthcare. We pay a premium and have a hefty deductible, but we can access all forms of healthcare, and I cannot imagine our lives without being able to do so. We are also a healthy family without the necessity of specialized healthcare. The passing of this legislation is not only necessary, it is a human right. According to the Declaration of Human Rights, all people have the right to equal treatment. Undocumented immigrants have the right to equal treatment with regard to healthcare. Our community would benefit by being proactive and allowing all undocumented children and ultimately all undocumented immigrants the ability to access healthcare. Although these individuals are undocumented, they are an important aspect to our economy. They pay taxes and positively affect our society. By allowing undocumented immigrants Husky, the cost of medical coverage for those individuals that need emergency care would decrease, which would benefit us all. I am in support of SB 284, and I humbly ask this committee to pass this legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Samantha. I don't see any questions, so thank you. Next is Dr. Lewis Telford, followed by Jocelyn Lillis. I don't see Dr. Telford, so I'm going to go to Jocelyn. Hi, Jocelyn.
Jocelyn Lili, ¿está ahí?
Correct. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Jocelyn Lillis. I am from Hamden, Connecticut. I am a medical case manager for the Ryan White program at Apex Community Care, which works with a diverse population of clients living with HIV. I stand in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. Many of my clients are, all of my clients are HIV positive, and many have come to this country for a better life and to access the American dream. Nearly all of my undocumented clients could not access or afford the medication and care needed to reach the undetectable status in their home countries. Undetectable means that the amount of HIV in the blood is so low that it cannot be transmitted to others, and that is achieved by taking antiretrovirals every day. My job as a medical case manager is to help clients remove or overcome barriers that could inhibit their ability to remain consistently engaged in medical care and achieve undetectable status. My clients have a number of issues to navigate when it comes to remaining undetectable: housing instability, discrimination, food insecurity, poverty, and a lack of social support. Many of my clients are parents, and they would always place their children's health and well-being above their own. Worrying about their children's health or the cost of affording healthcare does not have to be a barrier that prevents them from achieving and maintaining undetectable status. I want to thank you for hearing my concerns. I support SB 284, and I ask the committee to help pass this legislation because healthier communities benefit us all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jocelyn. I see Senator Lesser has his hand up.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jocelyn, for your testimony. Just a question about, I know it's really important that we provide, necessary services to people living with HIV/AIDS in Connecticut. Do you know if, I know that Medicare and Medicaid are the largest funders of services for that community, but do you know if Ryan White funding is limited to people who have lawful presence, or is that something that is available to the community at large?
So we can help them with that, but the issue is any instability really in a client's life can disrupt their ability to get labs every 3 to 6 months, take their medication every day, and see their provider regularly if they have concerns about their kids or their families or finances. Finance is a huge stressor. It just, it's not helpful to them getting to and maintaining undetectable status, which is critical for lifelong quality of health.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you. Looking to see, I don't see any other questions. Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate it. Let me just check because we're trying to get someone to.
Senator Moore, I believe Dr. Lewis Tellisford has joined us. He was number 32.
All right, then thank you. Dr. Telford. You unmute your mic, sir.
Yes, can you hear me now?
I can, thank you.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to testify on medications regarding weight loss. The obesity epidemic in the United States and in Connecticut in particular has been brought up by the physicians prior to me. I have had well over 10 years of experience using the class of GLP medications, which has been very effective in weight loss up to 15% of body weight. I consider it to be medications that are akin to that of what I call medical bariatric surgery in terms of weight loss up to 110 pounds in patients. And I simply ask that the state offer coverage for these medications, such as Saxenda and Ozempic, or its cousin, Wegovy, as a useful medication to prevent diseases, complications of obesity, sleep apnea, diabetes, prevention of diabetes, high blood pressure, cardiovascular disease. It's rather endemic in the African American community. They've been very successful with this. And I leave the rest of my time for any questions that I might be asked. We have lost well over 2,000 pounds total practice weight loss on these medications. And we're seeing weight losses in excess of 110 pounds.
Thank you, Doctor. I know Senator Berthel would like to speak. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, thank you for your testimony and for sharing that amazing, the amazing statistics about success with good intervention and good medicine. It's helping people to understand that obesity is truly a disease and is not just a often misunderstood as a lifestyle choice. You know, you'd make a decision to eat too much and it's your choice to do that. And helping people to understand that this is very much a disease. It is an addiction. It's something that has to be fought very much in the same way that someone might fight alcoholism or substance abuse or any other kind of thing that you can get addicted to. So thank you so much for providing that insight. And I know we're going to hear from others today that will continue to emphasize as well how profoundly obesity affects people of color and how it has affected people of color even more profoundly during COVID. Some of the doctors that will testify after you today will be bringing some startling statistics regarding that. So again, Madam Chair, I apologize. I didn't have a question, but I did want to recognize the good doctor for being here today and sharing the information that he did. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you for your testimony, doctor.
And be well.
Next is Carmen Ortega, followed by Patricia Rosas.
Ahora es el turno de Carmen Ortega y la próxima es Patricia Rosas. I think Carmen is not here, but Patricia is.
Okay, so we'll go on to who's here then, okay? Patricia? Is Patricia here?
Yeah, Patricia Rosas, ¿estás?
Sí, sí, no podía abrir la... Ok.
You can begin.
Pati, puedes empezar y puedes leer tu testimonio completo y yo lo leo después en inglés.
So no paro.
No pares, no hace falta. She will read her whole testimony and then I will read in English.
Ok. Estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos de Connecticut, buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Patricia Rosas y vivo en Hartford, Connecticut. Soy miembro del Grupo Manos Unidas de New Britain. Estoy a favor de SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños, sin importar su condición migratoria, porque sería un paso adelante para conseguir acceso al husky para toda nuestra comunidad inmigrante, sin importar la edad. Estoy en este país desde el año 1990 y en algunos casos he tenido muy malas experiencias por no tener seguro médico. El más complicado fue en el 2019. Venía padeciendo dolores por muchos años, los cuales fueron empeorando con el paso del tiempo, hasta que no podía soportarlos más. Busqué ayuda en Malta House, una amiga me lo recomendó y ahí empezó una pesadilla. Me enviaron a San Francisco Hospital para exámenes. Cuando volví a Malta House por resultados, la doctora me dijo que tenía una piedra en la vesícula y que había algo más, pero que para eso tenía que ver a un especialista. Eso se me hizo imposible en ese momento porque sin seguro médico no me atenderían. Así que pasaron más meses hasta que gracias a amigas, amigos y a la comunidad, que me ayudaron moralmente y reuniendo el dinero que se necesitaba. Después de pasarla muy mal, pude ser operada, pues aparte de la piedra, tenía cáncer en el riñón derecho. Me tuvieron que quitar la vesícula y el riñón. Quisiera paso a paso escribirles de todos los inconvenientes que tenemos los inmigrantes por no tener seguro médico, pero sería muy largo. Solo espero que por favor se toquen el corazón y se pongan en nuestros zapatos. ¿Qué harían ustedes si no tuvieran el privilegio de tener acceso al cuidado de salud? Yo, al igual que muchos inmigrantes, contribuimos en este país que se ha vuelto nuestra segunda casa. Somos trabajadores esenciales, por lo tanto, tenemos derecho a vivir una mejor vida. En mi caso, me tienen que revisar por 5 años cada año para ver que todo está bien y sin seguro médico es casi imposible. Es muy estresante vivir así. Por eso necesitamos que apoyen el proyecto de ley SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 0 a 18 años.
Excuse me, sorry, we're halfway through. If we can please have the translator translate.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Rosas. I live in Hartford. I'm a member of New Britain Manos Unidas group. I am in favor of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status, because it would be a big step towards getting access to housekeeping for all our immigrant community regardless of age. I have been in this country since 1990, and in some cases I have had very bad experiences for not having health insurance. The most complicated one was in 2019. I had been suffering from pain for many years, which got worse and worse as time went by until I could not stand it anymore. I sought help at Malta House. A friend recommended it, and that's when the nightmare began. I was sent to St. Francis for tests. When I went back to Malta House for the results, the doctor told me that I had a gallstone and that there was something else, but I had to see a specialist. That was impossible for me at that time because without medical insurance, they would not see me. So more months passed. Thanks to my friends in the community, after having a very bad time, I was able to be operated or get surgery because of the stone. And I also had cancer in my right kidney. They had to remove my gallbladder and kidney. I would like to describe step by step all the inconveniences that we immigrants go through because we don't have medical insurance, but it would be very long. I just hope that you will please touch your hearts and put yourselves in our shoes. What would you do if you did not have the privilege of having access to healthcare? I, like many immigrants, contribute to this country that has become our second home. We are essential workers, therefore we have the right to live a better life. In my case, I have to be checked for 5 years every year to make sure that everything's okay, and without health insurance, that is almost impossible. It is very stressful to live like this. Please support Bill SB 284 to continue advancing our right to healthcare. Thank you for your time, Patricia Rosas.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions. Have a good day. I'm moving on to Susan Sarmiento and then Carmen Bozate.
Susan, soy Jonathan. Voy a traducir tu testimonio. Si quieres léelo entero o en frases, lo puedo decir en inglés después.
It's okay. I have it in English. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to be in front of you. My name is Susan Sarmiento, and I am a parent of 2 children, and I live in Hartford as a proud neighbor from behind the rocks. I am a leader in my community in different organizations, and today I am here as a member of the Fight Back Committee of Make the Road Connecticut. I stand in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. I apologize, I'm a little nervous. Today I come to you representing the many parents and families that struggle every day to access quality, affordable healthcare with minimal consequences. In our state of Connecticut, there are many families that don't have access to health insurance. In my own experience, I can say that our immigrant community suffers a lot from this situation. My father, a hardworking man who lived in this country for more than 35 years, he worked hard for his family. He gave it his all, everything for the education of and the well-being of his children. He was forced to and had no choice to leave this country. He had to return to his country of origin, since once he could not have access, he couldn't work anymore. So he had to return to our country, Peru. He is close to 80 years old, and he had no insurance. As an elderly person, he had no choice but to return to his country, leaving his 7 grandchildren, his 4 children, and his wife. My father paid all his taxes and the years that he lived in this country and contributed to the economy of our country. And he had the right to be able to live a quiet life in the company of his children and family, receiving medical attention that is worthy. I work in the community. I see the injustice that young people, adults, and the elderly must face when it comes to access to healthcare. And we are not going to even talk about how this impacts a person's mental health. Families are praying every day that no one gets sick or that no one gets in an accident, being faced with decisions that if they had to spend money, it would be for the children, and leaving aside their own health because they know that they can't afford a medical visit. Our community deserves better healthcare, and the reality is that there is not enough right now. Many undocumented families pay their taxes as they should be, and they contribute to the economy of this country. They contribute to their communities and deserve better healthcare. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, I'm moving on now to, is it Patricia Oliver or Olivier?
Patricia está ahí. Yes, she is here. I do see her. Patricia, si quiere compartir en español su testimonio, lo puedo traducir en total. O está en mute, no la podemos escuchar.
Ok, gracias. Mi nombre es Patricia Olivier y vivo en New Britain, Connecticut, y vine a este país hace 14 años con una ilusión de ayudar a mi familia y dar un mejor porvenir. Le agradezco de antemano al Comité de Servicios Humanos por ayudarnos. Estamos pidiendo nosotros ahora que nos apoyen con la ley SB 284, donde permiten que los niños tengan husky de 8 a 18 años. Siento que es muy bueno porque nosotros necesitamos eso para nuestros hijos. Yo vine aquí y al quedar embarazada me dio la diabetes. De ahí fue avanzando. Por no tener seguro médico, ha ido empeorando. Ahora tengo glaucoma, ya solamente se me están cerrando los ojos de lado. No tengo para los medicamentos, para unos anteojos. Entonces, la diabetes ha afectado mucho mis tendones. Estoy perdiendo el movimiento de mis dedos de mis manos y por ello perdí mi trabajo. También la diabetes ahora en lo del COVID, el encierro, la depresión, me ha hecho mucha falta la ayuda de especialistas. Siento a veces que me arden mis piernas como si me estuviera quemando por dentro. Me ha afectado tanto que he perdido mis dientes. Tuve que conseguir en diferentes asociaciones con familiares, con amigos, para poderme poner una dentadura. La ayuda que he recibido les agradezco, pero todavía aún así nos falta mucho y queremos que nos apoyen. Si nosotros logramos tener esa ley para los niños hasta 18 años, va a ser un camino más adelante para que nos puedan ayudar. Recuerden, si ustedes nos apoyan, tendremos salud y podemos ayudar a más a nuestra familia. Este país crecerá más y nuestras ciudades estará llena de gente responsable, trabajadora, y vamos a combatir más sobre droga, alcohol, y tendremos a nuestros hijos juntos. Pero si nosotros nos sentimos mal,
we could start translating. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Patricia. Dear members of the Connecticut Human Service Committee, good afternoon. My name is Patricia Oliver, and I live in New Britain, Connecticut. I am Mexican. I came into this country to achieve my goals of having a better life and helping my family. I am in favor of SB 284 because it is an important step forward in getting health insurance for all immigrants. I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes 17 years ago. It has been damaging many of my tendons. Because of this, I have also lost my job because I lost my mobility in my fingers. I have been getting a lot of cramps everywhere in my body, both in my feet, stomach, and back. Sometimes my legs feels like they are burning inside. It is a very strong burning feeling. My eyes are also been damaged. I have been diagnosed with glaucoma. I need glasses. I need to go to specialists. I need medication. Even insulin is very hard to get and very expensive. I have had to seek financial help from associations to be able to pay for my glasses. And this has also damaged me psychologically. And now with COVID, I have a lot of depression. My blood sugar has accelerated even more, and going to a specialist is too expensive. So now I ask and beg you to consider and a little humanity with us immigrants. We ask you to support SB 284 because it's an important step towards what we really need to give Husky to immigrants of all ages, children, youth, and adults. Then we'll be able to work because we are responsible and hardworking people. If we are healthy, we can help move our cities forward and this country forward because it will be full of hardworking and honest people, and there will be no more drug addiction or avoidable problems. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Gracias
I
por
don't
su testimonio.
I don't see any other questions. I'm now looking for Rosario T-Paz, followed by Deborah Alice. Is Rosario here?
Rosario, ¿estás aquí?
Sí.
Si quieres, puedes comenzar y lo traduzco cuando termines.
Ok. Buenas tardes a todo el Comité de Servicios Humanos. Mi nombre es Rosario Tepos, miembros del Comité de Lucha de Se Hace Camino Conérico. Soy de México y llegué aquí a Conérico hace 10 años. Estoy a favor de la SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria. Sé lo difícil que es ver a dos niños con dos accesos a la salud de manera diferente. Les cuento, tengo 2 hijos, uno tiene seguro médico y otro no tiene seguro médico. Y esto me duele en el alma, pues ellos mismos han vivido y entienden lo que esto significa. Mi niño mayor que estudia en la escuela Magnet de Montessori en Hartford no tiene seguro médico. Llegó a los Estados Unidos con solo 2 añitos. Hoy ya tiene 12 años. Esto quiere decir que de 10 años lleva aquí viviendo en Connecticut sin seguro médico. Esto se traduce a no poder visitar frecuentemente y según las recomendaciones del pediatra ni dentistas. Y cuando se enferma, tener que visitar a la sala de emergencia y las visitas a la sala de emergencia conllevan deudas hospitalarias para nosotros. En una ocasión tenían que removerle 4 dientes y colocarle una corona, y las 2 opciones fueron hacerlo en una clínica comunitaria sin anestesia o en una clínica privada con anestesia, y yo pagando todos los servicios, las facturas, en un lugar privado. Fueron aproximadamente $2,000. Por lo contrario, mi niña tiene 4 años, nació en Connecticut, ha podido visitar su pediatra y dentistas con frecuencia, sin preocupaciones económicas. Nos da mucha tristeza, pues mi niño se da cuenta de la diferencia entre su hermana y él cuando se trata de servicios de salud. En varias ocasiones le he tenido que explicar qué significa tener seguro médico y por qué él no nació en Estados Unidos. No tiene seguro médico y a él le duele ver la diferencia entre servicios que él recibe y los que recibe su hermana menor.
Excuse me, sorry, you've reached your halfway point. If we can please have the translator come on.
Voy a leer el traducir, okay? My name is Rosario Tepos, a member of Make the Road, Connecticut's Fight Back Committee. I am from Mexico and I came to Connecticut 10 years ago. I am in favor of SB 284. I know how difficult it is to see 2 children with 2 different access to healthcare. Well, I tell you, I have 2 children. One has health insurance and one does not have health insurance. And this hurts me to my soul. They themselves have lived and understand what this means. My oldest child, who studies at the Montessori Magnet School in Hartford, does not have health insurance. He came to the United States when he was 2 years old. Today, he is 12 years old. That means that out of the 12 years, 10 years he has been here in Connecticut without health insurance. This translates into not being able to visit pediatricians and dentists frequently as recommended. And when he gets sick, he has to visit the emergency room. And emergency room visits mean hospital bills for us. On one occasion, he had to have 4 teeth removed and a crown placed, and 2 options were do it at the community clinic without anesthesia or at a private clinic with anesthesia and you pay for the services. The bills at the private place were approximately $2,000. In contrast, my other child is 4 years old, and since she was born in Connecticut, she has been able to visit her pediatrician and dentist frequently and without financial worries. It makes me very sad as my child realizes the difference between his sister and him when it comes to healthcare. On several occasions, I've had to explain to him what it means to have health insurance and why he was not born in the United States and does not have health insurance. It hurts him to see the difference between the services he receives compared to his younger sister. This hurts him, and it hurts me even more as a mother. I tell you this story to show you how important it is that our children have access to health insurance, but more importantly, that the conversation continues and that all of us, including adults, have access to health insurance. In order to ensure healthy children, their parents, aunts, uncles, and grandparents need to be healthy as well. I support SB 284 and hope that the committee will support it and vote for it. Thank you for your time. Rosario Depos. Gracias, Rosario.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Is Deborah Ellis here? Ma'am Cooper? Chris Shimko? Conant Shonelli?
Yes.
Conley? Conant, I see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Conant Shonley here from Charter Oak Home Care. Today, I come before you to discuss the unfortunate state of the Medicaid reimbursement rates for personal care services here in Connecticut. My father founded Charter Oak Home Care back in 1985 as one of the first, if not the first, home care companies in our state. And his goal, as is my goal now, is to provide excellent care to all of our clients throughout our state. However, sadly today, our caregivers are being forced to choose between serving a Medicaid client they've had for years or making over $5 more to provide the same services to our private and privately insured clients. I want to give you a brief history of the reimbursement rates here in Connecticut. In 2008, Connecticut PCA, which is personal care rate, was $18.88 an hour. And 14 years later, as of January 2022, just 2 months ago, the billable PCA rate was only $20.12 an hour. And this means that over the past 14 years, our reimbursement rate has increased by only $1.24 total, or 6%. And I want to compare that to the Connecticut minimum wage. In 2008, the Connecticut minimum wage was $7.65 an hour. And as of January 2022, just 2 months ago, it was $13 an hour. And in 2023, it's going to go up again to $15 an hour. You see, Connecticut's Medicaid rates are woefully behind many other states in our country. If you look at states like Tennessee or North Carolina, where their PCA rate for the same service is $23.80, or Washington State, where it's over $30 an hour for the same service that we're providing. In short, our caregivers, the moms and the dads working with us should have equal pay for equal work. And they shouldn't have to choose between putting gas in their car and food on their table and serving a Medicaid client. It's time to prioritize care for our seniors, who are some of the most vulnerable in our state. And I call upon you to increase the Medicaid waiver funding for the Connecticut Home Care Program and programs like it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. I see Representative Case has a question followed by Representative Cook.
Good afternoon, Connor. Nice to see you. And so through your agency, real quickly, I read your testimony in your letter that you sent, and it was about 14 years before there was a reimbursement increase.
Yes.
14 years seems a long time. And what do you see through your agency as far as what you say the state of Connecticut as far as keeping people at home?
That's a great question. So Department of Social Services has actually done a study on this, and their study concludes that home care services save Connecticut about $142 million per year. And it's about half the cost of institutional care. So that's going into a nursing home or other care facility. So it's actually much cheaper to stay at home. And many of our seniors really want to remain at home. They don't want to go into nursing homes, but because of cost, they're often not able to stay home. And so a big fear for us is that we're not able to pay our caregivers enough to serve state clients. And if they can go and work for Taco Bell and make more money than they can serving our clients, it's a really sad state of affairs. There have been 2 small increases over that period, and the total of those increases was the $1.24, just to be clear.
So thank you. And you're a small agency, correct?
Yes, we are. We have about 100 and some clients. And for us, serving our clients with care has been absolutely key. Our company has a great reputation, and our caregivers are happy to work for us, but it's really, really hard for us to have to put our caregivers in a position where they're having to choose between keeping a client they've had for years or switching over and making an average of $5 more an hour to serve our private pay clients. And that's a choice that no one should have to make.
So, and I'll end it at this, Madam Chair. So your employees have the ability to choose a private pay or a state pay, even though I know I've had a conversation that they usually don't because they like to care for all, but they have the ability to choose. And that kind of, to me, is scary.
Yes, that's correct. They do, and it's been heartbreaking because our caregivers have been coming to us saying, why can't you pay more for the client I've been doing for the past 10 years, and you have somebody else who's privately or private pay or who's getting private insurance who's getting $6 more an hour than I am. And we have to say it's because the state has not given us a substantial increase. So we're only able to pass on what the state is providing to us. And so it's just been really, really challenging. And the fear that I have is that home care agencies are going to stop serving state clients. And that's going to be bad for the state. The state's going to spend more, and it's going to be much, much worse for the Medicaid clients who depend upon home care services.
And Connor, I thank you for coming. I thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging my questions. And hopefully we'll hear from some of your colleagues today, Connor, on this. And I know the commissioner is anxious to get some more info too. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Case. I'm going to pass this on to Representative Abercrombie as I step out for a moment. Representative Cook, you're up next. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, Connor, great to see you. And I want to thank you all thank you and your employees for everything that you do for the folks in our community. If we do not accomplish giving you all a raise, what does that look like for the future of your company and your employees?
That's a great question. What's going to happen is it's going to switch over to private pay. There's a huge elderly population in Connecticut, and the elderly population is only increasing. And so what's going to happen is we're going to be forced to provide services to more and more private pay clients. And we're going to have to cut down on the number of Medicaid clients that we have, which we don't want to do. We've had these clients for years. They're great people, and our caregivers love serving them. So it's going to have a really serious impact and also psychological impact on our caregivers. So it's going to be quite significant, and it's going to be hard for the state to find other agencies to serve these clients. We're in an area where there's not as many home care agencies. So if our agency isn't able to serve them, there's not a lot of other agencies who can step in and provide care to them. And it's just really sad to me. So thank you for your question.
And and Madam Chair, I know that we have a significant amount of folks, and I can easily drive down the street and see Conant, and I've done that several times. There's one more question I think it's vitally important. During the last 2 years, we've seen a terrible impact on the home care and our elderly. And you all did not waver, and you maintained the line taking care of our elderly. Did you lose anyone, any employees during the last couple of years that were not able to work? Or did they all continue to maintain regardless of what the pay was and the conditions?
Our caregivers are absolute heroes. They have stuck with their clients. They've kept serving them in really tough times. And I will also say that the state hasn't given us any increase for COVID. And so for us, it's been really, really hard for our caregivers who have been asking about extra pay. They're actually serving clients that have COVID in many cases. And our scheduling team will call them and say, hey, do you want to go to this client? And they'll say, yes, I have been with them for 5 years. And if I don't go, who will, right? And so our company has actually paid them extra out of our own pockets just to help compensating them for the great work that they've been doing. But that can't be continued long-term, because we're actually losing money doing that. But just given the absolute great work that our caregivers have done, it's been great to see. It's been super heartwarming. And I hope that it continues for some time to come. So yeah, I mean, the caregivers have been great, but it is hard to get caregivers now because of the state rates that we're being given. So it's hard to find new caregivers now.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing real life to the conversation, and for all you do for our elderly folks and folks that are staying at home. I appreciate it. It's great to see you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and have a great day.
Thank you.
Up next, Maria Bellatoro. Maria. Up next, Karen Siegel. Karen. Holly Hackett. I see Holly. Hi, Holly.
Hi, Representative Abercrombie. Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and distinguished members of the Human Service Committee. My name is Holly Hackett. I am the Office Administrator at Keep the Promise Coalition, or KTP, and a resident of East Haven, I'm also an incorporating member of Medicare for All Connecticut, a co-chair of Mothers and Others for Justice Health Committee, which is helping everyone achieve lifelong trusted health care, also CARE, Community Alliance for Research and Engagement, their REACH Steering Committee, which is racial and ethnic approaches to community health. So as you can all see, for all of my life, I am personally and professionally, to the best of my physical health capabilities, I fight for health justice for all. So all means all, and healthcare is a human right. I am here today to testify in favor of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. KTP maintains its focus since 1999 on assuring that Connecticut provides the comprehensive range of housing, supports, and services that persons of every age need to maintain good health, including mental health, and play an active role in the community. In order to accomplish this goal, advocacy is required on all levels of government, and KTP is committed to doing all that it can in ensuring that the voices of people with lived experiences are heard when decisions are being made. We at KTP support SB 284 and ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. Looking forward, we ask the committee to work towards opening access to all community members in Connecticut, regardless of age, status, or abilities. We feel the same way at Medicare for All Connecticut as an organization, that we support this bill because it is an incremental change. However, it does not go far enough to include everyone. I have made a lot of observations with this testimony, and listening to everyone today, I have been shocked and awed by a lot. But one of the things I really need to bring to people's attention, which I'm not sure if any of you realize, is that this committee is actually continuing to marginalize the immigrant community that you are trying to hear testimony on, because you are cutting their in-person testimonies in half. And I understand there's time frames and limitations, but it's not fair to them that you're only hearing half of their story in some cases. I would like to say that really please go back and listen to what Representative Farrar said, and Senator, I'm sorry, I have it in my notes, Senator Slapp's testimonies. Listen, it's not just morally the right thing to do, but it's financially the right thing to do for the state. I keep noticing that Commissioner Gifford was referring to the cost of the programs and she's not in favor of. Guys, we have a budget surplus, so let's get moving here. And let's stop not covering or taking away services and things that the most marginalized communities in this state need.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are up. Can you please summarize? Thank you.
I sure can. Once everyone stops taking away from marginalized communities and giving them all a hand up, our entire state will be better for it. Thank you all so much for listening to me. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you, Holly. Seeing no questions, have a great day.
Thank you.
We're going to go back to number 45, Maria Villataro. Maria?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Maria Villatoro. I'm from Mexico. I'm living here in New Haven around 10 years. And I'm here to raise my voice about the support of SB 284, a bill will expand housekeeping to people up to 18 years old, regardless of their immigration status. It's hard for me to explain how hard it is to have the service of medical assistance, because I need to work so hard to cover my bills
my family, my food. And when I was sick, I need to send money to my kids in Mexico. And sometimes I can't take care of my healthy because I don't have enough money. And it's hard to go to work when you are sick. And like immigrant, I understand a lot of people who is in pain right now and they need to work so hard to bring money for their family. I don't say we deserve everything, but we need the small chance to have that little support to pay our bills, to have a service without to feel we don't deserve to go to the doctor because we are an immigrant person. It's our dreams to work hard in this country. It's our dream to go back to our country with all our body complete. But sometimes when we work so hard in this country and we come back in ours, we come back with illness, we come back broken because we work so hard here and we don't have everything to cover our healthy issues when we are here because we need to cover both lives, our life with our family in Mexico and our life here, like our workers. I'm sorry if I took too much time.
Maria, you did fine. You did fine. No apologies necessary. Representative Hughes?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Maria, for your heartfelt testimony. The question, did you work throughout the pandemic? Are you an essential worker?
I work in a bakery and we cover our the most we can to take care about the COVID, and we use masks. We try to take care about everything. We took the vaccine, the free ways to protect ourselves. But if, for example, we have issues like if we need to go to the hospital, the bill is too high for us. And that is a huge issue for every immigrant. We can use our help from everywhere because we don't know how to ask for that.
It's been a real stress, hasn't it? And the COVID, and you said you were sick. Did you get COVID?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so glad you recovered.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria, for your testimony. We do appreciate it. We're going to go back to elected officials. We've been joined by Senator Austin. Senator Austin, good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to be with all of you today, and I want to thank you for allowing me to testify on two of the bills that you have in today. One is called an act on naturopaths. I did two legislative OLR researches on two different issues. One was on naturopathic physicians being allowed to distribute and prescribe medications on a limited basis. And I provided the list of states. I'm not going to bother to read them out to you, but I did provide for you as my testimony the legislative research report. I think that this is an important issue to allow people to use their own form, and naturopathic physicians, different than a naturopath, do have the training to be allowed to prescribe these medications. I do have another piece of legislation. I want to thank the chair for allowing me to put this piece of legislation in and actually having a hearing. And this is on the Indian Child Welfare Act. And many of you know that I've been doing a lot of work around the 5 state recognized Native American tribes. And this is an issue for all of the state recognized tribes. The federally recognized tribes, which would also be covered under this, are also covered under the Federal Indian Child Welfare Act. And you may see some testimony from the Mashantucket tribe for some language tweaks. And you should see people here from both the Eastern Pequots and the Scotticoats, and then Golden Hill Bugussets may be submitting written testimony. And why is this important? Well, for many years historically, the Native American communities were pushed off to the side. As a matter of fact, the Treaty of Hartford passed right before Connecticut was Connecticut, said that the Native American communities, in particular the Pequots, could not use their name or their language. And as a matter of fact, they had to assimilate with either the Mohegans or another tribe that is not in Connecticut now. I think that this is something that we have to look at, and I would appreciate everyone's consideration on this piece of legislation. You also have an OLR report on this, on what other states have done relative to the Indian Child Welfare Act, and making sure that they could stay within their communities if so desired. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your leadership on this issue. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you very much and have a great day.
You too. You have a nice, quiet day, all of you.
Thank you. Up next, number 48, Elizabeth Gonzalez. Elizabeth?
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Elizabeth González, soy de nacionalidad mexicana y tengo 4 hijos.
My name is Elizabeth Gonzalez. I am from Mexico and I have 4 children.
Estoy a favor de la ley SB 284 para asistencia médica para personas mayores de 18 años.
And I am in favor of SB 284.
Quisiera de manera muy respetuosa tomen nuestros lugares, se pongan la mano en el corazón.
In a respectful way, I hope that each of you can look into your heart
Y entiendan que somos personas con familia, que venimos a trabajar.
and understand that we are people with families who simply want to work hard.
Que también necesitamos asistencia para nuestros hijos, para nuestros ancianos.
And we also need health coverage for our children and our families.
Hace 4 años perdí a mi padre y es algo que no es fácil de asimilar, pero entiendo a tantas personas a las que están sufriendo por tanto, por tener que dejar a sus hijos, trabajar para cubrir gastos, tanto utilidades, renta, comida, ingresos que tengan que tener en la familia.
About a few years ago, there was a family member lost. The father died, and she understands how difficult it is to have to work and provide food and pay rent for her family.
Gente que venimos trabajando, gente que trabaja juntando latas para cubrir su insulina, sus medicamentos para la diabetes, que son personas que ya son grandes de edad, que quisieran descansar y tener que trabajar para cubrir su asistencia médica. Es algo inaceptable, es algo que duele.
And our bodies are continuously working to help pay for medication and treatments we need, and it would be helpful to have assistance to be able to allow our bodies to rest and receive the care they need.
Quisiera que sea de la manera más atenta. Piensen que somos seres humanos, que todos somos hijos de un mismo Dios y que necesitamos también un poquito de esa ayuda. No les pedimos que nos den todo gratis. Nosotros trabajamos, sabemos trabajar y sabemos ganar nuestro pan de cada día. Déjenos también a poder cumplir un poquito de nuestro.
Well, we are human beings. We are all under the same God, and we are not asking for a free handout. We work for what we receive, and please support us getting help in the way that we work for what we need.
Y lo último que me dijo mi padre fue, me voy a mi país a morir en paz, que no sufran ustedes para poder demandar. Así que por favor, pónganse la mano en el fuego.
The last thing the father said was, I am going back to my home country to die in peace. And it speaks to the help that, folks need in terms of medical assistance.
Muchas gracias por escucharme. Gracias. Y espero que podamos hacer algo por esta
Thank you for your time and consideration, and we hope that you're able to support this law.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you for your testimony. We really do appreciate you taking the time to come and share your story today. Have a great day.
Gracias a ustedes por escucharme.
Thank you.
Up next, number 49, Lucia. And I apologize, I don't know how to pronounce your last name because there's different parts to it. Can you pronounce it for me, please?
Núñez del Prado.
Okay. Thank you.
It's okay.
Lucia, puedes comenzar, si quieres ir frase por frase para ayudarme a traducir.
Sí. Soy Lucía Núñez del Prado, estudiante de Hill House High School de la ciudad de New Haven, y ya vivo 2 años en esta ciudad.
My name is Lucia. I am a student at Hill House High School in the city of New Haven, and I have been living in the city for 2 years.
Con mi madre escapamos de violencia y persecución porque mi madre es activista de derechos humanos y tuvimos que venir a este país para estar seguras.
My mother and I escaped violence and persecution because my mother is a human rights activist. We had to come to this country to be safe.
Tengo un hermano que tiene la nacionalidad y muchas veces me pongo triste al ver que mi hermano tiene privilegios que yo no.
I have a brother who was born here, and many times I get sad to see that my brother has privileges that I do not.
Aunque en realidad no deberíamos llamarlo privilegio, ya que en realidad no tiene que haber diferencias porque él y yo merecemos los mismos derechos.
Although in reality, we should not call it privilege because between him and me, there is no difference. He and I deserve the same rights.
Cada vez que me toca ir al médico, mi madre tiene que buscar horas extras y esforzarse más para que nosotros, sus hijos, crezcamos con las mismas oportunidades.
Every time I have to go to the doctor, my mother has to look for extra hours and make more effort so that we, her children, grow up with the same opportunities.
El costo de eso es ver a mi madre más desgastada y cansada, ya que ella nos trata de dar todo.
The cost of that is to see my mother more worn out and tired since she tries to give us everything.
Cuando migramos, llegamos con la esperanza de tener un futuro mejor, de ser creadores de inteligencia y conocimiento.
When we migrated, we arrived with the hope of having a better future, of being creators of our intelligence and knowledge.
¿Cuántas mentes brillantes se pierden por no tener salud? Sin ir más lejos. Por ejemplo, Stephen Hawking, porque en su niñez no tuvo acceso a una vacuna, hoy ya no se encuentra entre nosotros.
How many brilliant minds are lost for not having health? Stephen Hawking, for example, because in his childhood he did not have access to a vaccine. Today he is not among us.
Pero hoy ustedes tienen la oportunidad de ser nuestros héroes y nuestros protectores, cambiar la historia de miles de jóvenes que prometemos un futuro mejor.
But today you have the opportunity to be our heroes, our protectors, to change the history of thousands of young people that have been promised a better future.
Yo apoyo a SB 284 y le pido al comité que apoye y apruebe esta legislación.
I support SB 284 and ask the committee to support and pass this legislation.
De cara al futuro, le pido al comité que trabaje para abrir el acceso a todos los inmigrantes, independientemente de su edad.
Going forward, I ask the committee to work to open access to all immigrants regardless of age.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lucila. Great job. We appreciate it. Representative Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say you must be proud of your mother, and she must be proud of you for continuing the work. Thank you.
Que tú deberías ser orgullosa de tu mamá y de que ella debería ser orgullosa de ti y por todo lo que ustedes hacen.
Thank you. Have a great day. Up next,
Thank
John
you.
Orlando.
Hello, Representative Abercrombie and members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Jen. I am a social worker and student in New Haven, and I am also part of the Semilla Collective, a grassroots organization fighting alongside immigrants and working families. I stand in support of SB 284. This would be a big step towards making sure our immigrant community has the access they need and they deserve. But our work doesn't end here with expanding access to ages 18. We need to open access to Husky to immigrants of all ages, including parents and adults. I'll share a story of last year. I interned at a school in person during peak COVID-19 outbreak. And at the same time, my husband, an immigrant and US resident for less than 5 years, was unemployed, but not eligible for Husky Health, despite us making the income requirements. It was during this time that I developed anxiety disorder, for which I have taken medication and sought therapy treatment for many months. The stress of possibly bringing home COVID-19 to my uninsured husband was a tremendous burden, one that many of my colleagues didn't understand. I would have trouble falling asleep at night because of my anxiety of worrying if I would bring COVID home to my uninsured husband. And I don't wish this upon anyone. And this experience was truly eye-opening to the issue of health equity within this state. We can do better for our immigrant community. I also worked with immigrant youth who, a teenager who, because of their status, were ineligible for outpatient therapy. This teenager struggled with depression and anxiety and wasn't able to go to weekly therapy as treatment because of their status. I know youth mental health is a top priority for legislators this year. So here is one way that you can make a difference for many students who need extra support with their mental health and need to see a therapist. Often school-based health centers and school social workers don't cover such services, and children need access to specialists and outpatient mental health services. I want to ask, though, what happens when a child ages out of the Husky Health program? And how will children take care of their mental health and their bodies if their parents cannot also seek the same services? Or when they feel bad asking to go to a therapist or a doctor because their parents don't have the same access? 1 in 20 children in Connecticut have at least one undocumented person in their family, one undocumented adult. So why are we placing this burden upon our youth and adults in the immigrant community? People get sick and people struggle with mental health. None of this is surprising, yet some of us continue to be punished because of where we came from and arbitrary rules that say some of us are eligible and some of us aren't. Healthcare and mental health care service providers continue to be frustrated and burnt out, as well as we can't do our jobs fully when some of our clients don't have the same access to critical services.
Excuse me.
So I urge you.
3 minutes are up. Thank you for summarizing.
Yep. So in summary, I urge you to please increase the age to 18 and to use your power to increase it to adults next year as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Jen. Have a great day.
Thanks.
Up next, number 51, Dawn Garcia. Dawn?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair and representatives. Thank you for taking the time to hear our testimonies today. I'm honored to speak with you. My name is Dawn Garcia. I'm a resident of Hebron, Connecticut. I'm a nurse practitioner who chairs the Integrated Health at the American Society of Metabolic and Bariatric Surgery. I currently am working for Harvard Healthcare, specializing in bariatric and general surgery. My testimony is mine alone and not representative of my employer. I'm testifying to support the Connecticut's Senate Bill 282. I agree with the written testimonies of Dr. Darren Tischler, who discussed statistics of people living in Connecticut that are obese, representing more than 25% of American residents, and his testimony regarding the healthcare costs, which are 42% higher when compared to those without obesity. I agree with the written testimony of Dr. Jonathan Arano, who discusses the exclusion of bariatric surgery coverage in Connecticut for more than 50% of Connecticut's workforce, as well as the surgical investment being recouped in 2 years following surgery. As you may be aware, as of 2020, 29% of adults in Connecticut are obese. Of those, 40% are Black, 36.8% Hispanic, and 27% white. Of the people who are disabled in Connecticut, 36 are obese. I'm here to testify for the patients that I've seen in the office that have obesity, and to discuss how it affects their daily lives. I've personally seen patients with worsening health issues, adding worsening joint pain, which inhibits their movement. The problem with the joint pain is they experience leads to the inability to stand for long periods of time, which causes problems to fulfill their job requirements. The jobs in Connecticut, including cleaning services, state workers, electrical linemen, people in these areas have been dismissed from their jobs specifically due to their weight and lack of mobility and health issues. There are stigmas related to obesity. So I implore you to take a day in their life by putting on a backpack that's filled with 100 pounds of books and to carry it on your back for one day. Take notice to how many times you stop due to fatigue, muscle aches, or joint pain and discomfort as you walk the hallways where you work. After work, as you go into your car, you'll notice you have to move the seat all the way back in order to fit in, and the steering wheel sits on your abdomen, which makes it uncomfortable to drive. As you cook dinner and clean your house, take notice as you wish you want to sit down due to the weight on your back. If you have bariatric coverage, then you have a choice that you can have surgery and get rid of that burden. If you don't have coverage, then you try to think of other ways to get that money to help with either surgery or medications to help get rid of that weight. But this costs money and can put you in debt. As sorrow worsens in these patients, they shed a tear knowing that they're going to have to go through this again tomorrow. To improve the workforce and livelihood of people in Connecticut, I urge the support and passage of Connecticut Senate Bill 282. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn, for your testimony. We do appreciate it. Seeing no questions, have a great day.
Thank you.
Up next, number 52, Yuka.
Hello, my name is Yuka and I live in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm also part of STEMI Collective. I am testifying in support of SB 284. We need to open access to husky and healthcare to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults. Today, I want to talk about the importance of healthcare in addressing neurodivergence and mental health, in specific with regards to autism. Autism is a developmental condition that affects socializing and sensory overload. Every autistic person's experience is different, but to give an idea of some people's experience, imagine turning up the volume or intensity of all 5 of your senses in every situation you are in. I'm not autistic, but I consider myself neurodivergent, and I have many friends who identify as autistic. One of my close friends is an immigrant without healthcare who identifies as autistic. On top of dealing with the abrupt transition to a new language and way of life, they were completely unsupported in being a young autistic person. They came here when they were 13 years old, and last year's expansion would not have applied to them. They've told me about the many struggles they went through and continue to go through due to being autistic and an immigrant without healthcare. They told me about continuously forcing themselves to be in social situations and overwhelming environments just to survive. They told me about crying themselves to sleep every night because they don't feel understood by anyone around them, including their own family. They told me about all the friendships they tried to start with neurotypical people, but didn't understand why they eventually didn't work out. And they told me about having to work at a nightclub every weekend until 4 a.m. for under minimum wage, starting when they're 16 years old, which will be overwhelming and damaging to anyone, let alone an autistic person with sensory overload. They told me about how every day at work making pizzas, people make fun of them for taking multiple long bathroom breaks, not knowing that the real reason behind this is that they're overwhelmed by being around so many people and trying to avoid having a meltdown at work. After every day, they are drained and their body hurts from the strain of being in continuously overwhelming environments. Lack of support and having autism has led to difficulties in every area of their life, including school, work, family, and social life, and fitting in the general society, which has led to other mental health issues such as depression and anxiety, and a severe sense of isolation. There's already a feeling of not belonging in this country that is already so hostile to immigrants, let alone adding this on top. Even in activist spaces, there hasn't been a sense of comfort for them in terms of having autism and being neurodivergent. It is literally very damaging health-wise to continuously be forced and to be in situations that aren't working for you or are overwhelming for your senses, leading to meltdowns and panic attacks completely unsupported. Getting access to Husky means that they could have been diagnosed much sooner and had access to treatments, therapies, resources, and support groups. Their autism could be something that's celebrated instead of meaning that they struggle every day. I'm angry that on top of all the physical issues that they have that they can't treat due to not having health insurance, they also had to go through being autistic alone for so many years. And this is only one of the many stories of immigrants who are neurodivergent and aren't receiving support. Everyone deserves to have healthcare, and this is why I support SB 284, and I urge the committee to support and pass this legislation and plan to open healthcare access to all immigrants, regardless of age, because healthcare is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuka, for your testimony. Great job. Thank you very much for being here. Up next, number 53, Bruni. I don't see Bruni. We'll move on to next speaker.
Representative Abercrombie, sorry to interrupt. The person number 53 just arrived, and so I believe they're here now.
Thank you. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm so sorry about that. Thank you so much. Dear Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and members of the Human Services Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Bruni Pizarro. I'm here to affirm as an individual and resident of New Haven the need for SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for income eligible persons to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. I'm also the executive director of Junta for Progressive Action, the oldest Latinx social services agency in the greater New Haven area. The communities we serve are facing many cumulative burdens as a result of being undocumented, being displaced from their home countries, or living in fear in this society. And the pandemic has unmasked these disproportionate realities. So many of our constituents are going through their daily lives with undiagnosed conditions, malaise, and feel that their life is not valued by society, that they're invisible. Healthcare is a human right and not a privilege. All persons, documented or not, are persons under the law. This is about channeling our collective humanity to promote access to preventive care, not just sick care, to all persons regardless of status, to affirm their humanity as well as that of our own as a society. It is economically prudent to expand access to healthcare to undocumented children who are some of this society's most vulnerable, to mitigate or prevent the burden of illness, which could lead to higher costs to the state and society as a whole. The truth is, without health, we have nothing. We can't work, we can't be productive, pay our rent and bills on time, be impactful residents to society. We must ensure that all persons have access to healthcare as a basic human right, regardless of status, color, race, or ethnicity. We have come too far as a society to continue to exclude. We have come too far as a society to, just be complicit and be a cog in the system. We can be the change and align ourselves on the right side of history to move forward together. And this is why I come before you to defend the provision of healthcare access for SB 284. Thank you so much for your time and consideration throughout.
Thank you for your testimony. We do appreciate it. Any questions? Seeing none, have a great day. Thank you for being here. Up next, number 54, Junso Chang. I don't see that person. We'll move on to number 55, Nellie Madrano. Nellie? I don't see Nellie. Moving on to number 56, Nancy Ferrara. Nancy? I don't see Nancy. Moving on to number 57, Fatima Rojas. Good
Thank you.
afternoon. And then I'm going to turn it over to Senator Moore after you.
Thank you, dear members of this committee. My name is Fatima Rojas. I am member of the Semilla Collective. I am a proud Mexican that came to this country 18 years ago. And I was very afraid before for being undocumented, but I am now I can say that I am undocumented and unafraid. I also wanted to share with you that every time that I think in this campaign, I get so sick and tired of be begging for something that should be a human right as healthcare, right? Like everybody has the right to have healthcare. And I remember 10 years ago when I was trying to get pregnant, not knowing where to go because I didn't have any insurance and not being able, like a long time ago, not being able to understand. I didn't speak any English back then, and not being able to also have a translation to understand what was going on with me. I was missing, I had a miscarriage and I was not able to understand. I now see that it's different. There is more translation services, and the life for me regarding healthcare have changed because through the years I was able to get a job that provides health insurance. And I have two kids that are 14 and 11 that are able to get every year an appointment with their doctor that they have a dental insurance. However, that's not the situation of the community that I sometimes break bread with them. That is not the situation of my friends in this community in New Haven. I live in New Haven. And that breaks the heart of our immigrant community. I was just speaking with one of our members in the Semilla Collective, like just before this, to trying to get her to testify. And this woman has cancer. Well, and her 3 kids from Ecuador, they don't have insurance. They are also undocumented, 18, 14, and 6 years old. And her husband is not being able to work right now because he needs to take care of her. When she tried to get her treatment for cancer, because she didn't have any insurance, she felt that she was not able to see on time, and the tumor that she has now grew. And the medications is $600, $800 that she's not able to afford. So I always wonder why in one of the richest countries in the world, not just in Latin America, in the world.
Sorry, your time is up. If you can please summarize. Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you. So we can not be treated as a human beings. And I really hope that this legislation pass, because one thing that I've learned from last year, the frustration always begging for crumbs, is that we are going to be here. So you are going to see my face next year, because today we are trying to expand for kids healthcare, but at the end we want healthcare for all. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Fatima. Don't ask, you won't get. That's for sure. And you continue the fight. Thank you. Next up, Nancy Herrera is here now. Nancy?
Hola. Hola. Estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos de la Asamblea General de Connecticut, estoy a favor de SB 84284, una ley que aumenta la edad de 8 a 18 años para que una persona elegible para sus ingresos obtenga atención médica sin importar su estatus migratorio. Ampliar el acceso a housekeeping hasta los 18 años, independientemente del estatus migratorio. Es un paso importante para asegurar que nuestra comunidad de inmigrantes tenga acceso a la atención médica que necesitamos para nuestro trabajo. No termina con la ampliación del acceso hasta los 18 años. Tenemos que abrir el acceso a housekeeping y a la atención sanitaria a todos los inmigrantes de cualquier edad.
Gracias, Nancy. Le voy a traducir parte por parte, así, y después de cada oración me puede dar una pausa para poder hacerlo, por favor. I am dear members of Human Services Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. I am in favor of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 for an income-eligible person to obtain health care regardless of immigration status. Expanding access to housekeeping to age 18 regardless of immigration status is an important step to ensuring that our immigrant community has access to the health care we need. But our work doesn't end with expanding access to 18. We need to open access to housekeeping and health care to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults.
Me llamo Nancy Barrera, soy trabajadora del hogar, soy aliada a Trabajadoras del Hogar Nosotras en Stanford y también vivo aquí. Tengo 3 hijos, 2 nacidos en este país y uno que vino conmigo desde Guatemala. Estoy apoyando esta legislación para dar oportunidad a los niños de 9 a 18 años para recibir un seguro médico.
My name is Nancy Barrera. I'm a member of the Domestic Workers in Stanford, Nosotras, and I live here as well. I have 3 children, 2 born in this country and 1 who came with me from Guatemala. I am supporting this legislation to give the opportunity for children from 9 to 18 years old to receive medical insurance because when I came to this country, my son who came with me encountered the barrier that there was no opportunity for insurance for him.
Porque cuando yo vine a este país, mi hijo se encontró con la barrera de que no había la oportunidad de seguro para él. Estaba un poco enfermo y era muy difícil encontrar un médico y no tenía la oportunidad de ser atendido.
He was a bit sick and it was very difficult to find a doctor and he did not have the opportunity to be attended to. Unfortunately, when the child's illness is not serious, here they do not want to see them.
Por desgracia, cuando la enfermedad no es tan grave, aquí no los atienden. Además, por ejemplo, cuando tuvo que llevar documentos al colegio, lo primero que le pidieron fue el examen físico y las vacunas, pero me costó mucho porque no tenía trabajo y tuve que pagar esa cita porque cuando no hay seguro, aquí no te atienden. No hay ningún médico privado que diga, yo lo voy a hacer, así que me gustaría que le dieran a él y a otros niños como la oportunidad de tener un seguro médico.
Additionally, for example, when he had to bring documents to school, the first thing they asked was for the physical exam and vaccinations, but it cost me a lot because I had no job and I had to pay for that appointment because when there is no insurance here, they will not see you. There is no private doctor who says, I will see him. So I would like to give him and other children like him the opportunity to have health insurance. My son is already older. No, sorry. Go ahead, Nancy.
Mi hijo ya es mayor, está estudiando y trabajando, pero no tuvo el privilegio que tienen mis otros hijos que nacieron en este país. Por ejemplo, ellos tienen su seguro y si llamo a su médico por cualquier cosa, los vi inmediatamente. Apoyo la SB 284 y pido al comité que apoye y apruebe esta legislación en delante. Pido al comité.
Sorry, your time is up. If you can please summarize.
Yes, my son is already older. He's studying and working, but he did not have the privilege like other children who were born in this country. I support SB 284 and ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. Moving forward, I ask the committee to work to open access to all immigrants regardless of age. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Gracias.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Next up, number 58, Laurel Laporte Grimes, followed by 59, Gretchen Raffia.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Laurel Laporte Grimes. I'm a resident of Manchester and an organizer with Uniting for a Safe, Inclusive Community. I'm speaking today in full support of SB 284, a bill that's an important step in ensuring that our immigrant community has access to healthcare. I also know we cannot stop here and must continue to work toward expanding healthcare access to all immigrants, regardless of age or status. My husband is from Argentina. He and his family didn't have health insurance for many years when they first came to this country. I have friends who are undocumented, who currently don't have health insurance and are unable to seek necessary care. Healthcare is a human right. Everyone should have access to healthcare, regardless of their immigration status. This is a moral issue, and it's also an issue of equity and practicality. Immigrants work and pay taxes, but they're unable to access the Husky program funded by those taxes. Immigrants are essential workers that have been keeping us safe during this pandemic, and yet they've also been disproportionately impacted by COVID and don't have the healthcare access they need to remain healthy. When uninsured immigrants need healthcare, they rely on emergency rooms to treat conditions that could have been more effectively dealt with by a primary care doctor. Realistically, there's no way for people to pay the resulting bills. And so it falls on us to cover this cost in some way. It is morally and ethically imperative to ensure that all people have healthcare. It is equitable to ensure that people who contribute to our tax base are able to access the services they help fund. It is practical to ensure that our immigrant communities are cared for because this results in a healthier community as a whole and also reduces the cost of uncompensated care to our larger society. SB 284 is an important step in the right direction. When I think about this issue, I think about my friends who are undocumented and I think about their children. I think about the phone calls we've made to try to find them a free or low cost option for healthcare. I think about the letters we've helped them write asking for providers to please reduce the charges of needed care because they can't afford to pay thousands of dollars for basic tests and procedures. I think about how incredibly lucky my husband and his family were that they didn't have a major medical issue while they didn't have health insurance and how easily things could have been different. I think about how things are different for our immigrant community here in Manchester and across the state every single day. When we've lost our ability to care for one another, we have lost our ability to be human. With this bill, we have an opportunity to exercise both our humanity and our practical fiscal concerns. I thank you for your time and ask that you please support this legislation to expand Husky to cover all children in Connecticut, regardless of immigration status. And moving forward, I would ask you to continue to work toward expanding Husky access to all immigrants, regardless of age. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Thank you for giving your testimony. I appreciate it. All right. I don't see any questions for you. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Next up is Gretchen Raffy. Hi, Gretchen.
Hi, Senator Moore. Good afternoon, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and honorable members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Gretchen Raffa, Vice President of Public Policy, Advocacy, and Organizing with Planned Parenthood of Southern New England. And we are here in strong support of Senate Bill 284 to increase healthcare coverage for children up to the age of 18, regardless of immigration status. As the state's largest provider of family planning and sexual and reproductive healthcare to 65,000 patients last year at 14 health centers across the state, we believe all people should have access to quality, affordable, and compassionate healthcare as a basic human right, regardless of who you are, where you live, your income, or your immigration status. Last year's expansion was an important first step, providing access to Husky Health for undocumented immigrant children ages up to age 8, and prenatal and postpartum care for undocumented immigrant pregnant people will definitely make an impact and Senate Bill 284 is a needed and necessary improvement. This is critically important as it would ensure that children will not age out of coverage once they turn 9 years old and be left without health care, and we can't stop at age 18. We are grateful for the legislators who voted in favor of this bill last session, yet many immigrants throughout our state are still unable to access healthcare coming into the third year of a pandemic. This is always unacceptable and even more unfair and cruel as we reflect on the 2-year anniversary of a global pandemic that has claimed so many lives and left so many people with lifelong health concerns. People who are denied healthcare coverage because of their immigration status depend on healthcare providers like Planned Parenthood, who provide affordable primary and preventative healthcare. And we know that for our patients, they face systemic and structural barriers to accessing sexual and reproductive healthcare, like racism, economic inequality, transportation, childcare, and lack of healthcare coverage, making cost a significant barrier for them. This includes undocumented immigrants who are shut out of public and private health insurance coverage. Expanding Husky coverage to all residents, regardless of immigration status, is a reproductive rights and justice issue. We will continue to fight for policies that protect the rights of all people to ensure our patients and communities have what they need to live healthy and self-determined lives. No one's health should be compromised or healthcare access denied because of their immigration status. Expanding access to healthcare for all people in our state is the right thing to do. We can and we must do better. Investing in people's healthcare now will have long-term public health benefits for all communities, and we know the dire and human consequences of inaction. Again, we thank this committee for taking an important first step last session. We strongly urge you to support Senate Bill 284 and take the next step in addressing health inequities in our state and bring us closer to achieving healthcare for all. And I also, before I stop, want to quickly note our support for House Bill 5343, regarding the LGBTQ plus Health and Human Services Network. We are again grateful for this committee's support 2 years ago to officially establish that LGBTQ plus Health and Human Services Network and invest critical resources to support a statewide needs assessment for the LGBTQ plus community. And this bill is an opportunity for us to do some needed cleanup and be more inclusive in the network. So again, I thank the committee for supporting both of these bills and these issues. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, Gretchen. Appreciate it. I don't see any questions for you, but I know where you're at if I have one. Thank you. Have a good day, dear.
Senator. You too.
Next is Cindy Montenegro. Montenegro. I see you, Cindy.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hola.
Hola, buenas tardes, Cindy. Yo te voy a traducir, así es de que si puedes ir un poco despacio para los numbers. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Adelante, Cindy.
Listo. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Cindy Joana Montenegro. Soy de Colombia. Llegamos hace prácticamente un año. En este momento estamos viviendo en la ciudad de New Haven.
Hi, my name is Cindy Montenegro. I am from Colombia. I came here about a year ago and I am living in the city of New Haven.
Bueno, mi testimonio, pues en este momento estoy a favor con la ley que para aumentar la edad de 8 años, tengo entendido que hasta los 18 años.
I am here to speak in favor of SB 284, an act to increase the age from 8 to 18 years of age for income eligible persons to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Tengo un hijo de 5 años, apenas llegamos a este país, él se me enfermó, llegamos en época para terminar primavera y empezar verano, y le dio bastantes alergias.
I have a 5-year-old. We came here at the end of the spring, and since when we got here, he got really sick due to allergies.
Bueno, llegamos en seguro médico. En Colombia, pues teníamos un seguro médico de medicina prepagada. Gastamos mucha plata llevándolo aquí a pediatras particulares, en medicina, gasté más de $2,000. Las citas me salían muy costosas.
We spent a lot of money trying to attend all the doctor's visits that my son needed. We spent over $2,000.
Bueno, de tanto ya una pediatra fue la que me ayudó con el tema, me explicó de Husky, me explicó pues de ese seguro que podía aplicar. Entonces, al verme que Jerónimo estaba muy enfermo, dependía mucho de medicamentos como pastillas, como inhaladores, porque no podía dormir, no podía respirar, entonces ellos me trataron de ayudar. Investigué por internet y fue cuando me mandaron una aplicación.
When my pediatrician saw that my son Jeronimo needed inhalers and medications, they talked to me about Husky and they sent me the information online to apply.
Entonces me pidieron pues una serie de documentos y bueno, pues gracias a Dios Jerónimo fue elegible para seguro Hoskin, tipo A, que creo que le abarca, si no estoy mal, lo cubre creo que hasta los 9 años.
And thankfully, he was able to obtain care through Husky because he's eligible up to the age of 8 years old.
Entonces, bueno, gracias a Dios estuvo elegible y desde ahí la atención ha sido muy buena. Él tiene los mejores médicos, los mejores pediatras. Le pusieron todo el plan de vacunación, le reforzaron las vacunas, le hicieron toda la serie de exámenes y total todos los medicamentos nos los dan y no tenemos que pagar ningún costo.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes or 4 minutes up. I'm sorry. Please summarize. Thank you.
Thank you to the access to Husky, my son was able to get continuation of care and have access to all the administrations required for him to do well. Cindy, si puede sumarizar su testimonio porque ya terminó el tiempo.
Ok, sí. Bueno, entonces estoy a favor, quiero que el comité pues apruebe esta elegibilidad para los niños porque pues me sirve tanto para mí como para los demás niños. Veo el beneficio de tener hosting a los niños que no lo tienen, entonces pues realmente me preocupa. Entonces quiero y estoy a favor para que pues lo aprueben porque realmente sí lo necesitan y también pues para los padres o sea, para nosotros como padres, si hubiera alguna posibilidad de tener también salud.
I am asking the members of the committee to support this bill because I have witnessed the care and the difference that having access to care makes in our lives. And I know that older people that are older than 8 years old should have access to this type of care as well as adults. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Gracias, Cindy.
Ok, muchísimas gracias a ustedes.
I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next person, number 61, Gannon Long, followed by Deb Cohen.
Good afternoon. My name is Gannon Long. I'm the Policy and Public Affairs Director with Operation Fuel. Chairs Representative Abercrombie and Senator Moore, ranking members Rep. Case and Senator Berthel, and all of the members of the committee, thank you for giving us the opportunity to testify in favor of House Bill 5342, an act concerning membership of the Low Income Energy Advisory Board. Operation Fuel has been part of this board for several years. We believe increasing the board's diversity would greatly benefit the low and moderate income residents that Operation Fuel and our state's energy assistance programs serve. The Operation Fuel, for those unfamiliar, ensures equitable access to energy for all by providing year-round energy and utility assistance, promoting energy independence, and advocating for affordable energy. We partner with local government and community-based organizations throughout Connecticut to ensure that families and individuals in need have access to year-round utility and water assistance. We were founded in the late 1970s as the nation's first fuel bank, helping struggling families to pay for heat. And today our programs have grown to include electricity and water bill assistance, as well as homelessness intervention and energy efficiency efforts. So we encourage Connecticut residents, if you're struggling to pay any of those bills, please visit our online portal at operationfuel.org/gethelp, where you can apply for assistance 24/7. The Low Income Energy Advisory Board in Connecticut determines how our state spends federal LIHEAP dollars each year. This is federal money that goes towards heating and energy assistance. The most recent plan has been allocated over $167 million, according to our most recent conversation with Senator Blumenthal. And this is a significant increase from the usual allocation, which historically is about $80 or $90 million a year. This money pays for direct heat assistance for low-income residents of Connecticut, but we can also leverage these funds to remediate homes with weatherization barriers, to add weatherization services, to pay for cooling equipment as our summers get hotter, to improve residential building air quality, and other efforts that benefit the residents of our state. And we believed that to best leverage this federal investment, which is significant, we need the experts included in HB 5342 to be voting members on the board. Operation Fuel respects the importance and the length of today's hearing, and we greatly appreciate the committee's attention and leadership on low-income energy assistance issues at this legislature. We note that today's agenda and speakers list are both pretty extensive, and in case other supporting organizations can't join the hearing today, we do want to mention that the Center for Children's Advocacy, Connecticut AARP, Connecticut Energy Marketers Association, the Connecticut Fair Housing Center, Connecticut Green Building Council, Connecticut Waterworks Association, Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and others have supported testimony for this bill, have submitted supportive testimony for this bill. And I see Deb from CAFCA is here today as well in support. In conclusion, we're grateful for your time. We're glad to take any questions and to otherwise support the committee's work to get HB 5342 passed. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you. There is a lot of interest in this bill, so we know we'll be hearing a lot of testimony. Thank you, Gannon. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to Deb. Hi, Deb.
Good afternoon, Senator and members of the committee. Thanks for having me this afternoon. For the record, my name is Deb Poland. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Association for Community Action, or CAFCA, and we're the state association that works with our community action agencies around the state, which provide a variety of different services to about 200,000 low-income people in Connecticut every year, including in all of your districts through our 9-agency service network. One of the important programs that we provide to low-income people is energy assistance, and that's why I'm here today to speak in support of House Bill 5342, an act concerning membership of the Low-Income Energy Advisory Board. And I'll align my comments with Gannon's and probably from those before me, that the purpose of this bill is to provide additional community-based representation really for the customers who are on energy assistance to the Low-Income Energy Advisory Board. Now, personally, I've served on the board twice in my career. Once many years ago when I worked at the Connecticut Commission on Aging, I served on the Low-Income Energy Advisory Board then, and now for the past couple of years in my role at CAFCA. And I have found this board to be a really important way for community-based representatives, for utility representatives, representatives of the fuel industry, and others to provide advice and oversight to this really important program where we get in all these federal dollars and try to maximize their use and helping people to stay warm in their homes, and actually this year to stay cool as well. The other purpose that I have found that this has served is developing these relationships among the stakeholders has helped to facilitate individual problem solving. When individuals have problems with either a utility or they're having problems with delivered fuel, because we've had these relationships together and the Low-Income Energy Advisory Board meets every other month, it's easy for us to pick up the phone and try to resolve the issues for folks. So I would appreciate your support of this bill. There's no cost. All it does simply is add more diverse voices to this board that is so important in providing oversight for this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb, for your testimony. I'm looking, I don't see any questions for you. All right, well, have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, you as well.
So Juana Domingo, number 63, and Camille Kritzman, number 64. Is Juana here?
Hola,
Sí, Juana, continúa, yo traduciré.
sí. Estimado miembro del Comité de Servicio Humano de Conérico, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Juana Domingo. Llegué a Conérico en enero 2011, tenía 15 años. Ahora vivo con mi pareja en East Hartford. Tengo 2 niños, mi hija tiene
Juana,
6 años.
Juana, si me puede dar una pausa para poder traducir.
Sí.
Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Juana Domingo. I live in West Hartford. Perdón, Juana, dijiste East Hartford?
East Hartford, sí.
East Hartford. Adelante.
Vivo en East Hartford. Tengo 2 niños. Mi hija tiene 6 años y mi hijo tiene 2 años.
I have 2 children. My daughter is 6 years old and my son is 2 years old.
Soy miembro del colectivo de defensa de Hartford. Estoy a favor de SB 284.
I am a member of the Hartford deportation, the Prince deportation, and I am in favor of
una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años.
To increase the age from 8 to 18 years old for income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
Sí, adelante, Juana.
Porque será un paso adelante para conseguir seguro de juzgue para toda nuestra comunidad inmigrante.
This is going to be the right step in the direction that we need to make sure that all the immigrants in our community have access to husky.
Desde que nació mi hijo me dio hemorroides, más de un mes no pude sentarme y no podía caminar porque yo estaba sangreando mucho.
When my son was born, I got hemorrhoids. I couldn't sit and was bleeding for over a month.
Fui a la clínica y me mandaron al hospital de emergencia. Me preguntaron si tenía seguro médico y yo le dije que no.
I went to a clinic and I was sent to the ER. They asked me if I had health insurance and I said no.
Y como yo no tenía, me hicieron esperar 2 horas.
And because I didn't have health insurance, they made me wait 2 hours.
Después me llamó la enfermera y sin revisarme me dijo que creían que tenía hemorroides y me recetaron supositorio.
After seeing the nurse without checking me or doing an examination, the nurse said that they thought that I had hemorrhoids and they prescribed suppositories.
Yo les dije que no me habían revisado, que por favor me revisara. Entonces la doctora llegó y me revisó.
I asked to have an examination done, and then it was when the doctor did an exam on me.
Y me dijo que yo no tenía hemorroides externas, que tenía hemorroides internas.
The doctor told me that I didn't have external hemorrhoids, that I had internal.
Y ella me refirió con un cirujano y el cirujano me recomendó para que yo me hiciera una tomografía y me dijo que costaba $1,800.
The ER doctor referred me to a surgeon, and then when I saw the surgeon requested a CAT scan, and the CAT scan was $1,800.
Y yo no podía pagar porque yo estaba enferma y con mucho dolor y mi esposo es el único que trabajaba. Y entonces ellos me rebajaron el costo a $882.
Even though I needed this, we didn't have money to pay. I was not working. My husband was the only person that was working. And when they realized our financial situation, they reduced the price to $800.
Excuse me, your time is up if you'd like to summarize, please. Thank you so much.
Juana, si puede finalizar ya porque el tiempo ya se terminó.
Sí, ahora necesito sacar un ultrasonido, pero como no tengo seguro médico, se me hace bien difícil. Por eso suplico que pase este proyecto de ley SB 284, una ley de aumento de las edades de 8 a 18 años.
I need continuation of care as well as an ultrasound, but I have not been able to get this because I don't have insurance. This is why I'm asking you to support SB 284, an act to increase the age from 8 to 18 years old for income eligible persons to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Y que sigan avanzando para poder otorgar atención médica para todos, para poder estar sano y trabajar para nuestras familias, y todos necesitamos atención médica porque la enfermedad no busca edad. Muchas gracias.
I want to ask you to continue working for this because illnesses doesn't discriminate age, and we need to make sure that everyone in our community has access to healthcare.
Thank you for your testimony.
Gracias por tu testimonio, Juana.
I don't see any questions for you. Next up is number 64 is Camille Kritzman, followed by number 65, Lita Ramirez. Camille?
Hi, good afternoon, dear members of the Human Service Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Camille Kritzman. I am a case manager at IRIS, Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm testifying on behalf of IRIS today. The clients that I work with consist of undocumented residents, asylum seekers, and legal permanent residents, most of who are ineligible for Husky coverage. I'm testifying in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years of age for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. It's an important step, but additionally, we support modifying this to include all Connecticut residents that qualify under full Husky eligibility. In 2014, Connecticut immigrants contributed an estimated $1.8 billion in state and local taxes. And $3.3 billion in federal taxes. Undocumented immigrants alone pay roughly $145 million into state and local taxes every year, taxes that are then appropriated to fund Connecticut's Husky program. Yet my clients who've been paying into the system for years cannot access healthcare coverage due to Husky's limiting eligibility rules for immigrants. This is a public health crisis, especially during a pandemic. My clients are more likely to go to the emergency room rather than to see a doctor or a specialist because they do not have access. Unable to access primary care, when health issues arise that are too urgent to ignore, they have to go to the emergency room. And this causes an unnecessary strain of time, resources, and effectiveness of emergency services. The majority of my clients I work for are uninsured, and most of them have thousands of dollars in medical bills. Many have chronic medical needs that have gone untreated due to lack of insurance. And it's completely heartbreaking to work with families who must decide between healthcare for their kids or meeting their basic needs like food or rent. No family in Connecticut should have to suffer in this way, regardless of immigration status. As my role as lead case manager for the SUN team, Services for Undocumented Neighbors at IRIS, I also field questions from other service providers around the state who work with undocumented children. Frequently, I am asked to help in enrolling children they are serving to Husky. These service providers range from government DCF workers, hospital, and school staff. I have to inform them that since the child does not have Social Security number, they are ineligible for Husky. And I'm usually met with a reaction of surprise, confusion, and then despair from both government workers, school and hospital social workers alike. And it seems completely ludicrous that children who are residents of the state would be left out of a program that would ensure their fundamental human rights. This is a common sense bill. We would be joining other states like California who have already secured access to their state's healthcare program for undocumented residents. I mentioned before, but I'd like to emphasize that my clients pay state taxes every year that contribute to funding services such as Husky that they will never have access to. They do so in hopes of obtaining immigration status one day, and I know and know that in order to do so, they need to have a long record of paying taxes and contributing to Connecticut financially. In this way, undocumented immigrants in the state are subsidizing healthcare services that they are prohibited from accessing. At IRIS, it is our goal to support immigrant families that are and displaced people who have made Connecticut their home to meet their basic needs and thrive in their communities. It's impossible for our clients to reach this goal without access to healthcare. This is why we stand in support of SB number 284 and hope that healthcare in Connecticut can be expanded to include all residents of Connecticut, regardless of age and immigration status. Thank you, and I hope the committee will vote favorably.
Thank you, Camille, for your testimony. Thank you for what you do in the community also. I don't see any questions for you. So I'm going to move on to Lida Ramirez, followed by number 66, Clarice Begeman.
Senator Moore, Lida Ramirez is in the attendee panel. She hasn't accepted the request to be promoted to a panelist, but I've clicked allow to talk, so maybe she can hear you and provide testimony just by voice.
Heather,
yes?
We can't understand what you're saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
It has like a buzz with it.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Hold on. Actually, I will have Cass relay it because I think I have a computer issue. Hold on 1 moment.
Yeah, so we have Lydia in the attendees room and trying to promote, but she hasn't accepted. So we've allowed her to be able to speak if she's able to unmute and provide testimony that way, or accept our promotion to panelist. Either or would work.
Lida.
Lida, si usted está ahí, lo único que tiene que hacer es poder aceptar para poder entrar a la galería. Debería de haber aparecido un cuadro en su pantalla preguntándoles que si quiere entrar o no. Hola, Lida.
Now.
Ahora,
Hi, Lida. Hola.
Aún no la podemos escuchar, Lida.
Ya.
Ahí está.
Perfecto. Disculpe que he tenido el micrófono apagado. Ok. Disculpen que estaba en el carro. Bueno, estoy. ¿Y ya me toca a mí?
Sí, yo le voy a traducir, así es de que usted puede decir lo que tiene que decir y yo le voy a traducir.
Ya. Bueno, muy buenas tardes. Puedo, un momentito. Puedo hablar nomás, ¿verdad?
Sí, claro, adelante.
Ya. Buenas tardes, estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos de la Asamblea General de Connecticut.
Good afternoon, members of the Human Services Committee of the Connecticut Assembly.
Mi nombre es Lida Ramírez y llevo viviendo más de 16 años en la ciudad de Stamford. Y estoy a favor de la SB 284, que aumente la edad de 8 a 18 años para que las personas sean elegibles a obtener asistencia médica independientemente de sus estados migratorios.
My name is Lida Ramirez, and I have lived in Stamford for over 16 years, and I am here in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Ampliar el acceso a housekeeping hasta los 18 años independientemente de estado migratorio es importante para garantizar que la comunidad migratoria tenga acceso a atención médica que necesitamos.
This is important because opening the access to healthcare and increasing the age to 18 years old will ensure that our immigrant community have access to healthcare.
Pero nuestro trabajo no termina con la ampliación hasta los 18 años. Necesitamos abrir el acceso a housekeeping, a la atención médica para los inmigrantes de cualquier edad, incluidos padres y adultos.
Yeah, this is not the end. We need to continue working to ensure that access to healthcare is open to all immigrants regardless of their age.
Soy miembro de la organización Trabajadoras de Hogar Nosotras y también de un grupo de padres de familia de las escuelas de la comunidad de Stanford. Tengo un hijo de 13 años y aunque yo personalmente no he tenido ningún problema del seguro médico ni mi familia. Como activista en la comunidad, sí he ayudado a muchas familias.
I am a member of the group Mujeres Trabajadoras just from Stanford. I have a child in the school system, and as an activist in my community, I have not needed to access healthcare, but I have helped many members in my community.
He visto la necesidad en muchas familias de una asistencia médica y cuál he podido ayudarles guiándoles a los centros de salud en la comunidad de Stanford para que puedan obtener exámenes físicos para sus hijos que puedan ir a la escuela.
I have seen the medical needs that many families have had in Stanford, and I have helped them reach services and clinics that will offer the services that they need here in Stanford.
Como organizadora de la comunidad, tengo información y recursos donde poderles guiar a estas familias, llevarles para que puedan sacar los exámenes físicos a sus hijos para que puedan asistir a las escuelas y puedan pagar costos mínimos.
As an organizer, I have the knowledge to help families find places that will help them get the physicals that they need in order to enroll their kids in school and paid the lowest cost possible.
Como familias trabajadoras, nosotros pagamos impuestos y estas personas merecen que sus hijos tengan un seguro médico y un chequeo que deben apoyar a la medicina y apoyar a la SB 284 y le pido al comité que apoye y aprueba esta legislación.
As working families paying taxes, I am asking you and telling you that families should have access to healthcare. And this is why I'm asking the committee to support and pass SB 284.
De cara al futuro, pido al comité que trabaje para abrir el acceso a todos los inmigrantes, independientemente de su estado, de su edad, y para todos en común. Gracias por su tiempo y espero que mi testimonio sea de mucha ayuda para poder ayudar a estas familias.
I thank you for all the work that you have done, and I still want to ask you to make sure that you continue working to ensure that all the families in our immigrant community, regardless of their age, have access to healthcare. Thank you and have a good day.
Muchas gracias y cuento con su ayuda y toda la comunidad. Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I hope I can count on you. Muchas gracias, Linda.
Muy bien. ¿Ya me puedo retirar yo?
Sí, Linda.
Gracias.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. So next I have Clarice Begeman, followed by Annabelle Hernandez, number 67. Hi, Clarice.
Hello, good afternoon, Senator Moore and members of the Human Services Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Clarice Begeman, APRN. I'm a nurse practitioner with Fairhaven Community Healthcare in New Haven, Connecticut. I stand in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. We need to open access to husky and healthcare to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults. I have worked with immigrants and refugees for over 30 years, the last 20 at Wilbur Cross High School in New Haven, where I have cared for many students who came to the United States as unaccompanied minors. I have seen numerous cases where students did not receive the care needed due to the cost of healthcare and their family's inability to pay. Teeth that might have been able to be saved are pulled after weeks of suffering because it is cheaper. Numerous cases of molars rotting to the gum line. A bill for an x-ray prevents a teen from getting follow-up after an abnormal chest x-ray during immigration. A boy whose forearm deformity from a fall off a bicycle prevents full movement of his forearm, can't afford the referral to orthopedics, and will have a lifelong disability in his dominant arm. Fears of inability to pay medical bills lead to long delays in prenatal care. And then there are the non-visible wounds, those that come from years of separation, then reunification with family, and the difficulty of finding fluent mental health resources to help the family heal. These teenagers need access to affordable health care. Healthcare for all leads to healthier individuals and a healthier society as a whole. This past week, I was able to provide the required school physical and vaccines at no charge to the family in our school-based health center. In talking with the student's mother, I learned that she had not had any medical care while living in Connecticut for more than 10 years. I encouraged her to get an exam and cervical and breast cancer screening at Fairhaven Community Healthcare and explained the sliding scale fee. I support SB 284, and I ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. Looking forward, I ask that the committee work towards a solution that recognizes that no human is illegal. Thank you for your time and attention.
Clarice, thank you for your testimony. I want to ask you a couple of questions about if a parent comes into your facility and needs any type of checkup and they don't have health insurance and they're not eligible for Husky, what happens?
So in the school health center, we can take care of the students who are registered, but not the adults. So we refer them to, we're fortunate, we have the Fairhaven Community Health Center and Cornell Scott Hill Health Center that both take care of people without insurance, and then they have to pay on a sliding scale for that health care.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But anything that, let's say anything you're doing regular care, what in the case of an emergency, what would happen?
For an adult or for a child?
For a child.
For your child emergency, they'll go to the emergency room, and because they don't have health care, they should be advised about applying for free care. In New Haven, there's something called free care. I think that's a Yale program. They apply for Husky, they get denied because they don't have the paperwork, and then Yale used to be called something, two names, something Hall, but there's a program that Yale does to write off that care.
Okay. And for adults?
For adults, it's the same thing. They can apply for free care. And there's something called Project Access in New Haven, which is a program for 18 and older, where various providers will see people without insurance, either for no charge. I don't take care of that many people over 18. So
I know all the hospitals will take a certain amount of clients in that don't have health insurance also. Do you know anybody who's been referred to Yukon Health when they didn't have health insurance for something?
I know people have been referred, orthopedics have been referred up to Shiner's Hospital in Massachusetts because they'll take care of people without pay, but I don't know about Yukon.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. All right. So next I have Annabelle Hernandez, followed by Javier Villatoro. Is Annabelle here? I see Javier.
Anabel, es tu turno si estás presente.
All right, so I'm going to move on to Javier.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee, representatives and members of the community. My name is Javier Villatoro and I am from Oaxaca, Mexico. I am here to raise my voice in support of SB 284 with a clear language, a bill that would raise the age to 18-year-olds and access to housekeeping. Like many, I immigrated looking for a better life for my family. The reality is that I came across a country that takes our taxes but does not allow us to enjoy the benefits equally. Not even access to basic preventive health services. If my colleague who suffers from the heart only visits the hospital in an ambulance, it is not because he does not want to take care of his health. It is because this system puts him in a position where he has to choose between eating and getting a blood test. Personally, during the pandemic, I worked on the front lines and I also contracted COVID-19. With me, my whole family, my parents, my brothers and I were sick for about 3 weeks, 2 of which I was in bed with a pain in my lungs that remains especially in winter. I could not afford a visit to a doctor to review my conditions, let alone talk about a treatment. I also suffered through the pandemic. I also suffered through the pain of growing wisdom teeth without considering the possibility of visiting a dentist. Housekeeping for me means the opportunity of medical checkups that allow to prevent illnesses. I do not want that my visits to the hospital be only when an ambulance is taking me, when it's too late. Connecticut can be an example, like our colleagues from California, who value the great contribution of the immigrant community to their state and open their health insurance to more people, regardless of the immigrant status. That is why today I raise my voice in support of SB 284 with a clear language, and I urge the members of this committee to keep working to expand housekeeping to more members in the community, because healthcare is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Javier. I see no questions. Have a good day. Next, I have Mary Halloran, followed by Mizio Silvas. Mary, are you here? Don't see her. I'm going to move to Mizio. Number 71 is George Kuata. Moving on to 72, Ariana Chicante.
Ariana, ¿está ahí?
Ariana?
Ariana Tecante.
Yes.
O Misael Silvas.
Juan, are you here?
Judy?
Sí, sí, estoy aquí.
Yes, I'm here.
I'm sorry, who's speaking? Yuri?
Yes,
Yuri,
sí.
yeah.
Yuri Diaz?
Sí.
Yuri, voy a servir como intérprete, ¿ok?
Ok. Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Yuri Díaz. Soy miembro del Comité de Lucha de Se Hace Camino en Connecticut. Tengo 15 años en Estados Unidos. Estoy casada, tengo 3 hijos y desde que llegué a Estados Unidos trabajo tiempo completo, aunque no en lo que estudié en mi país, administración de empresas. Estoy a favor de SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria. Les quiero contar
Yuri,
sobre...
I'm gonna translate. Le voy a interpretar, ¿ok?
Okay.
My name is Yuri Diaz. I'm a member of Make the Road, Connecticut's Fight Back Committee. I have been in the United States for 15 years. I'm married. I have 3 children. And since I came to the United States, I work full time, though not what I studied in my country, which is business administration. I'm in favor of SB 284, an act to increase the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Les quiero contar sobre mis problemas
accediendo a atención médica, pero primero comenzaré hablándoles de cómo este problema afecta a mi niño de 15 años.
I want to tell you about some of the problems that I've had accessing healthcare, but first I'll start with telling you about how this problem affects my 15-year-old son.
Mi hijo es estudiante de una escuela intermedia en Hartford, Connecticut. Tampoco nació en Estados Unidos. Hace poco el dentista dijo que él necesitaba urgentemente tratamiento en el ortodoncista, pero por la Facultad de Seguro Médico se nos hace imposible costear este tratamiento. Esto no solamente le afecta físicamente a mi niño, sino que como todo joven en plena adolescencia le afecta también emocionalmente.
So my son is a middle school student in Hartford, Connecticut, and he was also not born in the United States. And recently the dentist told us that he needed urgent treatment at the orthodontist. But because he didn't have insurance, it was impossible for us to afford his treatment. So this not only affects my child physically, but like all people who are right in the midst of their teens, it also affects him emotionally.
Aunque yo llevo 15 años trabajando fuertemente en Estados Unidos, no gozo de la necesidad de tener un doctor primario ni chequeos de rutina. Y digo necesidad, pues recibir atención médica no es un lujo ni un beneficio, es una necesidad de todos los seres humanos, independientemente de dónde viven ni de dónde nacieron. Les cuento, mi hogar se compone de 5 personas, 3 de ellos no tienen seguro médico.
And even though I've been working hard in the United States for 15 years, I don't have the privilege of having a primary care doctor, nor do I get routine checkups. And because receiving medical attention is not a luxury or a benefit, it is a necessity for all human beings, regardless where they live or where they're born. I'd like to tell you that my household is made of 5 people. 3 of us do not have health insurance.
Como ya saben, no tengo doctor primario. Por las leyes existentes en Connecticut no cualifico para seguro médico. No por no tener seguro médico y por no poder visitar un doctor con frecuencia. Fue hasta 3 meses que me enteré de uno de mis embarazos.
And so, like I said previously, I don't have a primary care physician and I don't qualify for health insurance under the laws of Connecticut. And because of this, I can't visit the doctor frequently. And it wasn't until 3 months into my pregnancy that I found out that I was pregnant.
He visitado varias veces hospitales por intensos dolores de piernas y cabeza sin ningún estudio ni análisis profundo. Me dan un ibuprofeno y me envían a mi casa. A los pocos días también llega a mi casa la factura médica, $800 por unas pastillas de ibuprofeno que me brindaron.
Excuse me, sorry, just want to interrupt to say that the 4 minutes has passed and if she could please summarize. Thank you.
Okay. I visited hospitals several times because I have severe leg pain and headaches, and they never do any in-depth analysis or tests. And I'm just given ibuprofen and sent home. And then a few days later, I will receive a medical bill to my home. And one time they sent me a bill for $800 just for a visit that they gave me ibuprofen. Entonces, ahora tiene que resumir un poco su punto, ¿ok? Porque ya se le acabó el tiempo.
Sí. Como ven, el no tener seguro médico es un asunto muy serio en nuestra comunidad. Nuestros niños y sus padres, tíos y abuelos necesitan también seguro médico. Esperemos que la conversación continúe y todos tengamos acceso a seguro médico. Apoyo el proyecto de la ley SB 284 y espero que la comisión apoye también y vote a favor. Gracias por su tiempo.
So in summary, as you can see, not having health insurance is a very serious issue in our community. Our children and their parents, aunts, uncles, and grandparents need health insurance too. Hopefully the conversation will continue and we'll all have access in the future. I support SB 284 and I hope the committee will support it as well and vote for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony.
Gracias por su testimonio.
Next, I have I just want to make sure. I'm going to go back and see if Mary Holleran is here. Misael Silvis.
Misael?
Ariana Tecante.
Ariana
right.
Tecante está ahí.
All right, so next is 74, Denny Goodell, followed by number 75, Darren Tischler. Jenny?
Sí,
Number 74, Denny?
sí, ¿me escuchan?
Do you hear me?
I do.
Sí.
Ok. Estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos de Conérico, me llamo Deini Gudiel, soy residente de Hamden, soy una inmigrante de Guatemala y a mí me importa esta legislación porque el seguro médico es importante para los niños menores de 18.
Hi, estimated members of the Connecticut Assembly. And this legislation for me is important because I'm an immigrant from Guatemala. And I think it's important that children under the age of 18 have access to health insurance.
Estoy a favor de SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños, sin importar su condición inmigratoria.
I'm in favor of SB 284, an act to increase the age from 8 to 18 years for income eligible persons to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Dar acceso a nuestros niños es importante en esta pandemia porque son los más vulnerables a las consecuencias médicas asociadas con no tener seguro médico.
This is especially important during the pandemic for our children, for them to have access to health insurance.
A veces por ser inmigrante no podemos llevar a los niños a la clínica por no tener seguro médico. Por ejemplo, el año pasado tuve problemas tratando de conseguir seguro médico después de tener a mi hija.
So sometimes just being an immigrant, you can't take your kids to the clinic because you don't have insurance. Last year, I tried to get insurance for my child after they were born.
Por mi estatus migratorio se complicó. Tener acceso a seguro médico ayudaría a nuestra comunidad a mantenerse saludable y los niños podrían ir a la clínica sin problema.
But because of my migratory status, it was very difficult for me to get myself to the clinic.
Apoyo el proyecto de ley SB 284 y espero que la comisión vote favorablemente. Gracias por su tiempo.
So once again, I'd like to show my support for SB 284, and I hope that the legislators will vote in favor for this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Next,
Gracias
I have.
por tu testimonio.
Gracias. Next is Darren Tischler, followed by Rebecca Varaga Greno.
Thank you. Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, Ranking Members Berthel, Case, and members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Darren Tischler. I am a lifelong resident of Connecticut, testifying in support of Senate Bill 282. I am the current president of the Connecticut chapter of the American Society for Metabolic and Bariatric Surgery and the chief of metabolic and bariatric surgery at Hartford Healthcare and Hartford Hospital. I'm a bariatric surgeon who has had the privilege of treating thousands of patients with obesity in my career here in Connecticut. I treat and often cure health problems like diabetes, high blood pressure, chronic pain, and many other serious health conditions related to obesity. Over the last 2 years, I have personally witnessed many patients in my hospital on ventilators and in our intensive care units due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Too many of these patients have died and many are obese. It is no surprise to me and my colleagues that COVID-19 disproportionately affects lower socioeconomic classes and persons of color, as they are the same groups that are affected by obesity most often. According to the CDC, non-Hispanic Black adults have the highest age-adjusted prevalence of obesity, followed by Hispanic adults. All too often, I must inform a patient of mine that they do not have insurance coverage for bariatric surgery. Unfortunately, I have this conversation every week in my practice. Most states have ACA required benchmark plans that include coverage for bariatric surgery. Connecticut is the only state in the Northeast that does not have such coverage. I was touched earlier today by the testimony of Representative Sims, whose family has been so affected by obesity. Please also consider the testimony of Senator Eric Berthel, who himself has suffered from morbid obesity and himself had bariatric surgery. I am sure you'll find that the quality of his life has improved tremendously and that he has had tremendous health benefits as a result. Obesity is a disease that affects all age groups, races, and demographics, but disproportionately affects lower socioeconomic classes and minorities, and often those are the ones most in need. Obesity causes more than 200 health problems. More than 25% of Connecticut residents are affected by obesity, and nearly 10% have type 2 diabetes. The costs of obesity are staggering. Healthcare costs for those with obesity are 42% higher when compared to those without obesity. There is indeed a cost to provide this care for obesity. However, it's important to consider that this is an investment that can pay off in overall less cost of healthcare, increased productivity, and significantly improve quality of life. From the Office of Legislative Research, a 2019 study of the cost effectiveness of bariatric surgery found that surgery is cost effective for people with obesity and those who have type 2 diabetes. More importantly, mortality increases in those without access to bariatric surgery. There is a threefold increased mortality in those who do not have access. To draw a comparison, we often treat cancers not because it makes fiscal sense, but because it's the right thing to do. We would never deny a woman a mammogram because it's too costly. Interestingly, the cost to insurers to mandate coverage of bariatric surgery is on par with the cost of requiring the coverage of mammograms. In my personal experience and in the experience of our CT-ASMBS members, there is significant stigma and discrimination against those with the disease of obesity perpetrated throughout our society, including the workplace, and the lack of protections for those suffering from obesity. This weight bias, stigma.
Sorry, the 3 minutes are up. Can you please summarize? Thank you.
Sure. As a physician, I have a responsibility to do what's right for my patients. I ask that you to support Senate Bill 282, and I hope this is the year that we join our neighboring states in providing coverage for the treatment of morbid obesity.
Thank you, Doctor. I see Senator Berthel's hand up. Senator Berthel.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Tischler, always good to see you. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I was going to ask you a whole bunch of questions, but you actually provided the detail that I think is so important to this committee today as we consider this bill. I think this is the fourth year in a row or fourth year that we have we're attempting to bring forth a metabolic and bariatric surgery bill for, to provide that coverage through the ACA and through the private insurers. Your testimony with respect to how COVID impacted people who are suffering with morbid obesity. Can you, and Madam Chair, I won't go too long. I know we still have a really long list of people that are waiting, but I think I'd like to know if Dr. Tischler can provide any data regarding mortality of obesity patients as it related to COVID. Was there an increase, and was there a particular, I know you spoke just now, Doctor, to how people of color are afflicted more severely and with really even more awful life-changing comorbidities. Can you speak to that, how COVID affected that same demographic?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. It became obvious to us early in the pandemic that obesity was a major risk factor. And this is go back to the first wave in 2020. And we're still less than 2 years since we had our first cases here in Connecticut. We're coming very close to that. And what we did recognize early on was that the patients who are most sick and dying early on and on ventilators, a lot of them were obese. And this was something we recognized right away. And as I have looked into this over time, I've recognized that it's the same types of health problems that we see with obesity: diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, sleep apnea, that put patients at risk for COVID. The same risk factors make someone at a higher risk for severe COVID. Someone's overweight, high blood pressure, diabetes, they're at a higher risk. Now the disease is changing, it's morphing, and I think we're just starting to see some long-term data coming out there. And I think we're going to be pretty clear that in the long run that obesity and the lack of mobility is an issue. With regards to the second part of your question, obesity health problems are much more prevalent in our Black and Hispanic population. There's been quite a few studies to look at that. And that's the same population that's more affected from COVID-19.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the finer detail there. I know, you had made me aware of this issue as well prior to today, and I just thought it would be appropriate for you to articulate that to the committee as we consider this legislation. So, Dr. Tischler, thank you again for your testimony today. Madam Chair, thank you for a couple of moments to just get some more detail from the good doctor today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Berthel. We've had this conversation many times, parking next to each other, and your interest in it. So
we certainly have, haven't we?
Yeah, maybe this is the year.
I hope so, Senator. I really do.
We don't give up.
It's
As
time
I
for
told
us
somebody
to
early. We ask
do it,
not,
sir.
we get not.
Well, that's right. And they usually say the third time is the charm. This might be the fourth. So,
Then we're
I
all
thank
overdue
you.
for a charm.
Yeah, that's right. And I thank you, Senator, for your support as well. I
You're
think
welcome.
the time is right, and we're learning a lot more about this terrible disease. I'm a survivor, as you know. You and I have had those conversations, and hopefully we can get this done. But thank you again, Madam Chair, for the courtesy. Thank you, Dr. Tischler.
Thank you, Doctor. I don't see any other questions, so we're going to move on to, I understand Michelle Solvis is here.
Misael, ¿está ahí?
Hi. Hola.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Hi, good evening.
You can begin.
Ok, ya puede empezar.
Estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos de Connecticut, me llamo Misael Silva, soy miembro de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras en Norwalk.
Dear members of the Human Services Committee of Connecticut, my name is Misael Silvas. I'm a member of the organization Communities Without Borders in Norwalk.
Estoy a favor de SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
I'm in favor of SB 284, a law to increase the age from 8 to 18 years for medical assistance for children, regardless of their immigration status.
Voy a leer el testimonio de Ángela. Estas son sus palabras.
I'm going to read Angela's testimony. These are her words.
En mayo llegué a una sala de urgencias con dolores fuertes y hemorragia.
In May, I went to the emergency room with severe pain and bleeding,
lo que llevó a la colocación de una endoprótesis y a una hospitalización de 4 días.
which led to me getting a stent placed and a 4-day hospitalization.
Mientras estaba hospitalizada, llené una solicitud para el hospital, un programa de asistencia para el pago de los servicios de hospitalización y ambulatorios para cuidados agudos.
While I was hospitalized, I filled out an application for the hospital for an assistance program that would help me pay for both inpatient and outpatient services.
La endoprótesis debía ser retirada después de 2 semanas, pero la solicitud para el programa de Charity Care se había perdido.
The stent that I got had to be removed after 2 weeks, but the application that I sent in for the Charity Care program had been lost.
Me dijeron que tendría que volver a solicitarlo o pagar una alta factura de mi bolsillo.
They told me that I'd either have to reapply or I would have to pay a high bill out of pocket.
Mi incapacidad para pagar los servicios y mis dificultades para volver a solicitar el programa de pago significaron que no podía obtener atención médica oportuna.
My inability to pay for these services and the difficulties that came with reapplying for the charity care program meant that I was unable to obtain timely medical care.
Mis citas fueron repetidamente reprogramadas y canceladas.
My appointments were repeatedly rescheduled and canceled.
Seguía teniendo fuertes dolores y sangrados, y la endoprótesis se infectó.
I continued to have the severe pain and bleeding, and then my stent became infected.
En ese momento estaba en un estado muy frágil, estaba muy frustrada, asustada y no sabía qué iba a pasar conmigo y con mi salud.
And at that time, I was in a very fragile state. I was very frustrated, scared, and I didn't know what was going to happen to me and my health.
Después fui hospitalizada por segunda vez. Esto demuestra que la atención médica no siempre está alineada con la provisión de atención de calidad a los necesitados.
And so I was hospitalized for a second time. And this showed that healthcare is not aligned with providing quality care for those who most need it.
Apoyo el proyecto de ley SB 284 y espero que al escuchar nuestras historias sientan en su corazón la cruda realidad en la que vivimos por ser inmigrantes indocumentados. Necesitamos que hoy tomen la decisión correcta a favor de nuestras familias.
I stand in support of SB 284, and I hope that by listening to our stories, you feel it in your heart, the harsh realities that we have to live it in as undocumented immigrants. We need you to make the right decision today in support of our families. Thank you for hearing our voices.
Gracias por escuchar nuestras voces.
Thank you, Estelle.
Gracias, Misael.
Gracias a
I don't see any questions for you. I'll be moving on to number 76, Rebecca Baraga Greno, and followed by Dr. Farquhar.
Hi.
Hi,
I will be
Rebecca.
switching now from interpreter role. So thank you for having me, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, members of the Human Services Committee. I'm here today to show my support for SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 for income eligible persons to obtain healthcare regardless of immigration status. I just wanted to thank you guys for having this legislation introduced this year and also for allowing us to speak on this in a public hearing. My name is Rebecca Vergara. I'm a fourth year medical student in New Haven. I also worked as the student director of Haven Free Clinic last year, which is the student-run clinic associated with Yale School of Medicine. And now I'm working as a student clinical provider, and I'm part of the Husky for Immigrants Coalition. As a free clinic, we only serve uninsured patients, many of which are undocumented. And I myself grew up in a family without insurance, and it's that experience really that inspired me to become a doctor in the first place. I remember as a child, my parents would hold off on taking me to a doctor when I was sick or until I felt seriously ill. And we would stick to a lot of home remedies. I would miss days of school. And I especially saw the effects on my mom, who ended up getting skin cancer on her face, and saw the many nights that she would be in her room crying, anxious because the cancer kept on spreading. And she didn't know what to do and was afraid of the debt that would be associated with getting that fixed. And so this was pre-ACA, pre-Medicaid expansion. And now at the clinic, it really does break my heart as a trainee, and I guess just as a human being, to see so many patients who are still in the same situation as my parents and my family, and are essentially treated like second-class citizens, having to rely on a student clinic. And yet our patients still ask us all the time if we have pediatric services at our clinic, because we're the only clinic that has free care in the city. And so we last year actually did a pediatric needs assessment for undocumented parents in New Haven. And as you can imagine, a lot of the things that were talked about today in public testimonies are essentially what we saw. So delaying care, not having access to specialty services for their kids, never taking their kids to get dental care. They talked about not being able to afford a medication to, especially for children who had chronic health and issues. And missing school and things like that, and especially lack of urgent care, causing families to rely on emergency room. And so despite all of these barriers, our the parents that we talked to said that they would do anything to get them the care that they need, especially during the pandemic, talking about that they would rather miss their rent payments or go hungry themselves than see their children suffering from a health issue. So I hope by hearing the stories today, legislators will continue to push forward the fight for human rights in our state, passing the SB 284. And we certainly wouldn't be the first to do it. Many of our neighboring states have also extended health coverage for minors and have gone even further. Oregon last year invested $100 million in a migrant program for Medicaid expansion. And as Senator Slaps mentioned, in addition to uncompensated care, which is a huge fiscal burden on our health system, I think more importantly, there's a devastating human impact to not providing our patients with health coverage. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Rebecca. I just want to comment, and I saw this yesterday also in the public health. I'm so proud of you all in this fight for equity for people, for health equity, and your fight for people who normally would not have a voice, and that you're lifting their voices, but also they're speaking for themselves. That's really important, that people who come here from wherever, that they're able to speak for themselves, but they have other people helping them and championing them. So I really do appreciate it. Seen so many young people come before both of these two committees, and we're going to be okay. You all just have to stay on track and keep fighting, okay?
Thank you, Senator Moore. And
nothing comes without
to have an ally. So thank you.
Nothing comes without a fight. Nobody's going to hand
That's
anything to anybody when it comes to something that hits the bottom line. So keep pushing. All
We
right?
will. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Dr. Farquhar. You're up next. How are you?
Hi, Senator Moore. Thank you.
We're spending a lot of time together.
Yes. Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, Senator Berthel, Representative Case, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Thomas Farquhar. I'm the Vice President and Legislative Chair of the Radiological Society of Connecticut and a practicing physician in Central Connecticut. And on behalf of our society, I wanted to offer brief comments on Senate Bill 287, an act concerning Medicaid. And our request is that you make an addition to the bill. The proposed budget for DSS continues drastic payment reductions that have been in place since 2015 to the provider component of Medicaid payments for imaging services such as MRI and CT scans, ultrasounds, x-rays, and even mammography. And at the time, this cut was over 42%, and this would continue for another year unless reversed or modified. And we're asking that this be reconsidered because of the negative effect that it's having on access to Medicaid patients to critical medical services. So to be clear, these cuts targeted only independent radiologists. It wouldn't affect a hospital or hospital-employed physicians. And these radiology private practices are small businesses employing hundreds of employees with good paying jobs across the state. And we saw one of the two private radiology practices in the city of Hartford close shortly after that cut took effect. And more recently, we've heard of local radiology offices turning away patients with Medicaid. And we believe that continuing these cuts will continue to erode access, especially for routine outpatient and screening exams that create another barrier to those seeking care. And I think Connecticut can do better. And I think we need to proactively take steps to close the disparities in healthcare from socioeconomic factors, like we've heard from so many of the speakers before me. Steps like closing offices are not easily reversed. So if we wait until DSS is convinced of an access problem because they get increased complaint phone calls to a statewide hotline, it may very well be too late. And we know there's been resistance to this change due to the cost. So we'd like to propose as an alternative a first step, which would be to restore the professional reimbursement that it had been before to 100% of 2007 Medicare, specifically for breast imaging exams. Preserving and expanding access to screening exams that allow for early detection are key to saving lives, and the proposal would help in this regard. And to add some details, yesterday I was asked at what the current reimbursement rate was. Currently, the state of Connecticut pays $22 to the physician who reads a mammogram. By comparison, Massachusetts, $42, and New York State, $38. So it's about half. And this restoration would bring the Connecticut payment back up to $38, again, on par with neighboring states who value the benefit of screening mammography. So that would be our ask, and that concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Farquhar. I don't see any other questions for you, and I think I asked mine yesterday, but I thought you told me that it was $9.
That was one number that's what Linda had gotten from the work group. So they must have been getting it from a different source, and I'm not sure what the $9 was. But yeah, it's $22, but it is significantly lower than neighboring states, even for the same Medicaid fee-for-service rates. So
thank you for your testimony. Appreciate
thank you. Yep, take care.
Right. You also. Number 78 is Elizabeth Guerra, followed by number 79, Imelda Barhouse. Is Elizabeth there?
Estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos de Connecticut, buenas tardes. Me llamo Imelda Barajas. Soy madre y vivo con mi familia en Hartford, Connecticut. Soy indocumentada.
Is there an interpreter here?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
Thank
here.
you.
I apologize. Dear members of the Human Service Committee of Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Imelda Barajas. I'm a mother and I live in Hartford, Connecticut with my family, and I am undocumented.
Estoy a favor de SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
I stand in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Porque este es un importante paso adelante para conseguir seguro médico para toda nuestra comunidad inmigrante.
Because it would be an important step forward in getting healthcare access for our whole immigrant community.
En el año 2006, yo tuve una experiencia muy traumante en la sala de emergencias del Hartford Hospital.
In 2006, I had a very traumatic experience in the emergency room at Hartford Hospital.
Yo llegué con un dolor de estómago muy fuerte que me hacía ponerme helada. Mi esposo me abrazaba para hacerme sentir bien, pero el dolor era demasiado fuerte.
I went in with a very strong stomach ache and it made me freeze out from the pain. My husband tried to comfort me and hug me, but the pain was too much.
Cuando llegué, me pasaron al frente para tomarme mis datos, pero entonces no había intérprete y como pude y a señas les di la información.
When I got there, they sent me to the front desk to get my information. There was no interpretation, and so I had to use hand gestures to tell them my name.
A señas les dije cómo me llamaba y que tenía un dolor muy fuerte en mi estómago. Nunca me pasaron a una sala a que me tomaran la presión ni a preguntarme qué tanto me dolía.
And that I was also experiencing deep stomach pain. They never moved me to a room to take my vitals or asked me what level of pain I was feeling.
Como yo no tenía seguro médico, me mandaron a sentar en la sala de espera. Yo creía que viéndome cómo sufría, me iban a atender, pero no fue así.
But since I didn't have health insurance, they sent me over to sit in the waiting room. I thought that seeing how much pain I was in, that they would see me, but it didn't happen that way.
Yo creía que viéndome cómo sufría me iban a atender, pero no fue así. Otras personas llegaban y las atendían porque ellas sí tenían seguro médico. Y yo seguía esperando, yo creí que me iba a morir ahí del dolor.
Meanwhile, other people who got there, who had insurance, were seen right away by doctors. And I was still waiting, even though at the time I thought I was going to die waiting because of the pain.
No supe cuánto tiempo pasó, pero estuve ahí hasta la madrugada, desde las 11 de la noche del día anterior. Me desmayé del dolor. Cuando desperté, mi cuerpo estaba adormecido por el dolor.
I didn't know how long I waited, but it wasn't until the morning that I was actually seen, starting from 11 p.m. I had passed out from the pain, and when I woke up, they still wouldn't see me.
Pude haber muerto y ellos no hicieron nada por no tener seguro médico. Decidí irme a casa y pasar por Walgreens para comprar unas pastillas por si el dolor volvía.
Sorry to interrupt, it's just time is up, and if you can please summarize. Thank you so much.
They didn't do anything, and then because I didn't have insurance, they didn't see me, and I just went home, passed by Walgreens to get some pills for the pain. Okay, ya se le acabó el tiempo, entonces nada más hay que resumir.
Okay, gracias por su tiempo. Imelda Barajas.
Thank you for your time, Imelda Barajas.
Thank you. I want to ask her some questions, okay? And did this happen in Connecticut?
Sorry about that.
I asked, did this happen in Connecticut?
¿Esto pasó en Connecticut?
Sí, en la sala de emergencias del hospital de Hartford.
Yes, in the emergency room at the Hartford Hospital.
How recent?
¿Qué tan reciente?
Hace aproximadamente 6 años.
About 6 years ago.
How long? 6 years ago?
Yes.
Has she had any other incidents since then where she had to go back?
¿Ha tenido otros incidentes donde tenía que ir a las urgencias?
Sí, hubo otros 2 incidentes que también fueron muy malas experiencias.
Yeah, there were 2 other incidents since then that were really bad experiences.
Tell her I apologize for being treated that way. I just apologize for what she had to go through on behalf of the state of Connecticut, and as a resident of Connecticut, that no one should have to go through that, especially when you're in pain. So, and thank her for sharing.
Quiero ofrecerle disculpas de parte del estado de Connecticut, porque nadie debe de pasar por eso y aguantar un dolor así sin tener asistencia médica.
I've witnessed this firsthand when doing outreach for people of color or people who didn't speak English all over the state. It's not unique to any one hospital, and it's not unique to any one part of the state, but it is something that people of color and people who don't speak English go through all of the time. And I'm sad to hear that it's still taking place in Connecticut.
Sí, lo he visto personalmente, sobre todo esto pasa muy a menudo a las personas de color y las personas que no hablan inglés, así que no es muy único a nuestro sistema o a un hospital, pero sí me entristece saber que sigue pasando.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Next up, I have number 80, Mark Kosnoff, followed by Samantha Milligan. Is Mark here? I'm going to move on to Samantha Milligan. Moving on to Rosa Jimenez.
Senator Moore. There's also number 82, Bridget is here, Bridget Rivera.
Bridget, are you here?
Yes,
Bridget?
that's right, I'm here.
Hi, Bridget, how are you?
Good, thank you. Hi, dear esteemed members of the Human Services Committee, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all today. I'm Bridget Rivera. I'm a resident of Hartford for 13 years now, and I'm an immigrant from Peru. I stand in support of SB 28 to increase Husky access up to 18 regardless of immigration status. And I think, at least I know that in order to have a healthy state, we need to ensure undocumented children and their families have access to healthcare as well. And I just wanted to share a little bit about my story. When I was trying to apply to college as an undocumented student with limited financial support, I felt completely at a loss. My counselors were very unhelpful, and I was first generation, so I unfortunately couldn't ask my parents for guidance. I felt like I was trying to drive while being blindfolded, and you're just trying to get to a better place, but you have no idea how to get there. And I was diagnosed through this intensive college application admissions application process. I was diagnosed with high intensive depression and anxiety with my community clinic. And while depression and anxiety looks different for everyone, for me, it tended to look like I didn't eat and I couldn't clean my room. And I couldn't talk about it at all. And not a single member of my family had ever had healthcare insurance ever. And I simply couldn't afford the help I needed to deal with my situation. And I just wanted to read this that I wrote in 2017. It's a letter, and it says, "Breathe, please, because I need you to be here for the long run. I need you, your family needs you, your friends need you. You're so undeniably strong. And even in your darkest hour, you do the bravest thing anyone can do, and that's just to be alive and exist. I need you to live even when it feels like you can't." And this is just a letter I wrote to myself in 2017 to encourage myself to just exist. And I'm grateful for my community because they have helped me heal. But I just asked myself, what's the point of a healthcare system if thousands of people can't access it? My story with mental health is just one of the many for my community. And it's urgent to pass healthcare access now, and not in 2023 or not in 2024, because we need help now. And I don't know if lives are going to make it until that year. And as you all try to approach issues such as mental health crisis, addressing trauma with cycles of violence in communities, and even air quality in Connecticut, I just kindly ask that you keep the undocumented community in your mind. I support SB 28, I said before, and I just ask the committee to be courageous enough to speak up in support of this as well. Looking forward, I just ask that you follow leadership of, District of Columbia, Oregon, and other California and other states that have already passed this, which shows that it is possible, and we just need to be courageous enough to make it work. Thank you so much, Senator Moore, for giving us that space, along with Representative Abercrombie and just the entire committee.
Thank you, Bridget, for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you, so have a great day. Molly Markowitz.
Hello, good afternoon to the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Molly Markowitz, and I'm a pediatrician who works in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm here today representing myself and not my employers, but today I want to speak in strong support of SB 284. And I was hoping to share a story from one of my patients, how the lack of health insurance leads to great harm and long-lasting negative health outcomes. So this past fall, I was meeting with a young boy who was 11 years old, and he was there with his mother for a routine physical. And we hadn't seen him in clinic for quite a few years. And his mother shared with me that she was really concerned about his weight, and he had actually gained over 100 pounds, which for a little person is a lot of weight in the past several years. And she was very concerned. And I too was very concerned. He had elevated blood pressure, which was indicating possibly he was even developing hypertension. He had signs of early diabetes, or even possibly diabetes at that time. And he also shared that he was having some mental health issues because of some bullying secondary to his weight increase at school. And when I asked, I was like, why haven't we seen you in clinic in a couple of years? Just wanting to check in and see kind of what was happening for the family. They shared it was because he didn't have health insurance. And really this story could be the story for so many of our families in Connecticut. And a lot of people today have shared how undocumented or uninsured individuals aren't able, and their barriers to accessing care. They're not getting preventative medicines that they need. They're not seeing their usual doctors. They're delaying care. And all of this we know leads to negative health outcomes. And the data really supports this for children as well. And as pediatricians, every day we talk with families about the importance of diet, exercise, sleep, and so much more to prevent, the debilitating and chronic diseases such as diabetes, heart disease. But, we're not able to do this for so many children because they aren't able to access care and come and see us in the clinic. So that's why it's so important that we expand the age up to 18 for covering all children in Connecticut. So I urge the committee to please vote in support, or please support this bill and moving it forward. And I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Molly, for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
I'm looking for Rosa Jimenez, number 84 and 85. After that, Judith Paz.
Rosa Jiménez, ¿está ahí?
Rosa.
And Senator, sorry for interrupting. Senator Moore, number 72, Ariana Tacante is now here.
Okay. So let's do Ariana.
Sí, estoy aquí.
Yes, hi, Ariana.
Hola, Ariana.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good evening.
Mi testimonio es en que sí necesitamos el seguro porque en mi caso, yo tengo un hijo de 19 años que no le pueden dar seguimiento solo y sencillamente porque él no tiene seguro. Él sufrió un accidente de carro, entonces él necesita que él tenga seguimiento de ese accidente, pero sencillamente y desgraciadamente como él no tiene seguro, pues entonces no le han dado seguimiento.
My testimony today is that we need to provide insurance to undocumented minors. In my case, I have a son who had a car accident and needed very close follow-up after the accident. Ariana, ¿tiene algo más que decir?
Y no nada más yo creo que me imagino que todos necesitamos ese seguro, porque igual todo el mundo se llega a enfermar, todo el mundo lo necesita, ¿ve? Y si uno no tiene seguro, pues no nos atienden, y sí, pero ya sabe, nos llega el bill también para pagar, y a veces tenemos para pagar y a veces no.
And yeah, that's pretty much it. I just wanted to say that we all need health insurance. We all get sick. And oftentimes, when you don't have insurance, you have no way of paying for the care that you really need.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Gracias por su testimonio, Ariana.
De nada.
I don't see any questions for her. So I'm going to move on to, where was I? Help me here. Was it Molly Markowitz? Heather, is there anybody else before that? Or Cass? All right,
I'm sorry, we missed your question. What was it?
Was there anybody before Molly that I need to go back to?
Not
No,
that
you're
I
all
see
set.
right now.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So is Molly here? Is Rosa Jimenez here?
Rosa Jiménez, ¿está ahí?
Judith Paz.
Judith Paz.
Judith Paz, followed by number 86, Camelia Guez Chavez.
Yes, I'm here.
Is Judith here?
I'm here.
Are you
Judith
Camelia or are
Paz?
you Judith? Oh, I see Judith. Let me, okay. I'll do Judith and then I'll come to you, Camelia, all right?
Okay. Bueno, ¿puedo empezar?
Can I start?
Yes.
Sí.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Judith Paz, vivo en Norwalk, represento Comunidades Sin Fronteras y mi testimonio es acerca que yo tengo una hija que es ciudadana americana y otra que es indocumentada.
Hi, my name is Judith Paz. I am a member of the organization Community Without Borders. I live in Norwalk and I have 2 daughters, one who's a citizen and one who's not.
¿Cómo puedo, mi hija mayor, ¿verdad? La indocumentada, me ha afectado a mí no tener un seguro médico? Ella tuvo un accidente jugando con la nieve cuando era niña, ¿verdad? Hizo una pelota de nieve, la tiró y cuando se agachó estaba una pala y se rompió la ceja.
¿Se le rompió la qué?
La ceja aquí por el ojo.
So how not having insurance has personally affected me, and especially for my older daughter, who's the undocumented one. She had an accident when she was younger and she was hit by a ball of ice, and then she broke the bone behind her eyebrow.
Yeah. Y esa vez bueno, la niña tuvo que llevarla de emergencia al hospital de Norwalk y llegó a mi casa un bill muy alto, ¿verdad? Y tuve que buscar ayuda financiera en el hospital y en otros lados para poder cubrir ese gasto que tuvo mi hija.
And so I had to take her to the emergency room in Norwalk, and because it was so expensive, I had to look for financial assistance from the hospital and elsewhere to pay for the care.
Y bueno, recientemente tuvo otra cirugía porque tuvo cysts en los ovarios y también fue una operación muy alta y lo mismo pasó, buscar ayuda financiera en los hospitales.
And so more recently, she had another surgery for an ovarian cyst. And so that was another expensive bill that we had to look for financial assistance for.
Yeah. Y esto vendría a ayudar a todos nuestros niños, ¿verdad? Porque a veces tienen como un accidente y no tenemos un seguro y la mamá, a veces pensamos para llevar a nuestros hijos al hospital porque decimos, ese bill, ¿cómo lo voy a pagar?
And so this happens often with our kids, right? They get into accidents, but for us, we're always thinking, well, what's going to happen if we go to the hospital and we get a bill for it?
Yeah. Y, ¿verdad? La otra parte es que tengo mi hija, que es ciudadana americana, ella está teniendo problemas de depresión y gracias porque tiene un seguro médico, puede tener todos estos accesos a terapia, toda esta ayuda y así como yo como mamá puedo ver cómo es, una tiene todos los beneficios, otra no, pero gracias a Dios y espero en Dios que pronto vamos a tener la victoria de que aprueben el seguro para niños menores de 18 años.
And I also have another daughter who's a US citizen, and she unfortunately suffers from depression, but thanks to her insurance, she can get all the therapy and the treatment that she needs. So as a mom, it's really difficult seeing, the differences between one daughter who has insurance and one that doesn't. But I'm hopeful that this year we'll be able to pass a law so that she can get insurance as well.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la oportunidad de testificar. Tengo muchas más cosas que contar, pero yo sé que hay muchas personas esperando su turno, así que les vamos a dar la oportunidad a otras. Gracias.
Okay. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today. I have so many other things that I could tell you about, but I will allow some of the other speakers to come forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Judith. Appreciate it. I have some stuff I could tell you also, tell her. What I've witnessed.
Que ella también tiene muchas historias que contar.
I know.
Hopefully there won't be stories in the future. Hopefully there'll be stories of triumph and fairness. So thank you. All right, next I have Camelia Guza Chavez, followed by Craig Flock.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Camelia.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, and I can see you too.
Okay, thank you. Dear members of the Human Services Committee of Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Camila and I'm a resident of New Haven. I'm here to testify in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. I support this bill because I believe that every single human being deserves the right to healthcare coverage, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from, how they got here, or how old they are. It is archaic and blatantly discriminatory that in our state, people without a social security number don't have the right to healthcare. I want to be clear that this year we are fighting so that young people between 8 and 18 years old can have access. But next year we'll keep on fighting, and the next year and the year following, until everyone in this state has access to the basic human right of healthcare. I'm an organizer with Samia Collective, and in my day job, I co-direct an organization called Havenly that works with immigrant and refugee women. It hurts me to see dear friends of mine, as well as members of my community that I work and live alongside with, who know that if they get sick or something happens to them, going to the doctor isn't an option because they're undocumented. It doesn't matter how much they work, how hard they work, or how much they pay in taxes every year to the state of Connecticut and the federal government. They're still barred from seeing a doctor, they're barred from seeking mental health support, and they barely have the option of even going to the emergency room if they really need to, because just one visit to the ER without insurance, as we've heard, can lead to thousands of dollars in debt. I ask the legislators here to think about what kind of state we want to live in. Right now, the message that's being sent by the state is that Connecticut cares about children below the age of 8 years old, but once that child turns 9, they're out of luck and they're no longer worthy of health insurance. What logic is there to that? Why is a child of 8 worthy of having access to care, but not a child of 9, not an adolescent who's going through significant physical and psychological changes, as we all do in that critical time of adolescence, and not their parents, grandparents, or siblings? Why is that? I ask you to please really consider, what is a 6, 7, 8-year-old to do when their mother gets sick, be it with a chronic illness, an extreme case of COVID, or an injury? What if that child's mother is a single mom, the head of the household, and she falls ill? If the pandemic has taught us anything, it should teach us that all of our health and well-being is interconnected. We can't have healthy families, healthy neighborhoods, or a healthy state if thousands of people in our communities are left to fend for their own survival and cannot receive medical attention when they need it. Last year's expansion of Husky to children 0 to 8 years of age was a step in the right direction, but it must be followed this year by a concrete plan to expand access to all for its effects to be meaningful, and if we want to be a state that respects basic human rights of its residents. I support SB 284, and I urge the committee to support and pass this legislation, and also make a plan to open healthcare access to all immigrants regardless of age, because healthcare is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you, Camelia, for your testimony and your passion. Appreciate it. I don't see any questions for you, so have a good day. Next, I have Craig Flock, number 87, and number 88 is Dr. Brody. Is Craig here? Then I'm going to go on to Dr. Brody. How are you?
Hello. Hello, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, Representative Berthel, Representative Case, and members of the committee. The Connecticut Naturopathic Physicians Association appreciates the opportunity to offer comments on Senate Bill 280, an act concerning naturopaths. As you know, the bill would add naturopaths as a covered provider type in the Medicaid program, and we strongly support this bill. My name is Robert Brody. I'm a practicing naturopathic physician in private insurance-based practice in Newtown, Connecticut. I'm an in-network provider of most major insurance plans in the state of Connecticut and an approved referring provider for Medicaid. I am a professor at the University of Bridgeport, currently teaching the last class of naturopathic medical students, as well as teaching undergrad students in the biology department. I'm a resident of Connecticut, currently living in Bridgeport. I spent 3 years running medical clinics for YMCA subsidized housing community in Bridgeport. At the Alpha Community Services, we saw socially and economically stressed residents every week and provide medical care to help them, blood pressure control, blood glucose monitoring, diet, and obesity care. With the closure of the naturopathic medical clinics at the University of Bridgeport clinics, where thousands of patients are seen every year, these patients will no longer have access to naturopathic care due to the oversight of not allowing naturopathic physicians to be fully credentialed with Medicaid. These patients will continue to need care, but myself and others cannot offer discounted or sliding rates due to insurance restrictions. This will lead to more patients not getting the care they need and potentially more ER and urgent care visits. However, despite our in-depth training, certifications, license ability to diagnose and treat serious conditions, our primary goal is prevention. We strengthen the body to help fight off infections and prevent diseases. We use laboratory testing to find the root cause of symptoms and flush them out. We recommend dietary and lifestyle changes to help keep people healthy, helping them live better lives and help keep our hospitals and emergency clinics empty. There's not one specialty of medicine for every condition. Instead, it's our duty as physicians to work together as a team with the ultimate goal of helping those in need. A common occurrence in my clinic and the various clinics I've worked at is needing to send patients to other medical providers for different situations, including medical doctors, therapists, chiropractors, acupuncturists, osteopaths, etc. There are too many sick people in Connecticut, and there are not enough insured providers to serve them with affordable yet personalized individual care. Naturopathic physicians are already in the Husky system. I'm eligible to see Husky patients under the age of 21, and I can order laboratory data for all under the age of 65. Expanding Medicaid coverage to include physicians who already have limited coverage is a step that would provide hundreds, if not thousands of Connecticut residents access evidence-based medical care that would not be able to afford otherwise. To address DDS comments on funding, to quote, to add naturopaths as reimbursable services, end quote, as naturopathic doctors, we are not services, we are providers. We offer medical care commensurate to other medical provider types. To address DDS concerns about funding, yes, there would be a line item added to the budget to pay for NDs, but another line item would be modified to add in another physician type for sharing the care for adult Husky patients. We have completed medical school, we have passed our licensing exams, we have passed our boards, we have met and will continue to meet Connecticut's standards for receiving and maintaining medical licensure. We undertook an oath. Please allow us the opportunity to provide for the residents of Connecticut with passing Senate Bill 280. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Farquhar. I'm sorry, Dr. Brody. I don't see any questions for you, but I want to thank you for the work that you've done here in Bridgeport and at the university. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, I see no questions for you. Have a great day. So we're going to go back. Some people have come back on, and we're going to go back. And Ms. Al Silva is here, and Rosa Jimenez is joined by phone, and we can let her speak. But let's see if Ms. Al is here. Ms. Al. How about Ariana Tacante?
Ariana Tecante, I think might have already gone just before.
Okay. How about Rosa Jimenez?
Rosa Jiménez está aquí. Rosa Jiménez está aquí.
Rosa is here by phone. She needs to unmute herself, which is *6.
Rosa, si es que puede desenmudarse aplastando estrella 6. Rosa, para desenmudarse tiene que aplastar estrella 6 en su teléfono.
We see she's unmuted. She can proceed. She can go ahead and start her testimony.
Ok, entonces puede empezar su testimonio.
No.
Y hágalo en pedacitos, por favor.
I'm so sorry. She hit the button again, so we can see that she's muted again. So can she try *6 again? So sorry.
Y disculpe, si es que puede aplastar otra vez estrella 6 y luego de su testimonio en pedacitos para poder interpretar para usted.
I think she may have gotten disconnected. If she comes back on, I will let you know. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. So I'll move on to Catherine Valeda.
Yes, thank you. Dear Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee, my name is Catherine Villeda, and I'm a Bridgeport resident an immigrant rights leader, and a member of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I'm also the daughter of formerly undocumented parents. I stand in support of SB 284, and I'm very happy to see the introduction of this bill and how it builds off of last year's victories. This is an important step in making sure our immigrant community has access to the care they deserve, to reduce the uninsured rate in Connecticut, and a step towards economic and racial justice. Healthcare is a human right, and no one should be denied the care they need because of their status. Growing up in a mixed status family, I witnessed firsthand the barriers my loved ones face in accessing care because of their status, especially my mother when she had a stroke. Care is often delayed because of the fear and uncertainty that comes with disclosing one's status to a medical provider and the possibility of medical debt. Professionally, I'm a healthcare policy analyst at a healthcare organization where my work primarily focuses on supporting other state advocates, also working towards healthcare coverage for residents in their states, regardless of immigration status. And as my home state, Connecticut stands out to me as the only state in the country that currently has an arbitrary cutoff for which children should be covered based on their age. A child should not suddenly become less deserving of healthcare once they turn 9 years old. And passage of this bill would remove that unnecessary barrier to ensure continued coverage. I want to emphasize that Connecticut is not alone in this effort. 9 other states, plus the District of Columbia, have implemented or are in the process of implementing the same coverage expansion. Illinois has had this coverage for nearly 16 years, and there's a reason that it has stuck. Our neighbors in New Jersey, who have been strong partners during this pandemic, passed coverage for all kids regardless of immigration status last year. We have partners who we can lean on to ensure a smooth implementation process. As several have already mentioned, our work doesn't end here. We need to open access to Husky to caregivers and adults. Parents' immigration status has a direct impact on whether or not their child is insured and how often they utilize healthcare services. Providing coverage for caregivers will in turn support better coverage rates for children and better utilization of preventative services. I support SB 284 and I ask the committee to vote favorably. And I also recommend that coverage be pushed up sooner for children and postpartum people if possible. And looking forward, I ask the committee to work towards opening access to all people regardless of their status and their age. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Catherine. I don't see any hands up for questions for you. Appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of your day. I'm now going to pass over the chairmanship to my co-chair, Representative Abercrombie, while I step out for a moment. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to move on to number 90, Nicole San Clemente. I hope I said it right. I apologize if I didn't.
Yes, you did, Representative. Thank you. Oh, good afternoon, members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Nicole San Clemente, and I'm the Policy and Program Coordinator for the Connecticut Women's Education and Legal Fund, also known colloquially as QUELF. We are a statewide nonprofit organization that advocates for women and girls in Connecticut, and I am here today testifying in support of Senate Bill 284. Access to healthcare is a fundamental human right. Last year, we took a collective and significant step towards achieving equity in healthcare access with the passage of Husky health insurance coverage to children up to the age of 8, regardless of immigration status. Although a step in the right direction, the gaps that have been created by this law and add overwhelming burdens for many families in our state. QUELF's legal education program serves over 1,000 clients per year, the majority of which are low-income women of color with one dependent. Some of the clients we serve are undocumented and come to us with questions about housing, workplace issues, their immigration status, and many other barriers towards self-efficacy, economic security, and their personal definitions of success. Since many of our clients are parents, those who are undocumented are faced with the challenges of having their children grow out of the current program and become uninsured again once they hit the age of 9. Others have to deal with the reality of having only some of their children insured through the Husky program, while their other children are ineligible, again, due to their age. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed and exacerbated the issues our clients are faced with on a daily basis. As the pandemic starts to recede and we shift our focus towards recovery, centering inclusivity, intersectionality, and equity is the only way we can move forward. Senate Bill number 284 is the next step towards recovery and the creation of a healthier and more equitable Connecticut. But our work will not end until we ensure that all of our people are given access to health insurance and healthcare, regardless of age, finances, or immigration status, until they are granted this fundamental human right. We really urge the committee to vote favorably in support of Senate Bill 284 to continue the conversation towards health insurance for all. No parent should be forced to choose between accessing the care their children need and paying their rent or putting food on the table. Thank you for your time and consideration. We look forward to working alongside you in the fight towards justice and equity in Connecticut.
Thank you, Nicole, for your testimony. You did a great job. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Have a great day. We've been joined by Rosa. She's on the phone. So if the interpreter can tell her to *6, we'll let her speak.
Rosa, si puede aplastar estrella 6, se puede desenmudecer.
Excuse me, she hit it twice, so she'd unmuted and then she muted herself again. So,
Sí. Y solamente,
just hit it just one more time. She said hit *6.
Sí,
She should be good to go.
Y solamente hágalo una vezita. Estrella 6 una vez.
She's unmuted now. She can go.
Perfecto. Empiece su testimonio, por favor. Y hágalo en pedacitos.
Ok. Muy buenas tardes y gracias por la oportunidad. Mi nombre es Rosa Jiménez y vivo en New Haven, Connecticut.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rosa Jiménez, and I live in New Haven.
Mi testimonio es de esto que he visto. Tengo una hija de 9 años, gracias a Dios es nacida acá. Tengo otro hijo que vive en Ecuador de 20 años, pero he visto muchos niños acá que por cosas de economía arrastramos a nuestros hijos a este país sin pensar que acá la medicina es cara, pensar que los niños se enferman y muchas de las veces como padres.
Deme un segundito, yo interpreto por usted. So I have a 9-year-old son who was born here, and I have another 20-year-old who lives in Ecuador. But I've seen other children who don't have access to healthcare. And when we have migrated, we did not know that medicine and healthcare is so expensive here.
Muchas de las veces aquí en este país es un país de leyes y a eso voy, que nosotros como madres a veces les automedicamos a los niños por no tenemos un seguro para llevar al hospital porque nos viene un bill de $4,000, de $3,000. Ellos ven más la acción y no ven que nosotros por desesperación a veces no tener el dinero les automedicamos y la ley nos cae con todo por haber hecho malas cosas, pero ellos no se dan cuenta que porque no tenemos lo suficiente dinero para llevarles a un médico, a veces tomamos decisiones arriesgadas que quizás nos puede costar hasta la cárcel.
So this is a country of laws, but because we don't have access to healthcare, sometimes we self-medicate. And because we know that if we have to go to the doctor, sometimes we have to pay $3,000, $4,000. So we do this because we cannot afford it, and sometimes we risk of actually going to jail over this.
Mi petición es que creo que como buenos ciudadanos que vivimos en este país o que la mayoría pagamos taxes, solo quisiéramos un seguro accesible para los niños que menores de 18 años. Creo que están en todo su derecho, ya como digo, pagamos taxes y vivimos como una persona legal acá. Creo que no decimos que nos regalen, simplemente unos pagos accesibles, algo accesible que uno como padre pueda pagar. Eso sería mi petición.
So my petition is that as good citizens, we want children who are under 18 to be covered, and we are not asking for a handout. We want access and something that we can actually afford.
Muchas gracias y agradezco por la oportunidad. Yo represento una comunidad muy grande aquí en San Francisco, que es la comunidad de San Sebastián de Ecuador, y siempre he venido trabajando, así obtuvimos las licencias aquí en Connecticut, hemos obtenido muchas cosas y yo sé que con Dios vamos a obtener muchas cosas más. Muchas gracias y buenas tardes.
So thank you so much for the opportunity. I belong to a large community at San Francisco where we have been fighting to achieve a driver's license. And we are here because we want to achieve this thing. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Not seeing any questions. Have a great day.
Muchas gracias por su testimonio. No hay preguntas y que tenga una buena tarde.
Thank you. Up next is number 91, Carla Roxana Rodriguez.
Carla Roxana Rodríguez está aquí.
I don't see her, so we'll move on to number 92, Rosanna Ferraro.
Hello, chairs and members of the Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of Senate Bill 284. I'm Rosanna G. Ferraro, the Policy and Program Officer at Universal Healthcare Foundation of Connecticut. At Universal, our mission is to accelerate the movement for health justice, and we recognize that health is a human right, fundamentally related and core to social justice and equity. When we say universal, we mean everybody, including our immigrant residents. You've already been hearing powerful and heartbreaking testimony from impacted community members and advocates about the need not only for Senate Bill 284, but coverage for all immigrants as well. We stand with everybody, especially those most impacted who have been bravely sharing their stories. We urge you to listen to these stories and implore you to find a way to help all immigrants in the state. Children do better when their parents do better. Our communities do better when we all do better. Healthcare is a human right. We support 284 because it's a matter of health equity and justice and morality. Health equity means that everyone has the ability and means to reach their best health potential. When coverage is denied due to immigration status, it is an obstacle to achieving best health and in turn achieving a stable, fulfilling life. Our neighboring states, as you've heard, New York and Massachusetts, offer healthcare services to all children, regardless of immigration status. It is our obligation to the well-being of our state's children to follow in these states' footsteps and expand Husky health coverage to all children. Children are being left behind with the current legislation, and we must act now to address this. It is important to note we support this as a next step towards providing Husky insurance to all, regardless of immigration status. Medicaid coverage for all who are income eligible, regardless of status, would more comprehensively combat health disparities. The undocumented population in Connecticut has a staggering 58% uninsured rate. Comparatively, Connecticut has a 6.3% uninsured rate overall. It's a huge disparity. By passing Senate Bill 284, Connecticut can take one step closer to health equity and justice. With this expansion, we can offer affordable and accessible options to the low-income, uninsured, and undocumented children of Connecticut. We urge the passage of 284 and for continued work to expand Husky to all income-eligible, undocumented immigrants. Please support this important legislation. It is equitable, it is just, and it is the right thing to do. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Rosanna. You did a great job. Seeing no questions, thank you so much and have a great day.
You too. Thank you very much.
Moving on to number 93, Sarah Lemaster. So we actually have her. Oh, there she is. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
It's good to see you. I think I was number 98, but this hearing is running very efficiently, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, chairs and distinguished leadership of the Human Services Committee. My name is Sarah Lemaster, and I'm the Manager of Government Relations and Public Policy for the Community Health Center Association. I've testified before you a couple times this session, so I will skip through most of the introduction of what CHC Act does. But I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to testify on Senate Bill 284, an act concerning the increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance, regardless of immigration status. Connecticut's health centers serve over 70,000 patients every year who are uninsured. Many of these patients are undocumented, though we do not keep track of documentation status. We also serve patients in every single legislative district. There are uninsured patients in every single legislative district. So this bill would absolutely affect patients in every district of the members of this committee. I think that it's important to note that this is really about health equity and about making sure that our healthcare system is reflective of our values as a state. The current model for undocumented people to receive care is to either go to a federally qualified health center or to go to the emergency room. Health centers, through providing primary medical and primary dental and behavioral health services to all who walk through their doors, have been able to keep many people out of emergency rooms by providing them with services that go from basic healthcare to weight management, chronic disease management. Our health centers offer our patients food, fresh fruits and vegetables in the summertime. So a lot of these services are really key to maintaining a healthy community. And this bill will expand the people who can access healthcare through Medicaid, and it will dramatically increase the availability of coverage for those people. If you come to this country and your only options for care are to go to the emergency room or to find magically a federally qualified health center, that's incredibly limiting. The reality is we have a very good healthcare system in Connecticut. We have excellent doctors, we have excellent providers, but those are only accessible to people that have health insurance. So this bill will increase access to those services. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to testify. I will align my comments with those of my colleagues that have testified before me, and you'll be hearing more from our health centers throughout the day.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for being here today. Seeing no questions, have a great day.
Thank you.
Up next, number 34, our friend Kathy Flaherty. Hi, Kath.
Hi, Representative Abercrombie, Senator Moore, Senator Bertho, Representative Case, my Senator Matt Lesser, members of the Human Services Committee. Kathy Flaherty, I'm the Executive Director of Connecticut Legal Rights Project, and I'm here to testify on 5 bills, and I will do it very quickly. 282, I was glad to hear that the Department of Social Services supports it, and I think, make the language change that needs to be made, but many people, including myself, gain a significant amount of weight when we address our mental health conditions with medication. And it's a change that lasts even when you stop taking the medication, and it just doesn't go away. So having the opportunity to address a health condition that arises from the treatment of another is really important. We support the call for raising the age from 8 to 18 in Senate Bill 284. We believe healthcare is a human right that shouldn't depend on status. As far as 287, if you're going to look at Medicaid, I'd suggest also maybe looking at the income and asset limits of Husky C and how it really prevents care for people with disabilities who are unable to work and therefore not eligible for MedConnect. 5334, it has long been a rallying cry of the disability community to live in the community, not in nursing homes. So looking at that long-term services and supports is great. But I'm really here to testify in opposition to 5335. I totally understand the intent of the bill, but I think one thing that a lot of advocates have been working on for quite some time is trying to fix the sex offender registry because it traps a lot of people who don't currently represent a risk to other people. It just does. People have literally been working on this for decades to figure out, does it accomplish the purposes it's meant to accomplish? I totally believe that people have the right to have a safe workplace. I totally believe that we need to protect residents of nursing homes, but I am not sure that the required background checks will do anything other than potentially deprive people who need a nursing home level of care of that care. And that's why I testified in whatever committee I testified in yesterday against a similar bill, because I don't even remember anymore where I am. And that's it. I see Representative Cook has a question, so I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Kathy, and you join our club of not knowing where we are any point of any day. Representative.
So Kathy, I will tell you that you were on public health yesterday, the exact same place I was, talking about the exact same things. And so I don't know if you heard my comments yesterday. I'm not sure when you were on and when you were off. That, quite frankly, is a blur. But I think that there's a way to navigate this sex offender registry list in a manner to protect all parties without it possibly being a hindrance. I hear what you're saying, and you're correct. Everybody deserves a place to go. But people also deserve to be protected. And so what is that balance in that blend? And then I don't know if you heard yesterday when somebody said, well, everybody registers when they move into a new town or when they, that's not true. And I think that becomes the real crux of our problem. So I said this yesterday, and I'm happy to continue to figure out or navigate through some of the details, but I do think it's important that we figure this out. Oh, Meg Morelli was who I was speaking to yesterday on this. Like, I do think it's important that we figure this out. For folks to feel safe in their own home, recognizing that even though you're in a nursing home or a care facility, that is still your home. And we have got to truly recognize that as somebody's home and give them the same protections and comfort that they would have if they lived in a standing, facility outside of a long-term care facility, what have you. So that was my concerns yesterday. That's still my concerns today. And just because you're in a congregate care facility doesn't mean that you should be treated any differently than having being in your home. So that's where my concerns lie. And so if you have suggestions on that, I'm happy to talk about those offline. But I just think that we really need to look at all sides of this, not just one side in the big scheme of things. And it's great to see you again.
It's great to be seen, I have to say. I actually do think, I think the concern that I would really have, and I appreciate that people are willing to look at this and talk about it more, because I know that sometimes when egregious incidents happen, there's an immediate desire to do something in response to that. And I get that. And what happened should have never happened. I appreciate the recognition that it is people's homes. And I also think because some people are in nursing homes very short term for rehab, as opposed to like moving there to live there for long term, there might be questions about, are they required to register? Are they not? Things like that. But I do think that if you do bring all stakeholders to the table, there should be an opportunity to figure out how do we accomplish the goals that we're trying to accomplish without having these unintended effects. And if CLRP can be of any assistance with that, either I or I will just volunteer her. You know, Sally Zanger in our office has been working on these registry issues for quite a long time. So if there's any assistance that we at CLRP can be, we're happy to do that.
Thank you. I mean, I do understand that there's some ADA protections and federal guidelines and sex offender laws that are already put into place. But at the same time, I do believe that we still have a responsibility, as I said, to those that are living in a home, their home, whatever that looks like, regardless of whether you are temporarily there or permanently there. Your registry should be the same. At least the facility itself should know. And that might be a way that we start that. So, but thank you. Thanks so much, Kathy. And nice to see you. Thanks, Representative Abercrombie.
You're welcome, Representative Cook. Thank you, Kathy. Thanks for your testimony, and always thank you for your expertise. I always really personally appreciate it. So thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Up next, number 95, Jonathan Gonzalez Cruz. Jonathan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Dear members and honorable chairs of the Human Services Committee, my name is Jonathan. I'm a healthcare organizer with Connecticut Citizens Action Group, a part of the Husky for Immigrants Coalition, and a graduate of UConn's Master of Science of Quantitative Economics program. We, the Husky for Immigrants Coalition, stand in support of SB 284, a bill that will prevent 9-year-old undocumented children from losing coverage and help address the lack of access to healthcare and in turn healthcare coverage and in turn healthcare for undocumented community. And while while the community members will speak on their stories about lack of access, I want to share what the data says on this issue and the positive benefits that would stem from this bill. First, it would be to lower the uninsured rate to 0%, despite Connecticut boasting a 6% overall uninsured rate. A closer look at insured rates based on immigration status paints a drastically different picture. According to a 2019 analysis of census data, and the undocumented community in Connecticut has a devastating 58% uninsured rate due to being excluded from common forms of coverage. Concerningly, this grew 6 points from 52% the previous year, meaning more folks are losing coverage. Why does this matter in this state? The total number of uninsured individuals in 2018 was 180,000, and factoring in the uninsured rate and the undocumented population, that's about 65,000 uninsured undocumented individuals, which means that 1 in 3 uninsured individuals in the state is undocumented. Thus, if the state wanted to do anything to reduce the uninsured rate to 0, it must enact policy to cover the undocumented community. Secondly, it would serve to invest in primary care, which is aligned with the Lamont administration's recent executive order number 5, whose partial aim is to invest more dollars into primary care from a rate of 5.1 to 10% of overall health expenditures. The goal and thought of this process is that by treating issues earlier on and preventing chronic illnesses from developing, the health system will save money by not needing to perform more intensive, costly treatments and services. Consequently, a significant percent of insured undocumented individuals cannot receive preventative care, and in turn, this leads to uncompensated care. Per OHS, statewide hospital uncompensated care charges totaled $806 million in 2019, which was a $41 million increase from the previous year. In turn, by expanding Husky, we are investing in money to save more down the road. We are going to be paying for this regardless. We should just cover folks to not pay for it in the long run. And finally, Connecticut undocumented taxpayers contribute $500 million annually and fund Husky. In 2018, undocumented immigrants paid $335 million in federal taxes and approximately $2 million in state and local taxes. Earlier today, the DSS commissioner mentioned that it will cost about $10 million to fund this expansion, which is only 2% of what the undocumented community contributes in taxes annually. The state of Connecticut has more than enough of our money to help fund coverage for our children, because right now we are covering other folks' coverage with our money, and yet we are exploiting our undocumented community by accepting our money, placing it into the budget, and yet saying we can access it. From a purely economic perspective, this is called the free rider problem, where one group takes another group's hard-earned money and invested in their own group without helping out the others. That is.
Excuse me, Jonathan, sorry to interrupt. Your 3 minutes is up. If you can please summarize. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll finish it by quoting Governor Lamont himself when he said, "Right now is not the time to be frugal." And I hope that this committee hears his words. Right now is not the time to be frugal. $10 million is worth investing when it's covering children. And hopefully in the future, we will also be able to cover undocumented adults as well, who contribute $500 million annually to Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, have a great day. Up next is number 96, and I hope I'm saying it right, Emido Garcia.
Hi, I am here. I need translator, please.
Sí, buenas tardes. Siga nomás, yo le voy a interpretar y hágalo en pedacitos, por favor.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Emedino García. Llevo 15 años trabajando y pagando impuestos aquí en Estados Unidos.
So hi, my name is Remedio Garcia. I have lived for 15 years working and paying taxes here in the state of Connecticut.
Después que llegué acá, tuve una situación familiar por la cual uno de mis hijos menores tuvo que venir al país.
So before coming here, I had an emergency family situation where one of my youngest sons had to come here to the United States.
Al llegar acá, empezamos con un caso de asilo y nos hemos encontrado con la barrera de no tener un seguro médico.
And as we got here, we started to apply, we applied for asylum, and we got into the barrier of not having access to healthcare.
No hemos podido encontrar atención médica para él a mí me han dado la oportunidad de llevarlo al centro comunitario donde yo asisto.
So we have not been able to find him healthcare. And for me, we took him to the community center, to the medical community center where I go.
Y pago $20 por una consulta.
And
Pero,
I paid $20 for an appointment.
Pero no pueden hacerle los exámenes suficiente o a fondo de alguna enfermedad que él tenga.
And they cannot do specialized care or more in-depth exams that he might need.
El caso de mi hijo es verdad que ya se gradúa este año del high school, pero nos hemos visto afectados desde que él entró hace 4 años al país.
So he is about to graduate from high school, but we have been affected by the lack of insurance 4 years ago when he came to the U.S.
Tengo muchas personas en mi comunidad que están pasando por la misma situación.
So I have a lot of community members who are going through the same situation.
El ejemplo de Walter es que tiene un problema que saca mucho sangre de nariz y no hemos podido llevarlo a un especialista por el simple hecho de no tener un seguro médico.
And Walter's problem is that he has a nosebleed and we are not able to take him to the specialist.
Quiero darle las gracias por tener el tiempo de escucharnos a cada uno de nosotros en nuestras historias.
I want to thank you for giving us the time so we can share our stories with you.
Y por favor que apoyen la ley para cubrir el seguro médico de 9 a 18 años. Es muy importante para nuestra comunidad.
And please support the law that will expand healthcare from 9 to 18. This is really important for our community. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Seeing no questions, have a great day. Up now, number 97, Yanditsi Velez. Can you say it? I apologize if I didn't say it right. Can you say your first name for me?
Yes, Yanitzi Velez.
Very nice. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs Albuquerque, Moore, ranking members, Brother Case and Jay, Vice Chair Laser, Vice Chair Leeper, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to offer my testimony. My name is Yanitzi Velez, and I'm the New England Regional Director for Hispanic Federation, a nonprofit organization seeking to empower and advance Hispanic communities through programs and legislative advocacy. HF's testimony is also informed by the leading community-based serving and advocacy member organizations and partners committed to provide Latino outcomes and opportunities in the state of Connecticut, as well as a partner of the Husky for Immigrants Coalition. I'm here to advocate in full support of SB 284 to provide medical assistance for income-eligible people under 19 years of age, regardless of immigration status. COVID-19 further revealed that communities of colors and immigrants have the least access to quality healthcare and disproportionately struggle to pay medical bills due to the low wage jobs and employment. As we go into the 3rd year of global pandemic and within 113,000 estimated undocumented uninsured immigrants in our state, this continues to be a public health concern. Latino experience COVID-19 hospitalizations and death at an alarming rate. Many serve as essential employees, working low-paid jobs. These jobs require their presence. They put their lives at risk to serve others and to provide for themselves and their families. Many undocumented individuals do not visit a doctor due to the fear of immigration enforcement or potential impact on their status, as we have seen throughout the testimonies today. They are unable to access to healthcare because in addition to their status, private insurance companies are too expensive or reject applications. Therefore, immigrants' families cannot obtain the proper health care they deserve. Furthermore, the pandemic has resulted in a large mental health crisis, and many cannot do help they need due to the lack of medical insurance. All these compound issues are greatly impacting our families and the families unit as a whole. Last year, expansion was the first step, and SB 284 is a needed and necessary improvement to ensure undocumented immigrants older than 7 years of age are included in receiving the coverage under Medicaid and Medicare. For Connecticut to equitable recover from COVID-19, we must ensure that undocumented immigrants of all ages have access to the health care. Today, we respectfully ask you to pass SB 284 and expand the housekeeping program to include children up to the 18 years, regardless of their immigration status. Moving forward, we need to do more, and we need to work to ensure that all immigrants have access to healthcare. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to working with you all, and I have submitted my written testimony, which is more extent. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We do appreciate it. Seeing no questions, have a great day.
You too.
Up next is number 98, Sandra. Sandra, can you say your last name for me?
Trigueros.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, members of Human Services Committee of Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Sandra Trigueros. I'm a resident from West Haven, Connecticut. I also member of Semilla Collective. I stand SB 284 because I believe that insurance is not a privilege, it's a necessity. But I'm gonna tell you a little bit of my story to understand this. When I first came to this country in 1995, I reside in Connecticut since then. Both me and my husband are immigrants from Guatemala. We have 3 kids who are first generation college students. We are so grateful for them to have insurance, but me and my husband, we don't have access to that. And when I was 20 years old, I was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis and also with fibromyalgia. And when COVID hit us, I got COVID 3 times. And due to my conditions, of course, I was having low immune system. And as a result of that, I have numerous bills from the hospitals that I don't know how am I gonna pay. So please consider giving health insurance to young immigrants so they don't have to go through the things I went through. I support SB 284 with clear language to extend current housekeeping eligibility rules of Connecticut residents regardless of immigration status. And I ask the committee to support this legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sandra, for your testimony. We do appreciate it. Seeing no questions, have a great day.
Thank you.
Up next, number 99, Karen Panetta. Karen? I don't see Karen, so we will move on to number 100, Sarah Tracy Wang. I don't see Sarah. We will move on to 101, Exami Dela Cruz. I don't see him. Moving on to 102, Diane Laricia. I don't see her, so we will move on to 103.
Oh, sorry, Representative Abercrombie. We just promoted number 102, Diane. Sorry about that. Sorry about the interruption.
That's okay. Okay. Diane?
Yes, hi. Can you hear me? I was just getting on.
No problem. Please proceed.
Let me put on my video. Okay. All right. Oops. All right, sorry for the delays. Good afternoon. I'm just getting my. All right, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee, thank you for your tenacity in raising so many worthy bills this session. My name is Diane Loricella. I'm an environmental management and justice professional, a member of the Connecticut Green Building Council, and a good governance organizer. I am here today speaking on my own behalf. I know you've had a long day, and I'll be brief but resolute in my testimony about 4 bills very quickly. The first one is House Bill 5337. I have a suggestion that you expand not only the membership of it, but also the scope of the challenge. The Food is Medicine Task Force has its charges as is laid out, and they are worthy charges. But in order to be brief today, I just wanted to suggest that you add the Commissioner of Energy and Environmental Protection or their designee, because wasted food is a national tragedy. A lot of you have heard of the phenomenon of ugly fruit and ugly vegetables. These are food materials that just don't look standardized. They may have a bruise or maybe a different shape. This is useful and nutritional food that all of the targets of what this bill is about would be benefited. So the reason why I feel, as a waste management professional, and at times have worked for food scrap recovery companies, is that if you look at the Environmental Protection Agency food waste hierarchy, the first thing we try to do is buy less, so you don't have as much waste, but the next is, where can you donate that food? So I ask, because our Katie Dykes and her staff are putting together the Connecticut Coalition of Sustainable Materials Management, we had a working group last year that studied the phenomena of food waste, wasted food. So please consider that. I think that would really add to your goal. House Bill 5342, a membership of Low-Income Energy Advisory Board. Number one, of course, as a member of the Connecticut Green Building Council, I heartily support adding our executive director. I also agree with the testimony of Gannon Long of Operation Fuel and Deb Poland of CAPTA. Senate Bill 282. Very important, especially when working with underserved and overburdened population. I ask that this bill also recognize the relationship of obesity to the exposure to contamination. It has been well thought that the contamination to toxics like lead paint exposure can lead to weight gain as well because of the way it affects organs, but also those living near highways and facilities with high diesel fumes and fine particulate waste adds to stress. That can add to the chance and having trouble with weight management. Last night, PBS had a terrific documentary on the truth about fat that I asked that you all consider trying to look at. It was quite interesting. Lastly, House Bill 5338. I agree with Tracy Wodach's written testimony about this bill, especially about the need for increasing workforce by expanding fair pay via Medicaid reimbursement rates. While I hope that one day this committee sees fit to establish a home hospice ombudsman, which I know we have studied, let's start by ensuring that there are enough properly paid workers to handle the regular duties. I thank you for letting me. Thank you.
Your timing was perfect, Diane. Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for your suggestions going forward. We do appreciate it. Seeing no speakers, no questions, thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Up next is Marlene Edelstein, number 103. Marlene, there she is. Hi, Marlene. You're on mute, honey.
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Yeah. Thank you so much for time to speak today. My name is Marlene Edelstein. I'm a nurse practitioner working in primary care at a federally qualified health center in Meriden and around Connecticut. I stand in support of SB 284 because I think that expanding access to Husky up to age 18, regardless of immigration status, is an important step in making sure our immigrant community has access to healthcare we all need and deserve. But our work doesn't end with expanding access up to age 18. We need to open access to Husky and healthcare to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults who are all my patients. I'm a primary care provider and an HIV specialist. I also work at clinics located at homeless shelters and see patients through the Connecticut River Valley Farm Workers Program. Many of my patients are immigrants who are not insured, and by the time they reach my office, they are often dealing with medical, mental, developmental challenges that should have been addressed years before. Families have been stressed about trying to figure out how to get their child medical care. An issue that may have had a straightforward treatment turns into a complex case. And if these patients had insurance, they would be able to come in earlier and families wouldn't have to make the painful decision to put off care because of its cost. One of the absolute worst parts of my job is when I feel it is necessary to send an uninsured patient to a specialist, order imaging like an MRI or a CAT scan, or prescribe a medication that they are unable to access due to cost. My team and I do our best to try and find the most affordable option, but often a patient and their family will be unable to get that follow-up that they need and deserve because they do not have access to Husky. I support SB 284, and I ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. And looking forward, I ask the committee to work towards opening access to all community members in Connecticut, regardless of age or status. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marlene. We really do appreciate your testimony, and it's great to see somebody from Meriden. I visit the health center quite frequently, and thank you so much for your work. Do appreciate it. Seeing no questions, have a great day.
Bye.
Up next, Robert Fishman. Hi, Robert. Robert, you're on mute, sir.
How's that?
There you go. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Robert Fishman. I'm the Executive Director of CIRC, the Connecticut Immigrant and Refugee Coalition, established back in 1996. We are a broad-based network of over 20 community organizations, religious, business groups, legal service providers, committed to protecting the rights of and the economic development of refugee and immigrant communities across the state. As an advocacy group, as an advocacy agency in support of all immigrants, we thank the General Assembly for its valuable and important legislation passed last year for Husky health coverage for all Connecticut children from birth to age 8. We fully support Senate Bill 284, which will now cover all children 18 and under, regardless of their immigration status. Fortunately, our state is recovering from many years of budget deficits, so we are urging you to unanimously increase the cost of Husky coverage for all children 18 and under, as we are all committed to a healthy and vibrant state. Today, too many school children lack health care, and that creates difficulties for families, the public educational system, and the workforce. I'm proud to say that CIRC on February 12th of this year co-sponsored 2 families from Afghanistan, and we were able to bring them off Fort Dix base in New Jersey, resettle them in safe and secure apartments in East Hartford. Fortunately, they are entitled to health insurance, and I can enthusiastically report the children are in public schools and are thriving. CIRC, in its commitment to advocacy for all immigrants, would hope to say the same for children who are not documented. You've heard many powerful stories today from immigrants and their family members about the negative impact of lack of health. I can state for the record that our office receives a minimum of 3 calls a week from a school nurse or administrator asking where they can send a child to a doctor when the child or family has no health insurance. I would like to be able to inform them that all of our school children are eligible for Husky Health, regardless of immigration status. The Human Services Committee has the opportunity to begin to make this happen. Please pass Senate Bill 284 and help to make the state of Connecticut the immigrant state. And I thank you.
Thank you, Robert, for your testimony. We do appreciate it. Seeing no questions, have a great day.
You too.
Up next is number 106, Gemma Benson. Gemma.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Gemma Benson, and I'm an internal medicine physician in New Haven. I stand in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. Expanding access to Husky up to age 18 regardless of immigration status is an important step in making sure our immigrant community has access to the healthcare we all need and deserve. But our work doesn't end there. We need to open access to Husky and healthcare to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults. I've cared for undocumented immigrant patients in New Haven for over 3 years. Throughout that time, I've seen the devastating impact that a lack of health insurance has on undocumented immigrant families. I spent the spring of 2020 working in the COVID ICU, and there I saw patients who had severe illness from COVID who were more worried about how they would pay the hospital bill than the illness itself. These delays in care are not limited to just COVID. I have cared for undocumented patients who came to the hospital with advanced presentations of illnesses because they couldn't obtain preventive care or earlier treatment due to a lack of health insurance. As a physician, it is deeply unsettling to see a very ill or dying patient and know that their illness could have been prevented if they had health insurance. Over the years, I have been unable to obtain essential health needs for my undocumented patients: home oxygen, physical therapy, imaging studies, and routine vaccinations. When caring for patients who are uninsured and ineligible for Husky, we often must use medications that are not the standard of care. As a physician, it pains me not to be able to provide the care for my undocumented patients that I would want for my own family. But in addition to the pain of not being able to provide optimal care for undocumented patients, there are other costs as well. I have seen patients sent to the emergency department for non-emergent care because of an inability to obtain outpatient treatments for them. I have actually done this myself. I have also seen patients kept inpatient for longer periods of time than necessary to obtain workups that could have been done as an outpatient because the medical team knew these couldn't be obtained as an outpatient if the patient did not have health insurance. These unnecessary emergency department presentations and increased length of hospitalizations strain already overburdened healthcare systems. While I care for adult patients, I know that health as an adult starts with health in childhood. I've cared for many young adults with diseases like diabetes and asthma that require preventive care in childhood. A lack of health insurance in childhood has far-reaching impacts into adulthood, and expansion of Husky for children up to age 18, regardless of immigration status, is crucial. Yet we should expand Husky to people of all ages, regardless of immigration status. Undocumented immigrants were disproportionately essential workers throughout the pandemic. In 2018, there were 58,200 undocumented immigrants in the state of Connecticut who were essential workers. However, the undocumented community has suffered immensely during COVID due to high rates of illness and a lack of health insurance. We saw throughout the pandemic how interconnected our health is and how vital it is to ensure that all members of our community have health insurance. I support SB 284, and I ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. Looking forward, I ask the committee to work towards opening access to all community members in Connecticut, regardless of age or status. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Gemma. Great job. Seeing no questions, have a great day. We're going to go back to number 105, Juan. I think you wanted to speak, our interpreter. Juan, did you want to testify? Okay, we'll move on. Number 107, Juanita Burgess. Moving on to 108, Jonathan Gonzalez Cruz. Moving on to 109, Laura Nelly. Hi, Laura.
Hi, thank you for having me. So my name is Laura Nally, and I'm a pediatric endocrinologist, as well as the legislative lead for the T1 International Connecticut Insulin for All chapter, which is a group of volunteer advocates raising awareness about the insulin price crisis and fighting for affordability in Connecticut. I'm testifying in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for income eligible persons to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. This testimony represents my personal views. I've been a physician for over 10 years, and when I became a physician, I vowed to protect the health of all people, irrespective of their immigration status or social circumstances. I've cared for undocumented children in the hospital who were newly diagnosed with diabetes, and my job as the attending physician was to ensure that these patients have received appropriate education and training to be able to go home and manage diabetes safely. However, I have had to prolong a patient's hospital stay because they had obtained health insurance when they needed to survive. I want to be clear when I say that we do not have a stable source of medications for children, and their ability to live depends entirely on donations, which is not a sustainable solution. Most children with diabetes cannot survive without access to insulin for a matter of days up to a week, and just going 24 hours without insulin could cause them to be hospitalized with life-threatening diabetic ketoacidosis. As someone who has also lived with diabetes for 30 years, I understand how hard it is to navigate the healthcare system, even when you speak English and have health insurance. I also know that many undocumented individuals are afraid to reach out for help. Our healthcare system is frequently dictating the treatment I can give a patient and taking away my power as a physician. You now have the opportunity to save those children that have no access to the medications and the medical care that they need. The bigger picture is that the healthcare system is currently profiting off of people staying sick and not having access to insurance. Various players are making more money if people have to pay out of pocket rather than negotiated prices through Husky or health insurance. Rather than denying healthcare coverage to those who need it, we need to start fighting back against those profiting from the healthcare system before healthcare is no longer affordable for any of us. For these reasons, the Connecticut chapter of Insulin for All respectfully asks the committee to pass SB 284, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. Seeing no questions, have a great afternoon. We're now going to go back to number 108, Jacob Gonzalez. Jacob, I apologize. I had you down as Jonathan.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Good evening, Co-Chair Abercrombie, Co-Chair Moore, ranking and esteemed members. My name is Jacob Gonzalez.
And I'm Debbie Rabinovich. We're members of the Yale Law School Worker and Immigrants' Rights Advocacy Clinic, which represents Connecticut Students for a Dream, a youth-led statewide network advocating for the rights of undocumented youth and their families.
Today, we're speaking in support of Senate Bill 284, which presents a historic opportunity for this body to ensure that no child in Connecticut is denied the ability to see a doctor or nurse when they're sick or vulnerable. SB 284 is not only the right thing to do morally, but fiscally too. It'll reduce Connecticut healthcare spending in the long term. In 1986, Congress enacted the Emergency Medical Treatment and Active Labor Act, EMTALA, which mandates that Medicare participating hospitals provide access to emergency services for all patients, regardless of their ability to pay. Yet, because the EMTALA scope is limited to emergency medical interventions, undocumented patients, including undocumented children, often have no way to receive medical attention outside the emergency room. So too often they must delay seeking the care they need until the conditions become much more serious and more costly to treat. Shifting toward prevention and early diagnosis and treatment would avoid or reduce Connecticut's healthcare costs over time. And expanding Husky to include pregnant and postnatal women and children under 9 without regard to immigration status, Connecticut last year took vital first steps toward lowering Connecticut healthcare spending and protecting the health of all Connecticut residents. But we now have to ask ourselves, what makes a 9 or 10-year-old less deserving of medical care than an 8-year-old? Asthma and diabetes don't discriminate between the bodies of 8 and 9-year-olds, and neither does COVID-19. No matter how old they are or where they were born, every child in Connecticut needs preventive care, and it's in our state's fiscal interest to give them to it. Therefore, I urge you and this distinguished body to vote for SB 284 and help make it so that no child in Connecticut is denied access to the medical care they need.
Connecticut also has clear legal authority to enact SB 284. Although federal funds may not be used to provide non-emergency health care to undocumented immigrants, state and local governments may use their own funds to extend Medicaid and CHIP coverage to undocumented children, as Connecticut did last year. By enacting SB 284, Connecticut will join a growing list of states that have expanded Medicaid and CHIP to cover all income-eligible children up to age 18 without regard to immigration status. As of 2020, 6 such states exist: California, Illinois, Massachusetts, New York, Oregon, and Washington, as well as the District of Columbia. These states have children's coverage rates well above the national average. In contrast, the percentage of uninsured children in Connecticut is among the highest in the Northeast, particularly in comparison to New York, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. Finally, SB 284 is a critical component of building a post-pandemic infrastructure for healthcare access. Though COVID has become our new normal, there are untold long-term effects of COVID on children and families. These effects are not yet fully understood, both from a medical and social perspective. What is evident from a legal perspective, however, is that the General Assembly has the power to build comprehensive policies that will be able to support a vast range of COVID-related outcomes.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize. Thank you.
We have an obligation to meet the standards not only set by other states, but to become an example for healthcare access. And we really want you to support SB 284 and appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. You did a great job. Really appreciate it. Seeing no questions, have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
We're going to go on to number 110, Brent Ling. Brent.
We just promoted him. We're going to go ahead and see if he joins us.
Okay. So we'll go on and come back if he comes on. Marissa, my girl, how are you? So nice to see you. Number 111.
I'm doing well. So good to see you too. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Parisa Charmchi Goodwin. I am the Executive Director of the Connecticut Oral Health Initiative, a member of the Husky for Immigrants Coalition, and the daughter of an immigrant. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 284 on behalf of the Connecticut Oral Health Initiative, or COHI. COHI is a statewide nonprofit that advocates for oral health access and equity. Coverage is a key part of access to care. Lack of dental access can be detrimental to health and well-being. Children with poor oral health struggle in school and are 3 times as likely as their classmates to miss school due to dental pain. Dental pain from an abscess that starts in the mouth can radiate to the jaw, neck, and ears, making it difficult to chew, swallow, breathe, and focus in school. Husky is an immense resource for kids. It has comprehensive coverage, including oral health services. This coverage is essential to keeping kids healthy and ready to learn. Routine dental care reduces disease and the need for costly emergency treatment. I've spoken with school hygienists and pediatric dentists in Connecticut who have seen kids with severe decay and dental abscesses. This on its own is very painful for a child, and if untreated, it can have life-threatening consequences. Those infections can spread to the heart or brain, causing serious injury or death. In my written testimony, I linked to a short video telling the story of Diamante Driver. He's a 12-year-old boy who passed away due to an untreated cavity that got infected. The infection spread to his brain. He had to have 2 surgeries and he did not survive. I urge you to watch that video. It's just 3 minutes long. And know that this is not an isolated incident. We also lost Kyle Willis, a 24-year-old single father to a 6-year-old, and many other stories that have not been picked up in the news. Oral health is health, and it is essential. There's been so much powerful testimony today. I fortunately was able to watch most of today's hearing, and I loved hearing from all of the impacted people, as heartbreaking as it was. I echo all of the concerns about the human and financial costs to not expanding care. I hope that the legislature will continue to work on this issue beyond this year. I hope that we're able to pass this law and that in coming years, we're able to expand access to all income eligible residents, regardless of their immigration status. Healthcare is a human right and everyone deserves access to care. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. It's so nice to see you. Have a great day. Oh, sorry, Rep. Hughes.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you, for, Parisa, for bringing that very comprehensive testimony about the prevention care and the savings if we upstream the preventative care of oral health, and also highlighting how well we do in oral health in the children's program to those who are covered. Thank you for highlighting those pieces. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Have a great day. Nice seeing you.
Thank you. You as well.
Number 112, Teresa Rosario. Teresa.
Ok. Mi nombre es Teresa Rosario. Buenas tardes. Y a miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa Rosario, and dear members of the Human Services Committee.
Estoy casada, tengo 3 hijas, soy puertorriqueña y tengo muchos años viviendo en Connecticut.
So I am married, I have 3 daughters, and I am from Puerto Rico, and I have lived in the state for many, many years.
Soy una persona muy activa en mi comunidad y soy miembro del líder comité de lucha de Make the Road Connecticut.
I am very active in my community, and I am a leader in the Fight Back Committee at Make the Road.
También soy una miembro activa en mi parroquia de San Agustín en Hartford.
I am also an active member of my San Agustín Church in Hartford.
Y también de Mujeres Empoderadas en Acción from the Hispanic Health Council.
And from the Hispanic Health Council, Empowered Women in Action.
Y from Consumer and Family Advisory Council, Beacon Enterprise, and many more.
Oh, siga nomás, lo dijo en inglés. Siga nomás.
Ok, sigo. Sí, estoy a favor del SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
So I am a supporter of SB 284, an act to raise the age of eligible children from 9 to 18 years old.
Apoyo este proyecto para que se pueda extender la conversación de la importancia de que todos tengan seguro médico.
I support this bill because we need to continue the conversation that everyone deserves healthcare.
Muchos hermanos que no nacieron en Estados Unidos están pasando muchas necesidades y necesitan urgentemente tener la seguridad de tener un seguro médico básico.
Our brothers and sisters who were not born in the US need access to healthcare.
En nuestra comunidad hay muchas personas sufriendo de diabetes, problemas cardiovasculares, problemas en la visión y muchas otras situaciones de salud.
Members in our community are suffering from cardiovascular diseases, problems with their vision, and many other issues.
Todo esto sin el debido tratamiento ni seguimiento, ya que actualmente no cualifican para seguro médico.
All without the follow-up needed and the treatment needed for this.
Debido a esta razón, a muchos se les hace difícil el debido seguimiento y tratamiento de las enfermedades o emergencias de salud que sufren.
And without the follow-up, it's hard for them to do treatment for the diseases or the issues that they face.
Los altos costos del sistema de salud les priva de gozar de su propia salud.
And the high cost of healthcare prevents them from accessing proper healthcare.
Esto no solamente le hace sufrir problemas de salud físico, sino que también su salud emocional y mental se deterioran.
Not only does this affect their physical health, but also their emotional and mental health.
Viven en un constante estrés tratando de resolver sus problemas de salud, automedicándose o pagando miles de dólares en facturas si la condición empeora y necesitan buscar ayuda en el hospital.
This causes a lot of pain and also causes folks to auto-medicate because the option is to pay thousands of dollars in not having access to healthcare.
Nuestra comunidad lleva décadas sufriendo esta iniquidad, pero todo se ha agudizado debido a la pandemia del COVID-19.
Our community has faced these inequities for a long time, but because of the pandemic, this problem has exacerbated.
Excuse me, your 4 minutes are over, and if you can summarize, please, thank you.
Nuestros hermanos, así como muchos otros grupos, venimos a este país buscando mejores condiciones de vida y seguridad.
So our brothers and sisters, we have come to this country to find better conditions and access to healthcare.
Pero sobre todo aportamos mucho en diferentes sectores del área laboral, pagamos impuestos y ayudamos con el sudor de nuestra frente al crecimiento de este país.
We also support the labor market. We pay taxes, we sweat, and we also deserve healthcare.
Es por eso que solicitamos se garantice nuestra salud a través de la expansión del seguro médico para todos.
And that's why we need to secure our health by expanding healthcare to everyone.
Estas son las experiencias de un adulto sin seguro médico. No queremos que nuestros niños sufran lo mismo que nosotros ya sufrimos. Apoyo este proyecto de la ley SB 284 y esperamos que la conversación continúe y todos también tengamos acceso a seguro médico. Gracias por su tiempo. Espero su respuesta pronto.
So this is from the experience of someone who have gone through this. So I support 284, and I urge you to continue the conversation until everyone is covered.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Teresa. We do appreciate it. Seeing no questions, have a great day. We're going to try this again. We're going to go back to Juan, number 105, Vanesca Tapia. Juan.
Hello, members of the committee. My name is Juan Fonseca Tapia. I am one of the interpreters for today. I just want to thank you for all the work that you have been doing, did the past session, and are continuing to do to advocate and do everything that we can to provide the services that our communities need. One of the things that I do want to encourage all of those that are not sure about where they stand on this issue is because they are more worried about elections, is to realize and think back to those times where we were creating signs and sharing Facebook posts about the people that kept our society running, while some of us that were privileged enough to stay home. I want us to remember that. I want us to remember that we were saying that essential workers kept our societies running, but now the fact that we are listening to people, we are listening to their stories, we are witnessing their most vulnerable things that they have gone through, we are saying no. And our answer, what signals is that we see them as subhumans or disposable members of our society. So for those that continue to reject this and continue to reject the access to one of the most basic human rights, which is healthcare, I want you to think about that. I want you to think about the fact that you were able to stay home and you were able to have food in your tables while many people weren't. It hurts me and it breaks my heart to hear some of the women share some of the most traumatic experiences live here today with all of you, which I know that many of us will never have the courage or find the vulnerability to share that publicly. It hurts me to see that my community has to be dehumanized in order for those in power to see the value that we have and everything that brings to society. It hurts me to know that Connecticut can do better, but continues to not do that. So I want to call again, all of those that continue to oppose this, continue to tell mothers and sisters and grandparents and parents that we are not going to give them the access that they need. And think, how would we feel if those were your loved ones? How is it that somehow you have the power to deem their humanity? And how would you feel if your humanity was deemed by others?
Excuse
I
me,
know,
I'm so sorry.
I get it. Yeah.
3 minutes, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I really hope that you can value and like hold close to your heart and to your soul and to your beliefs, the experiences that you have heard, all the data and all the numbers and everything that all the members that have testified today bring to this society and to the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
Juan, thank you for your testimony. We so appreciate it. Seeing no questions, thank you very much. We're going to go on to Brent Ling, number 110. And then after Brent, we'll go to 113, Dana Shea, and Representative Leeper will be taking over for a little bit. So Brent Ling.
Thank you. And thanks to the work of the committee here and also to all the other witnesses today. Good afternoon, esteemed chairs and members of the committee. I'm Brent Ling. I'm Chief of External Affairs at Wholesome Wave, a Bridgeport-based nonprofit charitable organization that is completely dedicated to reducing disparities in diet-related disease through improving access and consumption of healthy fruits and vegetables. We support HB 5337, the creation of a Food as Medicine Task Force. We strongly recommend consideration of an amendment be incorporated that requires the proposed task force to examine the coverage of medically supported food and nutrition in Husky Health. The best way to do this, I think, under the bill's current form would be to add an appointee by the Medicaid and Health Services Director to the list of the current commission appointees. Despite our strong support for the massive and proven benefits of the healthy food incentive programs and the farmers market nutrition programs, We agree with and we support the suggestion by Commissioner Gifford earlier today that the strategies not be prescribed in the legislation, but rather the commission be open to making their own recommendations. 10% of adults in Connecticut have been diagnosed with prediabetes, and there's reason to believe twice as many are undiagnosed prediabetic. Husky Health is on the hook for the cost of expensive insulin treatment if those covered do indeed become diabetic. And therefore, as a preventative investment, Husky Health also offers the coverage of blood pressure cuff with the expectation that at-home management of hypertension will change the long-term health outcomes and of course the associated costs. Husky Health should look beyond monitoring and consider the coverage of fruit and vegetable prescriptions as a tool that thousands of patients have used to lower HbA1c and blood pressure and stay within or even reverse out of prediabetes. So thank you for the opportunity to express our support today, and we look forward to the passage of HB 5337.
Senator Moore, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Brent, I want to thank you for your testimony, but I also want to thank you for the work you've done in Bridgeport. I remember when Wholesome came into Bridgeport and started working and made a huge difference, even at every level that I can think of. And I appreciate it. You were like a trailblazer here. So I appreciate the work you're doing. I hope that we can expand on it and continue to do more. I understand the importance of everyone having access to healthy food, right? Not just throwing anything at people, but food that really will nourish their bodies and not contribute to other illnesses like diabetes and heart disease. So thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Moore. And thank you, Brent, for your testimony. I don't see any other hands up, so have a great afternoon.
You too.
And next up, we have 113, Sana Shea. And I apologize if I pronounced your name incorrectly.
Sana Shah.
Thank you.
Dear Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, Senator Berthel, Representative Case, and the esteemed members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Sana Shah, and I'm testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status, which is a critical step in ensuring our immigrant community has access to the healthcare they need. But Connecticut can further strengthen this policy by opening up access to Husky and healthcare to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults. What keeps coming up for me today while hearing the incredible suffering that Connecticut's immigrants are forced to endure despite making incredible contributions to the state and disproportionately serving in the riskiest jobs is this beautiful photo I saw yesterday that captured the strollers Polish women are leaving at train stations for Ukrainian refugees. I keep on reflecting on what an act of compassion that was. That image feels in such stark contrast to Connecticut's current policies, which consistently punish and deny our state's immigrants access to human rights, such as basic health care because of their legal status. The stories are also making me reflect on my family's own immigration story. My dad immigrated from Pakistan, and my mom's family on her mother's side actually immigrated from Ukraine. Both sides of my family fled from poverty and conflict. They left their villages and entire support system with the hope that America could provide an experience for their children that was better than the one they were currently facing. As a result of their journeys, I was born in the United States and I've always had access to high quality healthcare, but I know that is not the case for all the people who have made Connecticut their home. And anything less than having healthcare for all the state's residents, especially all children, is simply inadequate. Last night, I was up late speaking with my cousin Oleg, who is currently separated from his wife and children while he stays in Ukraine preparing for defense. I thank the Polish women who have left their strollers on the railroad station to make my family's journey just a little easier. And I urge the committee to show the same compassion and pass SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance, regardless of immigration status. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Sana, for that testimony. Seeing no hands, have a great afternoon. Next, 114, Jenny Gallian, are you with us?
All right, not seeing you. Sarah Gonzalez. All right. Luis Luna.
Hi, sorry. I guess Jenny's saying that she's not being let in. Is she in the waiting room at all?
Heather, do we have anybody in the waiting room?
I do not see Jenny in the waiting room. I'm looking for her, but I don't see her. So I will keep an eye out for her if you want to go on and have Luis share his testimony first, and we'll keep looking for Jenny.
Thanks, Heather.
You're welcome.
All right, Luis, you're up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Representative Leeper, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Luis Luna. I live in New Haven, and I'm an organizer with the Connecticut Working Families Party. I'm also a member of the Semia Collective and the Husky for Immigrants Coalition. So I'm here to stand and support SB 284. We are grateful for the work and the support of the members of this committee in expanding access to Husky to the age of 8. And we put our trust in you to expand Husky up to the age of 18 this legislative session. I say that not only for the undocumented community members that I know, but also for my own family. One of my cousins, who is 17, had 3 surgeries to have a brain tumor removed when she was very young in Ecuador. After she moved to Connecticut, she has needed a lot of care from psychologists, neurosurgeons, pediatric oncologists, and more. Her parents have applied for the free care program at Yale, but not all costs are covered, and sometimes the free care is denied for various reasons. They have paid thousands and thousands of dollars out of pocket. 2 years ago, my cousin Monse had a series of migraine attacks that lasted for months. The migraine attacks were so severe that she started to vomit, and they had to call the ambulance 3 times. Every one of those costs has come out of pocket and has caused great financial and mental strain to our family. This bill will be a lifesaver for children like my cousin Monse. However, by the time this bill is implemented, she will age out. That's why, as we expand access to age 18, we need to continue expanding access for all of our community members. This is an issue that causes me pain and stress every day. Last summer, my father, who lives in Manchester, suffered a heart attack. When I picked him up from the hospital a couple days later, I learned that he had been worried the whole time, not only about his heart, but also about the cost of the life-saving stent procedure they had administered. He shared that when he was admitted, he refused to eat. He also knew that every meal that he had inside the hospital would be expensive and it would be passed on to him. A few weeks later, a $30,000 bill came to his house. My father is a homeowner and has been filing and paying taxes in 1991. That is over 30 years of him contributing to Medicaid, Social Security, and other federal and state taxes, but he gets nothing in return. The bill we have before us today won't help my dad or cousin or other thousands of other undocumented folks, but it will help so many children in Connecticut today. So let's take advantage of this opportunity to crack the door open farther, to open healthcare access to all. Healthcare is
excuse me, sir. So your 3 minutes are up. Can you please summarize? Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. So healthcare is a human right, and I know each one of this committee will agree with that. Thank you in advance for supporting this crucial legislation, and thank you for your time.
Luis, thank you so much for your testimony and sharing those painful experiences. And I'm sorry to hear about your father and your cousin. I see that Representative Hughes has her hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Luis, for sharing that and reminding us the compound impact of we're all connected in the families, even if this doesn't extend yet to all ages, that the stress and distress is compounded by children being so at risk. So thank you for reminding of us that, especially in this era as we attempt to recover from the pandemic. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Luis, I don't see any other hands, but thank you so much for coming and sharing that with us tonight.
Thank you.
Next up, 117, David Weinreib.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the Human Services Committee of Connecticut General Assembly. My name is David Weinreib. I am a bilingual educator, community organizer, and LGBTQ advocate from New Haven. I'm a documented insured patient of my local federally qualified health center, the Fairhaven Community Healthcare. I stand in support of SB 284. If this bill is passed, we have the opportunity to invest in the success of our newcomer students, increase access to gender-affirming care for undocumented LGBTQ youth, and strengthen the overall health and wellness of our neighborhoods. I've been working as an educator, working with new immigrant students since 2010, while working at the Fairhaven School 5 blocks from my home here in the Latinx majority community of New Haven. I was privileged to teach 5th and 6th grade Spanish-speaking newcomers, many of whom were undocumented children from Guatemala, Mexico, Ecuador, and the Dominican Republic. They are brilliant young people with incredible life experiences and families who care deeply about their children's education, health, and well-being. They also have tremendous unmet needs, neglected and exacerbated by an inability to access healthcare. Many have experienced significant trauma in their journeys, and if their mental health challenges are not addressed, they distract and derail students from academic success. Many also suffer from a variety of untreated chronic medical conditions, the symptoms and pain of which impact students' attention, attendance, and of course their health. I've worked with parents who are trying to access healthcare for their undocumented children, but their provider options, services, and medications are limited or prohibitively expensive. Appointments are sparsely available out of school hours. Concern regarding documentation discrimination pervades, and the consequences that our children, some of the strongest, most persistent people I have ever met, struggle to succeed. I'm also a founder and lead organizer for the City of New Haven LGBTQ Youth Task Force. Through this work, we have learned of the many challenges faced by LGBTQ identifying teenagers in schools, including their ability to identify welcoming providers and to access gender-affirming care. Building LGBTQ-affirming schools is not enough. Until undocumented LGBTQ youth are able to access Husky, many of these children largely will struggle mightily to survive and cannot access the variety of services and supports they need to thrive in their schools, homes, and their communities. We can work to fix this. We can pass SB 284 and help students like mine access the mental health services as well as the regular, consistent medical care that they need. We can pass SB 284 and help undocumented LGBTQ youth access the resources and advocacy they need to lead healthy, open, safe, and meaningful lives. I support SB 284 and I ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. And for the future, I ask the committee to work towards opening access to all immigrants regardless of age. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, David, for your testimony this evening. Not seeing any hands. Have a great evening. Next, 118, Kristen Reese. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Reese, and I'm a pediatrician in New Haven. I'm a third-year resident at Yale New Haven Children's Hospital, and I take care of children in the primary care clinic, in the hospital, in the intensive care unit, and in the emergency department. This testimony reflects my own personal opinion. I'm speaking today in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. For undocumented children, lack of health insurance can lead to poor health outcomes, and sadly, it's something I've witnessed firsthand many times. I recently met a 4-year-old boy and his mother, both undocumented immigrants, while working in the pediatric emergency room. They had been in the US for about a year, but the boy had not seen a doctor yet because he does not have access to health insurance and therefore health care. He came to the emergency room for fever and cough, but there were clearly many other issues that a pediatrician needed to address. The 4-year-old boy was roughly the size of an average 2-year-old. Why wasn't he growing properly? It could be malnutrition or a chronic infection or any number of underlying health conditions. He needs a pediatrician and he needs regular visits with that pediatrician to ensure that the underlying problem is managed. And if he had had access to healthcare, he likely would not have presented to the hospital so sick. I really worry about this boy, and I also worry about the children I don't meet. Preventative medicine is at the heart of pediatrics, and I see children at regularly scheduled visits from birth to young adulthood. I provide vaccines, screen for developmental delays, manage medical problems, and counsel mental health concerns. The need for mental health care is especially pressing during the current child mental health state of emergency in this state and in this country, as I'm sure you're all aware. Many undocumented children have already faced significant trauma in their lives, and without access to timely mental health care services, more children are presenting to care only when they reach a point of crisis. Passage of this bill, SB 284, is also critical to support the mental health of all children in Connecticut. With SB 284, Connecticut has the opportunity to join our neighbors, Vermont, Maine, and New Jersey, who passed legislation in 2021, as well as the 6 states and Washington, D.C., who already provide undocumented children the health care they need. Every child should have the right to access health care and look forward to a safe, healthy, and productive future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony. All right, seeing no hands. 119, Heather Kerrigan, are you with us? Nope. All right, 120, Josh Mitchum.
I am here. Thank you, Representative Leeper, Senator Moore. I'm actually in the process of taking my child to the doctor as we speak. I speak to you in favor of SB 284 as a councilman in the city of Hartford, an elected member of the city council. And I can't do nearly as well as some of the folks who spoke before me to illustrate the personal impact, but I do want to talk about what community means and what our duties are as members of a community. Because this distinction between who was born here and who was born away, that's an arbitrary distinction between human beings that was forced on us by the feds. But when I look around at my constituents, I look around at my city and my neighbors, my children's friends from school, I can't see that distinction. Many of the people who have spoken today are my constituents and actually my friends. And many of the children who will be affected by this are my neighbors, like kids who go to school, with my son who's a senior at Trinity Magnet. So this idea that there should be any distinction among any of us is just, it's monstrous. Was out of work, home from work because I'm a lawyer and courts were closed. And I was spending a lot of time driving around town, delivering donated food. And the folks who were there helping me were these folks that you've seen today. There were many of them undocumented immigrants who didn't have a lot to give, but if they couldn't donate money, they were lifting 100-pound bags of rice. They were helping me load and unload, helping to distribute, because they understood the meaning of community and the meaning of participating and taking when you need and giving when you can. And I think that this General Assembly and we as people of Connecticut should see it the same way. If there are people among us, wherever they came from, they are us, right? I see these folks are Hartford residents, they're my people. And we should treat them as our people and extend the same generosity we would want extended to us. And I will leave it at that, and thank you for all your time.
Thank you, Josh, for your testimony today. Seeing no hands, I hope you have a safe trip to the doctor's office.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Next, 121, Samantha Liu.
Thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Samantha Liu, and I am testifying today on behalf of Health Equity Solutions, where I serve as the policy analyst and advocacy specialist. HES is a nonprofit organization with a statewide focus on promoting policies, programs, and practices that result in equitable healthcare access, delivery, and outcomes for all people in our state. HES supports increasing access to Husky for all immigrants up to age 18. Lack of health insurance is one of the most significant barriers to health, and though Connecticut has one of the lowest uninsured rates in the United States, significant racial and ethnic disparities in coverage rates persist. Nearly 1/4 of uninsured people in Connecticut are immigrants without legal status. Despite the crucial access created last session for young children and pregnant people, most immigrants without documents remain ineligible for Husky programs and unable to purchase health insurance on Access Health. Ensuring access to health insurance for all immigrants living in our state is a crucial part of addressing disparities in insurance coverage in Connecticut. Health insurance means not only the ability to see a doctor for routine care or as soon as a problem arises, but also alleviates the stress of not knowing if your family will be bankrupt by an unexpected illness, or if your child may suffer because you can't seek medical advice for a chronic condition like asthma. Access to health insurance for children has a particularly high and fast return on investment and correlation with not only better health, but better grades and higher paying jobs and more opportunities. Thank you so much for the opportunity to submit testimony today in support of SB 284. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Samantha, so much for your testimony this evening. See no hands. Next, we will move on. 122, Pavlos Papasavas, and I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly. And then next we'll go to 115 to Sarah Gonzalez after. Is Pavlos with us? All right, great. So Sarah, you're up. Sarah Gonzalez, I see you. There you are.
Aló.
Hi.
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Okay.
Sí, se escucha. Se escucha.
¿Ya puedo hablar?
Sí.
Tengan muy buenas tardes a todas.
Good evening, everyone.
Mi nombre es Zaira. Soy miembro del colectivo de defensa de Hartford.
My name is Zaira, and I'm a member of the Hartford Deportation Defense.
Vivo en New Britain con mi hija de 15 años.
I live in New Britain with my 15-year-old daughter.
Las dos venimos de Honduras hace casi 3 años.
We both came from Honduras almost 3 years ago.
Estoy a favor del SB 284, la ley de el aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia de médicos en los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
I'm in favor of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Ahora, pues, mi preocupación es que mi hija padece de alergias muy graves y cualquier cosa que la lleve a ácidos cítricos y al maní. Si ella consume.
My concern is that my daughter suffers from very severe allergies to anything with citric acids or peanuts.
Si ella consume cualquier producto de estos, empieza a tener picazón en la piel y se le inflama la lengua y la garganta.
If she consumes any of those products, her skin starts to itch and her tongue and throat become inflamed.
Cuando le da eso, no puede ni tragar agua ni nada.
When she gets this, she can't even swallow water or anything.
La enfermera de la escuela nos refirió a un laboratorio para hacer un examen de alergias para determinarla.
The school nurse referred us to a laboratory to do an allergy test.
Para determinar qué puede controlar su reacción.
To determine what medicines can control her reaction.
Yo hice una aplicación financiera y me dijeron que no iba a pagar el costo de la visita.
I applied for financial assistance and I was told I would not pay for the cost of the visit.
Pero me ha llegado un bill de $1,331 con un solo examen y todavía quiere que haga otra cita para hacer más pruebas y determinar si le pueden dar una EpiPen.
But I have gotten a bill for $1,331 for a single test, and they still want me to make another appointment for her for another test to determine if they can give her an EpiPen.
Yo veo lo difícil que es poder tener un niño aquí y no tener un seguro médico. Para
I
mí
see
es
how difficult it is to be able to have a child here and not have health insurance.
Para mí es muy preocupante porque si no tengo cómo ir al médico, mi hija tiene que estar sufriendo de sus alergias y además de sus migrañas crónicas.
For me, it is worrisome because if I don't have the means to go to the doctor, my daughter has to suffer from allergies and also she has chronic migraines.
Ella tiene que estar automedicándose para calmar o quizás le afecten otras cosas de su cuerpo por no ser recetados por un médico especialista.
And so she's self-medicating to deal with the symptoms, and they might also have other impacts on her because they are not prescribed by a medical specialist.
La comunidad inmigrante de Connecticut necesita el apoyo de un seguro médico de Husky.
The immigrant community in Connecticut needs the support of Husky Health Insurance.
Les pedimos que por favor que nos apoyen en el proyecto de la ley SB 284.
We ask you to please support the bill SB 284.
Así podremos llevar a nuestros hijos al médico sin endeudarnos tanto y también cuidar de nuestra propia salud.
This way we will be able to take our children to the doctor without going into debt, and we also can take care of our own health.
Gracias por su tiempo.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I see Rep. Hughes has her hand up.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask a quick question, Syra. Has your daughter had access to an EpiPen at all during her life?
Solo quería hacerle una pregunta si su hija ha tenido acceso a un EpiPen en su vida en cualquier momento anterior.
No. Me están obligando a que haga otra cita para ponerle a un laboratorio a darle muchas cosas, las cosas que le hacen daño, para ver a qué tanto grado es su alergia, para poderle darle una inyección de esas.
No, they want me to do more laboratory tests and expose her to all sorts of things that she is sensitive to figure out what, like how they can prescribe her the EpiPen.
I'm so sorry. Thank you for sharing your testimony with us. This is very helpful.
Thanks, Rep. Hughes. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. And seeing no other hands, I think we will move on to 123, Zenon Castillo. All right, I don't think it's with us. Estela Jimenez. Marlene Chicarella. Marlene, are you with us? Nope.
She's here, Representative.
Perfect. Thanks, Marlene. Marlene, you can proceed with your testimony.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I had you on mute. I apologize. Good afternoon. I know you ladies and gentlemen have been through a long day today. I just want to say good afternoon to the attendees and members of Human Services Committee. My name is Marlene Chicarella, and I am the chair of HCAOA Connecticut DSS Medicaid Committee and managing partner of B&M Homemaking and Companion Services. Our agency is a non-medical bilingual home care agency located in West Haven, and we care for clients in New Haven County referred to us through the Agency on Aging and the Department of Social Services. I'm here today representing HCAOA of Connecticut and the testimony that was submitted. I want to thank you, of course, for your hard work and the challenges that you are dealing with as I've listened to most of the testimony today with you, and the opportunity to speak with you about House Bill 5338. HCAOA Connecticut requests support from Human Services Committee for additional funding for non-medical home care services to adequately reimburse and support home care agencies participating in Medicaid programs. Adequate reimbursement would help agencies maintain current services and keep pace with ever-increasing costs. Sufficient funding is necessary to help offset recent cost increases for agencies, including minimum wage, extraordinary expenses due to COVID-19 pandemic, transportation, and inflation. Home care providers merely seek reimbursement rates that would help protect the state's most vulnerable citizens while adequately and fairly reimbursing providers for their services. Many agencies like mine depend on adequate billing rates in order to provide quality services to our clients, pay caregivers appropriately, budget and plan for increased expenses, and address staffing shortages due to exposure to the virus or to care for a family member. Home care agencies help fulfill an important public policy goal. Caregivers provide essential support that enables elderly and disabled persons to live in their homes longer and keeps them from being readmitted into the hospital or for long-term care facilities, saving the state significant resources and money. They also meet a compassionate need. Home is where most people want to be, especially during a public health emergency. I've provided testimony in the past and recently, noting the impact on agencies, clients, and staff, and the importance and the need for an increase in funding and a fair billing rate. I hope you had the opportunity to listen to Conan Shonley's testimony today. He articulated the issues very well. I could not have said it any better myself. The only difference between his agency and mine is that mine is 95% Medicaid funded, which means that if the rate increases are not approved, I probably will be forced to close my doors, which means that I'll have to lay off 145 staff and 150 clients will lose their services. This decision will be an extremely difficult one for my partner, Blanca, and I, since we've been in business for almost 18 years. I'm asking that 2% increase to the fee schedule be approved and implemented. The promised 1.7% reimbursement rates be put into effect immediately that the legislature authorized in 2021. I'm asking that the promised ARPA funding be put in place by March 31st so that we can remain viable and the state doesn't lose the 10% matching federal
Excuse me,
funds.
sorry, your 3 minutes has passed. Can you please summarize?
I'm all set. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just about to conclude. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Marlene, for joining us tonight and for sharing that testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next, 126, Lisa San Pedro. Davina Bakshi. Constanza Segovia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everybody in the Human Services Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Constanza Segovia, and I speak as organizer and member of Hartford Deportation Defense, Colectivo de Defensa de Hartford, an immigrant-led immigrant rights group based in Hartford with members and leaders coming from many countries and different life experiences. We are in support of SB 284, increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status, because it would be a really important step forward in getting healthcare access for our whole immigrant community. A lot of our members will share their stories today. Many of them already have. In our group, we always talk about envisioning a world where all of our families can live with dignity and respect without the fear of deportation, where all of us are free to move and live and thrive in the communities that we want to live in, and where all of us have access to the resources that we need regardless of immigration status. You will hear from parents today that are afraid that their kids will get sick and they won't be able to pay medical bills. You will hear from Hartford residents who are using up everything they have and what they don't have, getting into debt to pay for medical bills. You will hear from community members who have chronic conditions and have not been able to get proper treatment and suffer emergencies because they haven't had access to preventative care. You will hear about the constant stress, the anxiety, the fear, the trauma, much of it because undocumented immigrants in Connecticut are not able to access health insurance in our state. Many of our members are testifying as parents today. In their stories, you will hear them always talk about the health of their children first. You will hear them set aside their own health in order to make their children get the support they need. We know that parents are willing to do anything for their children, but that sentiment should not include the worrying that overcomes them because our government prevents them from accessing healthcare that they deserve as a human right. Parents deserve quality care too. Single adults deserve quality care. That's why we're advocating strongly for this bill. We want it to pass, and we're urging the committee to support it and to continue revisiting this issue until we get to a point that Husky covers all residents of Connecticut, including undocumented immigrants who are income eligible. People die because they can't afford the care they need or because they are denied care due to lacking insurance. This is preventable, and the solution is in the hands of this committee. Please support this bill. We urge you to pass SB 284. The state of Connecticut, Governor Lamont and many in the legislature say that they want to tackle issues of racial equity and issues related to the well-being of Connecticut young people this session. This is your chance. A vast majority of the uninsured population in the state are Black, brown, undocumented, and low income. Expanding access
sorry,
to,
can you please summarize?
Yeah, expanding access to Husky is a racial and economic justice issue, and this is your chance to do something about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony tonight, Costanza. Seeing no hands, I believe Davina Bakshi is back with us. Davina, you're up.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm just in school at the moment, so I had to get out of class, but thank you for waiting. So I just want to quickly start because I know we're low on time. My name is Davina Bakshi, as you said. I am a first-year NPH candidate at the Yale School of Public Health, and I'm a health journalist from India. I am currently living in New Haven. I stand in support of SB 284 because I believe that expanding, which talks about expanding access to Husky up to age 18, regardless of immigrant status. I believe it is an important step, like the person before me said, in expanding racial justice, and it is and restorative racial justice, really, that healthcare should be a right for every individual in this country, regardless of immigrant status. As the pandemic has shown, healthcare has ripple effects across the country and across communities. So honestly, protecting each community is the prerogative of every community, every other community. So communities that are most vulnerable need a protection. The pandemic has really underlined that, but I guess even before that, we knew that unequal access to healthcare is a prime driver of unequal access to education, to worse socioeconomic outcomes. And so I believe that voting in favor for this would generally improve not only healthcare outcomes, but socioeconomic outcomes for communities that are most vulnerable and most in need. And as a student of healthcare currently, and someone who hopefully will go into healthcare provision, I aim to work with vulnerable communities because we are constantly being taught, and we see it around us as well, on how fundamental and intersectional healthcare access is and the right to healthcare is, and how this is, a step at improving the general well-being status of everyone in our community, regardless of immigrant status or citizenship, race, religion, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Davina, for your testimony this evening. Seeing no hands, next we have Alejandra Capistran. All right, Valerie Gambrell. Valerie, could you accept your invitation to be a panelist? All right, we will come back to you once you are able. Heather is.
I think she may have accepted it.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, but I really don't know what I'm doing though.
That's
Even though I accepted, I don't know what I'm doing. Just let you know that. I'm not computer literate.
You are up and we are your captive audience.
Okay. I'm speaking on behalf of the ICWA bill. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I'm in Eastern Pequot, and we're a state recognized tribe here in Connecticut. I also worked for DCF for over 24 years, and I was also on the adoption team. It was really hard and difficult for me to see our kids come in and disappear into the system. And that's exactly what happened. They came in, and I was continually told that you are only a state recognized tribe. So therefore, ICWA does not apply to you. So what they were doing was they're taking our children and putting them in foster homes and up for adoptions, and our babies were gone to never be seen or heard from. There was a young girl that I used to see come into the circle. She would be the first one in dancing and the last one out leaving. And every time she came to visit, she would ask me to come down and show me her dance. She was adopted. I have never seen that child again. And every year I look for her to come into that circle. My hope and my prayer is that someday she will come into the circle. And yes, we are a fairly state recognized tribes, but our babies mean just as much to us as everybody else's. Yes, every child deserves a forever family, but they don't deserve to have their heritage or who they are taken away from them. So please, we need this ICWA bill passed for the state recognized tribes because we're tired of our children being taken. I could go on, but I know I can't. And it's just very disheartening to see that happen. And there was nothing that I could do about it, nothing. Because even though they're a state agency, I was continually told that ICWA doesn't apply to you because you're not a state recognized tribe. So please, if you guys could find it in your heart some way to let us have our children, or at least make sure that our children can come back home, we would deeply appreciate it. All the state recognized tribes in Connecticut would.
Thank you so much, Valerie. That was incredibly powerful testimony, and I'm so sorry you've had to experience that, and hopeful we can fix this going forward. I see Senator Moore with her hand up.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We didn't need to see you to hear in your voice the pain that you all feel as a tribe. And I just want to acknowledge my ignorance as to how much I don't know about Native Americans and Blacks who built this country. And I think it's appalling. When I saw this bill, I had no idea that this existed. So does this still exist?
Yes, it does. And like
so
I said,
go ahead, Valerie.
It's just that I work for a state agency and you're telling me we're a state recognized tribe and you're telling me our kids don't matter, that our babies don't have rights. And this is 2022.
Yeah, shame on us. Thank you for your testimony. And I want to learn more about this. And I hope we can move this bill forward to get it passed. And I don't know if we can undo the past, but that other children who come before the state are recognized. The other piece, one more thing I wanted to ask is, but there is some type of tracking to know where those children are right now, correct?
No, they're gone. They're gone. There's no tracking. They're gone. There's nothing. There's nothing. And they go in the door and they go out the door and never to be seen. I mean, it just hurts so much. This little girl, I mean, now I have never seen her come back into that circle. She probably doesn't even know she's Native anymore.
All right. Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for educating me on this, because I had no idea. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Moore. Thank you again, Valerie. I think you probably taught many of us a lot tonight. I'm myself included, certainly. Really appreciate you joining us.
Thank you for listening.
Next, 131, Rosalba Montoya. All right. Bersela Mazaregos, and I am so sorry. I'm sure I did not pronounce that correctly, but 132, I think you're here with us.
Hola, mi nombre es Bersela Mazariegos. Soy inmigrante de Guatemala. Vivo en Hartford hace 12 años. Soy miembro del colectivo de defensa de Hartford. Hoy les
Good
comparto.
afternoon. My name is Bersela Mazariegos. I'm an immigrant from Guatemala and I have lived in Hartford for 12 years. I'm a member of the Hartford Deportation Defense.
Hoy les comparto mi testimonio apoyando el proyecto de la ley SB 284 para expandir el programa de hosky a las personas inmigrantes hasta los 18 años.
Today, I will share my testimony in favor of SB 284, an act to expand husky to undocumented children up to 18.
Sin importar el estado migratorio. Mi hija se llama Kristen. Ella nació en México, tiene 14 años. Ella está en el grado 8 en las escuelas públicas de Hartford. No tiene seguro médico.
My daughter's name is Kristen. She was born in Mexico and she is 14 years old. She's in 8th grade in the Hartford Public Schools.
Ella necesita para hacerse el físico, para ir al dentista, obviamente para cualquier emergencia que se presente.
She doesn't have any health insurance and she needs the insurance to go to her physical, to go to the dentist, and for any emergencies that come up.
Yo siempre le ando diciendo a ella que cuide sus dientes porque en este país es demasiado caro ir a las clínicas.
I'm always telling her to take care of her teeth because in this country it's too expensive to go to the dentist.
En caso de ella necesita anteojos y hemos tenido que comprar sus lentes sin la ayuda de ningún seguro.
In my daughter's case, she needs glasses and we had to buy her glasses without the help of any insurance.
A veces también no escucha muy bien y no puedo llevarlo al audiólogo porque lo pienso que los biles son muy caros.
And sometimes she doesn't hear well either, and I haven't been able to take her to an audiologist because I think the bills will be too expensive.
Como madre, uno tiene que pensar primero en la renta. Sabemos que todo es importante y muy difícil.
As a mother, one first has to think about rent. We know that everything is important and it's very difficult.
Pero aún así, uno tiene que pagar y pues ir al doctor es esencial como muy importante, también tener un techo donde vivir.
But we have to pay the rent, and even though going to the doctor is as essential as having a roof to live under.
Pero en estos momentos nos toca decisiones imposibles como padres.
But right now we are faced with these impossible decisions as parents.
Por eso le pedimos al Comité de Servicios de Humanos que aprueben la ley de SB 284.
This is why we are asking the Human Services Committee to pass SB 284.
Para expandir el programa de hosky a los niños hasta los 18 años.
To expand the husky program to children up to the age of 18.
Adultos y niños tenemos derecho a tener una cobertura médica.
Adults and children have the right to have medical health or healthcare coverage.
Sin importar nuestro estado migratorio. Gracias.
Regardless of our immigration status.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We do appreciate it. Seeing no questions. Number 133, Louis Telsford. Louis. Moving on to 134, James Montano. James.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is James Montano. Thank you for the opportunity to submit my testimony. I am supporting the bill SB 282. I've struggled with obesity for most of my adult life, and I've tried every diet from Atkins to fasting to even starvation, all to no avail. Obesity not only impacts your own life, but it impacts the lives of your family members, friends, my wife and my daughters, and also people in my community. I was scheduled for bariatric surgery a few years ago, and I found out the week before that I would not be covered by my insurance after 6 months of preparation. Luckily, I had a friend and family network that I was able to go to and borrow some money from and do what I had to do to have this happen. Bariatric surgery changed my life. It's a vital tool, especially when you're suffering from obesity. I am down 120 pounds 3 years later. I've kept it all off. It's not an easy task, but it's certainly work, and it's a task that's well worth undergoing. I feel that it's necessary for insurance companies to pay for the surgery, as it will afford many more people the opportunity to live a healthier lifestyle, which inevitably will end up saving the insurance companies money in the long run. Thank you for your time and your support.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony, and congratulations on this success and being able to keep it off. That really is a success. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Montano, thank you. You and I have similar stories with respect to the wonderful success that can come from good bariatric surgery. Thank you for your testimony here today and for sharing your journey. It's so important and life-changing. And I think the sooner that we acknowledge as a legislature that that obesity is not a lifestyle choice. It's an addiction just like anything else, and we need to help people to deal with this. So thank you, and congratulations on your success. You look great.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time and effort.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Jason.
Thank you so much for your testimony today, sir. In terms of like medication costs, if you could compare them before and after the surgery, can you give the committee just a highlight maybe what you used to pay on an annual basis for your medication and what you pay now for your different medications? You don't have to go into specifics about the medication. It's just more of a costing standpoint.
I probably saved 50% of my medication costs I had before. I really didn't have a lot of underlying conditions. I mean, I was 370 pounds, but I'm still relatively young. I was 51 when I had it done. I was pre-diabetic, had high blood pressure, but that was hereditary. I had that from when I was very young and even before the obesity. But the fact now that that I've been able to keep it off. And there's a fair amount of people that do fail with this, and I have worked very hard not to fail. It's not an easy task, but just the fact of the self-esteem that you get, the people that I see that I haven't seen in years that notice you, medication costs have definitely gone down. My doctor had a physical recently, said it's the best physical I've ever had with him. That was in November. I think I'm still on some of these medications as a precaution. I think that I'm being monitored. I get a physical every 6 months, and I'm certain that within time, some of these medications that I'm still on to be dropped. But there are so many pluses in the positive column, and there's literally none in the negative column. There's no downside to this whatsoever. And as I said before this happened, and I got the notice that I wasn't going to be covered, it was devastating. And this was, it wasn't a couple $100 surgery that I had to come up with. It was, I had to go to quite a few people, and I'm lucky I had the network to do that. I'm sure a lot of people don't have that. And as I said, it inevitably will save the insurance companies a lot of money in the long run.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and good luck for your journey ahead. I know it's probably never ending, but it's so good that you've taken control. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you again, sir. We so appreciate you sharing your story and your success. Have a great night.
Thank you. You as well.
Number 135, Isabel Guzman. Isabel? Moving on to 136, our friend Nora Duncan from AARP. So nice to see you, Nora.
It's nice to see you, Representative Abercrombie, as well as Senator Moore, Representative Cates, Senator Berthel, and all of the members of the Human Services Committee. This is my first time before you this session, so I'm glad to be here testifying in favor of House Bill 5342, an act concerning membership of the Low Income Energy Advisory Board, maybe one of your least controversial bills of the day. AARP is a nonprofit social mission organization that is nonpartisan. We have a age 50 plus membership of nearly 38 million nationwide and 600,000 members here in Connecticut. Our members vote And we are here before the General Assembly on a regular basis to support livable communities for people of all ages, affordable utilities, aging in place initiatives, financial opportunity and resilience for everyone as they work, age, and retire here in Connecticut. So today, I really just wanted to explain why I am in support of House Bill 5342, which expands the voting membership of the Low Income Energy Advisory Board. And it is to ensure adequate representation of the communities served and the programs and resources represented by that board. I am a voting member and I am the former chair. I served more than my fair share of years as chair. And I support this legislation because we've seen an increased diversity in those seeking assistance, and issues related to weatherization, water, and renters' rights have really become a more significant part of our agenda. And during the pandemic, and now with the state and the nation facing such significant inflation and uncertainty in the energy markets, I mean, particularly with deliverable fuels, having this additional expertise at the table will make us more responsive and more representative. And I included in my testimony how the votes actually play out and how you can see that adding more members from the community will be a really great way for this board to continue its mission for the state of Connecticut. And, you know, I'm going to just mention that, you know, we're really committed to helping people understand how to access affordable utilities at AARP. And at the end of the month, probably the 29th or the 30th, I'm still nailing that down, we are going to host a telephone town hall for our members and then stream that on Facebook and on our streaming channel so that people understand during this time of especially heightened fuel prices, especially in the oil market, you know, how they can access these programs, people who may never have had to access them before. So I look forward to that. And if you're interested in learning more, certainly reach out to me. And then I just also will use my last minute to say that we also have testimony in support today to you guys in support of House Bill 53342, an act concerning the study of long-term services and supports. House Bill 5339, an act expanding access to the Connecticut Home Care Program for the elderly. And House Bill 5340, an act concerning equitable Medicaid payments and eligibility determination for applicants, recipients, and family caregivers. I don't think I have to explain to any of you on the Human Services Committee or probably in the General Assembly at all how often AARP is before you on these kinds of issues. So I wanted to take the time today to talk about something a little bit different.
Excuse me, please.
But no, it's
Excuse me.
there.
Yeah, you're
I'm done.
Thank you.
Nora, thank you so much. And to our seniors that might be watching this, we miss seeing them in their red shirts. But soon enough, we'll be back to normal. If you would like
I'm hoping the rope line. I'm hoping the rope line. That's the goal. So everybody watch out.
Right. If you would like to send any of those times that you are doing the town meetings, Cassandra Fruin is our new house clerk and my new aide. If you'd like to send her the information, we will make sure that we get it out to our members and then they can post it on their social media. So anything that you have, we'd be more than happy to share.
As soon as I nail it down, I will send it.
Sounds great. Thank you, Nora. So nice to see you. Have a great day.
Thanks, everybody.
Up next, 137, Alyssa Santos.
Good evening. My name is Alyssa Santos and I support SB 284. I was born and raised in Connecticut and am a second-year law student at Quinnipiac University School of Law. I am an advanced certified legal intern in the Law School Civil Justice Clinic. In my clinic work on immigration and family law cases, I have witnessed firsthand the barriers lack of immigration status presents for families struggling to provide basic necessities, such as healthcare, for their children. As the child of an immigrant father and an American citizen mother, I have observed the trauma that comes with denying healthcare to Connecticut residents, both those with citizenship and those without status. My mother, an American citizen and a lifelong Connecticut resident, faced periods of sickness as a child where she was without healthcare. My mother's family could not afford non-emergency treatment, and as a result, she ended
I think she was removed by accident. We'll get her back on as soon as we can. In the meantime, I think the next person is number 142, Megan Moskowitz.
Okay, Megan, we'll go to you and then we'll go back. Just let me know when she gets back on, Heather. Good evening, Megan.
Hi, good evening, Co-Chair Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and members of the Human Services Committee. Thank you for your time today. My name is Megan Moskowitz. I am a resident of Simsbury, Connecticut, and I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 282, an act concerning medical assistance for bariatric surgery and prescription drug treatment for obesity. I am a registered nurse. I have worked both in with bariatric patients in the inpatient setting as a floor nurse on a post-op floor, as well as in the program setting as a bariatric surgery program coordinator. I have learned so much over these past 7 years working with bariatric patients, including the prevalence of weight bias and stigma, as well as the resilience and hard work that these patients exhibit to better their health. I have seen the life-changing medical improvements patients have experienced as a result of having bariatric surgery and/or utilizing prescription drug treatment for obesity. From better control of high blood pressure to better diabetes management, the disease of obesity really is a disease that has an impact on so many different parts of the body. Furthermore, besides medical health, weight loss as a result of bariatric surgery or prescription drug treatment also has a profound impact on mental health and quality of life. Some of the biggest changes post-op patients have discussed with me is their improved quality of life of being able to complete everyday activities such as gardening or playing outside with grandkids that many people take for granted. I have also spoken with numerous patients whose insurance does not cover bariatric surgery, only to see their health continue to decline as they are unable to have this surgery, lose excess weight, and improve their medical health conditions despite their motivation. We should not be putting barriers in place to limit access to bariatric surgery that will improve patients' quality of life, but providing greater access and resources to help. I urge you to support Senate Bill 282. Thank you for considering my testimony.
Thank you, Megan. We appreciate it. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Megan, good to see you. Thank you for testifying, for your testimony today. Your perspective as a nurse and a program coordinator and seeing firsthand lots and lots of different patients and their trials and tribulations and the successes ultimately that come from successful metabolic and bariatric procedures is really helpful here. So thank you for waiting. I'm sure as we've been on this call, I think for 8 hours now, but thank you for being patient and for testifying today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Megan. Have a great night.
You too.
Alyssa, we so apologize. Not sure what happened, but please continue.
That's okay. I'll just restart, I guess. Good evening. My name is Alyssa Santos, and I support SB 284. I was born and raised in Connecticut, and am a second-year law student at Quinnipiac University School of Law. I'm an advanced certified legal intern in the Law School's Civil Justice Clinic, and in my clinic work on immigration and family cases, I have witnessed firsthand the barriers lack of immigration status presents for families struggling to provide basic necessities such as healthcare for their children. As the child of an immigrant father and an American citizen mother, I have observed firsthand the trauma that comes with denying healthcare to Connecticut residents, both those with citizenship and those without status. My mother, an American citizen and a lifelong Connecticut resident, faced periods of sickness as a child where she was without healthcare. My mother's family could not afford non-emergency treatment, and as a result, she ended up requiring emergency treatment and incurring substantial unpaid medical bills which could ultimately end up being passed along to Connecticut healthcare consumers. In the clinic, we regularly come across undocumented children with medical conditions that go untreated and ultimately worsen. Had these children been given access to health care earlier on, they could have addressed their health issues through non-emergency medical services and developed relationships with healthcare providers, rather than waiting until their condition became so dire that they were forced to go to the emergency room. Most of the undocumented children that we work with in the clinic come here through no fault of their own. The decision to come to the US was one made by their parents, and due to the failure to reform the immigration system, these are populations that have been here for decades, and based on what I'm learning in my immigration law class, will remain here long term. The typical undocumented immigrant in the US has lived here for 15 years or more. More than half of Connecticut's undocumented population had lived here for 10 years or longer, and 30% for 15 years or more. For these reasons, we must prioritize the care of undocumented children living in this state. SB 284 would be a tremendous investment into our communities and into our public health system as a whole. This investment would hopefully lessen the burden that emergency rooms face, allowing them to focus their resources on emergencies if non-emergencies can be addressed outside of the ER. I would like to close with a reference to the state of Connecticut's motto, Qui transtulit sustinet, or he who transplanted still sustains. As a state, to this day, we take pride in the variety of experiences, knowledge, and backgrounds that the residents of Connecticut have to offer. These children, regardless of their status, are the future of our great state. At the very least, I believe that they deserve access to healthcare until age 18. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alyssa. Great job. And I apologize again that we lost you somewhere along the way, but thank you very much for coming and have a great night. We're going to go back a little bit. I see that 135, Isabel Guzman is here. Isabel? Isabel?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Sí.
Do you need a
Usted puede hablar.
translator, miss?
Ok.
Okay.
Estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos de Connecticut. Buenas tardes.
Members
Mi
of the
nombre es-
Connecticut Human Services Committee.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Isabel Guzmán. Soy nacida en Honduras y vivo en Hartford hace 15 años. Soy miembro del colectivo de defensa de Hartford y estoy a favor de CB 284, una ley de aumento de edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
Good afternoon. My name is Isabel Guzman. I was born in Honduras and I've lived in Hartford for 15 years. I'm a member of Hartford Deportation Defense and I'm in favor of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Porque nos parece un paso adelante para conseguir lo que realmente necesitamos, que es el husky para toda la comunidad inmigrante sin importar la edad.
Because this is a step forward to get what we really need, which is husky for the entire immigrant community, regardless of age.
Mi esposo fue a la clínica de Charlotte y lo refirieron a Yukon, a un dentista, porque él tenía una bacteria en las encías y necesitaba una limpieza profunda por causa de la
My
falta de
husband went to
seguro.
Charter Oak Clinic and they referred him to Yukon to a dentist because he had bacteria in his gums and he needed deep cleaning.
Por causa de la falta de seguro médico no siguió porque le cobraban más de $500 por solo arreglarle una caries.
Lack of insurance, he didn't go through with it because they charged him over $500 to just get some cavities fixed.
Le limpiaron la encía con un programa que le ofrecieron, pero luego ya no calificaba al programa y lo tuvo que dejar.
He had his gums cleaned with a program that was offered to him, but then he no longer qualified for the program and he had to leave it.
Por falta de seguro médico no pudo seguir. Le dijeron
Because of his lack of insurance, he could not continue.
Le dijeron que tenía que cuidarse porque si no seguía con el tratamiento, su dentadura se le iba a ir cayendo.
But they told him he had to take care of himself because if he didn't continue with the treatment, his teeth would fall out.
Y esto es muy injusto. Él todavía es muy joven y solo le pasa esto por la falta de seguro médico.
It's very unfair as he is still young and this is only happening to him because of the lack of insurance.
Y en mi caso, me han estado llamando de la clínica para hacerme el Papa Nicolau, pero pero me
In my
di-
case, they have been calling me from the clinic to get a pap smear,
pero me dicen que tengo que pagar de mi bolsillo porque no tengo seguro médico.
but they tell me that I have to pay out of pocket because I don't have insurance.
Aunque me toca hacerme la rutina, no lo puedo hacer hasta que me puedan cubrir el gasto en el 2024 mediante un programa.
Even though I have to have it done routinely, I can't have it done until they cover the cost in a program that starts in 2024.
De aquí al 2024, ¿qué puede sucederme? Esto tiene que cambiar porque es imposible que lleguemos a una emergencia de salud por no tener seguro médico.
But between now and 2024, what can happen? This has to change because it is impossible for us to get to we can have a health emergency because we don't have health insurance.
Excuse me, your 4 minutes are over. Please summarize.
Dice que ya pasó 4 minutos y si puede hacer un resumen.
Ok. Por favor, apoyen con el proyecto de ley SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años, asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria, porque es importante, pero los adultos también necesitamos seguro médico. Hay muchas personas adultas y ancianos que están sufriendo de enfermedades y por falta de seguro médico no tienen sus medicamentos. Asimismo, como valen los niños, así valen las vidas de los ancianos también, y sin los adultos no hay niños tampoco. Gracias por su tiempo, Isabel Guzmán.
Please support SB 284 because this is very important for children, but it's also important for adults and elderly people that are suffering from illnesses and do not have proper medications due to lack of insurance. Just as we value children, we value the elderly, and without adults, there are no children either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Isabel. We appreciate you taking the time to testify. We're now going to go back to number 140, which is Sarah Ganan, and I apologize.
Great, thanks. Appreciate the time. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the chance to testify today. My name is Sarah Ganong, and I'm the State Director of Connecticut Working Families. We're an advocacy organization fighting for an economy that works for everyone in a democracy where every voice matters. Really appreciate y'all's time and attention in this long hearing today. I'm here on behalf of our organization supporting Senate Bill 284. Last year, Working Families was proud to be part of the coalition that passed expanded access for Husky for children ages 0 to 8. And thanks to everyone here in this committee and in the legislature who was part of passing that important legislation. Really glad we were able to get that through together. But our work isn't finished, as I know you all have heard from many others here today. Passage of this year's bill would ensure children do not age out of coverage randomly in the middle of their childhood, stranded without any health care at all. Our staff and my colleagues have spoken to countless undocumented Connecticut residents over the last few years, many of whom face serious health conditions and struggle to receive this adequate care. And I know you've heard a lot of these heartbreaking stories and a lot of these avoidable stories in the hearing today. As a community, we must address this disgrace and ensure all residents, regardless of immigration status, are covered. The state of Connecticut must create a long-term plan to expand Husky access to our entire immigrant community, and today's bill is an essential first step in that process. There have been a lot of bills proposed this legislative session about COVID-19 response and recovery, and I think it's really important that we think about Senate Bill 284 as being among them. If we want our state to recover from COVID-19, we must work towards ensuring that undocumented immigrants of all ages can access healthcare. If we can't make these kinds of decisions in the midst of a global pandemic, when are we going to be making them? The current limit on only 0 to 8 years old obviously leaves many children behind, but it also leaves their parents and other adult members of our community and a large portion of essential workers who've been on the front lines of this pandemic and are forced to survive without healthcare access. Thanks for your time and attention today in this hearing and in this important issue. Really hope that we can count on your votes to pass Senate Bill 284 out of committee, and that you all continue to consider ways that we can ensure all immigrants, regardless of age or documentation status, can access healthcare. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no questions, thank you so much and have a great night. We're now going to go back to 135, Isabel Guzman.
Representative Abercrombie, I believe Isabel already testified. It's 138, I believe, is the next person.
Okay, thank you. Number 138, Nayeli Garcia.
Good afternoon. Dear Human Services Committee, my name is Nayeli Garcia. I support for SB 284. I live in West Haven. I graduated from New Haven Public Schools, and I am a student at the Gateway Community College. I am an essential worker, a house cleaner, and a restaurant worker. I am a leader of ULA, Unidad Latina en Acción, where we fight for the rights of immigrants. I was 13 years old when I moved to this country. I didn't have the opportunity to have Husky health insurance because of my immigrant status. Health insurance should be for everyone, not only for the people who can afford it. Health insurance is necessary, not a luxury. Last year, I fell down the stairs of my home. I didn't want to go to the emergency room because I didn't feel so much pain, and because it will cost me more than what my mom can afford. I have pain in my lower back, and I couldn't stand up or lie down for some time because it will hurt me even more. A week later, I started having bad chest pain. I felt I couldn't breathe well, and I couldn't sleep because of the pain. My mom took me to the ER, and I left the ER with Tylenol and a patch for the pain of my chest. But I still have the pain. I went back home, and for the next 2 days, the pain got worse and worse. The bill arrived, and it cost me more than $1,000. I have to pay for something that didn't help me, and I'm still paying off that debt. I cannot get any assistance because the hospital has hired a debit collection agency. Although the chest pain continued, I didn't went back to the ER because I was afraid to be there for hours and to live again with just Tylenol and a patch. Another bill of $1,000. I am standing up today for the little girl that I was 10 years ago when I couldn't get medical attention that I needed. I graduated from New Haven Public Schools. I go to college, I work, I pay taxes like everyone else. I'm still excluded from Husky. I wish I was included in this bill, but I will fight for my sisters and brothers to have Husky health insurance. It is a human right, and we will fight for these rights we deserve as immigrant workers, and many of us are essential workers. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We do appreciate it. Seeing no questions, we will move on to number 143, Liz Gustafson. Hi, Liz.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and esteemed members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Liz Gustafson, and I am the State Director of Pro-Choice Connecticut, and we testify in strong support of SB 284. Healthcare is a human right, and everyone deserves access to high-quality, affordable healthcare, regardless of their race, gender, sexuality, zip code, immigration, or economic status. As a state that prides itself on leading the fight for reproductive freedom, which can be illustrated by the critical step we took in 2021 to expand access to Husky for children up to 8 years old and pre- and postnatal care for undocumented pregnant people, we have been provided with another opportunity to act on behalf of health equity and reproductive health care access for all. Expanding health insurance coverage is crucial for sexual and reproductive health and rights. Research by the Guttmacher Institute has found that insurance coverage gaps continue to grow, and immigrants age 15 to 49 who are non-citizens had 3 times the uninsured rate of US-born people or naturalized citizens, which underscores the importance of ensuring no one is left behind when implementing policies that expand access to healthcare. Wherever we are from, when we are able to make decisions that are best for our lives, Our families thrive and we build communities in which we can all participate with dignity. Our work does not end with expanding access up to age 18. In the long term, we need to ensure that all immigrants, including parents and adults, are also able to have access to Husky and the healthcare that they need. The state of Connecticut must create a long-term plan to expand Husky access to our whole immigrant community. Storytelling is a powerful tool for change, and the courageous testimony provided today in support of SB 284 has only affirmed that our state's immigrant residents and their families cannot wait. Advancing the sexual and reproductive health and well-being of families and communities requires ongoing action from policymakers, and SB 284 would ensure that children will not age out of coverage once they turn 9 and be left without health care. Pro-Choice Connecticut urges the committee to support SB 284 and ask our legislature to work towards opening access to all immigrants regardless of age moving forward. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you so much for your testimony. We do appreciate it. We're going to go on to number 144, Robert Goodrich, and then Senator Lesser will be taking over chairing. Good evening, Robert.
Good evening, Senator Moore and Representative Abercrombie. This is my policy analyst, Caden Juneau. He'll be joining me on providing public testimony in support of SB 284. That's right. So my name is Robert Goodrich, and I'm a Waterbury resident and the father and an educator.
I think
Robert,
his
you just
frozen.
froze.
He was off to a great start. It's too bad.
So we'll let Matt go on to 145, Mag Morelli, and then as soon as Robert comes back, Matt can put him back on. Thank you, Matt. Mag Morelli.
Thank you, Representative Abercrombie, Senator Lesser, Senator Moore, and members of the committee. My name is Mag Morelli, and I am the president of Leading Age Connecticut. We are a membership association of 130 not-for-profit organizations representing the entire field of aging services and senior housing, including not-for-profit nursing homes. I'm here tonight to speak to House Bill 5335, an act requiring long-term care facilities to conduct sex offender background checks on staff and residents. Leading Age Connecticut recognizes that this proposal is attempting to address a concern regarding the safety of staff, residents, and visitors of nursing homes. And we are willing to work with all interested parties on this and other issues of health and safety in the nursing home setting. We do, however, believe that more attention needs to be given to this specific proposal before you consider passage. The bill would require that each nursing home check the state and national sex offender registries for the name of any individual seeking admission to the nursing home. The bill does not prohibit admission of the individual based on the results of the findings, but it does require that the facility provide written notice of the admission of any such person who's on the registries to all residents and employees no later than 1 business day after the admission. While the bill is more limited in scope than a similar bill that was raised in the Public Health Committee, the fact that both bills have been proposed offering different ways to approach this same issue suggests that the issue requires further analysis and review. There are many federal laws and rules and regulations, as well as state laws that govern the nursing home setting. And we would recommend that the committee convene a work group to evaluate and address the concern and seek solutions that take into consideration all of the intervening statutes and regulations that control this setting. And we, of course, would be happy to participate in such an effort to seek solutions. So thank you for consideration of our perspective, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Mag, and it's good to see you, and appreciate your thoughtful input on this bill. And I'm sure the chairs will be looking forward to working with you on fine-tuning the language. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much. It's good to see you again.
Thank you.
Is Robert Goodrich available?
I don't see him, but I'll let you know when he's here, Senator.
Okay, great. Then up as number 146, Madhuvanti Joshi, and I apologize if I mangled your name. Madam Clerk, is
No, unfortunately, he's not here, and I believe that number 148 is not accepting the request to be promoted to panelist.
I'm a Lady Rivera, number 148. If you could please accept the request, then we could allow you to speak. Is number
Do you want
149?
do you want me to interpret that?
I believe she's here now. Thank
Yes,
you.
great.
Ariana, will you let her know that she can begin her testimony?
Yes. Sí. A mi lady, usted puede hablar.
¿Puedo hablar aquí?
Sí.
Ay, yo no sé cómo es que no sé si
Se escucha y se ve y se escucha.
¿Sí se escucha?
Sí, sí. Usted puede seguir y dar su testimonio.
Mi nombre es Amiladi Vicente. Vivo en Hartford, Connecticut.
I'm sorry. Could the interpreter please ask her to turn on her camera if she's able to?
Yeah. A mi lady, ¿usted puede prender la cámara?
Eso estoy viendo. A ver.
Mejor ahora. Sí.
¿Sí?
Sí.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Amiladi Vicente.
Good afternoon. My name is Amiladi Vicente.
Vivo aquí en Hartford, Connecticut.
I live in Hartford, Connecticut.
Soy de Guatemala.
I'm from Guatemala.
Llegué hace 5 años aquí a Connecticut.
And I came to Connecticut 5 years ago.
O bien sea, llegué hace 5 años de mi país, aquí a Estados Unidos.
For 5 years ago, I came here from my country.
Tengo 4 hijos.
I have 4 children.
Estoy en el comité de lucha de Se Hace Camino.
I'm in the Fight Back Committee from Make the Road, Connecticut.
Estoy a favor de esta ley, de SB 284.
I'm in favor of this law, SB 284.
Una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
An act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Sé lo difícil que es ver la diferencia entre hijos que tienen seguro médico y sé qué diferencia es al que no tengan.
I know the big difference that there is between children that do have health insurance and children that do not have health insurance.
Tengo un niño de 17 años.
I have one son who is 17 years old.
Es el único que no tiene seguro médico.
And he's the only child of mine that does not have health insurance.
Ese ha sido mi gran problema de que él no tenga el seguro, porque siempre que he ido al hospital, no ha podido recibir atención médica.
This has been my biggest problem that of him not having care, because when we go to the hospital, he doesn't receive the same care.
Porque lo primero que me piden es una prueba de las vacunas que él tuvo en mi país.
The first thing they always ask me is for proof of vaccines that he had in my country.
Yo no he podido obtener esos papeles los papeles de las vacunas de él allá en Guatemala. No he podido que me los busquen, no los encuentran.
I have not been able to provide evidence. I've asked for help and I have not been able to get evidence of the vaccines that he had in Guatemala.
Por eso es que a mi hijo no lo ha visto ni un doctor. Siempre que he ido, me dicen que no me lo pueden atender porque no tienen el récord médico. Y es triste ver cómo me lo rechazan, a pesar de que he ido, he suplicado, he hablado, que en la escuela le piden el físico.
So he has never actually seen a doctor in the time that he's been here because they always say they need to see the medical record first. And it's really sad how they reject me. And in school, they ask for his physical.
Excuse me, 4 minutes are over. Please summarize.
Dice que ya pasaron 4 minutos, si puede hacer un resumen.
Ok. Mi mayor frustración es de que no nos pueden atender por no tener ese seguro médico. Es muy difícil no tener papeles. Es muy difícil que nos discriminen como inmigrantes.
My biggest frustration is just not being able to get medical care for him because of not having insurance. It's very difficult not having like documentation.
Por eso es que estoy en esta lucha para poder ver si los legisladores, si nos pueden ayudar, nos pueden apoyar para que podamos, más que nada, obtener el seguro de husky. No importar nacionalidad, no importar si tenemos papeles, no importar si no tenemos papeles.
That's why I'm here and in this fight. I'm asking you as the legislators to please help us just obtain this insurance regardless of our immigration status and whether we have papers or we don't have papers.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rivera. We really appreciate your testimony, your advocacy, and wish your son the very best. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening and good to see you. I understand Mr. Goodrich is back before us.
Thank you, Senator Lesser, Senator Moore, and the rest of the committee members of the Human Service Committee. My name is Robert Goodrich, and I'm a Waterbury resident and a father, an educator, and an organizational leader of an education advocacy organization that fights for racial justice in our schools. Tonight, I stand in strong support of SB 284 because it will expand access to Husky for children up to the age of 18, regardless of immigration status. Currently, thousands of school-aged children and their families struggle to access life-saving as well as preventative healthcare measures, and this unfairly burdens immigrants. As a parent and an advocate, I applauded your efforts to expand Husky. To be clear, though, we need to expand coverage for folks of all ages, not just up to the age of 18. The fact that the day an immigrant child turns 9 years old, that they are now ineligible for Husky is heartbreaking and a disturbing bright line that scars our communities. I need to remind you that this is a moral imperative to expand access to Husky. It is an act not only of compassion, but a sound policy choice that strengthens our communities in innumerable ways. Now, we all can agree that children, who are also students, that have access to preventative health care, meaning that they have access to a continuum of wellness practices, not just crisis interventions or emergent care, have a better chance to attain higher educational outcomes than those who have to suffer with untreated diabetes, heart disease, or even asthma. As a policy, the choice to expand Husky to immigrants who are 18-year-olds is an easy one. But I need you to reflect on your choices not to expand it sooner and use that reflection to come up with the expansion of access to Husky for all Connecticut residents, regardless of immigrant status. I'd like you to thank you for sharing some grace regarding tech problems and having my policy advisor here with me. I'm open for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goodrich, and my policy advisor is making some noise in the background. In the same boat there. Thank you for your testimony. Are there other comments from questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here tonight, and I hope you both have a great rest of your evening. Okay, next up, we have number 149, Sandra Aguiar. Number 149, Sandra.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can.
Okay. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. So, I stand in support of SB 284 and act of increasing the age from 8 to 18 years old. My son is a U.S. Citizen. Oh, what is it? Okay. Can you see me? Yeah.
We
right.
can.
Okay. So my son is a USA citizen, and me and my husband were not. We struggle a lot to get dental care because we don't have any husky or any insurance at all. Every time we want to like go to the dentist, we have to pay either to $300 to $2,000, which for my family, that's a lot. So I'm still surprised that I was raised in California when I was in elementary school till high school. And it said that after more than 20 something years, things are still the same for immigrants. We have to work twice as hard, and we don't have just to survive, and we don't have like a decent healthcare services for immigrants. I'm really scared that if something happens to me or my husband, what's gonna happen with my son? So I will appreciate for you guys to give another step and increase the age from 8 to 18. And then after that, everybody can have health insurance. Because we work really hard and we suffer from a lot of obstacles. So I feel like just having health insurance is something that every human being should have. So I'll appreciate if you can make the difference.
Thank you so much, Sandra, and thanks for being with us tonight. Are there questions for Sandra from members of the committee? None. Thank you very much for speaking with us tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Brisa Cruz, followed by Dr. Neil Flock.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Brisa Cruz and I'm from West Haven. I'm also a part of Connecticut Students for a Dream. I stand in support of SB 284 and act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years old for income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. Expanding access to Husky up to age 18 regardless of immigration status is an important step to making sure that our immigrant community has access to healthcare we all need and deserve. But our work doesn't stop with expanding access to healthcare up to the age of 18. We need to open access to Husky and healthcare to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults. In 2003, my parents brought me to the US in hopes of providing me with a better future and more opportunities than the ones they were offered. Growing up, I would get sick very often, but going to the doctor's office wasn't always the first option or even the second. We would try home remedies using vapor rub or herbal teas, and thankfully those worked. And it wasn't until my father, after a long shift at work, had to ride his bicycle home because we didn't have enough money for a car yet. When he was hit by a car, the car ran his leg over and the people that witnessed the incident called 911. He was then transported to the hospital via ambulance and had to undergo surgery. The surgery was successful, but it required him to be off his leg for a couple of months to be able to make a full recovery. This meant that he would be unable to work and the only money coming in would be my mother's income. A month after the surgery, we received the hospital bill in the mail. The bill was huge. The incident took place in 2005, and it wasn't until a couple months ago that my father was finally able to pay off that medical bill completely. He had been making payments for over 15 years. My father isn't the only one that has had to seek medical help, and because of our inability to access healthcare has become indebted. This is a story that's all too familiar and I had seen far too many times in families. There have been a number of times in which family members have become sick, and it wasn't until it got pretty bad before they even considered seeking medical attention. They try all home remedies, and exhaust every single avenue before going to the doctor's office. They know that there is a high cost that comes with walking into that doctor's office. Healthcare should not be a luxury that can only be afforded to some, but it should be available to everyone regardless of status. If this bill were to pass, it would mean that my community would be able to seek medical attention at the first sign of a problem rather than waiting until it gets bad. It would mean that a trip to the doctor's office would no longer be something we fear, but something we do regularly. We shouldn't have to make GoFundMe pages and rely on the kindness of strangers over the internet to help pay for our medical expenses. I support SB 284, and I ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. Looking forward, I ask this committee to work towards opening the access to all immigrants, regardless of age. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brisa. We appreciate your testimony, and I'm sorry to hear about your father's story. I hope he's doing well. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, I just want to thank you for sharing your story and really appreciate you being here tonight. Number 151, Dr. Flock, an old friend of mine, followed by Ana Zapata.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. To the co-chairs, Representative Abercrombie and Senator Moore, and to the ranking members, Senator Berthel, Representative Case. And I see Representative Dathan and to the rest of the Human Services Committee. My name is Dr. Neil Flock, and I'm a resident of Old Greenwich, Connecticut. I practice in Norwalk Hospital and for New Vance Health System. I am testifying in support of Bill SB 282. I have been a general surgeon in Norwalk since 1998 and doing bariatric surgery since 2002. I've done close to 3,000 of them. I have been a strong advocate for the patients, and I've struggled to help people who need bariatric surgery or weight loss medication obtain the insurance approval they need to get those treatments. Since March 2020, things changed. Countless numbers of our patients got COVID-19, and those people with obesity in Connecticut who contracted COVID-19, many of them obviously died, and several died while waiting to have metabolic or bariatric surgery. The CDC report from March 8, 2021 demonstrated that 78% of the people who were hospitalized on a ventilator or died of COVID-19 were either overweight or had obesity. And interestingly enough, for the surgery, a study from France first came out showing the benefit of surgery. It showed that looking at all people with obesity who had COVID-19 who were in French hospitals, those who have bariatric surgery, only 3.5% of them died. But the patients who did not have bariatric surgery, 14% of them died. Another study here in the United States at the Cleveland Clinic showed that bariatric surgery had a 3 times lower risk of hospital admission. None of the bariatric surgery patients in the Cleveland Clinic study died, while 2.8% of their population in hospital died. The greatest obstacles to coverage for bariatric surgery is the misunderstanding of this disease, its causes, and the effectiveness of treatments such as medications and surgery. Obesity is a disease of genetic susceptibility. It's hard for people to accept that. And it also has many environmental influences, which are a challenge for us as doctors to overcome. It is less blamable on the behavior of individuals, and this we must overcome. Patients with obesity are targets of bias and discrimination. There is a stigma to both having obesity and to the effective treatments for obesity, such as medications and surgery. According to the Trust for America Health Organization, on their website, 2020, 29.2% of Connecticut residents had a BMI over 30.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are over. Can you please summarize? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I thought I had 4 minutes. I'm so
4
sorry.
minutes for 4 minutes is for people who need translation, I'm afraid.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I would have
No
spoken
worries.
faster. So weight loss surgery is successful We have studies showing that at 15 years, patients who've undergone surgery have 33% more likely to be alive. And it is significant risk for 13 cancers, such as breast and colon. And weight loss surgery actually decreases the risk of cancer. I ask that you pass SB 282, please, this year, at least out of committee, and let's make some notable additions to it to make it look similar to previous bills. I would love to answer any questions on any topics related to this bill if anybody has them. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and sorry for running over.
Thank you, Dr. Flock, and it's good to see you. You've been just such an incredible resource. I know on the insurance committee, which I serve on, and appreciate your advocacy for your patients. I see that Senator Berthel has some questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lesser. Dr. Flock, always good to see you. I never cease to amaze me the incredibly meaningful data that you will share as part of your testimony for helping us to understand that this is not just a something that someone is doing for cosmetics or to address the stigma, but this is something that actually bariatric and metabolic procedures actually change lives and extend lives and improve quality of life and prevent lots and lots of other really terrible comorbidities and diseases from occurring. It stops them, it reverses them. I'm living proof of that myself. So I appreciate your time. I know we've been at this for more than 9 hours today. I don't want to go really long. I appreciate your willingness to also interact with the committee going forward if we need some additional information. But thanks for what you do. Thanks for being there. Looks like you were in the operating room today. You're in scrubs.
Yeah, and I'm here. I'm on call. I'm on trauma call today, so I'm on the on-call room.
Well, thank you for what you do, and again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator, and again, thank you, Dr. Block. I think we'll be in touch, and maybe this is the year. This is an important piece of legislation. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Senator.
So I'm told that Anna Zapata is not here, but Dr. Julia Rosenberg is. Dr. Rosenberg, you're next, followed by, I believe, Jennifer Hartley.
Thank you so much, Senator Lesser, and good evening, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and distinguished members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Julia Rosenberg. I'm a pediatrician originally from Connecticut, and I've returned to my home state to practice medicine in New Haven, where I work in the community. Today, I'm testifying in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain Medicaid assistance regardless of immigration status. As a pediatrician, I have a simple mission: to provide compassionate care for vulnerable children and families. However, because undocumented children are currently ineligible for state Medicaid, this is not possible for approximately 13,000 undocumented children in our state who could be eligible with passage of this bill. I am so thankful for the committee's actions last year to start to improve access to care for our neighbors. And I sincerely hope that with your actions, this will be the last time we need to hear about medical needs outside of the clinic walls. It has been heartbreaking, but so important to hear from families today. To hear about children's health needs at a public hearing instead of inside my exam room is more than heartbreaking, though. It's unacceptable. My written testimony in support of SB 284 is on the site, and it goes into details of the evidence-based benefits of health insurance coverage, including reduced risky behavior, improved health, improved school performance, and improved future contributions to society. But as this day continues into hour 9, I urge you to join me to continue to listen to the chorus of support from so many brave individuals who are coming forward to speak about the basic human rights of healthcare, and to join me in reading the over 260 uploaded testimonies. With SB 284, Connecticut has the opportunity to join our neighbors in 2021, that was Vermont, Maine, and New Jersey, who passed legislation, as well as the 6 states and Washington, D.C., who already provide undocumented children the healthcare they need. Connecticut is poised to lead the way in ensuring that all of our residents, regardless of documentation status, receive the healthcare they need. For many undocumented children without insurance who have already faced significant trauma, serious problems may only come to medical attention when it's too late. That results in costly and sometimes dangerous consequences that should have been preventable, from hospitalizations to permanent developmental disability. The needs are especially pressing during the current child mental health state of emergency. I applaud Connecticut in addressing this pressing need. Passage of SB 284 is critical to support the mental health of all children in Connecticut. I also wanted to address cost estimates that have been discussed today. I would be happy to provide links to documents from the Connecticut Health Foundation research that found, based on uptake of similar legislation in other states, that expanding Husky A and B to all undocumented children in Connecticut is estimated to cost $11.3 million in year one, $13.9 million in year two, for a total of approximately $25.3 million over the biennium. And I urge you to refer to this literature when estimating the cost of this session. It's a reasonable and economically wise investment in the health of those in our state. Ensuring all residents, regardless of documentation status, is an upfront investment that will ultimately result in a brighter and healthier future for Connecticut's next generations. Thank you.
Excuse me. Oh, perfect. Timing is perfect.
284. It's going to benefit children and the future of our state, and please continue to consider the health of all of our neighbors going forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosenberg. Really appreciate your advocacy for your patrons and for people who can't be your patrons. Are there questions from members of the committee? Oh, no, I thought I saw a hand, but I was mistaken. Thank you so much. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
I have a question, Senator Lesser. I was just talking to Ana Zapata. Unfortunately, she just got out of a surgery, and so she was wondering if someone would be able to read her testimony, which I have with me. I don't know if that's allowed.
Yeah, I think we can do that. Sure. I think we'll do that.
Okay.
What I think why don't we do that now, and then we've got we're going to go back to someone who just entered who we skipped over earlier. But yes, please proceed.
Okay, I will start now then. Dear members of the Human Services Committee of Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Ana Zapata, and I'm a resident of Meriden. I stand in support of SB 284. Expanding access to Husky up to age 18, regardless of immigration status, is an important step in ensuring our immigrant community has access to the healthcare we need. But our work doesn't end with expanding access up to age 18. We need to open access to Husky and healthcare to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults. When I was healthy, I worked caring for the elderly as a caregiver. I was an essential worker and was exposed throughout the pandemic to COVID. I also worked in a cleaning company. Being a migrant, I came with a lot of desire to work and build a better future for my children and myself. I never had access to insurance, and I experienced discrimination and was denied care multiple times, which hurt my heart because I'm a human being and I have the same rights as everyone else. I had an accident and fell into a river, and 2 days later, I lost sight in one eye. When I looked for an ophthalmologist, the surprise was that I just had a checkup. The surprise was that to just have a checkup, he wanted to charge me more than $800 since I did not have insurance. I felt so down and in depression, and I felt that I was worth more dead than alive, where people bring you expensive flowers and mourn in your absence, but alive, I only became an economic burden for my children and husband, and received the contempt of the whole community and the health system. Today, thanks to the help of good people and organizations, I can say that I had a few surgeries, one recently a few days ago to fix my problem. Previously, I had surgeries 8 months ago, and I did not recover my total vision. If I had prompt, effective, and warm medical attention, surely today I would be able to enjoy my sight. Unfortunately, when I tried to use one eye more than the other to continue working, I ended up damaging my other eye. It took more than a year to get my operation, and I have not worked for more than 11 months because if I had made any effort, a nerve in my eye could break and I could lose my sight for life. Today, I'm waiting to return to my life, to work, although I do not know if it is for a better future or just to pay the debts generated by my misfortune this year. What I do know is that today you have the opportunity to become the heroes of our children because I don't want them to suffer what I've lived through. I support SB 284, and I ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. Looking forward, I ask the committee to work towards opening access to all immigrants regardless of age. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and please extend our best wishes to Ms. Zapata. It sounds like quite an ordeal. Appreciate her testimony.
Well, thank you.
Okay, so next we did. I want to just check. I don't know if she's on. We had called up Jennifer Hartley. Is Jennifer Hartley on?
She is not here, Senator, I
Okay.
believe.
So then if we could go back to number 129, Alejandra Capistran.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Alejandra Capistrán. Estoy aquí hablando porque
I'm sorry, are we able to, is the translator available?
Yes, I'm here to translate.
Okay, great, thank you. Please proceed, I'm sorry.
Okay. Gracias. Ok, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Alejandra Capistrán y estoy aquí abogando por housekeeping, apoyando a la proposición SB 284, ¿verdad? El propósito de apoyar esta proposición es porque pues francamente yo he vivido en carne propia, yo sé lo que es estar enfermo y no tener un seguro. Yo creo que nuestros jóvenes, que es el futuro de América, de aquí, pues necesitan esa oportunidad, ya que yo creo que estamos en un país donde todos merecemos vivir con dignidad y respeto, y es un derecho humano tener un programa de salud para todos, ¿verdad? Ya que como latinos, ya que como latinos,
Alejandra, voy a interpretar lo que acaba de decir, ¿ok?
Ok, gracias.
Good evening. My name is Alejandra Capitan. I'm here to fight for Husky, specifically supporting SB 284. The purpose of me supporting this legislation is because I've had the real life experience of not having insurance and becoming sick. I believe that our children are the future and need the opportunity to have health insurance and to be able to live in this country with dignity and respect. I believe it's a human right to have health insurance.
Me gusta ver la unión, cómo la unión hace la fuerza, y estoy contenta de que se haya hecho este taller, esta reunión, porque nosotros debemos de estar unidos para lograr nuestros propósitos, ¿verdad? La unión hace la fuerza y es justo y es necesario que todos como inmigrantes tengamos acceso a salud pública, ¿verdad? Ya que si se dan cuenta, nosotros como latinos o otras minorías, somos los más expuestos, somos los trabajadores esenciales, somos los que más hemos pasado en esta pandemia, y es justo que tengamos los derechos que nos corresponden como seres humanos, y no creo que sea... No, me da tristeza ver cómo que los cambios, la desigualdad que tenemos, ¿verdad? Así que gracias por apoyar esta proposición, es SB 284, y juntos lograremos todo lo que nos propongamos.
I'm happy to see here in this meeting that everyone here is united, and united we have more power. This meeting, I've come here especially with a very specific purpose. It's important that all migrants have access to public health insurance because we as migrants, we have been the essential workers, and especially during the pandemic, we've experienced the brunt the most. We are human beings and we need to change the inequalities that we as migrants experience. So I hope you support SB 284.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alejandra. Are there questions from members of the committee?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Seeing none, we'll go on to our next speaker, who is Jenny Cornejo.
Buenas tardes con todos. I need an interpreter, please.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Soy Jenny Cornejo, residente de East Haven desde hace 5 años. Cuando empezó la pandemia, mi familia y yo sufrimos de no ser atendidos y fue muy difícil sobrellevar esta situación.
My name is Jenny Cornejo, and I'm a resident of East Haven. I've been here for the past 5 years. When the pandemic began, my family and I suffered from not receiving healthcare, and it was very difficult to deal with that situation.
Esto ocasionó que mi esposo tenga una deficiencia del sistema digestivo, que por no tener seguro, él no pudo atenderse como cualquier ser humano tiene el derecho principal de la salud.
This caused my husband to have some sort of deficiency with his digestive system. And because he was uninsured, he was not able to receive the care that any other human being would have had.
Sus dolores son muy fuertes. Tiene que recurrir a automedicarse, a tomar medicina natural, plantas medicinales.
He has a lot of pain, and he has to resort often to self-medicating or taking medicinal plants.
Como migrantes, somos lo que aportamos a la economía de este país, pero lamentablemente no contamos con el derecho universal. Señores legisladores, el derecho a la salud.
As immigrants, we are the ones contributing to the economy of this country, but sadly, we do not have universal health care or the right to health.
Lamentablemente, a mi vecino Javier, llegando a este país con sueños y esperanzas, él de tanto trabajar 16 horas, le dio un derrame cerebral.
Unfortunately, my neighbor Javier, who came to this country with so many dreams and the desire to succeed, because of working so much, 16 hours a day, he suffered from a stroke.
Producto de esto, en el hospital tiene una deuda de $116,000 que hasta el momento él no puede pagar.
As a product of he is
dale,
in debt of $115,000 and now cannot work because of his health situation.
Lamentablemente, él ahora trabaja de dishwasher en 4 horas al día y no puede pagar ni su medicina y su condición de vida ha mejorado en este país.
And unfortunately now he's working only as a dishwasher 4 hours a day, and he cannot pay for his medications or for any medical care to improve his situation.
Como ven, señores, los sueños de un joven se han apagado. De hoy en adelante tiene una vida casi inerte por no contar con un buen seguro.
As you can see from this situation, the dreams and aspirations of a young man were cut short, having to worry of not being able to pay his debt and not being able to get the care he needed.
Mi vecina Teresa, con sus 2 niños brillantes, inteligentes, y los 2 con becas, próximamente uno a la universidad, no pueden hacerse ahorita un chequeo físico.
My neighbor Teresa has 2 really bright children, one of them who has a scholarship to go to university, and neither of them can get a physical checkup.
Excuse me, the 4 minutes are over. Can you please summarize?
Ya se acabaron los 4 minutos, si puede resumir.
Por lo tanto, ellos que son el futuro y presente de este país, señores legisladores, atrevémonos a pensar un poquito qué pasaría si tuviera acceso a este beneficio. Apoyo al proyecto de ley SB 284 y espero que la comisión vote favorablemente. Gracias por su tiempo.
Thinking about what could be the bright future of our children, I ask you senators to think of all the positive impacts from being able to have access to healthcare. I support SB 284 and I ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jenny, for your testimony and for sharing those, very moving stories. And I know I speak for the whole committee and wishing you and your family the very best, and your neighbors as well. Those are some, very powerful stories. Next up, I'm sorry, are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, we're going to move on to number 156, Diana Rocco Avila Fajardo.
Hi, buenas tardes, señores miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos y de la Asamblea General de Connecticut.
Good evening.
Traductor, please.
Hi, good evening. And thank you to the senators and the members of the Human Services Committee.
Mi nombre es Diana Ávila, vivo en Bridgeport y soy miembro de Connecticut Walker Center y de la coalición de housekeeping para inmigrantes en Connecticut.
My name is Diana, and I live in Bridgeport, and I'm a member of the Connecticut Worker Center and the Husky Coalition for Immigrants.
Hoy estoy aquí testificando a favor de la ley CBE 284, ley que aumenta la edad de 8 a 18 años para que una persona elegible por ingresos pueda obtener asistencia médica independientemente del estatus migratorio. Ampliar el acceso a housekeeping hasta los 18 años independientemente del estado migratorio.
Today, I'm here testifying in favor of the law SB 284, law that increases the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of their immigration status, expanding access to Husky through age 18.
Okay. Es un paso importante para garantizar que nuestra comunidad inmigrante tenga acceso a la atención médica que necesitamos. Soy madre de 2 niños, una niña de 1 año y un niño de 11 años. Desafortunadamente, mi hijo de 11 años no tiene acceso a un seguro médico, ya que el estatus migratorio no se lo permite. Es incomprensible cómo una madre tiene que ver desigualdad en los servicios médicos hacia mis 2 hijos.
This is an important step to ensure that our immigrant community has access to the health care that we need. I'm a mother of 2 children, a 1-year-old girl and an 11-year-old boy. Unfortunately, my 11-year-old son does not have access to health insurance since their immigration status does not allow it.
Okay. La falta de un seguro médico no le permite a mi hijo tener sus respectivos controles médicos. En estos momentos él necesita de una cita con el oftalmólogo y no lo he podido llevar porque las citas son muy costosas y mi situación económica no me lo permite. Cubrir los altos costos porque tendría que recurrir a prácticas privadas. Mi hijo también tenía que ser remitido a un fisioterapeuta, pero por la misma razón no lo he podido llevar y mucho menos recibir las terapias que necesita para su completa recuperación. De hecho, pues en estos momentos él se encuentra enfermo, no pudo ir a su escuela ayer y hoy pues por motivos de que está enfermo, pero no lo pude llevar al médico porque él no cuenta con este seguro.
The lack of medical insurance does not allow my son to have his necessary medical checkups. Right now, he needs an appointment with the ophthalmologist, and I've not been able to make those appointments because they're very expensive, and my economic situation does not allow me to cover those high costs. My son also had to be referred to a physical therapist, but for the same reason, I've not been able to take him, so he hasn't received the therapies he needs for full recovery, and in fact, now he's been staying at home because he hasn't gotten the care that he needs and he's been missing school.
Les pido a ustedes que en verdad piensen en todos esos niños que como el mío no tienen seguro médico. No me quiero ni imaginar, Dios no lo permita, que a mi hijo tuviera una enfermedad grave o tuviera que ser hospitalizado, incluso que tuviera necesidad de recibir apoyo psicológico como muchos niños que hoy en día tan solo han sido afectados por las secuelas de la pandemia. Nuestros niños son el futuro de este país y creo firmemente en la necesidad de implementar un seguro que garantice una cobertura médica para todos.
I ask you to think about all the children who, like my son, does not have access to health insurance. I don't even want to imagine, God forbid, that my son had a serious illness or was hospitalized or needed to receive psychological support like many children do nowadays who are dealing with the aftermath of the pandemic. Our
Excuse me,
children are
oh, sorry. I thought you were done the translation. I'm so sorry.
no, that's okay. Our children are the future of this country, and I firmly believe that there is a need to implement insurance that guarantees medical coverage for everyone, the right to have access to
El
health
derecho a la
insurance.
salud es un deber de
Oh, excuse me. 4 minutes are up now. Please summarize.
Se le acabó los 4 minutos. Sí, puede
Ok.
resumir.
Ok, el derecho a la salud es un deber de todos y depende de ustedes que mi hijo y otros niños reciban de la atención médica. Muchas gracias por permitirme testificar a favor de la ley CB 284. Espero y confío que pueda ser aprobada esta ley. Muchas gracias.
The right to have access to health insurance is everyone's duty, and today it depends on you that my son and other children receive that medical attention. So thank you very much for allowing me to testify in favor of SB 284. I have faith that you will be supporting this bill that would change the life of my son and many children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Deanna. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee?
Okay,
Seeing
thank
none,
you.
thank you so much for being here tonight.
Gracias, Diana.
Okay, bye.
Goodbye. After that, we now have Carolina Bortreto, followed by Evelyn Robles.
Hi, hello. My name is Carolina Bortoletta. Thank you for listening to all the hundreds of testimonies today. I'm a resident in Brookfield, Connecticut. I'm also undocumented, and I lived here in Connecticut since 1998. So I lost count of the number of years I live here. I'm here in support of SB 284 because expanding access to Husky for up to age of 18, regardless of immigration status, is an important step in making sure that our entire immigrant community has access to the healthcare that we need. Our work doesn't end with expanding access up to age 18. We do need to open access to Husky for everyone. I'm in support of expanding access to Husky to undocumented immigrants because I know firsthand the emotional, financial, and the health toll that lack of access to health insurance has on individuals. Like I said, I'm undocumented, and in 2014, I had a sudden severe stomach pain that was a result of a stomach obstruction, and overnight my stomach ruptured. I was put in a medically induced coma for 2 weeks, and I only learned what had happened to me when I woke up in the ICU 2 weeks later. It was several weeks before I was lucid enough to have the realization of, oh my God, how is my family going to pay for this? I don't have health insurance. But I imagine that, aside from the terror of having a daughter almost die, the financial impact of it was always on my parents' mind. I spent over 7 months in the hospital before being discharged. Paying for my care came in many forms: a GoFundMe, Zumba fundraisers, and free charity care from the hospital. And thankfully, because I had a life or death situation, emergency Medicaid. But once I left the hospital, after 7 months, and my medical care was no longer life and death, I could no longer qualify for emergency Medicaid. But I had a lot of medical needs. When I was discharged from the hospital, I could not eat or drink anything, and I was fed by a feeding tube and a permanent IV in my arm. I still had a 6-inch open wound through my abdominal wall, and the surgery to fix it was not covered by charity care. I stayed in this limbo, unable to eat or drink anything, fed by a tube with an open wound through my abdominal wall for 2.5 years. In order for me to be able to eat and drink again, I needed the surgery, but the surgery was complicated, and there was no one at the hospital where I could get charity care that would do the surgery that I needed. So for 2.5 years, I languished, unable to eat or drink, attached to a wall, and still with an open wound on my abdomen. I don't like to think about how my lack of status and lack of insurance kept me in the state of limbo, but sometimes I wonder if it kept me from receiving the care that I needed, and how those 2.5 years for grief could have been different if I had access to the care to put me back together again. I was able to get health insurance because I do have DACA. And after I got health insurance, within 4 months, I was able to have a surgery. And after 3 years of not eating anything, I was able to eat again. And now I'm okay. And that goes to show you that, access to healthcare is something that we all need. I hope that the committee passes SB 284 today, and that they keep fighting to ensure that all immigrants like myself, even if you're over 18, can have access to health insurance.
Thank you, Carolina. We've seen your advocacy over many years, and you've been just a wonderful advocate, and for yourself, but for many others. And so thank you for that. I see Representative Hughes has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Carolina, for sharing your experience. Can you tell us how old you were when that first happened?
I was 26. Yeah.
So how many years since you've had this surgery that finally fixed the open wound?
It was at the end of 2017, 24, almost, yeah, 3 years or so. Yeah.
Wow, because I know you've been advocating at the Capitol for 3 years, so you must have been right after that. And were you able to work during those couple of years that you were languishing, hooked up to a wall?
Not for the first couple of years, but then I was able to get a job on the computer, working remotely before anyone else, before the pandemic. And because I was able to get a job, then I was able to get health insurance. But it's something that only happened to me because I was very lucky to get a remote job that offered health insurance. It took me a couple of years of working at the job before I was able to get health insurance. Most people don't have the privilege. If I hadn't gotten that job, I would still I will not be enjoying the Starbucks that I have yet because I will not be able to eat if I didn't have health insurance.
Thank you. Your testimony is so powerful because honestly, you might not be here, right? And that is the stark reality that people within our midst are literally languishing and dying from lack of access to health coverage. And thank you for showing up again and again to tell your story. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative. Next, we're going to hear from Evelyn Robles, and then we're going to jump back to number 87, Dr. Craig Flock.
Hi, yes, good afternoon, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Evelyn Latona Robles, and I'm an undergraduate student at Yale University. It's an honor and a privilege to testify in support of SB 284. I speak for the immigrant population in Connecticut when I say that healthcare is a human right, whether or not one has the immigration status to be eligible for it. Last year, Connecticut's expansion of medical assistance to undocumented children under the age of 8 was an important win for immigrants in the state, but we can and must do better. The passage of SB 284 would build on this win by guaranteeing more access to healthcare programs that benefit low-income immigrant families and individuals. Yes, the uninsured rate in Connecticut is a low 5.9%, but this number goes up to a whopping 52% with the account of uninsured, undocumented individuals. Numerous studies have demonstrated that children who lack proper health insurance and coverage receive fewer physician visits, fewer visits for chronic conditions, and fewer preventative healthcare services compared to insured children. Connecticut must address the staggering gap in equity by ensuring that children and young adults are offered the preventative care and stable health coverage they need to reach their full potential. During the COVID-19 pandemic, lack of health insurance has left some undocumented patients unable or unwilling to seek care. A fatal decision that has exposed the threadbare insurance options available to undocumented immigrants. Those who remain uninsured are likely to face worse health outcomes in the long run that may be more complex and expensive to treat. Connecticut's undocumented immigrant population has recounted countless stories of being turned away for life-saving treatments and preventative services, encountering discrimination and racism while seeking health care, and fear of being arrested while trying to get help. Unless Connecticut wishes to remain complicit in this unjust and exclusionary healthcare system, I strongly suggest that you vote in favor of SB 284. Passing this smart and compassionate bill will help keep patients out of the emergency room, reduce uncompensated care, and prevent costly medical complications. More importantly, it will help break down the long-standing legal and financial barriers that threaten the well-being of Connecticut's growing immigrant population. It's past time that the state prioritize health equality for all citizens, regardless of immigration status. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn, for your testimony. Are there comments or questions from members of the committee? If not, thank you very much for being here and best of luck in your studies.
Thank you.
Moving on to number 87, the other Dr. Flock, followed by, and after, I think after him, we'll hear from James Burke. Craig Flock, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I think you can hear me now. Members of the committee, thank you for jumping back to me and letting me testify for Senate Bill 282. I have been a practicing surgeon in the state of Connecticut, my home state where I was born and raised since 1994. I'm passionate about what I do, and I think it's important to realize that physicians in this state are not becoming rich from doing weight loss surgery. We're a tight-knit group, and we have passion for our patients. And our goal is the same, is to take care of people who are most of need, who have multiple medical problems, with the most three being obesity-related diseases with hypertension, sleep apnea, and diabetes. These surgeries, better than any diets that exist or medications, help save lives. We have unfortunately seen in the past 2 years the pandemic of obesity. Unfortunately, our operating rooms were shut down for a period of time when the pandemic hit. We had many patients who were scheduled to have surgery. One of the saddest days I've experienced in the last 2 years is when I had my office call back Mrs. X, I'll refer to her, to tell her that we're going to reschedule her surgery, only to have her husband answer the phone and tell us that she expired in the hospital from COVID. So as the other Dr. Flock had testified, we know that the risk of dying from COVID, if you're obese, is at least 10 times higher than the risk of not being obese. We plead with you this year to pass this bill like similar bills that have been introduced, because we know overall that this saves lives and it saves money. We understand that money is a big issue always when it comes to anything, but we guarantee that after 2 years, which is a break mark, that these procedures actually save the insurance system and save the state money, because they help people like Dr. Berthel was helped by getting rid of comorbidities such as diabetes, hypertension, sleep apnea, and numerous other diseases. I appreciate you listening to me. I appreciate you taking the time throughout your day to listen to all this testimony. I know it's just a big part of your lives as you volunteer as we do in many situations. We plead and beg to get this passed this year. We want to help more people in our state. There are 38 states that have a mandate for weight loss surgery. Connecticut is not one of them. We in Connecticut want to be leaders, not followers, and we are way behind the 8 ball on this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Flock. And although I'm sure he appreciated the promotion, Senator Berthel is not, as far as I know, a doctor, and I know that he has his hand up and would love to speak. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Craig, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for the promotion. I'm not quite in medical school yet, nor do I see myself there. But all kidding aside, I think that's the first time we've heard directly today regarding this bill testimony from a medical professional directly about the loss of a patient. During COVID, who was suffering from the disease that is obesity. So, and I know that had to be knowing you the way that I do, and your brother who testified earlier, and the other members of the bariatric surgery community here in Connecticut. I know that had to truly be a very, very painful and difficult day for you. So I appreciate you sharing that. It makes the whole need for this legislation even more profoundly important and real. So thank you for that and for sharing that. And I agree with you. I think we need to get this done. We need to do what's right. We're one of just a few states that are not doing this the right way right now. So thank you for your testimony. I'm sorry we missed you earlier. I guess we had a technical snafu somewhere along the way, but I appreciate you being here. And thank you again for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Doctor. Any other comments or questions from members of the committee? If not, well, good to see you again, and we're going to move on to number 159, James Burke, followed by Anna Preston.
Thank you, Senator Lesser, members of the committee. My name is James Burke, and I'm a city councilor in the city of New London, Connecticut. And I'm here today in strong support of SB 284. And I'm also bringing along strong support from New London's Mayor Michael Passero, City Council President Efrain Dominguez, and Board of Education member Danny Cruz. I've been listening on and off for the long day that I know everyone's had today, and so many heartbreaking stories, and I just wanted to share some of the insight on the positive impacts I think that this bill would have in my community that I'm sure would echo in communities across the state. President Dominguez also is a teacher in the same middle school that I send my kids to. And he knows just as well as I do that we have many mixed documentation status families in our school. You think about, I have a 9-year-old. I think about a 9-year-old living in this world today, everything that they've been through, the past 2 years. But that's one of the worst times, in life to have this sudden uncertainty of health insurance, thrust upon you and your family. What does the Husky program do? It's to try to provide that safety net because healthcare is a human right. And if there's anything that, the pandemic has shown us and made more clear to us is that health is not just for the individual, that health is really the health of our communities at large. We want our neighbors, both on your street and all across the state of Connecticut, to be healthy, and that will reflect us and our families and all of our society to be healthy. So in New London, we have a little saying that all the children are our children, and we try to treat them as such. And tonight, I invite you to take the same mantra for the whole state, that all children are our children, no matter their documentation status, that they all deserve right to and access to healthcare. And I urge you to support SB 284, pass out of committee and be signed into law this year. And then we look into further expansions for all of our residents and all of our neighbors to have healthcare, no matter who they are. So that's all I have to say. And thanks again for listening on this very long day.
Thank you, Councilman, and please extend our best wishes to Mayor Passero and the New London Council. Are there questions or comments for James Burke? If not, thank you so much for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Anna Preston, followed by, I believe, is number 161 here? Or if not, then we'll have
Senator Lesser. I believe she's just been providing translation services, so she's not going to testify. So I think after that will be number 162.
Okay, great. So Eden Al-Masudi after Anna Preston. But Anna, you're first.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening, esteemed members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Anna Preston, and I'm a fourth-year medical student in New Haven. And I am here to add my voice to the overwhelming support being expressed for Senate Bill 284. And I want to begin my testimony by commending this body for expanding Husky benefits to all income-eligible children 8 and under during last year's legislative session. You have truly saved lives. Because of you, thousands of children will receive much needed medical care, and the state's budget will be spared the heavy direct and indirect costs that occur when families have to wait to access care until a medical problem becomes an emergency. Soon you'll have the opportunity to expand this right to thousands more children through passing SB 284, and I urge you to do so. I'm here to testify personally because my experiences in the hospital caring for patients have shown me just how vital and urgent this bill really is. And that's really been reinforced through the stories that we've heard today that have been really moving. And as you and I go about our business days, children in the hospital every day are there fighting cancer, living on dialysis, undergoing emergency surgery, and fighting for their lives in any number of ways. And for any family, it's a grueling experience to watch your child go through severe illness. But for uninsured families, it is so much worse, not just because of the financial strain of paying out of pocket for care, but also because of the emotional strain of watching your child grow more and more ill and knowing that there's a treatment out there, but not being able to do anything about it until they are critically ill. And one of those families belonged to a former patient of mine who suffered a chronic condition that had a known established treatment, but because he was undocumented and had no access to care, he instead had to wait and wait and wait until he was in organ failure and severely ill so that he could go to the emergency room and be admitted for intensive treatment. And this is him and his family's life, in and out of the hospital, in and out of a state of severe illness, when he could be living as a fairly healthy, typical child. And they are far from the only family who are living like this. And kids like him deserve to feel well, to go to school, to see their friends, to play sports, and just to live their lives. And you've done a really amazing thing by giving kids under 8 the right to healthcare. But now I urge you to see it through, pass SB 284, and help these kids grow up. I understand the need to be cautious in allocating state money, but respectfully, some of these kids cannot wait. SB 284 makes financial sense for the state, would improve public health across Connecticut, and it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I see Representative Hughes has some questions. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Anna, for your testimony. You brought up something that has been echoing with me all day, and that is you started to allude, and I wonder if you could tell me a little bit more about the impact on providers in treating children and patients that with acute illness and injury that you know that you could have caused much less harm if you could have treated them earlier. I just want to hear, as a fourth-year medical student, what that impact is on you and your provider colleagues community.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It was really, especially as a trainee for me, it was very, very hard to see from my attending doctor. It was clear that she had seen this a lot and that it was kind of affecting her differently because she'd had so much experience with it. But I think, it was hard for all of us. And, it still is to see families go through this.
And what is your concentration, if I may ask?
Sure. I am planning to go into family medicine.
That's so wonderful. And I hope you are not discouraged by going into family medicine, because we need more family practitioners, and we'll do our best to create policy that supports you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Anna, for your testimony here tonight. Appreciate you sharing your expertise and your experiences. Other questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, next up we have Eden Almasure, and after Eden, we're going to be hearing from Lisa San Pedro, who we skipped over earlier.
Thank you. My name is Eden Almasure. I'm a physician specializing in child psychiatry and an organizer with the SMEA Collective of New Haven. I am here in support of SB 284 to make sure our community has access to the healthcare we all need and deserve. Every day, I witness the crisis of children's mental health precipitated by the COVID-19 pandemic. And it is so bad that the US Surgeon General has issued an advisory highlighting the urgency of this crisis. When children don't have health insurance and can't access preventative services, it is no surprise that both physical and mental health conditions worsen, and they're more likely to end up in the emergency room. Because of that, kids are staying longer and longer in the ER, waiting for an open bed. One of my patients waited alone in the pediatric ER for 2 months. I cannot imagine what that was like for him. I love working with kids, and I want all of them to have the support they need to grow and thrive and fulfill their dreams. I will tell you about one of them, a 7-year-old boy who was blocked from healthcare access because of migration status. At even this young age, he has been through so much and has significant mental health struggles. He and his family desperately need support services that I cannot refer them to. And I am only able to see him because of a sliding scale system in the clinic, which puts a huge financial pressure on the family. Because of the bill passed last year, he would be eligible to get health insurance for the first time when this goes into effect. But under that legislation, he would also age out in less than a year and would be right back in the same position without healthcare access. We are here today with a huge outpouring of support, as you've seen, to make sure that doesn't happen. I am tired and angry at not being able to provide my patients the care they need and deserve because of this inequity. Our communities remain devastated by the pandemic. Healthcare workers are beyond burnt out, and our emergency response systems are crumbling. It hurts to see my coworkers, my patients and their families, and my community suffering because of this injustice. It is demoralizing as a physician and as a person. I often wonder how much longer I can keep doing this and how much longer our systems will hold up. We are working on the front lines of both the pandemic and the resulting mental health crisis and need help. Today, you are hearing from communities across Connecticut. We need healthcare access. We also know that for children to be healthy, we need their caregivers and other adults to be healthy too. No child exists in a vacuum. Their well-being depends on that of the community. That is why we need to make sure all income eligible Connecticut residents have healthcare access. SB 284 is an essential action for public health, for healthcare workers, and for our children and families. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here with us tonight. Really appreciate it. Number 126 is next, Lisa San Pedro. After her, we'll hear from Bianca Noroñas.
Good evening, members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Lynette San Pedro, and I'm from Hamden. I'm in my first year at Barnard College in New York City. I want to be a social worker. My mom is Ula. I vote in Hamden and I support Senate Bill 284 because all immigrant children deserve free health care. I'm a US citizen. I was born in Connecticut, but my mom is an undocumented immigrant. I know how undocumented people struggle in Connecticut. She provides
Lisa, I
30
think
years.
we're losing you. I don't know if you can get to a place where you have a better connection.
Oh, sorry. Do you guys hear me now?
I think so.
Mm,
Is there? Yeah.
My Wi-Fi is bad, sorry. She has been paying taxes in this country for 30 years. She studied, earned her GED, and got a license to be a child care provider. She's an essential worker because she cleans houses and she cleans the offices of the Department of Social Services. My mom has no insurance because she is undocumented. When she needs to go to the doctor and the dentist, she doesn't go because she has overdue bills such as college tuition, rent, and or food. Connecticut should be a place where everyone has health care. Right now, the people who have money get care and the people who don't have money get sick. That's not right. One of my friends has a green card and she has to pay for health insurance. And she also has to pay all of the fees that are not covered by her insurance. She is struggling to pay college tuition as well as medical bills. Connecticut is a wealthy state, but we still have people who are living in poverty, who are struggling to get an education and pay bills. Our state will be better off when we are all healthy, no matter the color of our skin, no matter where we were born, or no matter how much money we have. All immigrants should have health care, children and adults. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and thank you for supporting healthcare for all.
Thank you, Lisa, and I know that I'm sure. Thank you for sharing your mother's story, and I know that she's proud of your academic accomplishments and wish you the very best in your studies. Other questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, I just wanted to thank you for being with us tonight, and good luck with your Wi-Fi as well, but we were able to hear your testimony, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, take care. And next up, we have Bianca Noroñas, followed by Martha Flores.
Thank you. My name is Bianca Noroñas, Fight Back organizer in Hartford for Make the Road, Connecticut. We are in favor of SB 284. We commit to working with Husky Coalition to fight for health equity. We applaud all the senators for this case, but special thanks to Senator Moore for her leadership in making sure our young people, regardless of status, have access to healthcare, and her continued commitment for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Today, we have seen the different injustice that children and adults have suffered for not having access to health insurance. I have been working day-to-day directly as a community health worker in Hartford for 4 years. In these 4 years, I have seen the injustice that our brothers and sisters suffer just because they were not born in the United States. It is very sad to see the countless number of neighbors that we have in Hartford suffering for diabetes without support for their medication or without healthcare follow-up. We all know that diabetes is a very serious disease and that it brings several complications if it is not treated on time and with the urgency it needs. This is why I have had to see with my own eyes how a 64-year-old man, for not having preventive care due to his immigration status, has already lost part of his 2 legs and 70% of his vision. This is not happening in a faraway country. This is happening here in Hartford, Connecticut. Also, I have seen how another 30-year-old woman who came from Mozambique, Africa, and lived here in Hartford has to choose between her diabetes medication or paying her rent or food for her home. I also seen multiple cases of hernia, breast cysts, dental problems, arthritis, depression, schizophrenia, and severe illness without quality follow-up. Or worse still, depending on which doctors in their countries have to send them their treatment by mail without any physical or laboratory exam. But our community don't have a choice. Well, the health system in Connecticut does not give them a choice. Another case that struck me is that of a woman from our community who suffered from breast cancer without health insurance. She saw how, although she received basic service for her cancer treatment, the package of complementary service that others with health insurance received was better. On many occasions, many prefer to self-medicate and only pray to God to heal them. Many tell me that they will never think that things in the United States were like this, because from the outside, it looks like the health system in the United States is the best, with the best technologies and the best doctors. But it's hurt them a lot to know and feel that this technology and intelligence that many doctors have here are not for them. We support SB 284, and I hope the committee will support it as well and vote for it. Looking forward, I ask the committee to work toward opening access to all immigrants regardless of age and status. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Bianca. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, thank you for being here tonight. Next up, we'll have Martha Flores, followed by, I believe we don't have number 165, but we do have Perla Cardozo, who will be after.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marta Flores. Necesito un traductor, por favor.
Sí, soy Eden, te voy a interpretar.
Ok, mi nombre es Marta Flores, soy de Honduras, tengo 3 hijos y soy miembro del grupo de Manos Unidas en New Britain. Y estoy a favor de la ley SB 284 para personas mayores y niños que necesitamos seguro médico. Para mí, muchas personas...
Sí, gracias. Good afternoon. My name is Marta Flores. I am from Honduras. I have 3 children. I'm a member of the group Manos Unidas, and I am here in favor of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance.
Ok, para mí es muy importante el seguro médico porque, por ejemplo, yo tengo tiroides y me dijeron que tenía que hacerme un ultrasonido hace 3 años porque tengo muchos quistes en mi tiroides y no he podido hacerme mi ultrasonido porque es muy, muy caro.
Health insurance is very important to me because I have issues with my thyroid. And I was told 3 years ago that I needed an ultrasound because I have a lot of cysts in my thyroid. And I wasn't able to get the ultrasound done.
O también a veces necesito ir al dentista porque a veces tengo dolor de muela y no llamé a Community Center para hacer una cita y me dijeron que no calificaba para la clínica. por no tener seguro médico. Es muy triste para nosotros estar en esta situación.
Sometimes I have tooth pain and I went to the community center, but they told me that I did not qualify because I do not have health insurance. It is very sad to deal with this situation.
Por favor, pedimos a los senadores que por favor nos apoyen porque necesitamos un seguro para todas las personas. Muchas gracias y Dios los bendiga.
We ask the senators to support us because we need this support and have access to health insurance.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Flores. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you just for sharing your story here tonight. We appreciate it.
Muchas gracias.
Next, we have Perla Cardozo, followed by Allison Weir.
Hello, dear members of the Human Service Committee of Connecticut General Assembly. My name is Perla Vanessa Cardozo. I am a parent and resident from New Britain. I am also an organizer with Connecticut Students for a Dream, a youth-led organization that fights for the rights of undocumented youth and their families. I stand in support of SB number 284, an act increasing the age of from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status, with clear language that extends eligibility to all Husky programs to all Connecticut residents regardless of immigration status. I'm here to ask you to take immediate action to open up the Husky healthcare programs for all individuals regardless of their citizenship status. As I reflect back on the testimonies I've heard today, I see that not only do we need to pass Senate Bill 284, but we need to pass Husky for all immigrants regardless of status. This past fall, as an organizer, I had the chance to do class presentations to do outreach and spread the word about C4D at New Britain High School. I met a lot of new arrival high school students, many of whom are so new that they don't know their phone number or their home address. A handful have to take it on themselves to find a lawyer for their first asylum court appearance. I met one student in specific who was very stressed because she was placed in a family she barely knew, and as she awaits for her approval of status in the country. This student shared that her hair was falling, lost appetite, and still is a straight A student with the very little English that she knows. This student shared how she would work in her country at the age of 10 to buy her school material, her school uniform, and help her family with a few groceries when she can. I couldn't help but think about my mom. Both my parents arrived to the US as teenagers. Like many others who testified today, being an immigrant alone affects our mental health. Since 1994, when my parents first signed papers they did not know was their voluntary deportation, they had to leave the country. Since then, till 2020, my family and I suffered a lot of traumatic events. In 1995, I was only 1 year old when my parents immigrated back to the US. They had to leave me and my two siblings in the US border, on the US side of the border, so they can cross over. Fast forward to 2010, when my father was detained and we were in danger of being separated. In that time, I had entered the first day of the 10th grade without my father and brother being around. After 2 weeks, both of them got to come back home. Since then, my family and I have suffered very bad anxiety and PTSD because all of that, because ICE would terrorize us. Through my preteens, all the way through my adulthood, I had very bad anxiety to the point I couldn't sleep because I had fear that ICE would come in, barging into our home and would take my parents and my brother away. I can only imagine what my father has experienced mentally, since he did have a GPS tracker on his ankle for about a year. That alone is mental health issues for us. My family has been living in Connecticut for 22 years and still does not have health insurance. We're in a global pandemic and my parents still do not have medical insurance. My mother worked at a plant.
Your 3 minutes is up. If you'd like to summarize, please. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so yeah, my parents have been have been here in Connecticut for over 22 years. And yeah, they work hard labor jobs. My dad is about to turn 60 now. My mom just entered her mid 50s. So we're to the point where what do we do, right? So that's why I'm in support, right? It's to the point where my parents can't even come testify virtually because they're very terrorized that the system will come and attack us, right? So this is why I support number 284. Senate Bill 284 with clear language to extend current Husky eligibility rules to all Connecticut residents, regardless of immigration status. And I ask the committee to support this legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Perla. Thank you for your strength in sharing your family story, and we wish your parents the very best. I know that Representative Hughes, though, has a question for you before you go.
Thank you, Perla, for bringing us into the reality of what it's like to be terrorized by that system that we're trying to address, at least access to healthcare coverage. But I really commend you for your courage and your humanity, and please extend our best to your parents and your family.
Thank you.
Thank you
for your time.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you again. Next up, we have Allison Weir, followed by Keisha Daly.
Good evening, Senator Lesser, Representative Abercrombie, Senator Moore, and members of the committee. My name is Allison Weir, and I am a member. I am a policy advocate and attorney at Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and I'm here on behalf of Legal Services Programs of Connecticut to support a few bills. I've submitted written testimony, and you guys have had a long day so far, so I'll try to keep this pretty short. We support SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 for immigrant income eligible people, et cetera. As many people have noted before today, the age 8 seems rather arbitrary, and other states who have extended immigration medical coverage to immigrants have expanded to all children. We don't think that the age should be a factor as much. We also ask the committee can consider extending medical assistance to those permanent residents who, but for the 5-year residency requirement, are eligible for Medicaid, but do not receive it currently. On SB 287, we support that, an act concerning Medicaid, in that we support all thoughtful efforts to expand medical coverage for those who cannot afford it. We urge the committee to consider including a study of how to increase the effectiveness and reach of Husky-C in particular in providing coverage for low-income elderly and disabled disabled individuals. Eligibility for Husky-C, unlike that of Husky A, B, and D, is not based on the federal poverty level, but is instead based on an outmoded standard of need for the temporary family assistance program, which is infrequently adjusted for poverty, is infrequently adjusted for inflation. As a result, it is not kept with the federal poverty level, and so fewer and fewer people in poverty actually meet the income eligibility levels. Finally, we also support HB 5342, an act concerning the membership of the Low Income Energy Advisory Board. Currently, the Low Income Energy Advisory Board has had limited representation of low income advocates. Legal services programs had participated in the PURE docket to improve accessibility of the energy assistance program to our low income clients. But additional low income advocates on the LIHEAP would help the balance of representation of its members and provide broader input by including organizations such as the Connecticut Center for Children's Advocacy and the community action agencies who directly interface with low-income clients, particularly when they're attempting to access energy assistance and energy efficiency programs. The board will have the benefit of their experience in recommending policies to make these programs more usable and effective for low-income residents of Connecticut. With that, I am open to any questions, but hope you have a great evening, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Allison. Are there questions or comments from Ms. Weir? If not, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have Katya Daly, followed by Jamie Luna.
Thank you. Greetings, dear members and honorable chairs of the Human Services Committee. My name is Katia Daly, and I am the healthcare campaign organizer with Connecticut Students for a Dream. And we are in support of SB 284. C4D is a statewide youth-led network that fights for the rights of undocumented immigrant youth and their families. And we do this through community organizing, leadership development, and advocacy. We're proud to be the only organization in Connecticut that is led by and for the immigrant youth directly impacted by the issues we seek to address. Our membership is composed of undocumented immigrant youth ages between 13 and 24 years old throughout the state of Connecticut. Connecticut Students for a Dream and our membership support SB 284. Passing this bill is the right thing to do as all youth needs access to healthcare to lead healthy lives. Many of our members would directly benefit from the bill and be able to access the healthcare that they need to lead healthy lives. In 2021, the Connecticut General Assembly passed the Public Act 21-176, which provides access to housekeeping for undocumented immigrants' children up to the age of 8 years old and pre and postnatal care for undocumented immigrant pregnant women. And so this is a great first step, but we know that SB 284 is an improvement. Passage of this bill this year would ensure that our children will not age out of the coverage once they turn 9 years old and be left out without healthcare. In the long term, we need all our immigrant communities and our families to have access to healthcare. To Connecticut's works cannot end with expanding access up to the age of 18. If we want our kids to be healthy, the best way to achieve it is that they have also healthy parents. But currently, we're leaving undocumented parents behind. In Connecticut, 37% of undocumented adults have children under the age of 18, and these are our members' parents. We see every day how the lack of healthcare access impacts them and their lives. If Connecticut wants to ensure immigrant children have access to care, we need adults in their lives to have health coverage too. Research have proven that in our state, Medicaid coverage expansion for adults have produced higher Medicaid coverage for children, and that children are 29% more likely to have annual wellness visits if parents are enrolled in Medicaid. This is because when parents have healthcare coverage, they are more likely to understand how to make use of healthcare coverage for their children. As we look to Connecticut's future, where we value fairness, wellness, and opportunities for all to succeed, we cannot afford to sit idly by and do nothing about the lack of access to healthcare insurance. Today, this committee can send a bold message to our state and its legislators support the dreams of young people, believe in equality for Connecticut's residents, regardless of immigration, and are committed to seeing Connecticut residents healthy and thriving. We strongly stand in support of SB 284 and urge the committee to vote favorably and ensure that this legislation becomes a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Katia, for your testimony. And I don't have questions about it, but I just wanted to say that I've heard that you've done an extraordinary job of helping a marginalized community realize its power. And I just want to thank you for your job as an organizer and helping bring people here today. Are there questions from members of the committee? If not, thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Next, I'm not sure where that's coming from, but next up we have Jessica Cerdena, followed by I think Carmen Lange.
Did I get skipped?
I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. You did get skipped. I apologize. Jamie Luna.
Yeah. I go, hello, everyone. Good evening. God bless you all for all the testimonies you've been hearing. My heart is.
Thank goodness Representative Abercrombie was paying attention.
I know. Well, good evening, co-chairs, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Jamie Luna. I'm a resident of Manchester, Connecticut, testifying in support of Senate Bill 282, an act concerning medical assistance for bariatric surgery and prescription drug treatment of obesity. I am a single mom, and I decided in 2020 to finally go through the steps for gastric bypass surgery. I weighed 308 pounds. This was not a decision I made lightly, but after many years of back and forth and being scared of the surgery, with this disease, obesity, and all the health issues that came along with it, like my asthma, my sleep apnea, my severe acid reflux, my arthritis, my leg swelling. My quality of life was deteriorating year by year. I was not able to care for my son on my own. I couldn't travel on my own. I couldn't take my son to the park and play with him like I wanted. I was always sick and at the doctor's, which is costly when you have a high deductible plan and all the medications. I was fed up. I was sick of the pain, sick of all the diets and trying anything and everything to lose weight. I even got hypnotized. It takes an emotional toll on your mental health, the constant ups and downs, feeling like a failure. My son couldn't count on me, and that was heartbreaking. I had a few instances when I was on a step stool and the step stool broke and I almost hurt him because I fell. All those little embarrassing moments that add up. If I didn't have this surgery, I feared how much worse I could get. So October 7th, 2020 was my gastric bypass surgery, and it was the best decision I ever made. I currently weigh a year and a half out, so I weigh 170 pounds. I've lost 138 pounds, and there was no way I was ever going to do that on my own with my asthma medications alone, constantly being on prednisone. I feel amazing. I love to exercise daily. I travel. I have confidence in my abilities. Little things like going to Six Flags for the first time with my son this year and be able to walk all day and fit behind the ride. I go, this surgery truly saved my life. It has transformed my life for me and my son. I use and care for my tool that was given to me, but I am only one person. As you have heard, you will hear many stories like mine, but there's others in silence that do not have access to this surgery because of coverage, and they should have the same opportunity I had to get final control of my health. And I urge you to support Senate Bill 282. Thank you for considering my testimony. I'm open to any questions.
Yes, thank you, Jamie, for sharing your story, and I'm glad you're doing well. It's good to hear, and I see that Senator Berthel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the day is getting long. I just wanted to add to what you just expressed. Jamie, thank you so much. I've gone through a similar journey as you may or may not know, a little bit longer ago, but your success is just heartwarming, really. Congratulations. And it's life-changing for sure. And I hope that we can find a way. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
That unless you're like, you've been through the struggles of being obese and the discrimination and the physical handicaps and getting on a plane and so many things that people take for granted, being able to do that freely and not have the aches and pain and sleep with a sleep apnea machine, like so many little things. I am truly thankful to my Dr. Tischler. He was amazing.
Well, your doctor testified before this committee earlier today. So thank you again. God bless, keep up the good work, and thank you for your testimony tonight. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Other questions or comments for Jamie? If not, thanks for being here. Next, we have Jessica Sardegna, followed by Carmen Lange.
Hi, can you all hear me okay? Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dr. Jessica Sardegna, and I'm a resident of Hamden. I hold a PhD in medical anthropology from Yale University, and I'm also completing my medical degree at Yale School of Medicine. The views I share today are my own and do not reflect those of Yale University or any of my clinical sites. I want to share that I am in support of SB 284, and I want to speak on sharing some perspectives of my work clinically and as an anthropologist. So 2 weeks ago in clinic, I saw an 11-year-old Ecuadorian patient named Elisa for follow-up of acid reflux. As Elisa described her symptoms, chest pain and shortness of breath that worsened at night and woke her from sleep, it became clear that she suffered from anxiety and panic attacks. 3 months prior, Elisa's family contracted COVID-19. Her mother, who was undocumented and uninsured, became so short of breath, she called an ambulance and said goodbye to her children, believing she would die. Elisa felt like she was choking on air, the tears burbling in the back of her throat. How would she care for her younger siblings if her mother died? Elisa, too, had no health insurance. What would happen if she became sick? How would they afford treatment? As we planned Elisa's treatment, including referring her for behavioral health care and ordering her asthma inhalers, we hit a wall. Her family would not be able to afford the medications or therapy. She's caught in a vicious cycle. An undocumented 11-year-old, she's ineligible for Husky and will be too old to qualify under the expansion to immigrant children 8 years and younger that goes into effect next year. Her symptoms stemmed directly from stress over her family's precarious health status and will only worsen with inappropriate care. The disparity in Husky coverage not only affects Elisa. Anthropologists studying mixed status families have found that those with healthcare coverage often experience survivor's guilt as they enjoy benefits denied their loved ones. As they grow older, Elisa's younger siblings who were born in this country may experience frustration, shame, and stress as they seek the healthcare they need, while Elisa and her mother must delay care, ration medications, or forego treatment altogether. Beyond improving healthcare access and equity, expansion of Husky is also far more comprehensive and cost-effective compared to restrictive coverage options like emergency Medicaid. It also achieves its desired aim. A recent study of California's Health for All Kids expansion of Medicaid and CHIP found a 56% reduction in insurance coverage disparities among low-income children. It also communicates a positive message about how the state cares for the public. Now, if we were all in person right now, I'd ask you to look to your left and look to your right, but maybe since we're on Zoom, I'll say look to the face to your left and to the face to your right if you're in gallery mode. Chances are one of the three of you is either an immigrant or the child of an immigrant. That is the population we have in Connecticut. And we need to show that we care about our neighbors. So let's pass 284 and even push further to include all immigrants. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Doctor. And yes, I'm the son of an immigrant. Other questions for comments for Dr. Cerdanya? If not, thank you so much for being here. Next up, we have Carmen Lanche, followed by Sarah Epler-Epstein.
Hola, Carmen, ya puede hablar y en español, ¿verdad?
Sí, buenas noches. La imagen no se está viendo bien, pero bueno, disculpen. Estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos de Connecticut.
Dear esteemed members of the Human Services Committee in the state of Connecticut.
Mi nombre es Carmen Lanche, soy directora de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras en la ciudad de Norwalk y también somos miembros de la coalición Husky para Todos.
My name is Carmen Lanche. I'm the director of the organization Comunidades Sin Fronteras, or Communities Without Borders, in the city of Norwalk, and I am also a member of the Coalition for Husky for Immigrants.
Estoy a favor del proyecto de ley SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
I'm in favor of SB 284, a law to increase the age from 8 to 18 years for medical assistance for children regardless of their immigration status.
En mi rol como directora de la organización, he visto cómo el vivir sin cuidado médico afecta a las familias.
In my role as director of the organization, I have seen how living without healthcare affects families.
En medio de esta pandemia he visto a nuestra comunidad sufrir por no tener el acceso médico para su familia.
In the midst of this pandemic, I've seen our community suffer from not having medical access for their family.
Dentro de nuestros clientes se ha vivido con temor, incertidumbre, ansiedad, pánico, estar enfermo.
Among our clients, they have lived with fear, uncertainty, anxiety, panic, and being sick.
Porque no cuentan con un seguro médico que los proteja y les dé libertad a sus familias en recuperar su salud.
Because they do not have medical insurance that protects them and gives their families the freedom to recover their health.
Viven bajo la presión de pagar una factura de miles de dólares.
They live under the pressure of paying a bill of thousands of dollars.
Van a la sala de emergencias a atenderse y muchas veces asisten a clínicas comunitarias.
They go to the emergency room to get care and often go to community clinics.
Pero luego de referirlos a un especialista tienen que esperar hasta 2 años en una larga lista de espera.
But after being referred to a specialist, they have to wait up to 2 years on a long waiting list.
Si tuvieran un seguro médico, estas situaciones podrían cambiar y ser de beneficio para estas familias.
If they had health insurance, these situations could change and be of benefit for these families.
Hemos visto morir a mucha gente durante esta pandemia, hijos que se quedaron sin su madre y padres que se quedaron sin sus hijos.
We've seen many people die during this pandemic, children who were left without their parents and parents who were left without their children.
Los obstáculos con los que las personas sin seguro médico se enfrentan implican una menor probabilidad de recibir atención preventiva.
The barriers that people without health insurance face include being less likely to receive preventative care,
una mayor probabilidad de ser hospitalizados por afecciones que podrían haberse evitado y una mayor probabilidad de morir en el hospital que aquellas personas que tienen un seguro médico.
are more likely to be hospitalized for conditions that could have been prevented and more likely to die in the hospital than those with insurance.
Hoy les voy a contar la historia de Juan.
I will tell you the story of Juan.
Juan es parte de nuestra organización.
Juan is part of our organization.
Todo ocurrió demasiado rápido. Hace un año todo cambió en su vida.
Everything happened really fast. 1 year ago, everything changed in his life.
Él había estado con dolores fuertes de estómago, fue al médico y no le encontraron nada.
He'd been having very severe stomach pains. He went to the doctor and they did not find anything.
En ese momento el doctor le dijo que alguna comida le había sentado mal y lo mandó a su casa.
At that time, the doctor told him that some food had upset his stomach and they sent him home.
Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but the 4 minutes are up. Please summarize.
Disculpe, que ya se acabó el tiempo. Favor de dar un breve resumen.
Sí. Esperó 2 años para un especialista. Él tiene cáncer de estómago. Ahora le hizo metástasis a los pulmones y a los testículos. Está en la 4ª fase de su cáncer. Y yo les quiero decir a ustedes, esperan que más gente muera porque no puede ir al médico, asistir a sus citas sin temor de endeudarse y estar pagando una factura alta y no poder comer, no pagar la renta, no pagar sus biles. Hagan algo hoy día lo pueden hacer. Háganlo por esta comunidad que siempre los apoya. Gracias.
He ended up waiting 2 years and they found out that he had stomach cancer. He had very bad pains, but the cancer metastasized to the lungs and the testicles. More people will die from not getting care, being afraid to go to their appointments, not being able to pay their bills. Please do this for our community. And thank you.
Thank you, Carmen, and thank you for sharing your story. It means a lot. Do we have questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, be well, and thank you for being here tonight.
Gracias y cuídese y gracias por estar aquí esta noche.
Gracias igualmente. Háganlo correcto.
Next, we have Sarah Epler-Epstein, followed by Berenice Luna.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sarah Epler-Epstein. I'm from New Haven. I'm an attorney at IRIS, Integrated Refugee and Immigrant Services, where I work as part of the Connecticut Coalition for Immigrant Freedom. And I am fully in support of SB 284. It is vital that Connecticut expand access to Husky up to age 18 for all Connecticut residents, regardless of immigration status. Children under the age of 18 need this protection now, and I strongly encourage you to create a plan to expand healthcare access to all Connecticut residents, including parents and adults, as soon as possible. As an attorney, I represent undocumented immigrants in their removal cases in immigration court. My colleagues and I fight for our clients' rights so that they can stay here in Connecticut with their families. I represent my clients pro bono at a nonprofit, and the families we represent work very hard to put food on the table, have clothes and shelter and other basic necessities. But going to the doctor is usually not a feasible option for many of my clients without medical insurance. I currently represent a child who is under the age of 8, and he has had various serious health issues since coming to the United States, including a recent bout with COVID-19. He is luckily going to benefit greatly from the bill passed last year, but once he turns 9 years old, he will age out of coverage unless SB 284 passes. His parents are also left out of care. If they get sick, they won't be able to get the care they need, and in turn won't be able to care for their child. I have several clients who have serious medical problems, but who cannot afford necessary doctor's visits. I know families who have had to make terrible decisions between taking care of their children's health and paying for utilities or food. Many of the individuals I work with have had traumatic experiences, either in their countries of birth or on the journey to the United States or here. My clients with severe PTSD cannot afford the mental health services they need out of pocket. For the children and teens I represent, I have seen how a lack of medical and mental health services can affect their ability to focus and thrive in school. In conclusion, healthcare needs to be a right, not a privilege in Connecticut. And I wholeheartedly support SB 284 and ask that the committee support and pass this legislation. And in the future, I also hope the committee opens healthcare access to all immigrants, regardless of age.
Thank you, and thank you for your advocacy on behalf of your clients. Are there questions for members of the committee? If not, thank you for being here tonight. Next, we have Berenice Cotluna, followed by Lauren Young.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. I've seen all of you throughout the day in different positions, so I see that you're tired, so I'll be quick. Dear members of the Human Services Committee of Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Berenice Cotluna, and I am a MSW student at the University of Connecticut. I am also a current social worker working directly with undocumented families in the city of New Haven. And I also come from an immigrant and documented family. I stand in support of CB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years from an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. Expanding access to Husky up to age 18 regardless of immigration status is an important step in ensuring our immigrant community has access to health care we need. But our work doesn't end with expanding access up to age 18. We need to open access to Husky and healthcare to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults. As a child growing up with the privilege of qualifying for Husky health insurance, it did not affect me to be able to receive my annual physicals and immunizations. However, I was able to observe how it affected my undocumented siblings and parents directly. My parents migrated to the United States 26 years ago to be able to provide my siblings and I with the ability to live the American dream, and worked over 50 plus hours a week to not only provide us with our basic needs of food and housing, however, to also be able to afford private health insurance for themselves and for my siblings. Currently, a Connecticut resident can expect to pay an average of $534 per person a month for major medical individual health insurance, and for most minimum wage working families with an average household of 3, a total of $1,600 a month for health insurance is not realistic. After my father was diagnosed with thyroid cancer and his job was closed due to a shift and change in locations, he was left without health insurance and was unable to continue to follow up with his medical care. As a result, he was left to pay out of pocket for each specialist visit and medication prescribed. Emergency room visits when he was severely sick with no health insurance were no longer an option, and basic visits to the primary care doctor with no health insurance were denied due to his high cost of visits. As a social worker working directly with undocumented families in the city of New Haven, I have been able to observe the lack of resources for children and their parents who are undocumented in receiving their basic physical health needs. Undocumented parents are paying out of pocket for simple routine dental cleanings and annual yearly physicals required for each school year. Throughout most of my career, I have observed how not only this affects the children with severe medical health needs, but the parents financially. Yearly, the state of Connecticut also requires for each person completing their taxes to have health insurance to avoid a fee, in which cannot be avoided if you cannot afford health insurance. This bill will not only help with my family, but also the community in providing the basic human rights of affordable health insurance. To my family and the community, this will mean easy access to annual routine physicals and access to affordable specialized doctor visits to ensure they are physically healthy, to avoid emergency room visits that can be prevented by preventative care.
Excuse me, you're 3 minutes up. Please summarize. Thank you.
I support SB 284, and I ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. Looking forward, I ask the committee to work towards opening access to all immigrants, regardless of age. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Berenice, and thank you for your testimony and for your work as a social worker. Are there other questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Lauren Young, followed by Dr. Tiagura.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lauren Young. I'm a naturopathic physician in Manchester, Connecticut. I have been a Connecticut resident most of my life. While I was in UConn and pre-med, I fell in love with naturopathic medicine because of the fact that it empowers patients with education, lifestyle medicine, and really allows them to understand health conditions and really get behind things with prevention. So I got through medical school and started practice, hung up my shingle by myself in 2009, and I've grown the practice now. We have 4 satellites, so Danbury, West Hartford, Stonington, and Manchester is the largest one. It's myself and 9 other naturopathic physicians, but also we've expanded to be primary care and so it's a hybrid of integrative medicine with primary care. So I'm talking today about SB 280, where we were hoping to expand naturopathic coverage for Medicaid. Currently, Connecticut sees the value of naturopathic medicine for ages under 20. So for the past, over a decade, I've been working with children with natural medicine. So dietary changes, stress reduction, wonderful things that empower children with their lifestyle, being in charge of their health and doing lots of great things. Currently, these kids age out at age 20. And so then that is a very vulnerable age, especially if you've been working with somebody for 10 years, you've had this great relationship, to have that cut off and not have that access to them after that. And so that's been very difficult to deal with over the years. The other aspect that we've been seeing in our clinic alone with COVID is with the unemployment rate going up, so did the increase in demand with Medicaid. And so our clinic has increased its demand for Medicaid by 20%. So currently our board certified family medicine physicians are in network with Medicaid for the whole scope for adults as well. The naturopaths are not. And so we've just had this huge influx of demand for Medicaid patients, and it's landing all in primary care, which we know is the massive shortage in this country, in Connecticut specifically. So what we're seeing is our primary care doctors are now having to do diabetes consults and do all the training they can around that. Stress reduction doesn't have to be Xanax. It can be, meditation. It can be, lifestyle things, making sure they're exercising, managing their blood sugar before it becomes diabetes. These are all things that we are doing and need to be implementing with adults, honestly, as much, if not more, with children. So I get to speak to the fact that we, see both sides of like the allopathic and the naturopathic aspect of things, and see the benefits that we're having there and the huge demand for us to be able to be in with Medicaid in that aspect. I am going to write up my testimony, so I'll make sure I get that to you guys. I know you have a million things tonight, but I think that was most of my things, just continuity of care. It's been really hard to work with a 10-year-old with ADHD, and then, they get to college, but they're still on Husky. And then all of a sudden, they're going to be placing out with having coverage with me, which is just heartbreaking, So I'll humbly, let you guys, if you have any questions. Otherwise, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. You guys are working really hard tonight. So I just would ask that you expand our Medicaid coverage for naturopathic physicians. It would help the primary care, it would help the patient base, and it would help a lot of patients who are already utilizing our services. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Dr. Tiagura, followed by Dr. Sulagar, who's back after only 2 days.
Thank you very much. Dear members of the Human Services Committee, thank you very much for being here and having me today. I stand in full support of SB 284, expanding access to Husky for up to age 18, regardless of immigration status, is an important step in making sure our immigrant community has access to the healthcare we all need and deserve. My name is Gunjan Tiagura, and I'm a pediatric emergency medicine physician at Yale New Haven Hospital, where I take care of children in the New Haven community and beyond in Connecticut. I'm also a mother of 4 children whose spectrum of healthcare needs can be readily met due to their access to insurance. Listening to stories of parents tonight having to choose between paying for their children's health and other basic necessities is heartbreaking. These powerful narratives shared today again illustrate how health insurance must be a right and not a privilege, and how healthcare is a true prerequisite for productivity and well-being for all of our residents of Connecticut. As a pediatric emergency medicine physician, I take care of children and families during their most vulnerable times when they're seeking care for healthcare emergencies. Too often, I have seen undocumented children ineligible for Husky seek care far too late with life-threatening sequelae. I recently cared for a young undocumented teenager with appendicitis. He and his mom were afraid to seek care when he first experienced pain, worried about the cost to him and his family. When I finally met him in the emergency room, he had severe appendicitis with the potential to rupture, an outcome that could have been prevented if he sought care earlier in the course of his illness. Lack of access to insurance puts children at serious risk and leads to dangerous health consequences that can be prevented. In cases like this, where care was sought too late, it requires more urgent interventions, putting a child's health at risk and costing our state much more than earlier preventative care. In our emergency room, as you heard earlier today, we're also currently amidst a mental health crisis due to the secondary impacts of the pandemic. Children and adolescents are presenting with serious and untreated mental health concerns. Many undocumented children have already faced significant trauma in their lives, and without preventative care with a physician who may be able to diagnose and treat mental health concerns in earlier stages, more children are presenting in crisis, leading ultimately to increased costs and poorer health outcomes. Ensuring all Connecticut children, regardless of documentation status, is an important cost-saving endeavor that will ultimately result in improved outcomes and productivity for our residents. Thank you very much for your time and consideration in the passage of SB 284, which will benefit not only Connecticut's children and families, but also the health and well-being of our state and its future. I also ask the committee to support and pass the legislation of not just SB 284, but looking forward, I ask to work together towards opening access to all community members in Connecticut, regardless of age or status. We need to open access to Husky and healthcare to all immigrants, regardless of age, including parents and adults. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Are there questions or comments for Dr. Tiagora? If not, thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for your advocacy, for your patience. Next up, we have Dr. Soulagard. Back again to see you, Doctor. And followed after Dr. Lagarde, we'll be hearing from Jordan Force.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Lesser, Representative Abercrombie, Representative Hughes, Representative Leeper. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again today on support of SB 284. My name is Sue Lagarde. I serve as the CEO at Fairhaven Community Healthcare, an FQHC, which in the past year provided services to over 31,000 individuals, roughly 6,000 of whom are uninsured. Let's be honest, this is about equity. A lot's been stated and written about how this administration and the current legislature is committed to equity. And while I applaud the efforts today, it's clear that true equity will never be achieved until we recognize the more than 100,000 Connecticut residents who are not eligible to receive the most basic of human rights. We've spent the past 2 years enduring a pandemic of unprecedented proportions. During the pandemic, we often spoke of how, quote, we are all in this together. However, we are not responding as if we are all in this together. At our health center, when COVID vaccines became available, we mounted a massive door-to-door campaign that knocked on over 5,000 doors and successfully got thousands of people vaccinated. This campaign was carried out and was successful in large part because of over 400 volunteers, many of whom are undocumented. Their actions literally saved lives. Despite our lack of commitment to them, they stepped up. Yet we continue to turn our backs on these neighbors, people who many times pay taxes and many of whom have been a part of our communities for decades. Personally, I think that this is just plain wrong. SB 284 is a step in the right direction. While I would have preferred to see a proposal that would provide healthcare to all, SB 284 extends the right to healthcare to all immigrant children. Please pass this legislation. This is the moment when Connecticut residents should stand united in showing the world that healthcare is a human right and not a privilege for a select few. And I just want to say, thank you to all of you. I've been in and out of this hearing today multiple times. I can only imagine how tired you are, but I've been so impressed with how you've listened to the stories. We need to listen to the stories. So many of our patients and our neighbors don't have a voice, but we're fortunate that we heard a lot of stories today. There are many, many more. And I just want to thank you because I saw your compassion. I saw, your time and your caring. So thank you. And hopefully together we can get this passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue, and thank you for your advocacy on this and so many other issues. You're a frequent flyer here, and I mean that in a good way. Appreciate your input. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, thank you for being here tonight. And next up, we have Jordan Force, and then after Jordan, we're going to go back to Carla Esquivel.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, cool. I'm Jordan Forrest. I live in Stamford, Connecticut, and I'm testifying in favor of SB 284, the Husky for Immigrants bill. I think we should absolutely expand Medicaid eligibility to undocumented immigrants under the age of 18. I think we should expand it to adults. And I think generally speaking, we should move to a single payer healthcare system. There's no reason in the wealthiest country in the world, and one of the wealthiest states in the country, that we can't have healthcare for everyone. So I ask the committee to vote for this bill. And thanks. Have a good day or good night.
Thank you. Very succinct. Representative Hughes, though, has a question before you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jordan. I just want to know, are you on a bus or a train? Because this might be a first.
I am on a bus right now.
Wow. Okay. This is memorable. Thank you.
All right. Good to see you, Jordan. All right. Next up, we have Carla Esquivel. After Carla, we will hear from Camila Bortoleto.
Sí, buenas noches, estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos de la Asamblea General de Connecticut.
Good evening, dear members of the Human Services Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly.
Estoy a favor de la ley SB 284, una ley para el aumento de edad de 8 a 18 años para que las personas sean elegibles para un seguro médico.
I'm in favor of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 for an income eligible person to obtain health care regardless of migration status.
Sin importar los ingresos económicos y el estatus migratorio.
Puede seguir.
Sí. Soy Carla Esquivel. Vivo en Stamford, Connecticut. Llevo 15 años en Stamford. Soy miembro y aliada de Unidad Latina en Acción. Soy fundadora de Trabajadoras del Hogar, Nosotras en Stamford. Soy líder comunitaria en Stamford y pertenezco a un grupo de padres que trabajamos para la igualdad de la educación de nuestros hijos.
I am Carla Esquivel. I have lived in Stamford for 25 years. I am a member and ally of Unidad Latina en Acción. I am the founder of the domestic workers organization Nosotras in Stamford. I am a community leader in Stamford and belong to a group of parents working for equality in the education of our children.
En mi experiencia de trabajar de cerca en la comunidad y ayudar a familias recién llegadas al país para poder buscar exámenes gratis.
In my experience of working closely in the community and helping families new to the country to seek to access testing for their children.
Estas familias llegan a Estados Unidos y se encuentran con la barrera de no contar con un seguro médico para sus hijos.
These families arrive to the United States and are faced with the barrier of not having health insurance for their children.
Muchos de nuestros padres tienen que pagar de su bolsillo $300 para tener una cita médica.
Often, these families have to pay out of pocket $300 just to have a medical appointment.
Y muchas veces no tienen ni para comer, menos para pagar $300 por un chequeo médico.
Many times they don't have enough even to eat, much less to pay $300 for a medical appointment.
Por favor, en nombre de mi comunidad, apoyo a la extensión del seguro médico de Husky.
Please, on behalf of my community, support this expansion of Husky.
Y gracias por ser el apoyo para el cambio y para el futuro de nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
And thank you for the support, for change, and for the future of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Are there questions or comments from members of the committee? If not, thank you so much for being here tonight. Next, we have Camila Bortoleto. It's good to see you again. And before I ask you to go, I will just say that I think that we've been rejoined by Senator Moore, who will be taking helm after this.
Thank you. Yeah, and thank you for the opportunity to give us to speak. I know it's been a very long day, so I'm going to try to keep my testimony brief for y'all. Yes, so dear chairs and members of the Human Services Committee, my name is Camila Bortoleto. I live in Brookfield. I'm a founder and co-director of Connect Students for a Dream, and I'm here today to stand in strong support of SB 284 to open up medical assistance to folks between the ages of 9 and 18, regardless of immigration status. This issue is one that's very personal and important to me. I am undocumented myself. I came here with my family when I was 9 years old, originally from Brazil. And access to healthcare growing up was always a haphazard affair. We didn't have a doctor for much of my school age years, so getting care was always a mix of lines at the free clinic and emergency rooms. And I was 9 years old when I came here with my family, so I will not have qualified for the bill that passed last year, which only went up to age 8. Which is why I am so glad to see the legislation this year, 284, because I know there's many other undocumented children that fall into the same category as I did many years ago. And SB 284 will ensure that children who turn 9 years old or children who came here after the age of 9 will be able to have access to the healthcare they need until they turn 18. And this is a much needed expansion and it must be done. I'm now very privileged to be able to have access to health coverage to my employment, which I'm able to have because I am able to have DACA, which is a temporary status that gives me a work permit. However, most immigrant families do not have DACA or a work permit. My parents don't, and most immigrants cannot get insurance through their employer. And because of that, there's heard here today, probably well over 80 stories at this point of community members and immigrants and families who just do not have any other way to have access to healthcare. So, I'm also here to say that this is exactly why we need the state of Connecticut to really create a long-term plan to be able to expand Husky access to more of the immigrant community. We need to expand access that includes not just folks under the age of 18, but their parents, adults, grandparents, everyone. We really need the whole immigrant community to be able to have access to healthcare. And I'll stop it there. And I want to just say that I've been honored to listen to all the stories today, and they really show, why we need this. And it has been a heartbreaking day, but I hope that you all are able to support this legislation and then keep working for it.
Thank you, Camilla. Appreciate your testimony and the work that you've been doing. I think I met you the first year you all started. You have a twin, correct?
I do, yes, and she went earlier. Thank you.
Yes. I can never tell which one I'm talking to, but it's okay. You speak with one voice. Thank you. I want to thank Senator Lesser for stepping in for me also.
Senator Moore, Representative Dathan has her hand raised.
Yes, Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Camilla, it's nice to see you again, although it's sad we're here for I think this is the 4th time I've seen you testify this, and we haven't quite gotten this over the finish line yet. But I appreciate all the advocacy you and your sister have done, bringing your story to the legislature. It is really important that we make sure that people are aware of this issue because it is extremely important. So I just wanted to say thank you for your advocacy. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, if I'm correct, it's 183 is Jordan Force.
Is he here?
Jordan already testified, I believe, Senator. Next would be 184, but I don't believe she is here either. We actually have number 30 was able to come on, I think Ms. Hong.
Number 30.
Hi, Song. I'm so sorry. I didn't get the Zoom link until just now.
That's
But
okay.
thank you so much for allowing me to testify despite a long day you must have had.
You can testify. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So my name is Song, and I am a graduating medical student at Yale School of Medicine, and I am here to support SB 284. And I'm here, I think, because I feel like it's my moral duty to do so. I grew up myself as undocumented in New York City, where I was given health insurance despite my undocumented status. What that meant was that I could be a child for longer, that I didn't have to worry about the doctor's bill. I could be healthy and I was well taken care of enough so I could focus on the things that mattered, like academics. And I think my success wouldn't have happened without good medical care that I had access to. And as a result of my debt to New York State, I took away two things. I wanted to be a doctor first. And second, I thought long and hard about how to pay it forward. And that began my decades-long involvement in serving the underserved, really looking at marginalized patients. And I guess another argument for this bill is that this is a great way to invest in our children. Regardless of what we think about the parents' choice to migrate and the mode of migration, these children are going to stay. It's just a statistical fact. And this is their only home that they've ever known. So we have a choice with these members of society who are going to stay. Do we want them to be functioning, contributing, and kind citizens? And can you expect them to do that without medical care, without access to mental health care? I think children need to be healthy to become the best part of the best version of themselves. So thank you so much. Please do support SB 284 and have a good night. Thank you.
And I'm sorry that we were late in getting you that information, but thank you for coming on and giving your.
Thanks for letting me speak out of order. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Heather, tell me who's next, please.
We have, I believe, the next person is number 188, Sally Grossman. If there are other people who were in the order before her, but they're not here, I'll let you know if they arrive. But she's the next one who's here.
Thank you. Hi, Sally.
Hi, how are you? Thank you all for being here and listening to all this testimony. My name is Sally Grossman. I'm from Windsor. I am here to offer testimony in favor of SB 284, an act to increase the age of Husky eligibility to 18, regardless of immigration status. So I personally am currently enrolled in Husky A along with my two children. My daughter just turned 5 years old while my son just turned 9. He was actually sitting next to me and he took off as soon as I started talking. But offering coverage for children just up to the age of 8 seems rather arbitrary because I can tell you when my son turned 9 last month, he did not all of a sudden become a pinnacle of health and no longer require medical care. So quite the opposite, actually. My son was diagnosed last year with being on the autism spectrum. And also, like many children over the past 2 years, he's suffering from mental health issues due to the pandemic. He's become more withdrawn. He's sad more often. He suffers from anxiety. And all of this will require ongoing care and therapy. My son also gets physicals every year and blood work done to make sure he's healthy. These are preventative measures. So if the doctor discovers something that needs a closer look, he's able to get care before it becomes a bigger issue. So this is just like what a fairly typical healthy 9-year-old goes through. But my 9-year-old, who I love more than anything else in the world, is no better than anyone else's 9-year-old child. He is not more deserving of medical care. He does not have more of a right to be happy and healthy than anyone else's child does. But according to Connecticut state law right now, that's exactly what we're saying. We are saying that my 9-year-old deserves to be healthy and have the best shot at life, while another 9-year-old does not. We are saying that my 9-year-old is more important than the many people who have and will testify today about the tragic preventable outcomes due to the lack of accessible health care. Immigration status does not determine one's worth. So I strongly urge the committee to vote in favor of SB 284. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I'll move on to number 189, Jane Sweeney, followed by Sariana Sabaris. Is Jane here? Hi,
Yep, I'm
Jane.
here. Hi, hello. Good evening, co-chairs, Senator Moore, Representatives Abercrombie, Senator Lesser, Representative Hughes, and other members of the Human Services Committee. I am Jane Sweeney. I'm a resident of Farmington, Connecticut, and I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 282, an act concerning medical assistance for bariatric surgery and prescription drug treatment of obesity. I am a registered nurse in the state of Connecticut, and I am the clinical manager for a bariatric surgery and obesity medicine practice. A big part of what I do for our practice is I run our online support groups. We have 3,300 members in this group, and it has really given me a deeper perspective on the struggles, the bias, the stigma of our patients with the disease of obesity that they have dealt with throughout their lives. They come to us usually after they've tried every diet and weight loss program. They come to us, feeling as they have in society, judged and not living the life that they want to live, not living at all. Research has shown us that they internalize that stigma, which they've felt so much of their lives, that leads to further mental health issues and health issues. Treatment tools such as bariatric surgery and obesity medicine offer them a chance at the life that they dream of. But for some, that hope is erased by the lack of insurance coverage for these life-saving procedures. The difficulty that I have and that I feel we should all question is why bariatric surgery and the medications to help patients with obesity is not covered by insurance so much of the time. It makes me question, how does the disease of obesity differ from diseases such as heart disease or cancer? I look at the causes. There's many causes when it comes to obesity, but two major causes. You can look at genetics. You can look at genetic causes, and you can look at lifestyle choices. And when I look at diseases such as heart disease and many cancers, it's very similar. It's often genetic. It can be genetic, and there can be lifestyle choices that can lead to those diseases. And it just does not make sense to me why the disease of obesity is any different. And it leads me to believe that it's somewhat based on stigma and bias, and that should never be in our healthcare arena, right? It's no judgment. So, this is obviously a very important and emotional topic for me. As a bedside nurse, I treated patients with chronic and devastating health issues related to their obesity. I saw the effects firsthand of when obesity goes untreated. So these were our frequent flyers. So these are people who are just, they're admitted and discharged and admitted and discharged, and it's heartbreaking. And
Excuse
so,
me. I'm sorry to interrupt, but your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize.
oh, I'm just proud I made it that far. I thought it was too short. So fantastic. Okay, I'll finish right up. I'm right at the end. I took this job that I have right now, with a bariatric surgery practice, to be part of the solution. And so that's all I'm here today to do, is to ask you to join me and help be part of that solution, and join the states of New York, New Jersey, and all of New England, and offer our citizens the same opportunity of having their bariatric surgery and obesity medicines covered. Thank you all so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Berthel has a comment or question for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jane, thank you for being a trooper and holding on to the, we're in our 10th hour, I think now tonight.
Oh, I've been on the whole thing, and I commend all of you. I can't, I had no idea, you know, just as a citizen of this state, what this is quite a process, and I really thank you and commend you all.
Yeah, well, thank you. And you know, we pop in and out of these meetings and whatnot. So, but it's a labor of love, especially on this committee. We've heard lots of stories tonight for all the bills that are being heard. Some very heartbreaking and touching moments for us. You know, I think you may know I'm an obesity survivor, a bariatric patient, a bariatric surgery patient. I love the additional perspective that you gave us just now in your testimony. We heard from a number of doctors, a number of patients today. Nurses are such a critical part of all the healthcare that's delivered, regardless of what your specialty is and where you fit into the healthcare continuum. So thanks for that perspective. It was very meaningful. At least to me, and I think my colleagues on the committee feel the same way. So again, thank you for being here. Thanks for your testimony, and maybe this is the year we'll get this done. So
this is the year.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Madam Chair.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jane. Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to, is it Sariana Sabaris?
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of Senate Bill 284. I'm Sariana Sabaris, representing the Social Welfare Action Alliance, or SWA, a group of progressive social workers, activists, and allies working to address the structural roots of current social and economic inequities. In our work, SWA seeks to call special attention to the fact that entrenched systemic injustice impoverishes everybody living in our society, not only those who are forced to shoulder a disproportionate share of the burden. Whether or not we ourselves can feel the ill effects of every unjust policy, or trip with our own feet over every gap in services, or tumble with our own body over the precipice of every single benefit cliff, each of us is made poorer by the ways our society is ordered to enrich or protect the interests of the few at the expense of the many. For undocumented Americans who are not afforded even the same basic rights and opportunities as the rest of us, expensive medical realities are especially devastating. So-called safety net services may be woefully inadequate, but there's still a great deal of difference between living with these inadequacies and living in a state of free fall. In the United States, there's no real road to legal citizenship status for so many of our community members, leaving them and their families vulnerable not only to arbitrary gaps in opportunities and services, but also to the sweeping social stigmas such gaps create. In the spirit of the critical, historically focused root cause analysis that SWA favors, I invite this committee to consider the myriad ways stigma and prejudice are created, reinforced, and perpetuated by policies that leave certain segments of our communities more vulnerable than others to risk factors we all face. Do only certain children deserve protection from sickness and harm? Partial or inadequate coverage signifies that some members of our communities have less value than others, that the lives and health of some are less worth protecting. I'm here today to insist that we begin to correct this glaring inequity so that we might continue to move forward and toward the place where Americans' medical needs, our lives, are not treated differentially at all. Every single one of us deserves the chance to grow up healthy, the chance to see our children grow up healthy, and ultimately the chance to remain healthy into adulthood. I hope, as SWA hopes, that the passage of SB 284 marks an important step on the road to enacting universal health care for all Americans, regardless of immigration status, which will in turn be an important step toward justice and equity for all in both policy and practice. I urge you with my whole heart to pass this bill. Thank you again for this opportunity to share my feelings and thoughts with you today.
Thank you, Sariana. Let me see if there are any questions. I see none.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Take care. Next is Julissa Lopez. I don't see Julissa. I'm going to move on to Francesca Loviglia.
Thank you so much. Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Francesca Maviglia. I'm a New Haven resident and a public health professional at the Yale School of Medicine. I am speaking today to strongly support SB 284, enacting increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. I'm a graduate of the Yale School of Public Health, and I currently work in the public health field. The evidence regarding the benefits of health insurance coverage is overwhelming. Fewer premature deaths, improvements in overall self-reported care, improved mental health and lower stress, better management of chronic conditions, among many other benefits. The economic impact for society as a whole is also positive. When individuals have health insurance, they're able to access preventative medicine and access regular checkups, and thus resulting in fewer visits to the emergency department and a lower cost of uncompensated hospital care. On the other hand, the personal and societal cost of the barriers to health created by lack of insurance are immense. The United States spends more on healthcare than any other peer country, both as per capita spending and proportion of GDP, and yet it fares worse on many health outcomes, including life expectancy and avoidable mortality. While the reasons for this paradox are multiple, there is no denying that lack of health insurance plays a significant role. 50% of uninsured individuals in the United States do not have a usual source of care, compared to just above 12% of those with Medicaid or other public insurance. Almost half of undocumented immigrants are uninsured, compared to less than 1 in 10 US citizens. When I was a public health student, I volunteered at the Heaven Free Clinic, which is a student-run primary care clinic that partners with Yale University to provide uninsured adults in New Haven with primary care, wellness education, and assistance in securing healthcare. Lack of health insurance was a huge barrier in getting proper care for our patients. Even though we were able to provide them with primary care, access to specialized treatment remained complicated and burdensome. Often our patients would come to the clinic with health conditions that had gone untreated for years because they were not able to see a doctor, thus complicating their prognosis and increasing the cost of their care. Health outcomes in the United States can only be improved by expanding access to primary care for everyone, and primary care is strongly linked to insurance status. For these reasons, I enthusiastically support SB 284, and I ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. Expanding access to Husky up to age 18 is the first step in making sure our immigrant community has access to healthcare. Looking forward, I also ask the committee to work towards opening access to Husky to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults. No one should have to forego needed medical treatment or skip on a preventative care visit because of lack of insurance, regardless of immigration status. This is not only a moral and human rights issue, but also a matter of improving the efficiency of the healthcare system and reducing healthcare costs by investing in prevention. This is an
So sorry, your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize.
Perfect. This is my very last sentence. This is an evidence-based public health measure to improve health outcomes. So I strongly urge you to pass this law. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Francesca, for your testimony and the work you do. I don't see anyone else. I'm going to move on.
Excuse me, Representative Hughes has her hand raised.
I thought she was waving at me.
I'm always waving at you, Senator, but just real quick, thank you, Francesca. Can you tell me, as a public health professional, and again, with the pandemic compounded, how this impacts providers like yourself working in this space to not be able to treat this, especially children, sooner for preventable measures? And I know you're part of we're looking at a big healthcare worker shortage, and I just wanted to let me know what's happening with your colleagues around that.
Yeah, certainly. So I work in the field of addiction medicine, and we certainly see a huge difference in terms of how people are able to engage with healthcare services between insured and uninsured patients. While addiction is a struggle for everyone, people who do have insurance are at least able to rely on their primary care provider to be able to go to the hospital and do the tests that they need and basically keep their conditions under control, versus the people who don't have health insurance really struggle to even be able to access that basic care. So in my work, this is where I really see the difference. When I try to recommend to somebody that I see that they go for certain checkups or certain visits or certain exams, there are people who are able to follow up on that and people who just tell me that they don't know where to go or that they're afraid of the cost. So I think that this is really really crucial if we want to cure people when they need treatment, rather than wait until their conditions get so severe that they are much more difficult to treat and create a much bigger cost to to our healthcare system as a whole.
Yeah, thank you. I really hear that frustration as a provider over and over, encountering that you cannot help patients, at the onset. So thank you for that. And
those patients just end up in the emergency department, and we know that the emergency department is actually very costly for our healthcare system, and it's a huge burden even for the doctors and providers who work there. So it would be much easier if we could address these conditions earlier rather than wait until they become an emergency.
Thank you, Francesca. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you both. Number 193, Maciel Astachio.
Good evening, members of the Human Services Committee. I wanted to say thank you for being here. I know it's been a long day. My name is Maciel Astachio, and I'm a resident of Manchester. I'm also a part of Connecticut Citizen Action Group, and I stand today in support of SB 284, an act to increase the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance, regardless of immigration status. As part of the immigrant community and being a bilateral amputee myself, I understand that supporting this bill is of vital importance. As a bilateral amputee, I depend on both of my prosthetic legs to be able to ambulate. Prosthetics wear out over time, and for somebody like me that is very active, that means changing my prosthesis every 5 years or so, depending on wear and tear. And prosthetics are very expensive, even the very basic ones. My ability to ambulate is vital to be able to go to work, to go to school, to finish my degree in social work, and to be able to just do everyday activities. The only way to achieve this is to have access to healthcare and resources. When I think of other immigrant families that may be going through the same experience that I am, I can clearly see how this bill would change everything for them. It would be the difference between being unable to access their community in one hand and being able to flourish on the other hand. As humans, we all need access to healthcare. Disease and sickness doesn't distinguish between documented and undocumented, and neither should we. We are bound to get sick, and the way to combat that is to give people access to medical assistance. Having access to medical assistance means being able to take preventive measures before the health issue advances to a point where it's too late. It means being able to function because your health is not an issue. And if it is, you have access to the services and medications that you will need. What I know from people in my community is that due to their undocumented status, most do not seek the medical assistance that they desperately need. This means that diseases go untreated and lives are significantly impacted. Besides the physical impact, there's also the economic impact. For undocumented families, the financial burden of getting medical assistance is overwhelming. Let us remember that undocumented immigrants pay for taxes, yet are unable to access programs that they are helping to fund, in this case, such as housekeeping. By expanding housekeeping to people regardless of their immigration status, we are creating a healthier state and allowing people to function and thrive. We should look at this as a basic human rights issue and a healthcare equity issue. For this reason, I encourage you to promote and expand healthcare for everyone. This bill has the ability to directly impact the life trajectory of thousands of people. Taking this into consideration, I urge you as a committee to support and pass SB 284. Thank you for your time and the opportunity for me to be able to speak before you today.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
So I'm going to call Perla Villascas, Fernando Valenzuela, Gordon Plouffe, William Morico.
Perla Villescas está aquí o Fernando Valenzuela, ¿están aquí? Perla Villescas, Fernando Valenzuela. No, I don't hear them.
All right, thank you. So moving on, I'm going to now call number 198, Karina Garrido. I see you.
Buenas noches con toda la audiencia.
Good evening, everyone.
Mi nombre es Karina Garrido, vivo en East Haven.
My
Estoy a
name is
favor
Carida.
del SB 284.
Oh, pardon. My name is Carida Garrido, and I am in favor. I live in East Haven, and I am in favor of SB 284.
Soy una madre de familia ecuatoriana con 3 hijos, de 19, de 16 y 6 años. Por motivos ajenos a nuestra voluntad, estamos obligados a permanecer aquí.
I am an Ecuadorian mother of 3, ages 19, 16, and 6. We have lived in East Haven for the last 5 years. For reasons beyond our control, we are forced to stay here.
Mi esposo tiene una enfermedad mortal y necesita recibir medicación de por vida y es muy onerosa, tanto en nuestro país que no existe la misma medicina, como acá que es impagable para nosotros y más aún sin seguro médico.
My husband has a fatal disease that needs to receive medication for life, and is very expensive in our country where the same medicine does not exist as here.
Como no tenemos un seguro médico, mi esposo y yo tenemos que estar todo el tiempo buscando ayudas para citas, terapias, exámenes, pidiendo medicina genérica o la medicina que sea más económica, esperando tiempos largos que nos refieran a programas gratuitos o centros económicos para ser atendido. Mientras tanto, nuestra salud está en peligro.
Because we are undocumented, we always try to look for help for doctors, therapists that are beyond our means. So we're always looking for help that we cannot get.
Personalmente he tenido que lidiar con muchos médicos que no saben tratar a los pacientes y no he podido encontrar una ginecóloga de mi confianza.
Personally, I have encountered medical providers who have not empathized with us, and personally, I have not been able to find a gynecologist.
Por ser indocumentada y no hablar el inglés, algunos médicos han pensado que no tengo educación y se siente la discriminación en un gesto no verbal o en una sonrisa burlona.
Because I am undocumented, I haven't been able to find a gynecologist. And because I don't speak English, they think I am a person without education. And sometimes I have faced discrimination with verbal nuance or a look that makes me feel less.
Somos profesionales y el ser indocumentados nos dificulta trabajar, siendo muy difícil generar dinero para los gastos básicos del hogar, peor aún para eventualidades.
We are professionals, and for us as undocumented folks, it is very difficult to go through, especially for basic needs and emergencies that arise.
Siendo la salud tan indispensable, no es posible tener un rubro para ello, y nos ha tocado en ocasiones retrasar la renta o los servicios básicos para pagar servicios médicos, porque tenemos que hacer el trabajo que nos den, y a veces no nos pagan bien o nos recortan las horas.
And because of this, we have had to find work that doesn't pay well, or we have had to not be able to pay rent because of this medical things that are happening to us.
Aunque mi hija tiene seguro de su escuela, sigue siendo muy difícil pagar sus citas.
Even though my daughter has insurance, it's been very difficult to pay for their appointments.
Excuse me. Sorry, there's your 4 minutes are up. Please summarize.
Su tiempo se terminó, Karina, si es que puede resumir.
Mi hija fue diagnosticada con bipolaridad y manía y necesita mucha medicina y mucha ayuda en general de médicos y una serie de terapistas. ¿Cuánto nos hubiera costado si hubiéramos tenido realmente que pagar estos costos tan altos?
My daughter was diagnosed with bipolar mania, and we have to pay for a lot of medicine and a lot of therapists. And how would it be different if we were able to actually pay for these services?
Creo que como legisladores sería un ícono para el mundo en su noble misión de contribuir para que se haga realidad una ley a favor de los más necesitados.
I think as legislators, it would be iconic if you were able to pass legislation of this sort.
Todos los seres humanos tenemos derechos y hacer que se cumplan esas expectativas de contar con un seguro médico que nos dé calma y paz de acudir a una atención médica sería tranquilizante, ya que el sufrimiento de sentirse mal o peor con una enfermedad grave ya es aterrador.
As humans, we all deserve healthcare, and it will give us peace, calm, and it will appease our suffering, and because we would know that we have health insurance.
Yo apoyo a SB 284 y le pido al honorable comité que apoye y apruebe esta legislación de cara al futuro. Le pido al comité que trabaje para abrir el acceso a todos los inmigrantes independientemente de su edad. Gracias por su tiempo y su atención.
I support SB 284 and the honorable members of this committee, and I urge you to work to open access to all members of our community to healthcare.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Gracias por su testimonio.
I don't see any questions. I'm moving on now to Karen Stewart, followed by Erica Salvatierri.
Good evening. Hello to the members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Karen Stewart. I've been a lifelong resident of Enfield, Connecticut. I'm also a registered nurse licensed in Connecticut. I'm testifying in support of Senate Bill 282, an act regarding medical assistance for bariatric surgery and prescription drug treatment of obesity. I've been overweight most of my life since I was a child. In the last couple of years, I kind of unfortunately moved up into the morbidly obese category. Through the years, I've tried multiple diet plans, trendy diets, starvation, hypnosis, you name it. I've tried it to no avail. I had very little success short-term and definitely none long-term. It's discouraging, humiliating, and at times depressing. And to make it worse, because I'm a registered nurse, I know about health and wellness and was not setting a good example for my patients, my family, or myself. Obesity is a monster that without surgery is really difficult to combat. Over the last few years, and especially during COVID, I was having increasing difficulty performing aspects of my job due to the obesity. And I was also participating less and less in general life activities because of that. And obesity was literally weighing me down. I began researching bariatric surgery. I made phone calls to my insurance company and started the process back in June of 2021. So it's fairly recent. I wanted to get to a happier, healthier lifestyle. I was fortunate that my insurance company did cover the surgery as long as I met all their requirements. Finished all my appointments in early November, and then my husband informed me that he carries our benefits, that they were changing effective January 1st. And I was petrified that after all the months of hard work that I put in, that I wasn't going to be covered by the new insurance company. Again, phone calls were made. I was told that the new insurance did cover it, but I wasn't guaranteed to be approved for the surgery as I was with my previous insurance company. I was very lucky that my chart was flagged and my surgeon was able to schedule me in quickly by the end of the year, and I had my surgery. But many people don't have that kind of luck. And we're looking to have these surgeries, they're life-saving surgeries that we want to have covered and not have to get it by luck of the draw as I did. I'm grateful for it. But I was really lucky because I didn't know if after January 1st, I would have had this surgery. People are times their insurances are covering the surgery, but you don't always get approved even if you follow all of the requirements. And it's a disease that affects all age groups, races, demographics. It worsens your quality of life, shortens your expectancy while simultaneously causing many other devastating conditions. And I, as a nurse, I see that all the time in my patients.
Excuse me, sorry, your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to say that since June, I've lost about 80 pounds. I still have more to go. But I've been very fortunate that I've had the surgery, and I just urge you to support Senate Bill 282. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Karen, and thank you for hanging in there with us. Your testimony is important. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. Karen, thank you very much for your testimony tonight. We've been listening to stories all day about people who are perhaps in a different situation regarding being concerned about getting healthcare covered and for things that are life-saving and life-changing. So good luck on your journey. Congratulations, and keep up the good work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Take care. Next is Erica Salvatierri.
Senator Moore, there
Yes.
are some people who were earlier in the order who have since been able to join. Would you like me to tell you their names?
Yes, please.
So number 129 is Alejandra Piedra.
So why don't we do Alejandra?
It's me. Hello.
Good
how are
evening.
you? Good evening. I don't know if you have a.
We have an interpreter.
Oh, yeah,
We have
okay.
several.
Thank you.
Y tenemos un aquí. Y hágalo por pedacitos, por favor.
Ok, gracias. Estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos y la Asamblea General de Connecticut.
Esteemed members of the Human Services Committee.
Soy Alejandra Piedra y vivo en New Haven. Y estoy a favor de SB 284, ley que aumenta la edad de 18 años para que una persona sea elegible por ingresos para obtener asistencia médica sin importar el estatus migratorio.
My name is Alejandra Piedra. I live in New Haven, and I am in favor of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 for an income-eligible person to obtain healthcare regardless of immigration status.
Ampliar el acceso a housekeeping hasta los 18 años, independientemente del estado migratorio, es un paso importante para garantizar que nuestra comunidad inmigrante tenga acceso a la atención médica que necesitamos.
Expanding healthcare to children from 8 to 18 will be important for our community to access the healthcare that we need.
Pero nuestro trabajo no termina con ampliar el acceso hasta los 18 años. Necesitamos abrir un acceso a housekeeping y atención médica a todos los inmigrantes de cualquier edad, incluidos a los padres y adultos.
But expanding healthcare to 18 is not enough. We need to expand healthcare for children and their parents.
Mi testimonio da sobre una experiencia que tuve con un hijo hace unos meses atrás que casi se asfixió por accidente. Y de esa experiencia en los hospitales yo puedo decir lo siguiente.
So I'm here to tell you my testimony regarding the care of my son who some time ago almost asphyxiated during an accident, and from the experience in the hospital that I had.
El hecho de no tener un seguro, los niños, todos los menores de edad corren un grave peligro en cuestión de su vida en muchos de los casos debido a que por cuestiones económicas o cuestiones legales no pueden acceder al servicio médico de salud.
That the fact that not having insurance for children and old minors run a serious risk in terms of their lives. In many cases, because of economic or legal reasons, they cannot access public health care.
En el caso de mi hijo, estaba tomando una botella con agua, jugando con la tapa en su boca, y de pronto se cayó de espaldas y se la pasó. No podía respirar.
In the case of my son, he was drinking a bottle of water, playing with the cap in his mouth, and suddenly he fell backwards and swallowed it. he could not breathe.
Fuimos a ambulancia al hospital para saber si tenía algún tipo de riesgo para la salud, es decir, si él podía morir. Entonces llegaron pidiéndome papeles o preguntando el estado legal de mi hijo o el seguro médico.
We went by ambulance to the hospital to find out that he had some kind of health risk or if he could die. At the front desk, they asked me for my son's legal status or medical insurance, which I told them I didn't have.
Le dije que no tenía seguro médico y para mí fue un poco más tardada la atención médica, puesto que al no tener seguro tuvimos que esperar alrededor de 7 horas.
So when I told them I didn't have it, for me, it took quite a bit longer to get medical attention since we didn't have insurance. We waited for 7 hours in the emergency room.
Ya. Muchas de las veces ahora en esta situación económica que vivimos por cuestiones de pandemia, no tenemos recursos económicos necesarios para poder solventar o cubrir gastos médicos en estos casos.
Many times now in the economic situation that we live in, and because of the pandemic, we do not have the necessary economic resources to be able to pay or cover the medical expenses that cause certain medical care emergencies.
Entonces viene la cuestión de los derechos, el derecho a la vida, el derecho a la atención médica, el derecho a la educación. ¿Dónde quedan?
So I'd like to bring up the question of rights, the right to life, the right to medical care, the right to education. Where are they?
Excuse me, the 4 minutes are up. Please summarize.
Y si es que puede resumir, por favor.
El hecho es de que el sistema médico es mucho más tardado debido a no tener un seguro médico, pone en riesgo la salud de los niños y también agrava la situación económica, en este caso de los padres.
So the fact of the matter is that without having insurance, our medical care gets delayed, and this affects the overall health of our family and our economy.
Para terminar con mi intervención, podría yo decir que la cuestión económica es un factor determinante, puesto que en muchos de los casos hoy en día, por cuestiones de pandemia, no contamos con los recursos suficientes para pagar exorbitantes cuentas a pagar para el cuidado médico por cuestiones de emergencia.
And I would like to address that the determining factor of us is the economy, because by not having insurance, we are paying exorbitant amount of money for the care that we need.
Ellos son los más inocentes en este tema de la migración y por los cuales deberíamos brindar más atención en sus cuidados médicos.
And children don't have a fault of their own for their immigration status, and in that case, we need to make sure that we give them the care that they need.
Gracias a todos por su tiempo y gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for your time and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Alejandra. I appreciate your testimony. Any comments? Seeing none. Have a good evening. Thank you.
So, thank you.
Heather or Cass, who was?
Yes, we're jumping around a lot because of people who are able to log on later. So next is number 181, Israel Espejel. I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name.
Israel está aquí. What number was that, Heather?
181, and his
Okay.
video is on,
I think
but no volume.
Entonces, Israel, le voy a interpretar y hágalo por pedacitos, por favor.
Ok, muy buenas noches a todos. En esta oportunidad me dirijo a los senadores y representantes políticos de Connecticut para apoyar la ampliación del sistema médico a los jóvenes hasta 18 años.
So, good evening, everyone. I would like to address the senators and the representatives here to urge you to expand healthcare coverage for children 18 and under.
Yo soy un residente de New Haven, Connecticut, desde hace 25 años aproximadamente, y por experiencia personal necesito que nos apoyen los senadores y representantes políticos del estado de Connecticut en no solamente consideren este es un paso importante el ampliarlo a los gente indocumentada y jóvenes que son el futuro de este país, dándole cobertura médica.
I have been I have been a resident of New Haven for the last 25 years. Personally, I support this legislation, but I want you to think beyond our young people who are under 18, knowing that they are important and that they are the future of this country.
En experiencia personal, yo siento que he sufrido discriminación médica porque hasta antes de la pandemia yo contaba con 2 trabajos en el cual podía yo pagar mi cuota o contratar un seguro médico sin ningún problema. A raíz del problema de la pandemia del COVID, cerraron los lugares donde yo trabajaba, me quedé sin trabajo. Eso fue
so I wanted to just share my experience and also share the discrimination that I faced. So this before the pandemic, I had 2 jobs, and because of the pandemic, they closed the place of work where I worked. And before I was able to, because of my 2 jobs, I was able to pay in a sliding scale for my care.
A razón de esa situación, yo enfermé por el grave estrés porque no tenía yo ningún ingreso y tenía yo que seguir continuando pagando todos los gastos de renta y diferentes utilidades, comida y cosa que no se podía, pero lo más grave y lo más peligroso fue que al estar en esa situación, un problema de salud que yo tenía desde hace 20 años se vino a agravar dándome un derrame en la vista.
So because of the stress, I got sick and I had to think about how do I pay for rent, for utilities, for food. And something that happened to me 20 years ago became acute, where I had a stroke, where I lost part of my vision.
Ok, y a consecuencia de no poder pagar en ese momento un seguro médico, tuve que recurrir a una ayuda pública o a las entidades que me pudieran apoyar para cubrir mi tratamiento médico y tuve que hacer espera, lo cual me ocasionó la pérdida de mi ojo izquierdo por no pronta atención.
And because of this, I had to wait for public help, and I had to hold my treatment, which caused this waiting caused that I lost my vision on my left eye.
Entonces, por eso yo les pido que se pongan la mano en el corazón a todos los senadores y a todos los representantes políticos para que en este momento aprueben la ley de ampliar el seguro médico para los estudiantes y los niños de hasta 18 años y en un futuro brindar esa gran oportunidad que se tiene de dar seguro médico no importando la raza, la nacionalidad o el estatus migratorio de las personas, a todo el mundo.
So I ask you, senators and representatives, to put your hands on your heart and support this legislation to expand healthcare to children under 18, and that in the future you can give this opportunity, not thinking about race or immigration status, but to pass healthcare for all.
Eso sería todo. Muchas gracias por su atención.
That will be all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Israel. Appreciate your testimony.
Gracias,
Thank
Israel, y aprecio su testimonio.
Thank you.
I see no questions, so I'm going to ask Heather or Cass to tell me who's next.
Hello, Senator. It is Perla Villescas. I'm so sorry, and she's number 194.
Okay, Perla Villescas es su turno.
Ok, buenas noches.
Good evening.
Ok.
Good evening.
Estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos de Connecticut, me llamo Perla Villescas, soy madre y tengo 3 hijos.
Dear members of the Human Services Committee, my name is Perla Villescas. I am a mother and I have 3 children.
Y vivo en Hartford, Connecticut desde el año de 2003 y soy indocumentada.
I
Estoy
am
a favor,
undocumented. I live in Hartford and I have been living here since 2003.
estoy a favor de CBE 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
I stand in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Porque este es un importante paso adelante para conseguir seguro médico para toda nuestra comunidad inmigrante.
Because it would be an important step forward in getting care access for our whole immigrant community.
Ya hace 4 años que estoy con mi tráquea desviada y no me han podido hacer la endoscopía por no tener seguro médico. Es muy caro, son $7,000 para nomás empezar el proceso.
So for the past 4 years, I have been struggling with deviated trachea due to the lack of health insurance. I have not been able to do an endoscopy because it is very expensive and the process costs around $7,000 just to start.
Si me dan medicinas o tratamientos o una operación, me cobrarán más. Lo que más me preocupa es que se me está empeorando, de que ya no me pueda pasar la comida, de que un día se me vaya la respiración.
So just imagine if they give me medicine or treatment, or if I need an operation, the hospital will charge me even more. I worry the most about that it will get worse, and that one day I will not be able to breathe because I was not able to swallow the food I was eating.
Por eso evito la comida dura para que no me pase, ya que perdí 20 libras y tengo anemia. Por esto,
Therefore, I prevent myself from eating hard foods so it does not happen. Because of that, I have lost about 20 pounds and I am anemic.
Por esto, si hubiera husky, yo no me hubiera esperado todo este tiempo. Me cambiaría mucho la situación en un estrés. Es un estrés muy grande a la hora de comer.
If I had access to housekeeping insurance, I would not have waited all this time to treat my health condition. It is very stressful every time that I eat, every time that I eat.
Estar pensando que si tengo hambre me puedo ahogar. No puedo comer en la calle. No disfruto porque me da miedo ahogarme. Si me invitan a comer, digo que no. Es muy traumante.
It is very stressful every time that I want to eat. I do not eat out. When people offer me food, I say no. It's very traumatic.
Miembros del comité, les pedimos que apoyen el proyecto de la ley CBE 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
Members of the committee, we ask you to support SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years of age for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Yo conozco a personas que tienen problemas de salud muy graves, como el cáncer, que están sufriendo más que yo y están pasando por lo mismo. El Estado tiene que darnos seguro médico. Muchas gracias por su tiempo. Perla Villescas.
I know people who have very serious problems like cancer who are suffering more than I am, and we are going through the same issue of not having medical insurance or enough money to pay treatments and procedures. The state should give us health insurance. Thank you for your time. Perla Villescas.
Ok, gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions for you. Have a good evening.
Que tenga una buena noche.
Gracias igualmente. Bye.
Thank you. Same to you.
Heather? Help
Senator,
me.
happy to help, Senator. So before we call our next speaker, I'm just having some difficulty having people accept the promotion in the attendee panel. So Olivia Rinks, who's number 205, when you get the prompt to be promoted to panelist, please accept that. And for the remaining folks, if they would look for that, because you need to accept in order for us to promote you. So the next...
Yeah, let me say that. So yes,
Sure.
folks here too. Para las personas que están en el cuarto de espera, cuando ustedes vean un botoncito que sale con una promoción, acepten para que nosotros les podamos aceptar en el cuarto y que ustedes puedan dar su testimonio. Thank you.
Thank you. So Senator Moore, the next person is Daniela Carranza.
Daniela Carranza.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Danielle, I can.
Okay, great.
I can
Dear
see you
members
now
of,
too, Danielle.
great. Dear members of the Human Services Committee of Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Daniela Carranza. I am a resident from Milford. I stand in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status, expanding access to housekeeping up to age 18 regardless of immigration status is an important step in ensuring our immigrant community has access to the healthcare we need. But our work doesn't end with expanding access up to age 18. We need to open access to housekeeping and healthcare to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults. I'm a CT resident that has been involved in the community trying to help our undocumented community strive. I care about this bill because I believe that it is important for our community to be safe and healthy. Allowing our undocumented children under 18 to access health insurance teaches them the importance of healthcare, promoting a better and healthier future for all CT residents, regardless of immigration status. In my personal life, I work as a case manager at IRIS, serving asylum seekers, new residents of CT, and other undocumented members of the New Haven community. Healthcare is a huge barrier. Many of my clients have thousands of dollars in medical bills on top of struggling to make ends meet with food and rent. It breaks my heart to see so many families making the difficult decision between healthcare for their kids or other basic needs. I am also a tax preparer with VITA, so I know firsthand how my clients and many undocumented members of the community pay taxes and contribute to the system without receiving even the most basic rights and services in return. I've seen many cases in my personal life and work where children and adults have to ignore minor medical issues due to a lack of health insurance and fear of hospitals. These minor issues later turn into big health issues, often leaving them with chronic conditions or having major surgeries that could have been prevented by routine checkups if they would have had health insurance. Giving access to health insurance would ensure a healthier community among our children and would provide early intervention in most medical situations. I support SB 284, and I ask the committee to support and pass the legislation. Looking forward, I ask the committee to work towards opening access to all immigrants, regardless of age. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Daniela. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you for hanging in there with us. Have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
So now I think if I'm in order, it's Rosalia Aquino.
And I don't believe she's here, Senator Moore.
Olivia Rinks. Laura Garcia, I see you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for listening to us.
Yes.
My name is Laura Garcia. I came here 8 years ago looking for a safe place because in my country at the age of 16 years old, I was victim of sexual trafficking. Fruit of that, I have a 12 years old son who I love him so much, who born in Guatemala. I have a 7 years old who born here. And my last son, Matias, who passed back in 2020 for a medical malpractice. I almost died too. That show with me the racism that exists for people like us. My 12 years old don't have insurance. I feel impotent because it's not in my hands. I will love to give him the medical care that he deserves. I saw the difference between my child that have insurance and my child that don't have. If I have the money, of course that I don't even care to pay, but I don't have it. I'm a domestic worker, member of Nosotras in Stanford, member of ULA, community advocate for Norwell Acts, and so many more. Now I know why God gave me one more chance. Now I'm here fighting not only for my son, I'm fighting for so many families who are suffering in silence, who probably you never heard. People who has to pretend to be fine and healthy. People like me that have to choose between buy groceries or pay the medical bills of my son. I don't understand why even my pets have insurance and my own kid can have one insurance. I don't even care if I will have to sell a kidney to save the life of one of my kids. My son asking me why his friend have more medical appointments than him. I don't know what to say to him. My eyes fill with tears when I think about my son's situation. When I think about my son who passed away because I don't have insurance and they don't care and they don't listen to me so many times. I don't know, but I'm tired of suffering. And I'm here asking you how many more victims you need. I have here my victim of this system. I have the victim of the system that exclude us only because of our color of skin, only because we don't have insurance, only because these borders. And I believe in God, and I know that for God, these borders doesn't exist. I don't know what are you waiting for until all our kids die, until all of us die for listening to us. Thank you so much for listening to me this night, and please pass the bill SB 284 because I don't want more moms suffer what I'm suffering right now. Thank you.
Laura, I want to thank you for your testimony, but I also want to send you my sincere sympathies in the loss of your son. But you know, we all have these missions in life, and sometimes we don't know what it is, but you found yours, and you're a fighter, and you're an advocate, and these are things that Martin Luther King was made of. People who stand, even when it's not popular, even when it's tough and you feel all these pieces. This is why you're here, and I salute you for doing the work that you're doing for so many others and speaking on behalf of so many others. So don't give up. Don't just keep fighting. At sometimes it takes longer for some things to turn around, but we'll get there. I just believe we'll get there. So thank you.
Well, thank you for listening to us. Have a good night.
Okay, so number 207 is Andrea Sanchez.
I don't believe she's here, Senator.
Josh Kowalek, Pastor.
Hi, good evening. Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie, and all those members of the Human Services Committee who are here. Thank you all for being here. I know this is a really, really long day, and I do appreciate the fact that you're hanging with it, just as some of us who are testifying later hanging with it. And also thank you for this opportunity to offer testimony in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance, regardless of immigration status, the Husky for Immigrants bill. My name is Josh Pollock. I'm the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Society East in Manchester. I'm a leader with the Recovery for All campaign and a supporter of Connecticut Students for a Dream, both of whom support this legislation wholeheartedly. I want you to know our church is among those in the state who identify as sanctuary congregations. We are committed to supporting undocumented immigrants in any way we can, and securing access to health insurance and health care for undocumented people is an extension of our status as a sanctuary congregation. I don't have a personal story that illustrates why this bill is important, but you've easily heard more than 100 such stories today, and those stories represent tens of thousands of Connecticut residents who couldn't be here to testify today. I don't have a story, but I know, like all of you, that like citizens, undocumented people get sick and require medical attention. Undocumented people suffer injuries, develop cancer, heart disease, diabetes, and mental illness. Injuries and illnesses that go untreated due to lack of access to healthcare can easily worsen, can make it impossible for a child to remain in school, can make it impossible for youth or adults to hold down jobs, can land people in the emergency room, can result in death. And we just heard Ms. Garcia talking about an example of that. SB 284 takes this reality seriously. It offers a pathway for children who meet the economic requirements, regardless of immigration status, to access medical care when they need it through Husky. The impulse behind this bill is compassionate. It is loving, it is caring, it is justice seeking. Having access to quality, affordable healthcare can make a huge difference in a child's life. There is much at stake, and the stories we've been hearing all day make that abundantly clear. Some people have talked about cost. I know Commissioner Gifford talked about cost, I think right when the hearing started. I am convinced our state can afford the cost of this bill, and I urge all elected officials to take to heart the Recovery for All campaign's revenue proposals, many of which Connecticut Voices for Children also promotes. We cannot forget that healthcare is a human right regardless of immigration status, and there are abundant revenue options available in Connecticut to provide this human right to undocumented children. Thank you so much. Please support SB 284.
Thank you, Pastor. I don't see any questions for you, so I thank you for your time and your testimony.
All right, and again, thank you.
Laura Farr.
Good evening, I think it is now, members of the Human Services Committee. I have tremendous empathy for your perseverance and gratitude for giving everybody a voice during this marathon hearing. My name is Laura Farr. I'm the Executive Director of the American Association of Naturopathic Physicians, representing licensed naturopathic doctors. And while I do support SB 284, as a physician organization, I'm really here to give our association's wholehearted support for SB 280 to include naturopathic doctors as a provider type in Connecticut's Medicaid programs. I would like to first address DSS's comments from this morning that there is not funding, quote, to add naturopaths as a reimbursable service, end quote. Like Dr. Brody said earlier, I really need to underscore that naturopathic doctors are not services. Naturopathic doctors are a provider type who provide services commensurate with all other provider types covered by Medicaid. The intent of this bill is not to expand services, but rather for services that Medicaid already covers. The intent is simply to expand coverage to a new provider type, to provide options for patients who seek out that kind of care. Therefore, there should be no extra cost to DSS. This is an important distinction, which is common in the other states that cover naturopathic doctors in Medicaid, and we would like to work with you and DSS on the language of SB 280 if this needs to be clarified. A unique attribute of naturopathic medicine is a reprioritization of the order of therapeutics, first emphasizing lifestyle-oriented self-care, preventive behaviors, clinical nutrition, herbal medicine, physical activity, and stress management counseling, with expensive drug therapies and interventional surgery used only if absolutely necessary. So with this focus on preventive health, naturopathic medicine can really help lower healthcare costs, all of which would really greatly benefit the Connecticut Medicaid program. Couple examples, naturopathic medicine decreases prescription drug costs. A recent study found that patients who received intensive lifestyle modifications with naturopathic therapy in just 1 year for type 2 diabetes improved all health scores and decreased medication requirements compared to those on standard therapy. There is Secondly, an increasing body of research, and I have cited this in my written testimony, that supports the efficacy of naturopathic medicine in reducing costs and improving outcomes for multiple chronic health conditions, including cardiovascular risk, hypertension, depression, anxiety, low back pain, and type 2 diabetes. 4 states that license naturopathic doctors include NDs as a provider type in their Medicaid programs: Washington, Oregon, New Mexico, and Vermont. New Mexico recently licensed NDs and very quickly moved to add them as a provider type to their Medicaid program. And Connecticut, as you've heard, already is able to treat pediatric Medicaid patients. California additionally offers partial coverage. So DSS's information this morning was a bit out of date. The clinics with naturopathic doctors covered by Medicaid in Washington and Oregon alone care for more than 30,000 Medicaid patients per year.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are up. Please summarize.
And I'm up to, like other states that have added NDs as a provider type to Medicaid, Senate Bill 280 would expand healthcare workforce of providers treating underserved populations. Our doctors really want to serve these communities, including all of the hundreds of people who have spoken today on Senate Bill 284. I definitely urge your support for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. I don't see any questions for you. Have a good evening.
Thank
you for waiting. Anka Badurina.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Human Services Committee. My name is Anka Badurina, and I am the Executive Director of Building One Community. Building One Community appreciates this opportunity to submit testimony and urges the committee to support SB 284 as it is an important investment in both the care of individuals living in the state and the public health. Building One Community is a nonprofit organization located in Stanford. We are in our 11th year serving as a vital center for the immigrant opportunity. Our mission is to advance the successful integration of immigrants and their families through programs and services that are designed to educate, employ, and empower our immigrant families and individuals while engaging the entire community. Over the last 10 years, we have served over 13,000 individuals who come from over 100 countries and speak 43 different languages. As the pandemic hit, B1C pivoted to providing relief services to our participants. Among those, we facilitated over 2,000 vaccinations through in-house clinics at B1C with community health centers and the city of Stanford, and through the Stanford Health No Barriers program. It was critical from a public health perspective to ensure that all of our community members receive the COVID-19 vaccine, independently of their immigration status. We saw very plainly that the health status of some of us impacted all of us. Our participants were perhaps the most important to vaccinate. They were hit the hardest because when community spread of the virus was the most prevalent, our participants were working in essential positions. They could not afford to stay home. They also tend to live in crowded living quarters, making a spread among them more likely. Finally, their fear of interacting with official organizations makes getting healthcare, including vaccines, challenging. As a result, they got sicker at higher rates and died at higher rates. What applies to COVID-19 applies to other public health problems too. It will help the state, our hospitals and clinics, if immigrants have access to routine healthcare and have a sense of trust that they will not be deported or lose their immigration status if they receive care. When these members of our community don't have access to preventive care, should they develop serious illnesses, their diagnosis will be more severe and likely result in high uncompensated care costs to the public health system with more expensive, complex, and less successful outcomes. We are grateful to the Human Services Committee for raising SB 284 and to the General Assembly for adopting Public Act 21-176. We strongly believe SB 284, which will expand healthcare coverage for youth, will have lasting improvement in many ways. Thank you for your consideration of our views.
Thank you for your testimony, Anka. I don't see any questions for you. Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Coco Selman. Mariana Budge. Emerson Zencina.
Senator Mariana is here, I believe.
Hi, Mariana.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your time. Dear members of the Human Services Committee of Connecticut General Assembly, my name is Marina Budge, and I am a fourth-year medical student at Yale School of Medicine in New Haven, Connecticut. I'm also one of the executive directors of the Haven Free Clinic, a nonprofit clinic that provides primary care services to uninsured individuals from the greater New Haven County. I stand in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance, regardless of immigration status. Expanding access to Husky up to age 18, regardless of immigration status, is an important step in making sure our immigrant community has access to the health care they need and deserve. But our work doesn't end with expanding access to age 18. We need to open access to Husky and healthcare to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults. As a medical student and future pediatrician, I firmly believe that access to affordable healthcare is a human right. Unfortunately, under the current system in Connecticut, undocumented immigrants are not afforded this right. Barriers to healthcare access can have long-lasting implications for children, including an effect on their school performance, development, and adult health. As I state, I believe we have the responsibility to level the playing field for undocumented children and provide them with the best opportunity to thrive. As the executive director at Haven Free Clinic, I've seen how lack of access to insurance affects the health and well-being of immigrant families. Last year, our organization performed a needs assessments with parents from our clinic, which elucidated some of the gaps that exist within our healthcare system. During this assessment, it was shared that many of our patients are put in the difficult position of having to choose between providing food and a roof over their children's head versus affording their preventative health care services. This is not a decision that any parent should have to make. In addition to the barriers to important preventative care services such as vaccine and developmental screenings, parents also mentioned barriers to specialty care such as dental and mental health services for their children. Given the current mental health crisis amongst children following the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, now more than ever, it is essential that all children have access to early mental health interventions. In between listening to the powerful testimonies from community members today, I spoke with a frustrated and terrified mother who had just received the third call this week from the same debt collector calling to ask about an $1,000 bill. Although she did not know what the bill was for and asked for more information, instead of giving that, the debt collector insisted she needed to pay it immediately and that she was putting her status at risk. Although this mother had applied and succeeded in her child being covered by the Yale New Haven Free Care Program, the procedure her child needed that day was not covered by this program. Or rather, the procedure was covered, but the sedation needed to perform the procedure was not. We cannot rely on student-run free clinics and hospital programs with complicated sign-up processes to provide access to healthcare for our undocumented communities. It is important to note that many other states have already taken action to improve the health of their undocumented communities. In Massachusetts, my home state, they've created a Medicaid-like program for the ages of 0 to 19, as well as prenatal coverage. In addition, they created a health safety net program, which includes free outpatient and preventative care, as well as a limited Medicaid-like coverage to cover things like emergency and inpatient care for patients of all ages.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes are done. Please summarize. Thank you.
I will. It's important that Connecticut follow the lead of these states and use creative solutions to improve access for one of our state's most marginalized population. I support SB 284, and I hope the members of this committee will as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you for your testimony. Am I at Emerson Perez now?
Yes, Senator. And also there are two other people who we can go to after Emerson if you like, who were earlier numbers and are on the
All right,
call now.
let's do Emerson now.
Sorry, we have somebody on the line who, if she doesn't go now, she has to go back to work. Is there any chance? She was number 200, Erica Salvatierra.
Oh, that's fine. I'm going to ask Emerson just to hold on, okay?
Erika, es tu turno. Puedes presentar. Thank you very much, Senator Moore. She's been waiting and she's at work.
I understand.
Estimados miembros del Comité de Servicio Humano de Connecticut, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Erika Salvatierra.
Dear members of the
Estoy-
Human Services Committee of the Connecticut General Assembly, good afternoon. My name is Rosa Erica Salvatierra.
Estoy representando a mi grupo colectivo de la defensa de Hartford.
I'm representing my group Hartford Deportation Defense.
Soy de Guatemala y tengo dos niños que también son de Guatemala.
I'm from Guatemala and I have two children who are also from Guatemala.
Un niño de 8 años y una niña de 4 años.
My son is 8 years old and my daughter is 4.
Llevamos 2 años y medio de vivir en este país.
We have been in this country for 2.5 years.
Estoy a favor de SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años.
I stand in support of SB 284.
Para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
An act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Para mis hijos y para mí ha sido un poco difícil, ya que cuando nos vamos a chequear, pues nos llegan biles con demasiadas cantidades, por ejemplo, de $500.
For my children as
biles de
well as myself.
$700.
For my children as well as myself, it's been very difficult because when we go to get a checkup, we get bills that are extremely expensive, like $500 or $600.
Como no contamos con seguro, pues nuestra única solución es ir a la emergencia cuando estamos demasiado mal.
It's because we don't have insurance, our only solution is go to the emergency room when we're sick.
A mi esposo una vez le pegaron en la calle y llegó la ambulancia, lo llevaron al hospital y nos llegó un bill de $2,000.
For my husband, for example, he was hit in the street and he was taken by ambulance to the hospital and the bill came out to $2,000.
También hace algunas semanas él estuvo internado en el hospital.
And another time last year, he was in the emergency room.
Ya que como no tenemos seguro médico, tuvimos que llevarlo a la emergencia porque él estaba muy grave.
And because it was very serious, we had to go to the emergency room.
En esta semana nos han llegado los biles de $300, $250, $400. Ahora mismo en la tarde nos llegó uno de $2,973.
So since that time, many bills have come, $300, $200, and just recently a bill for $2,900.
Para los niños, tanto como para nosotros adultos, es importante tener un seguro médico. Sabemos que el año pasado hubieron logros, pero no es suficiente.
For children, just as the same as adults, we know it's very important to have medical care. Last year, we did make some important gains, but we know it's not enough.
Me preocupa pensar que mi hijo ya tiene 8 años y para el año que viene, cuando esté la nueva ley en efecto, mi hijo no va a poder acceder a esos beneficios.
I'm very worried because my son is 8 years old, and next year when the law is implemented, he will no longer qualify for the benefits.
Ya que tendrá 9 años. ¿Por qué la decisión de dejar a los niños de 9 años en adelante afuera? Si todos los niños tienen derecho a ser tratados por igual y merecen nuestro cuidado.
Because at that point he'll have 9 years. So why was the decision to leave children who are 9 years and above? Because they still need the same care.
Excuse me, 4 minutes are over. Will you please summarize?
Dice que ya pasaron los 4 minutos, si puede hacer un resumen.
Ajá. Por eso es que necesitamos que apoyen el proyecto de ley SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños, sin importar su condición migratoria.
And that's why I'm asking you to support the bill SB 284.
La salud es lo más importante, ya que sin salud no podemos trabajar para sacar adelante a nuestra familia. Muchas gracias.
Health is the most important thing. Without our health, we cannot work to bring our families forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I really want to make a statement about it in the last session. That bill could have died, but you know, you had some champions who fought to get it to 8, and it was a place to begin. If we didn't get it to that, where do you think we would be today? We wouldn't even be looking at 18. So it was a place to start. It wasn't a place to end, and we'll continue to move it forward. And you can thank really Senator Lesser and Senator Looney for fighting so hard once the bill got out. All right. So I want to acknowledge that this has been a process like everything else, just fighting for things to get everybody included. And the best way to do it, you know, it's not going to really start for up to age 8, I believe the commissioner said, until January. Am I right, Representative Abercrombie? Did she say January? Right, so we're looking at that for January. So if we get this passed, we'll be looking at another year before we can even get it in, because we've got to see how that impacts taking in up to 8 years old. And I agree with you that we should all be able to go to the doctors, and nobody should be suffering. And we're in the United States of America. Nobody should be suffering, but I do want to acknowledge that everyone's pulling for you to get it to where we need to be. So saying this because, you know, when we get to 18, I know it's going to be everyone, but it is a process that happens when we get there. I hope we can get there, and I hope we can do this together. Next I have.
Is it okay if I just interpret that for her?
Yes, yes.
Dice que ha sido un proceso que el último año podría ser que la ley, pues la ley hasta los 8 años solo pasó por los esfuerzos de muchas personas, y sabe ella que es un punto de inicio, que no es un punto final, que tenemos que seguir trabajando para abrir acceso a más personas, pero que fue un éxito lo que pasó el año pasado para iniciar este proceso, y que vamos a seguir en el proceso hasta que más personas tengan acceso al cuidado médico, y que está de acuerdo con usted que todos merecen, todos tienen derecho de ir a un doctor, y todos están de acuerdo, están intentando abrir acceso, pero va a seguir como un proceso, no va a ser de inmediato que todos tengan eso.
Okay. Did I really say all that, Ariana?
I think so.
Muchas gracias y bendiciones.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let me get back on track. Is it Emerson? Thank you, Emerson, for waiting.
Good evening. I would like to thank the committee today for taking time out of their day to meet with us all and listen to all the testimonies presented today. My name is Emerson Zazina. I am a youth member of CT Students for a Dream. I am also a sophomore at Hill Regional Career High School in New Haven, Connecticut, and I'm here to support Senate Bill 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years of income-eligible person to obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status. Expanding access to Husky up to age 18, regardless of immigration status, is an important step in ensuring our immigrant community has access to the health care we need. But our work doesn't end with expanding access up to age 18. We need to open access to Husky and healthcare to all immigrants of any age, including parents and adults. The matter of undocumented immigrants in Connecticut receiving health insurance is especially significant to me since it impacts the everyday life of me and my family. I'm a child of 2 incredibly hardworking parents who, despite working 2 jobs, are forced to choose between food and healthcare. Since I could remember, my mother has always suffered tremendously from innumerable health complications, one of them being iron deficiency anemia. Not too long ago, my mother went to get blood work done at a nearby clinic. Her healthcare provider told her that she had severely low iron in her blood and that she required doses of intravenous iron infusions to maintain a healthy lifestyle. My mother is unable to follow the medical advice of her doctor. The doses for her treatment are overwhelmingly expensive, and she doesn't have the medical insurance to help absorb the cost. Despite working 2 jobs and picking up extra shifts at work, she has yet to save enough money, not for some luxury, but for her health care. My mother has begun to increasingly show signs of consistent dizziness, fatigue, weakness, and immense leg pain that restricts her from movement. She's not a medical mystery. Her doctor has diagnosed her and told her how to treat her condition. What holds her back from receiving healthcare? Not science, but her immigration status. This bill needs to be open to all ages, so when this bill is passed in the state of Connecticut, the financial burdens my family currently faces will be alleviated. My mother will be able to access the healthcare she needs and will be able to work without pain. I support Senate Bill 284, and I ask the committee to support and pass this legislation. Looking forward, I ask the committee to work towards opening access to all immigrants, regardless of age. Healthcare is a human right to all, regardless of your immigration status. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Emerson. I don't see any questions for you. Have a good evening. Barbara Fernandez.
I don't think she's here. Senator Moore, did you want to go back to number 205, Olivia Rinks?
That's fine. Olivia?
Okay.
Is she here?
She's here. She's, yep. Here she is.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming back to me. My name is Olivia Rinkus. I'm from North Stonington. I'm just here to testify in support of SB 284, an act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person to obtain insurance regardless of immigration status. Definitely just here to add my voice to the folks talking about the importance of healthcare. And, you know, as a resident of Connecticut, I don't want to see any child in the state denied healthcare for any kind of condition because of immigration status. And I also would like to add my voice to the folks who stress the importance of going forward, adding all people regardless of age or status. So yeah, I support 284. And I also am testifying in opposition to HB 5335, an act requiring long-term care facilities to conduct sex offender background checks. I definitely recognize and appreciate the need to keep people safe, but I feel like it's definitely possible to do this without stigmatizing people by passing out their personal information around facilities where they need to work or receive long-term care. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Olivia. I'm glad we could come back and hear your testimony. Have a good evening. Heather?
I believe the next person who's here is Jay Sicklick.
Good evening, Jay.
Good evening, Senator Moore, Representative Abercrombie. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify this evening. I'm the Deputy Director of the Center for Children's Advocacy, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 284. And thank you all in advance for your patience, your persistence, and especially your stamina. It's really quite impressive. For the third consecutive year, we're here on this particular issue, and I want to make three discrete and short points this evening. First, even though the commissioner testified quite a while ago this morning, quite early at about 10 a.m., I want to tell you that we agree with her cost estimate. This has an actual dollar cost, and we recognize that this program will cost approximately $11 million in actual dollars if the program is expanded to children under the age of 19. But the key question is, can we afford not to cover all children beginning in January of 2023? The Georgetown study that was referenced by Dr. Julie Rosenberg a little bit earlier indicates that in year one, this will cost $11 million, and in year two, approximately $15 million. But how can we afford not to make this type of modest investment in comparison to the $4.4 billion DSS budget that's earmarked for the next fiscal year? Second, also referencing the commissioner's testimony, it's time to remove the within available appropriations language from the statute and the bill. I agree wholeheartedly with the commissioner, but instead of potentially limiting coverage, as Dr. Gifford implied, let's promote health equity by including this most vulnerable population of children and youth in the same coverage scheme as any other child who's insured under the medical assistance program. And if the department is prepared to enroll children, as you just talked about, Senator Moore, on January 1 of 2023, do we really need a feasibility study to determine whether those children who turn 9 during next year, or the 9-year-olds who turn 10, or the 10 who turn 11 should be eligible as well? I think you see my point, but this is the whole notion of continuing the equitable coverage scheme that this legislature has intended. And finally, echoing the West Hartford delegation's testimony this morning, and so many others who've testified so such a heartfelt manner today. The catastrophic effects of this pandemic, especially on children, have been incalculable. The legislature has 2 bills presently before it that are designed to revamp and rehabilitate the entire structure of the children's behavioral health delivery system. And in fact, Dr. Thomas Hogue from Yale talked the other day at the Behavioral Health Partnership Oversight Council that we are in the middle of an overwhelming crisis. In fact, he called it an emergency crisis in pediatric mental health. Why wouldn't we want to include all children, especially those who are most vulnerable, subject to potential issues of trauma and abuse coming over to this country, in the same plan that all other children are eligible for?
Excuse me. Oh.
No, I got it. Thank you, Heather. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for your commitment on this issue. And we really do appreciate all that you've done on this particular issue.
Well, thank you, Jay, because the commissioner testified at 10 a.m. this morning. Were you there?
I was. I can't say that I've been here for the entire 12 hours or so, but I did have an opportunity to listen to her testimony verbatim.
Thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Glad to have you here in Bridgeport. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Next, number 217 is Chiqui Dalia.
Sí, buenas noches.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Chiqui Pérez.
My name is Chiqui Perez.
Soy miembro del colectivo de defensa de Hartford.
I'm a member of Hartford Deportation Defense.
Llegué a este país hace 6 años con mi hija que tenía 2 añitos.
I came to this country 6 years ago with my daughter who was 2 years old.
Vine a trabajar y a tener un futuro mejor para mi hija.
I came to work and to provide a better future for my daughter.
Estoy a favor de la SB 284.
I'm in favor of SB 284.
Una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños.
An act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years for an income eligible person.
Sin importar su condición migratoria.
To obtain medical assistance regardless of immigration status.
Lamentablemente nosotros
Sadly,
no contamos con un seguro médico.
We don't have health insurance.
Porque somos ilegales en este país.
Because we are illegal in this country.
Tengo a mi hija.
I have my daughter.
A la cual no puedo llevarla a un doctor porque es muy caro.
But it's too expensive for me to bring her to a doctor because it's, too expensive.
Tengo 2 hijas, una de 2 años y una de 4 meses.
I have 2 children. One is 2 years old and one is 4 months old.
Y pues solo mi esposo trabaja.
And only my husband works.
Yo cuido de mis hijas.
And I take care of my daughters.
A diferencia de mi primera hija, mis otras 2 hijas sí cuentan con un seguro médico.
In difference from my first daughter, my other 2 children were born here.
A la cual las puedo llevar a sus pediatras.
So I'm able to bring them to the pediatrician.
Mi primera hija este año cumple 8.
My first daughter, this year she turned 8.
A diferencia de sus hermanas, ella me pregunta cuándo la llevaré a su pediatra.
And differently than my other children, she's always asking me like when I will bring her to the pediatrician.
Para mí es muy triste explicarle la situación.
It's very sad for me to explain the situation to her.
Esta semana, mi hija de 8 años se me enfermó.
This week, my 8-year-old daughter became sick.
Y es frustrante no poder tener un doctor a la cual llevarla.
It's very frustrating to not be able to bring her to the doctor.
Ya que yo tengo una deuda en el hospital de $10,000.
Especially because I have a $10,000 debt already to the hospital.
Y actualmente me han subido a 17,000 porque no he podido pagar esta deuda.
And it actually has now been raised to a $17,000 debt because I was not able to pay it.
Esta deuda es cuando tuve a mi hija en el hospital de Hartford.
This debt is from when I had my daughter at the Hartford Hospital.
Estoy preocupada porque no puedo pagar esa deuda,
I'm worried because I can't pay that debt
ya que solo mi esposo trabaja.
since only my husband is working.
Y ahora pues las cosas han subido, la renta, los biles, los alimentos, en fin.
And everything has gone up, the rent, the bills, and the food.
Y la salud de mi hija me preocupa mucho.
The health of my daughter is something that worries me a lot.
Por eso esta noche, miembros del comité,
For that reason, tonight, to the members of the committee,
les pido que apoyen el proyecto de la ley
I ask that you support this bill,
SB 284,
SB 284,
para que muchos niños,
so that
Para
many
que
children
puedan tener acceso
can have access
a un médico.
can have access to the doctor.
Deseo de corazón, sorry,
I hope with all my heart
que el seguro de hospi sea posible para todos
that Husky can be available for everyone,
y tener la oportunidad de llevar a mi hija a su chequeo médico,
and I would like to have the opportunity to take my daughter to her medical checkups,
al igual que mis otras hijas.
just like I can my other children.
Así como también quisiera,
Excuse me. The 4 minutes are over. Please summarize. Thank you.
Si usted puede hacer un resumen.
también quisiera para mi comunidad la tranquilidad,
I would also like for my community to have the peace of mind
trabajar sin preocupación
of working without worrying
de qué pasaría si nos enfermáramos.
without worrying about what happens if we get sick.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I always like to hear the laughter of little children. It just kind of perks you right up and gives you a little bit of energy. So thank you.
Dice gracias y que le gusta escuchar las risas de los niños.
Gracias. Feliz noche.
All right. Good night. Next, I have Adriana Velasquez. Are you interpreting or are you speaking? You're muted. I can't hear you, but I can see you. Heather, do you know why I can't hear her?
I don't know why, because she's not on mute as far as I can see in the control panel.
Yeah,
So
you're
it
not
must
on
be
mute.
it must be an issue with her computer, perhaps.
Did you hear that, Adriana? We can't hear you, but you're not muted. Can't hear you. I'm going to go on to the next one, and we'll try and come back to you.
Vamos a esperar un rato, Adriana. Adriana no se le puede escuchar de este lado y después regresamos. Parece que es algo de su lado, ¿ok?
So it's Doubting Gay.
That person is not here, Senator.
All right, and then I have Yojana Arega.
And also Senator Alan Lee is here, number 220.
Alan Lee.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Lee.
Hi. Thank you for having me here. So I was just asking, I just wanted to start by asking you to take 10 seconds to think back to a time when one of your children got hurt or sick. So I'm gonna, I don't have any children yet, so I'm gonna do that with my sister. So I'll do that right now. So I'm just asking us to think back to a time when one of your children got hurt or sick, and so Maybe they cried and were quickly soothed when you kissed a wound. Maybe they had a fever and cried all night, keeping you up as you tried to get them back to sleep and give them medicine. I want you to think about how much you just wanted to get them better. And I think that's the way where we all feel when it comes to children. We just desperately wanted to get better. And that's why I think the core of SB 284 is it's a recognition of empathy and compassion for the love that all parents have for their children. Allowing this bill will make it much easier for parents to help their children access medical care and keep them healthy. My siblings and I grew up on Medicaid. I grew up in a one-bedroom apartment in a family of 6. And I was so thankful, looking back, I'm so thankful for the medical care I received. As a child, I didn't understand it, but looking back, I really see how important it was in getting me to the point where I am now. We used the Medicaid when my brother went to the hospital after a bowl of instant noodles filled with boiling water fell over his thigh, causing his skin to slough off as he screamed in agony. We used them when my sister fell and broke her arm, the bones lacerating her blood vessels, necessitating surgery. When my hands, feet, and mouth in middle school became covered in painful, mysterious sores. Medicaid helped my siblings and I get through our childhoods healthy and well. Having medical insurance allowed my parents to seek medical attention for us when we needed it and kept it from turning into crushing financial debt. Today, my brother runs medical tests in the hospital. My sister attends college and just returned home from a study abroad in semester in Mexico. And I am finishing my final year of medical school at Yale School of Medicine. To be sure, this bill is asking for a special provision to be made for children who are undocumented immigrants. But I ask that in this case, that we all think back to a time where your own child was sick or hurt and think about your tears and your worries. I ask that you recognize that the love you have for your child is the same that any immigrant's parents has for their children, documented or undocumented. That all of us, we all just want to see our children grow up healthy and to be able to lead happy and productive lives. I've always loved this country because I believe that we, as Americans, can always find it in our hearts to do the right thing. And that's why I stand in support of SB 284. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. I see no questions for you. Have a good evening. Heather, am I correct in saying it's Yodana?
Adriana, I don't know if she wants to try again. Number 218. Adriana,
Adriana, do you want to try again?
Adriana, ¿puedes intentar otra vez? ¿No se escucha? No se escucha.
Okay.
Okay. And then I think the only other person who actually is, there's one person in the waiting room, and if the interpreter would mind asking Juana to accept the invitation to be promoted. And then the other person who's waiting to testify is Catalina, number 224.
Juana, si usted puede aceptar, hay una invitación para que sea una panelista. Si puede presionar OK para aceptar.
Should I take Catalina?
Yes, and Juana is now here. So so those are the last two folks to testify.
Sí, buenas noches.
Catalina,
Yes.
would you like to give your testimony?
Usted puede, Catalina, usted puede seguir. Adelante.
Estimados miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos de Connecticut, tengan todos muy buenas noches.
Dear members of the Connecticut Human Services Committee, good evening.
Mi nombre es Catalina Rubí González Ortiz y soy de Guatemala.
My name is Catalina Ruby González Ortiz and I'm from Guatemala.
Sí, ahí me dio la opción de cogerlo. Sí.
Vivo en Hartford hace 10 años.
I've lived in Hartford for 10 years.
Soy miembro del colectivo de defensa de Hartford.
I'm a member of the Hartford
Hola.
Defense.
Estoy a favor del proyecto de ley SB 284.
I'm in favor of SB 284.
una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años.
An act increasing the age from 8 to 18 years.
Para la asistencia médica de los niños.
For an income eligible person to obtain medical assistance.
Sin importar su condición migratoria.
Regardless of immigration status.
Soy madre de tres niños.
I am the mother of 3 children.
Mi niña mayor de 12 años.
My oldest daughter is 12.
Ella no es nacida en este país.
And she was not born in this country.
Ya que ella no con un seguro médico.
So she does not have a medical insurance.
Cuando la llevo a sus físicos o al dentista, pues son unos grandes biles que nos vienen.
When I take her for a physical or to the dentist, I have big bills to pay.
Al principio, pues nos cobraban $20.
At the beginning, they charged us $20.
Esa cantidad se nos ha subido a $400.
But now that amount has gone up to $400.
Por no poder pagar los biles.
Because we have not been able to pay the bills.
Ya que por motivos igual de salud.
And as well for health issues.
Pues yo dejé de trabajar.
I stopped working.
Me detectaron un quiste.
They found a cyst.
No he podido, pues no me han podido dar el tratamiento adecuado.
But I have not been able to get adequate treatment.
Por no contar con un seguro médico.
Because I don't have insurance.
En el hospital me dijeron, tú cuentas con seguro médico para poderte hacer una cirugía.
In the hospital, they asked me, do you have medical insurance so we can do a surgery?
Y entonces pues yo les contesté, pues no tengo seguro médico. Entonces ya me mandaron para la casa, me dijeron, pues toma Tylenol para que se te aliviane el dolor.
So I told them, no, I don't have insurance. So they said, okay, go home and just take Tylenol for the pain.
So, ya a veces por los chequeos, nada más por eso vienen muy altos los biles.
And just for those checkups, I received very high bills.
Y son unos costos que uno a veces no puede cubrir.
They're costs that I can't cover them.
Excuse me, the 4 minutes are over. Please summarize.
Dice que ya pasaron 4 minutos y puede hacer un resumen.
Por eso estoy hoy aquí pidiéndoles el apoyo para que apoyen la ley SB 284.
And that's why I'm asking you to support the bill SB 284.
Para que todos como inmigrantes podamos contar con un seguro médico.
So that all of us immigrants can count on having medical access.
Muchas gracias por su atención y feliz noche.
Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any questions. Adriana, it's not working for you? Is it?
Buenas noches, miembros del Comité de Servicios Humanos.
Good evening, members of the Human Services Committee.
Mi nombre es Adriana Velázquez, miembro líder del Comité de Lucha Se Hace Camino Conérico.
My name is Adriana Velázquez, and I'm a leading member of Make the Roads, Connecticut's Fight Back Committee.
Soy colombiana y llegué a Conérico junto a mi pareja y mi hija hace poco menos de un año.
I am Colombian, and I arrived in Connecticut with my husband and daughter a little less than 1 year ago.
Estoy a favor de SB 284, una ley de aumento de la edad de 8 a 18 años para la asistencia médica de los niños sin importar su condición migratoria.
I'm in favor of SB 284.
Mi hija tiene 7 años y pronto será una preadolescente.
My daughter is 7 years old and soon she will be a preteen.
Ser joven en los Estados Unidos no es fácil.
Being a young person in the United States is not easy.
Ellos viven y sufren mucho estrés y preocupaciones por las cosas que nos suceden en el diario vivir como inmigrantes.
They suffer a lot of stress and worries because of the things that happen to us in our daily lives as immigrants.
En las escuelas ellos también sufren muchas preocupaciones, basta con ver un poco las noticias.
In school, they also suffer a lot of worries, as you can see in the news.
¿Qué pasa si mi hija se enfrenta a una situación que no puedo tan siquiera recibir atención emocional?
And what if my daughter is facing a situation like this and she can't get any care or emotional care or support?
No podría tener un profesional que le ayude a enfrentar los diferentes escenarios de la vida como cualquier otro joven nacido en los Estados Unidos.
She could not